Chapter 1. The Eastern Wilderness Realm. The Lu clan of the imperial family. The solemn atmosphere within the grand hall was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar. Members of the Lu clan, come forth and embrace your doom. The voice reverberated like thunder, shaking the very souls of all present. The ancient ancestor of the Lin clan, a being standing at the pinnacle of the emperor level, had personally descended upon the Lu clan. He emerged from the void, his towering figure resembling that of an ancient deity, exuding an overwhelming pressure that sent chills down the spines of those who beheld him. His hawk-like eyes glinted with resolute fury, and as he spoke, it was with words that foretold the annihilation of the Lu clan. In the grand hall, the members of the Lu clan were instantly engulfed in a wave of panic. They were acutely aware of the power and renown of the Lin clan's ancestor. He was a terrifying existence, standing at the apex of emperors, wielding the might to obliterate the very heavens and earth. A being of such stature could effortlessly turn the entire Eastern Wilderness realm into a desolate wasteland with a mere wave of his hand. What chance did a mere Lu clan stand against such a formidable foe? Faced with such a potent adversary, every member of the Lu clan felt an unprecedented sense of despair. Yet, in this tense moment, the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan, stepped forward. He straightened his posture, determination flickering in his gaze. Elder Lin, our Lu clan has no grievances with your Lin clan. May I inquire why you are so relentlessly pressing us? Lu Tianyuan's voice was neither servile nor arrogant, echoing throughout the grand hall. The Lin clan's ancestor stood haughtily in the void, his piercing gaze sweeping downwards, sending Lu Tianyuan hurtling backwards with a mere glance. Following this, he coldly snorted, "Your Lu clan's younger generation dared to slay my Lin clan's prodigious disciple. If I do not avenge this, what face will my Lin clan have left?" Lu Tianyuan's heart sank. He realized that the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. He understood all too well that the Lin clan's ancestor's claim of the Lu clan's involvement in the death of a Lin clan genius was nothing more than a fabricated excuse. The true motive behind the Lin clan's relentless pursuit was their coveted imperial-level martial arts, the Taishu sword cannon. Months ago, the Lin clan's ancestor had dispatched emissaries to request the borrowing of the Lu clan's Taishu sword cannon. However, as the leader of the Lu clan, Lu Tianyuan could not acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. He had outright refused in person. He had thought that the matter would simply fade into the past. Little did he expect that the Lin clan's ancestor would choose today to strike, even going so far as to use this baseless pretext to annihilate their clan. Though Lu Tianyuan was determined to resist to the end, upon seeing the fearful young clan members behind him, he could only let out a helpless sigh. He could perish, but he could not allow these clan members to perish alongside him. Despite the Lin clan's ancestor's shamelessness, he was indeed a true powerhouse, one that Lu Tianyuan was ill-equipped to confront. At the pinnacle of quasi-emperor level, he felt like an ant before the Lin clan's ancestor, who stood at the peak of emperor level. Even if he were to sustain grave injuries now, he dared not express a hint of dissatisfaction, lest he provoke the other party's ire. For the sake of his clan members, Lu Tianyuan suppressed his anger, lowered his stance, and stepped forward once more, humbly stating, "This matter may be a misunderstanding. My Lu clan would never engage in such treachery. I implore Elder Lin to grant us the opportunity to uncover the truth." A misunderstanding? The Lin clan's ancestor sneered, coldly retorting, "My people witnessed your Lu clan's disciples in action. Could that be false?" Lu Tianyuan's expression darkened. The so-called eyewitness accounts were undoubtedly fabricated. Even though he knew the Lin clan's ancestor was deliberately slandering them, he could only bow his head and say, "This is likely the work of someone intentionally sowing discord, seeking to frame my Lu clan. I ask for Elder Lin's patience. I will surely uncover the truth and provide an explanation." However, as soon as his words fell, the Lin clan's ancestor let out another cold snort. "What? Are you questioning me?" With the conclusion of the Lin clan's ancestor's words, a terrifying imperial aura descended like a dark cloud, enveloping the entire Lu clan. Within that ominous cloud, a colossal hand emerged, seemingly poised to reduce the entire Lu clan to rubble in the next moment. Just as the members of the Lu clan braced for impending doom, the Lin clan's ancestor unexpectedly granted Lu Tianyuan's request. After a moment of contemplation, the Lin clan's ancestor retracted his terrifying aura and coldly declared, "Very well, I shall give you 3 days. Should there be no resolution by then, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the members of the Lu clan in a state of shock. No one could have anticipated that the imposing Lin clan's ancestor would leave so abruptly. Lu Tianyuan was equally incredulous. He understood all too well the nature of the Lin clan's ancestor. Over the years, in his relentless pursuit of the legacies of fallen imperial clans, the Lin clan's ancestor had eradicated dozens of clans of comparable strength to the Lu clan. Now that the Lin clan's ancestor had set his sights on their Taishu sword cannon, how could he possibly relinquish it easily? The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was oppressive. Everyone knew that if they failed to secure assistance within these 3 days, the Lu clan would face utter annihilation. Above the skies, the Lin clan's ancestor had not departed. He sat quietly upon the clouds. Behind him were the massive flying vessel of the Lin clan and 3,000 powerful Lin clan guards. "Ancestor, why grant them 3 days? They are but a mere Lu clan. If we eliminate them, who would dare defy your wishes?" The Quasi-Emperor level leader of the Lin clan stood behind the ancestor, his eyes filled with arrogance. The Lu clan was merely a fallen imperial clan, akin to a toothless tiger. There was no need for the ancestor to engage. Personally, the 3,000 Lin clan guards could easily raze the Lu clan to the ground. Yet, the Lin clan's ancestor raised a hand to halt his actions, his demeanor calm as he remarked, "No matter. They're but crickets in autumn. Let them jump for a few more days. I shall observe who else is entangled with the Lu clan. Once the Lu clan is dealt with, I can uproot them entirely, eliminating any future threats." This was a strategy of entrapment, designed to reveal all forces allied with the Lu clan, allowing them to be swept away in one fell swoop. This was the Lin clan's ancestor's scheme. Hence, he had been willing to afford the Lu clan 3 days. 3 days passed swiftly. In the Lu clan's grand hall, silence reigned. Those who had ventured out seeking aid returned, one by one, in disappointment. Lu Tianyuan's expression was grim. The imperial clans that had previously maintained amicable relations with the Lu clan now regarded them with disdain. The numerous waves of clan members dispatched by Lu Tianyuan had not even been allowed to cross the threshold of their allies' doors before being dismissed. As the last person who had gone to seek assistance, the Lu clan's elder returned dejectedly, and despair filled the eyes of all present. Tonight marked the final deadline set by the Lin clan's ancestor. Without shelter, the Lu clan truly faced annihilation. In the Grand Hall, all faces were ashen. Many women and children had begun to sob quietly. Lu Tianyuan and the other elders of the Lu clan could only sigh helplessly. At that moment, from a remote corner of the Grand Hall, a clear and resonant voice suddenly broke through the gloom. "Perhaps there is still hope for our Lu clan." This crystalline voice immediately captured the attention of all. The crowd in the Grand Hall parted, their gazes converging upon the serene young girl standing quietly in the corner. Lu Tianyuan turned to look as well, and upon realizing that it was his beloved daughter, he could not help but ask excitedly, "Linglong, what did you just say?" Emerging from the corner, Lu Linglong gracefully stepped forward, speaking as she walked. "Father, esteemed elders, have you all forgotten that our Lu clan also possesses an emperor?" With her declaration, the members of the Grand Hall were left in a state of bewilderment. The strongest individual in the Lu clan was Lu Tianyuan, the clan leader at the 9th stage of Quasi-Emperor. Besides Lu Tianyuan, there were 8 other Quasi-Emperor elders present in the Grand Hall. Though the Lu clan was an imperial family, the last emperor they had possessed had departed over 100,000 years ago. Since that last emperor was compelled to leave the family and guard the entrance to the year, 100,000 years had passed without the emergence of a new emperor within the Lu clan. Yet, the 12-year-old Lu Linglong asserted confidently that their clan still had an emperor. For a moment, the members of the Grand Hall thought the young girl was merely confused. Lu Tianyuan sighed, stepping forward to gently ruffle his daughter's hair, forcing a smile as he spoke tenderly. "All right, I know you are worried for everyone. However, we all understand the strength of the Lu clan. You are still young, these matters should not trouble you. Return now and listen to the arrangements made by everyone. You have always had your own ideas in the future. Without our protection, you must take care of yourself. As the words fell from his lips, Lu Tianyuan's gaze shifted to the eighth elder beside him, his expression grave as he instructed, "Eighth elder, take these young ones through the secret passage and ensure their safe departure. Once you leave this place, live in obscurity and anonymity. Do not dwell on thoughts of vengeance. Their survival is paramount for our Lu family's legacy to continue to carry forth our lineage. Even if we eventually descend into the netherworld, we will have fulfilled our duty to our ancestors." Recognizing the formidable presence of the Lin family's patriarch, Lu Tianyuan had already begun to make arrangements for a retreat, selecting over 100 youths from the clan for the eighth elder to lead to safety through the hidden route. However, when the time came to implement the plan, each of the youths resolutely refused to leave. Lu Linglong anxiously stepped forward, grasping her father's arm as she reiterated, "Father, what I said earlier holds true. Our Lu family is not without a great emperor ancestor, is it not? The one who ventured to Tianyuan 100,000 years ago to guard the entrance to the foreign realm's ancestor Lu Xuan." Upon hearing the name Lu Xuan, the assembly in the Grand Hall turned their attention to Lu Linglong in unison, the realization dawning upon them that their clan indeed boasted a revered emperor ancestor. Indeed, clan leader Linglong speaks correctly. Ancestor Lu Xuan is our family's emperor. It is said that Ancestor Lu Xuan was the mightiest emperor 100,000 years ago. The long-lived families and immortal lineages feared his ascent to supremacy, perceiving him as a threat to their status. Thus, they compelled our entire Lu family, sacrificing lives and the righteousness of humanity, to send Lu Xuan away to guard Tianyuan. 100,000 years ago, Ancestor Lu Xuan was unmatched if he were still alive. What need would we have to fear the Lin family patriarch? The elders, who had moments ago appeared despondent, were now filled with fervor. They, too, had heard the legends of Lu Xuan. 100,000 years prior, Lu Xuan emerged as the supreme emperor, dominating the battlefield. It was said that he wielded a sword alone upon the Sea of Realms, compelling even the ancient sovereigns of foreign races to refrain from crossing the threshold. Some even referred to him as the Forbidden Emperor. In that era, aside from the Emperor of Emperors, none could rival Lu Xuan's majesty. Yet, such prominence invited peril. The swift rise of Lu Xuan instilled trepidation among the long-lived families and immortal lineages. The 4 great long-lived families and 3 immortal lineages dispatched 7 emperors to force Lu Xuan into the role of guardian of Tianyuan, where he subsequently vanished without a trace. Gradually, even the members of the Lu family began to forget about Ancestor Lu Xuan. Those who occasionally mentioned him assumed he had perished in Tianyuan long ago. However, now, at this critical juncture for the survival of the Lu family, the mention of Lu Xuan's name became a lifeline, igniting a faint glimmer of hope among all the clan members. Yet, their enthusiasm quickly waned. If Ancestor Lu Xuan were alive, we would indeed have no reason to fear the Lin family patriarch. However, it has been at least 100,000 years since his time. Even if he were an emperor, he would have long since passed into eternity. With a heavy sigh, Lu Tianyuan felt compelled to dispel the illusions of his kin. These prospective emperors had lifespans of merely 10,000 years. While an emperor's lifespan exceeded that of a prospective emperor, it seldom surpassed 50,000 years. Among the most powerful emperors throughout history, none had lived beyond 100,000 years. Of course, those who had extended their lives through unconventional means were not included in this reckoning. In the annals of ancient emperors, there existed those who, in their desperate pursuit of longevity, would resort to the most heartless of measures, harvesting the lives of mortals and seizing their life essence to prolong their own existence. Such cruel emperors, indeed, held the prospect of living for 100,000 years or even longer, while they harbored hopes that Ancestor Lu Xuan might still be alive to emerge in their direst hour and turn the tide to save the Lu clan. They were loath to see their venerable ancestor become one of those merciless tyrants, reaping the lives of the innocent for his own gain, as the glimmer of hope in the eyes of the gathered crowd began to fade. Lu Linglong spoke again, asserting that regardless of whether Ancestor Lu Xuan still breathed, they must at least attempt to reach out. If their ancestor were indeed alive, perhaps none of them would have to perish. The despondent crowd, having lost faith in Ancestor Lu Xuan's survival, felt a flicker of hope reignite upon hearing Lu Linglong's suggestion. Patriarch, what little Linglong says is wise. There is no loss in trying. Let us attempt it. If Ancestor Lu Xuan has truly passed, then it is a calamity that our clan must endure. Whether we live or die, we shall accept our fate. But should Ancestor Lu Xuan still be alive, the voice trailed off, as they all understood that this was merely a fanciful hope. Even if Ancestor Lu Xuan had once been the most powerful of emperors, it was unlikely he could have lived for 100,000 years. However, for the Lu clan in their current predicament, there was little that could be worse than their present situation. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, the crowd could not help but wish to try. Lu Tianyuan was swayed by the sentiment, yet he shook his head, sighing, "Alas, our Lu clan lacks any means to contact Ancestor Lu Xuan. Even if he were alive, it would be impossible for us to reach him in this moment." The flickering flame of hope that had briefly ignited in their hearts was once again doused with cold reality. Even if Ancestor Lu Xuan were still alive, he would be as far as the heavens above, separated from them by countless miles and multiple barriers of worlds. Without a magical artifact for communication, they were utterly incapable of reaching him. Just as despair settled heavily upon the assembly, Lu Linglong suddenly proclaimed, "We can summon him through our bloodline. Ancestor Lu Xuan is an emperor whose essence is intertwined with our own, as long as we utilize the bloodline summoning, even across the vastness of the universe. We can reach him." Her words fell upon the crowd, met with expressions of confusion. Lu Tianyuan, taken aback, questioned, "Linglong, can this bloodline summoning truly connect us to Ancestor Lu Xuan?" He expressed disbelief, for even he, a peak quasi-emperor, had never heard of such a summoning. His daughter, merely a 12-year-old girl, rarely ventured outside, yet she had knowledge of bloodline summoning. The other elders shared his incredulity, their faces etched with skepticism. The notion that they could traverse the barriers of worlds and connect with Ancestor Lu Xuan, thousands of miles away, seemed utterly preposterous. In an effort to quell their doubts, Lu Linglong explained, "This method of bloodline summoning is one I discovered in an ancient tome belonging to our family. According to the text, there exists a bloodline connection between emperor-level warriors and their direct descendants. That be why employing a special technique. One can summon even across vast distances. Of course, whether it succeeds remains to be seen." Observing Lu Linglong's composed demeanor, which suggested sincerity rather than deceit, Lu Tianyuan, though still harboring doubts, nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us attempt as you propose. If we cannot reach Ancestor Lu Xuan, you must depart swiftly to avoid further complications." With their patriarch's endorsement, the clan members gazed eagerly at Lu Linglong. The 8 elders were particularly animated, pressing forward with inquiries. "Little Linglong, please tell us how we can perform this bloodline summoning, no matter what it entails. We old fellows can take the lead before you younger ones. Time is of the essence. Little Linglong, please enlighten us on how we might connect with Ancestor Lu Xuan." In a moment, the clan members within the Grand Hall stood ready to offer their very lifeblood for the summoning of Ancestor Lu Xuan. Witnessing the sincere resolve among her kin, Lu Linglong felt a swell of emotion. She raised her hand to halt them, then gently explained, "The bloodline summoning requires merely a single drop of primordial blood. However, the summoner must be among those closest to Ancestor Lu Xuan. The higher the innate talent and purity of the bloodline, the greater the chance of success." After conveying her message, Lu Linglong turned to her father. "Father, you should be aware that within our clan, it is this lineage that shares the closest bond with Ancestor Lu Xuan. Moreover, the summoner must not exceed 10 generations. Beyond that, the summoning cannot be performed." Upon hearing her explanation, Lu Tianyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation before declaring, "Let me undertake this task. Our lineage is indeed descended from Ancestor Lu Xuan, and I stand at the 5th generation. If what you say is true, I shall have the greatest chance of success in performing the bloodline summoning." Lu Linglong was taken aback, realizing that their lineage was indeed the direct descent from Ancestor Lu Xuan. With her father being merely the 5th generation, It meant that not only Lu Tianyuan could perform the summoning, but she could as well, and her chances of success would likely surpass his. Seeing her father volunteer for the summoning task, Lu Linglong quickly interjected, "Since our lineage is the closest to Ancestor Lu Xuan, there is no need to trouble you, father. Although the bloodline summoning requires only a drop of primordial blood, the entire process does consume some energy. Given the urgent circumstances, it is best for you to conserve your strength. Allow me to attempt the summoning." As her words fell, she preemptively articulated her reasoning before Lu Tianyuan could object, stating, "Moreover, I am the only one who knows how to perform the bloodline summoning. It is undoubtedly most fitting for me to undertake this. However, when the summoning begins, I will require you, father, and the esteemed elders, to protect me. It is crucial that no external forces interrupt the process." Though Lu Tianyuan wished to dissuade his daughter, after a moment of internal conflict, he could only sigh and advise, "Exercise utmost caution. If the situation proves untenable, cease the attempt at once. Even if we cannot reach Ancestor Lu Xuan, it matters not that I have arranged an escape route for you. Once you leave the Lu clan, you can live incognito and survive. As the impending battle loomed, Lu Tianyuan, as the patriarch, recognized the necessity of preserving his strength for the impending struggle for survival. Even if he knew they would be no match for the Lin clan's ancestor, he would not waver. He and the remaining members of the Lu clan had a singular mission: to hold off the Lin clan's ancestor and their formidable warriors, buying precious time for the 8 elders and the younger generations to make their escape. Every minute they could delay would increase the chances of survival for those who fled. In the skies above, the Lin clan's ancestor abruptly opened his eyes, 2 beams of light piercing through the clouds like sunlight. "Ancestor, what is it? Has the Lu clan made any movements?" The Lin clan's leader, watching the ancient ancestor's actions, rushed to inquire. Nothing of significance, merely a group of trapped creatures flailing in their final throes. Incapable of stirring any real storm, the Lin clan's ancestor scoffed. Though he hovered far above, he was acutely aware of all that transpired in the Lu clan's grand hall. Upon learning of their audacious intent to summon Ancestor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years past, he sneered in derision. 100,000 years? Ancestor Lu Xuan has surely turned to dust by now. I shall relish the spectacle of what you managed to summon." Meanwhile, within the Lu clan's grand hall, Lu Linglong initiated the bloodline summoning. Although she believed in the viability of this method, she could not guarantee whether Ancestor Lu Xuan had survived the passage of time. If the venerable Ancestor Lu Xuan has indeed passed away, then it is naturally impossible for her to successfully summon him. However, given that the Lu family now stands at the brink of life and death, they must attempt it, regardless of the outcome. The process of bloodline summoning is not overly complicated and poses little difficulty in execution. Nonetheless, it is not something that just anyone can perform. Particularly during the act of bloodline summoning, one must inscribe the summoning formation using their own essence blood. This formation is not something that an ordinary person could carve out. Within the entire Lu family, she is the sole individual capable of inscribing such a summoning formation. This explains why she sought to prevent Lu Tianyuan earlier. Although Lu Tianyuan is the 5th-generation descendant of Lu Xuan, making it easier for him to perform the bloodline summoning, he possesses limited understanding of formations. Have him utilize his essence blood to inscribe the summoning formation is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in haste. Lu Linglong took a deep breath and began to channel her essence blood, inscribing the summoning formation within her body. Although she had not studied such formations in a previous life, her mastery of formations is unparalleled in the entire upper realm. The summoning formation, while somewhat intricate, is ultimately a low-level formation, and Lu Linglong found no difficulty in inscribing in the blink of an eye. A summoning formation inscribed with essence blood had already formed within her. At the moment the formation succeeded, Lu Linglong distinctly felt ethereal auras awakening from her bloodline. This is the bloodline of an emperor. It seems that Lu Xuan is truly still alive. Lu Linglong was filled with exhilaration. The Lu Xuan of 100,000 years ago is indeed still alive. She refrained from immediately sharing this joyous news with others. After all, she only knows from the bloodline aura within her that Lu Xuan is alive. But she is entirely unaware of his current circumstances. 100,000 years have passed. The fact that Lu Xuan is alive is already a miracle. Even if he is alive, it is unlikely that he is in good condition. Perhaps Lu Xuan is clinging to life by a thread. Whether he can overcome this tribulation depends solely on him. Lu Linglong inhaled deeply once more and began to invoke the secret arts to summon Lu Xuan through his bloodline. Above in the skies, the elder of the Lin family quietly observed the commotion within the Lu family's great hall. Despite understanding that Lu Linglong was performing a bloodline summoning, he had no intention of intervening. In his view, this so-called bloodline summoning was mere folly. Moreover, he did not believe that the Emperor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago could possibly still be alive. Lin Yuan, give them a warning, commanded the elder of the Lin family, casting a glance at the family head Lin Yuan behind him. Understood. Lin Yuan, the family head of the Lin clan, descended from the clouds. In an instant, his figure appeared above the Lin family. The presence of a peak quasi-emperor struck terror into the hearts of the Lu family members within the Great Hall. Fortunately, Lu Tianyuan stepped forward, and his quasi-emperor aura countered the oppressive force bearing down on the Lu family. It must be the Lin family head arriving. Several elders, please accompany me outside, Lu Tianyuan said, his expression grave. Although both families are imperial clans, the Lin family's strength far surpasses that of the Lu family. The strongest member of the Lu family is none other than Lu Tianyuan himself, a peak quasi-emperor. The remaining 8 elders are only at the initial quasi-emperor stage. In contrast, the Lin family boasts 7 or 8 peak quasi-emperors. However, that is not the most terrifying aspect. The greatest asset of the Lin family lies in their emperor-level powerhouses. The Lin family possesses a total of 4 emperors. This is the primary reason why the Lin family has been able to act with such impunity in recent years. With 4 emperors at their command, the Lin family's momentum has eclipsed that of the 10 major imperial clans, with many already believing that the Lin family is qualified to replace them. Lu Tianyuan, accompanied by the 8 elders, stepped out of the Great Hall and gazed solemnly at the Lin family head Lin Yuan hovering above the Why sincerest apologies for the lack of hospitality in welcoming you. Lin family head, I hope you can forgive us. Lin Yuan, high above in the sky, paid no heed to Lu Tianyuan's subservient demeanor. With a cold snort, he declared, in 2 hours, dawn will break. If your Lu family cannot provide us with a satisfactory explanation by then, prepare for your annihilation. Upon hearing the words annihilation, the 8 elders clenched their fists in anger. Lu Tianyuan was equally furious, yet he could not afford to escalate the situation at this moment. After all, the younger members of the Lu family had yet to escape safely. Lin family head, there's been a misunderstanding. Why not descend so we can clarify matters and resolve this misunderstanding? Lu Tianyuan suggested, attempting to placate Lin Yuan. If he had been more perceptive earlier, we would not have come to this point. Lin Yuan sneered at a few months prior. He had personally visited the Lu family to request the borrowing of the Taishu sword cannon, only to be outright above the sky. The patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Yuan, left behind a single sentence before turning away. The purpose of his visit was to personally obliterate all hopes of the Lu family, plunging them into a state of panic, dread, and the looming specter of death. As the Lin patriarch departed, Lu Tianyuan abruptly lost all semblance of authority. It was as if all strength had been siphoned from him, and the light in his eyes dimmed in an instant. Now, their only hope rested solely on Lu Linglong, if she could indeed summon the ancestral figure of Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago. Perhaps the Lu family could still cling to a chance of survival. Amidst the raging purple lightning and the roaring thunder, they found themselves in the Tianyuan. Beyond Tianyuan lay the vast expanse of the Realm Sea, which separated the territories of the alien races from that of humanity, serving as the front line against their incursions. For 1,000,000 years, countless human emperors stood guard over the Realm Sea, sacrificing their lives to fend off the alien threats. Yet in the last 100,000 years, the Realm Sea had been eerily tranquil. This peace was solely attributed to the great Emperor Lu Xuan, who 100,000 years ago ventured alone into the Tianyuan, single-handedly suppressing the passage to the alien realm. Since then, the alien races had not even dared to set foot outside the Tianyuan, let alone wreak havoc in the Realm Sea. for 100,000 years. The realm sea remained calm, and within humanity, harmony prevailed. However, the sacrifices made by the great Emperor Lu Xuan for this peace had long been forgotten. Deep within the Tianyuan, a colossal coffin known as the God-burying coffin lay, sealing the entrance to the alien realm. Surrounding the coffin were massive chains, forming a formation that sealed the passage so tightly that not even a fly could pass through. Inside the bronze coffin rested the frail body of Lu Xuan. The great emperor, and one had anticipated that, after 100,000 years, this once mighty emperor still clung to life. Although his aura was feeble, with his intake of breath outnumbering his exhalations, he remained alive. Even if just a flicker of breath remained, he was still an emperor. The majesty of the emperor was not to be trifled with. As long as he had not completely perished, the alien races would forever be too afraid to venture even a step into the passage. "It's been 100,000 years," the emperor lamented. "I have grown old and weary." Lu Xuan's voice was intermittent, filled with profound sorrow. Once he had been the epitome of grace and power, suppressing an era with his charisma. Yet, who could have imagined that such a towering figure would be forced to guard the Tianyuan for 100,000 years? He had never stepped beyond the Tianyuan nor returned to humanity. Living in a state akin to exile, this vast Tianyuan was like a cage, tightly imprisoning him, the once unparalleled emperor. Now, as his life approached its inevitable conclusion, he dared not even entertain the hope of returning to his roots. With a deep sigh, Lu Xuan expressed his longing. Over the past 100,000 years, his greatest wish had been to return to humanity, to catch a final glimpse of his family and kin. For the sake of his lineage, he had willingly endured this exile. Yet he understood that such desires were mere fantasies. The immortal clans and eternal doctrines would never permit his return to humanity. Even after 100,000 years, they would not allow Lu Xuan to rejoin his family. The once invincible emperor found himself unable to fulfill even the simplest wish before his demise. A tear slipped from the corner of Lu Xuan's eye as he struggled to recall what humanity looked like, to remember the Lu family, to envision his loved ones. Yet, everything eluded him. 100,000 years was an eternity, long enough for him to forget everything. Alas, he resigned himself, as long as the Lu family remained unharmed. It would be worth it. Lu Xuan sighed once more. However, just as he was about to close his eyes again, a flicker of weak light emerged from his nearly desiccated blood. This faint glimmer acted like a tonic, igniting a surge of vitality within his lifeless veins. That it was the bloodline of his descendants calling to him. The dullness in Lu Xuan's eyes suddenly sparked with excitement. After 100,000 years, he had thought that no one in his family remembered him. Yet now he felt the power of his bloodline reaching out to him. With the aid of this faint bloodline power, his physical state improved slightly. Enough to elate Lu Xuan. He had waited in solitude for 100,000 years and never expected to receive a call from his descendants at the twilight of his life. He treaded carefully, unwilling to disrupt this fragile connection, fearing that any misstep would sever the link. Meanwhile, within the great hall of the Lu family, Lu Linglong also sensed the presence of her ancestor, Lu Xuan, through the bloodline call. However, she felt no joy. She could discern that Lu Xuan was in grave condition, seemingly at the brink of death. Even if they managed to connect with an emperor on the verge of collapse, it would not aid their plight, let alone alter the dire circumstances of the Lu family. Observing his daughter closely, Lu Tianyuan's heart raced at the moment he noticed the change in Lu Linglong's expression. He anxiously whispered, "Linglong, have you made contact with Ancestor Lu Xuan?" Seeing the tension in his father's demeanor and the hopeful gazes of the Lu family members around him, Lu Linglong could not bear to shatter their last flicker of hope and nodded slowly. At that moment, the great hall fell into a profound silence. The eyes of the Lu family members, filled with anticipation, sparkled with hope, which quickly evolved into joy. They could hardly believe that they had truly made contact with Ancestor Lu Xuan. In an instant, the Lu family members in the hall were overwhelmed with excitement. Yet they remained silent, afraid to utter a word. Lu Linglong had instructed them that during the bloodline summoning, they must not be disturbed. The great hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the patriarch, Lu Tianyuan, regained his composure from the shock and cautiously inquired, Linglong, how is the ancestor? After all, 100,000 years had passed, and Lu Tianyuan surmised that even if Lu Xuan were alive, he could not be in good health. Seeing through her father's concern, Lu Linglong sighed helplessly and replied softly, "The ancestor is in dire straits. If no aid is provided, he may very well perish." Her voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the ears of the Lu family members gathered in the hall, upon hearing that their ancestor was on the verge of demise. The Lu family members wept silently. Their only hope for survival was extinguished, and they mourned for their ancestor, who was about to fall. Though they had never met Lu Xuan, they were deeply grateful for his sacrifices. From a young age, they had been told of Lu Xuan's deeds. The elders in the family had recounted how it was Lu Xuan who, through his sacrifice, had secured their chance for survival. Now, a selfless ancestor, who had given everything for the Lu family, was about to perish, and the members of the Lu family felt genuine sorrow for him. Li Yuan never anticipated that the ancestor they had just contacted would soon face his end. He sighed and anxiously looked at his daughter, asking Linglong, "Is there anything we could do to assist the ancestor?" He had heard clearly that Lu Linglong had mentioned that without help, it would be dire. Could they perhaps offer aid to Ancestor Lu Xuan? Lu Linglong had revealed the truth in hopes of garnering support from her family. She spoke softly, suggesting that we could gather the essence blood of all our kin and, through the bloodline summoning array, provide our ancestor with a continuous flow of our lineage's vitality. As long as there is sufficient essence blood, our ancestor will undoubtedly be able to endure. The bloodline summoning array employs special means to establish a bridge of connection between her and the esteemed Emperor Lu Xuan. Through this array, not only can we sense the condition of our ancestor Lu Xuan and communicate with him, but we can even deliver essence blood to him via the bloodline array. Although the essence blood from the Lu family cannot extend the lifespan of our ancestor Lu Xuan, it can temporarily slow down his aging process. If we provide enough essence blood, perhaps we can even restore our ancestor Lu Xuan to the peak of his formidable power. The Lu family now faces dire peril. Relying solely on these family members, we cannot withstand the Lin family. They would merely become casualties under the blade of the Lin family's ancestor, by gathering the essence blood of all kin to deliver to our ancestor Lu Xuan. We might still have a glimmer of hope, of course, if these Lu family members are willing to sacrifice themselves and offer their life essence. That would be even better for the soon-to-fall Emperor Lu Xuan. Life essence is far more crucial than mere essence blood. If he could absorb a substantial amount of life essence, it might even prolong his lifespan. Our ancestor Lu Xuan is at the brink of death. Unable to prevent the depletion of life essence within him, if he could absorb enough life essence to extend his lifespan, restoring his combat power would be even less of an issue. However, Lu Linglong could not express the notion of sacrificing lives among the Lu family. Thus, she opted for the second-best solution, urging the family members to contribute their essence blood. While this would impact their strength, it could be compensated for through future cultivation. As for the sacrifice of lives, that is a matter that can only be considered when the Lu family truly faces a life-and-death crisis. Lu Linglong initially thought that persuading the family members to offer their essence blood would encounter some resistance. To her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, all the family members in the grand hall rolled up their sleeves, ready to donate their essence blood. Even the children in their teens raised their arms with determination. Witnessing the response of the kin, the clan leader Lu Tianyuan was deeply moved. He waved his hand, signaling for the younger children to step back, allowing the stronger family members to come forward. As the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan took the lead, continuously forcing essence blood from his body to gather before Lu Linglong. Linglong, tell our ancestor that we, the Lu family, are willing to sacrifice everything for him. As long as our ancestor needs it, even if it requires us to give our lives, it is not a problem. Lu Tianyuan, being a peak quasi-emperor, understood well what a soon-to-fall emperor truly needed. If Ancestor Lu Xuan wished, he could even lead the way in offering his life essence. The 8 elders also stepped forward, donating their essence blood while proclaiming, "Tell our ancestor that we can offer everything for him." One by one, the Lu family members approached the grand hall in silence, contributing their essence blood. For a moment, the entire hall resonated with the sound of dripping essence blood. Meanwhile, within the god burial coffin in Tianyuan. The recovering Lu Xuan sensed the increasing strength of the bloodline from his descendants and slowly inquired, "Is the Lu family well?" After 10,000 years, upon making contact with the descendants of the Lu family, his first question was about their well-being. However, after a long pause, he received no response and could only helplessly close his eyes again. He could feel that he was truly at the end of his life, his body completely out of control. Even his consciousness was gradually slipping away from his grasp. He knew that death was imminent. As death approached, he felt no despair or reluctance. After 10 millennia of mere existence, he had long since become accustomed to facing life and death with tranquility. Now, as death drew near, it felt more like a release to him. Yet, he still felt a tinge of regret. Having finally made contact with his descendants, he was left with no opportunity to exchange even a single word with them, merely to die, burdened by this regret. In the Lu family grand hall, Lu Linglong was also quite anxious. She had prepared ample essence blood from the family members to aid in the recovery of Ancestor Lu Xuan. However, she could clearly sense that his aura was growing increasingly faint. As if he were on the verge of complete demise, in that instant, Lu Linglong was drenched in a cold sweat. No, if Ancestor Lu Xuan falls, the Lu family will be utterly doomed. In a moment of desperation, she utilized the bloodline summoning array to convey her voice to Ancestor Lu Xuan. "Ancestor, are you still alive? If you do not return soon, the Lu family will face annihilation." Originally, the already feeble and waning Emperor Lu Xuan, upon hearing these urgent calls, suddenly sat up within the god burial coffin. He had just one foot in the gates of the underworld when Lu Linglong's persistent calls brought him back. What has happened to the Lu family? Lu Xuan was engulfed in fury. It was this very rage that sustained him, allowing him to return from the brink of death. What has transpired in the Lu family? His voice trembled with anger. We, the Lu family, a dignified imperial clan with over 1 million members, how could we face extinction? Hearing Ancestor Lu Xuan's inquiry, Lu Linglong fell silent. Through the bloodline summoning, she felt a profound connection with the esteemed Emperor Lu Xuan. Thus, she could sense that his condition remained dire, teetering on the edge of collapse at any moment. However, she also understood that a figure of Ancestor Lu Xuan's caliber could not be easily deceived. With a resigned sigh, Lu Linglong slowly replied, "Ancestor Lu Xuan, you must brace yourself. The Lu family is currently facing extermination." Upon hearing Lu Linglong's words, Lu Xuan's anger surged, and his broken imperial form trembled with agitation. The flicker of life he had recently regained rapidly diminishing. Sensing Ancestor Lu Xuan's state, Lu Linglong hurriedly transmitted the essence blood from the family members. Drop after drop of pure essence blood flowed into his body, restoring a glimmer of vitality to Lu Xuan that he calmed his excited emotions, attuning to the continuous influx of essence blood as his withered bloodline greedily absorbed this vital force. Within moments, Lu Xuan inquired again, "What is your name? To be able to contact me through bloodline summoning, we must share a close relationship." As a peak emperor, Lu Xuan was naturally aware of bloodline summoning. However, executing such a summoning was no simple task. Merely inscribing the summoning array within oneself was something beyond the average individual's capability. "I am Linglong, your 6th-generation descendant." Lu Linglong responded, In this brief exchange, through the continuous delivery of essence blood, she could sense that Ancestor Lu Xuan's aura had significantly recovered. Although it could not extend his lifespan, it would allow him to temporarily regain some strength, surviving for a few more days without issue. She cast a glance at the remaining essence blood before her and continued to send it forth. Since Lu Linglong's revelation, Lu Xuan was momentarily stunned. He remained in disbelief for several breaths of time before finally asking, "Did you just say you're my 6th-generation descendant? I actually have descendants?" Lu Xuan was bewildered. When he left the Lu family to guard Tianyuan, he was nearly 3,000 years old, yet he had remained a bachelor, devoted entirely to his cultivation without ever marrying. Thus, hearing Lu Linglong declare herself as his descendant was something he struggled to accept. However, he did not doubt her identity. Only a descendant could connect with him through bloodline summoning. Moreover, from the essence blood Lu Linglong had initially transmitted, Lu Xuan could clearly sense the imperial bloodline power within her. All of this confirmed that Lu Linglong was indeed his descendant, yet he remains oblivious to which of his former confidants has bequeathed him this bloodline. Ancestor Lu Linglong is rendered speechless. This is a question she cannot answer. Does the venerable elder not know if he has descendants? Ha ha ha! I, Lu Xuan, too have heirs. Truly, the heavens do not forsake me. Within the god burial coffin, Lu Xuan bursts into hearty laughter. Once untroubled, he now seems to have found a reason to persist. Even for the sake of his progeny, he cannot succumb to death at this moment. After his boisterous laughter subsides, Lu Xuan inhales deeply and calmly states, Linglong, please elaborate on the current situation of the Lu family. Lu Xuan does not refuse the continuous offering of his kin's essence. He requires this vitality to temporarily restore his strength in order to survive. Lu Linglong, not daring to waste any time, recounts in detail the events that have transpired within the Lu family. How outrageous! The Lin family, when I departed, was merely an inconsequential imperial clan. Who has bestowed upon them such audacity to now bully my Lu family? Lu Xuan exclaims in righteous fury that he had not anticipated that upon his departure, the Lu family would descend into such a state of decline. Simultaneously, an immense wrath ignites within his gaze. What a long-lived family! What an indestructible lineage! When I left, they vowed to ensure my Lu family's eternal peace. Yet, merely a mere 100,000 years later, my Lu family is on the brink of annihilation. You treacherous wretches! Do not blame me for breaking my promises. Consumed by uncontainable rage, Lu Xuan steps forth from the god burial coffin. This marks the first time he has emerged from the coffin since he entered it 50,000 years ago. In a bid to prolong his fleeting lifespan, his form appears above the abyss, his once magnificent imperial body now emaciated, resembling a mere reed. Nonetheless, at the moment he steps out of the coffin, countless powerful ancient beings from other races, sealed within the passageway, gaze upon him in terror. Upon sensing that familiar and dreadful aura, these formidable ancient beings tremble in fright. Damn it! After 100,000 years, that fellow is still alive. How can he persist in life? As long as he draws breath, we remain trapped here, unable to take a single step forward. He has sealed us for 100,000 years. Must it go on indefinitely? The ancient beings of other races unleash their furious and unwilling roars. They have awaited for 100,000 years, lying in wait, hoping for Lu Xuan's demise. Yet now, the very Lu Xuan who seemed poised to fall has resurrected. For the foreign races, this is an utterly unacceptable revelation. In the world beyond the passageway, the ancient beings of other races seethe with impotent rage. They yearn to break free from the passageway and descend upon the human race. Yet they are paralyzed by fear of Lu Xuan. The harbinger of death ain't this moment. Lu Xuan's gaze pierces through the passage, descending into the alien realm, that he appears as a god beyond reach, surveying the foreign world with an imposing presence. Ultimately, his gaze settles upon an ancient being of another race. Sensing Lu Xuan's scrutiny, the ancient being trembles slightly, unsure of how he has once again provoked this harbinger of death. Uneasily, he steps out from his palace, hovering in the sky, and upon locking eyes with Lu Xuan, he coldly remarks, Lu Xuan, you still draw breath? I thought you had perished. What is this? A farewell to your old adversaries before your demise. This ancient being is Lu Xuan's old rival, the flame sovereign of the Tianhua clan. When Lu Xuan first descended into the abyss, he had severely wounded their clan in a single battle. Lu Xuan slew 3 ancient sovereigns of their clan that time. The flame sovereign before him was merely at the quasi-sovereign level. In the realm of foreign races, a quasi-sovereign equates to a quasi-emperor among humans. It was after Lu Xuan's slaughter of the 3 ancient sovereigns that this individual ascended to become the new flame sovereign. Thus, in truth, Lu Xuan stands as their nemesis, yet also as the benefactor of the flame clan. Were it not for Lu Xuan's actions against the previous 3 ancient sovereigns, he would not have attained his current position. Over the years, the Flame Sovereign had led the Tianhua clan's elites in numerous attempts to breach the passageway. However, each endeavor ended in failure. Gradually, the Tianhua clan had lost the courage to tread the passage even a single step. Even the Flame Sovereign had quietly remained in this alien realm, lying low for tens of thousands of years. Now, upon seeing Lu Xuan again, despite witnessing the ravaged state of Lu Xuan's imperial body and sensing the waning life essence within him, the Flame Sovereign still does not dare to approach the passageway. This individual is a madman. Even if he has but a breath left, he cannot afford to be careless. After all, he has witnessed countless times Lu Xuan, even when on the brink of death, slay ancient sovereigns of foreign races. Having finally awaited Lu Xuan's impending demise, he only needs to remain patient for this individual to perish completely, allowing him to leave the passageway and escape the abyss. There is no need to engage in battle with him at this moment. He does not wish to become a casualty beneath Lu Xuan's blade, within the ranks of the foreign races. As the Flame Sovereign speaks, numerous ancient beings turn their eager gazes toward this scene. They too see Lu Xuan's tattered form, seemingly on the verge of collapse, yet none dare to tread the passage, nor underestimate Lu Xuan's might. They remain silent, waiting to observe what this soon-to-fall Lu Xuan intends to do upon emerging from the god burial coffin. In times past, had the Flame Sovereign dared to mock him thus, Lu Xuan would have undoubtedly decimated the Tianhua clan, forcing them to flee in disarray. However, in the present moment, Lu Xuan remains remarkably composed. He is no longer the Lu Xuan of yore. Having learned the tribulations faced by the Lu family over the years, he has undergone a complete transformation. Since you have chosen to remain in the abyss, yet dare to bully my Lu family, do not blame me for reversing my stance. A group of ungrateful scoundrels do not deserve the protection of this emperor. Stepping forth from the god burial coffin, Lu Xuan's authoritative gaze shifts away from the Flame Sovereign and surveys the myriad ancient beings of foreign races. Wherever his gaze lands, trepidation and unease ripple through the ancient beings. Finally, he retracts his gaze, and his commanding voice reverberates throughout the alien realm. Grant me the elixir of immortality, and I shall depart from the abyss. Henceforth, the safety of the human race shall have no connection to me. Lu Xuan, his voice echoes across the alien domain. Those who hear his words gaze up at the sky in astonishment. They cannot fathom that the guardian of the abyss for 100,000 years would utter such declarations. Numerous ancient beings of foreign races who had awaited Lu Xuan's demise are left dumbfounded by his proclamation. Over the years, they had attempted to entice Lu Xuan with the promise of the elixir of immortality, hoping he would abandon his post in the abyss. Yet each time, Lu Xuan had firmly rejected their offers, with some ancient sovereigns even meeting their end at his hands. What has transpired now? Have they all collectively succumbed to auditory hallucinations? Did Lu Xuan truly utter those words? The ancient sovereigns who once sought to bribe Lu Xuan with the elixir of immortality now find it hard to believe that these words came from his lips. After a prolonged silence, the ancient sovereigns of foreign races gradually regain their composure. However, they remain skeptical of Lu Xuan, even suspecting he is attempting to deceive them. The Flame Sovereign, with a cold laugh, retorts, Lu Xuan, such tricks are fit only to fool a 3-year-old. Do you truly believe we are so foolish? As soon as his words fall, another ancient sovereign interjects, Lu Xuan, you seek to dupe us into relinquishing the elixir of immortality. Do you not? We cannot overpower you, but that does not mean we lack intelligence. Abandon your delusions. You have guarded this place for 100,000 years. If we were to grant you the elixir, would that not enable you to continue your vigil here? Lu Xuan, do you truly think us to be imbeciles? You might as well relinquish that hope. The elixir of immortality is beyond your reach. We need only wait for your demise. Why engage in unnecessary schemes? The ancient emperors of foreign races harbored disbelief in Lu Xuan's words. Indeed, as they articulated, even if Lu Xuan spoke the truth, they could never bestow the elixir of immortality upon him. All they needed to do was bide their time until Lu Xuan met his demise, at which point they could reopen the portal and escape the abyss. Should they actually grant Lu Xuan the elixir, it would only serve to invite trouble upon themselves. Lu Xuan had already anticipated that the elixir in the possession of these ancient emperors of foreign races would not be easily acquired. He was well prepared. At the moment when their mocking remarks echoed, Lu Xuan spoke again, his voice resonating with even greater authority. This emperor is not here to negotiate with you. You have no choice. I shall wait for but 10 breaths. Should I not see the elixir of immortality, I will step into the foreign realm." His voice was commanding, imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace. The very emperors who had previously mocked him now found themselves in a state of panic upon hearing Lu Xuan's intention to invade the foreign realm. Should this harbinger of death truly set foot in that domain, it would unleash a tempest of bloodshed. Such a loss was beyond their capacity to bear. Damn it! Has Lu Xuan lost his mind? Has he not always refrained from entering the foreign realm? Why this exception now? If this fiend enters, who knows how many of our kin will perish at his hands? One ancient emperor of a foreign race roared, glaring furiously at the astonished emperor of heavenly fire, lamenting, "Heavenly fire, this is all your fault. Why did you provoke this harbinger of death? If he truly enters, your heavenly fire clan will be the first to face him." At that moment, the emperor of heavenly fire was also overwhelmed with a torrent of regret. He had not anticipated that his momentary slip of the tongue would incite this harbinger of death to consider an invasion of the foreign realm. Though he feared Lu Xuan, he held no fear for the ancient emperors of foreign races. He shot back with a fierce glare, coldly retorting, "I was not the only one speaking just now. Did you not also mock him? What? Now you seek to cower. Instead of wasting time, it would be prudent to devise a means to placate this harbinger of death. Indeed, a solution must be found swiftly. No matter the cost, this harbinger of death must not be permitted to enter the foreign realm." The very emperors who had previously taunted him now bore expressions of sheer terror. They understood all too well Lu Xuan's vengeful nature. Once he entered the foreign realm, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be those who had just taunted him. Although Lu Linglong could not witness the events transpiring in the foreign realm, she heard Lu Xuan's commanding voice through the bloodline, summoning a ray. Hiss! This Lu Xuan ancestor appears to be quite formidable. Even when reduced to a mere breath, he dares to threaten the ancient emperors of foreign races. He is surely no ordinary being. Lu Linglong was astounded. The ancient emperors were all figures of imperial caliber, many standing at the pinnacle of their power. Yet Lu Xuan, the ancestor, was able to threaten these ancient emperors. Underscoring the magnitude of his strength and authority, Lu Linglong remained silent, refraining from further speech, lest she disrupt Lu Xuan's strategy. The essence of the Lu clan's bloodline could temporarily restore Lu Xuan. But it was not the perfect solution. Securing the elixir of immortality would be the ultimate answer. That a single elixir could extend the life of the soon-to-fall Lu Xuan by millennia, fundamentally resolving his plight. Lu Linglong felt a wave of anxiety. She was uncertain how the ancient emperors would choose. Despite Lu Xuan's formidable strength, he was on the brink of death. Should the ancient emperors remain obstinate in withholding the elixir, Lu Xuan would have no choice but to venture into the foreign realm. Given his current state, such a foray would only lead to his demise. Yet he would undoubtedly take some of the foreign beings with him, possibly even dragging down an ancient emperor to share his fate. However, that was not the outcome the Lu clan desired. Should Lu Xuan perish, the Lu clan would be finished, within the grand hall of the Lu clan. All eyes were anxiously fixed upon Lu Linglong. They sought to discern whether their offered blood essence could aid Lu Xuan. "Linglong, tell the ancestor. If it is insufficient, we can offer our life essence. As for me, I am at least at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. With my essence, I can surely aid the ancestor," Lu Tianyuan declared resolutely, willing to sacrifice his own life essence to restore Lu Xuan's strength. "No, clan leader, you are the backbone of our Lu clan. You must not suffer harm. If the ancestor requires it, we old fellows can also provide our life essence. Though we may not match your strength, we are still at the quasi-emperor level. With our essence, the ancestor will surely be able to regain some strength temporarily. Linglong, convey to the ancestor that we stand ready to offer our life essence at any moment." As soon as Lu Tianyuan's words fell, he was intercepted by the 8 elders, who crowded in front of him. "I end this moment of life and death." The unity of the Lu clan astonished Lu Linglong. This family was indeed unlike the one from her past life. "Father, esteemed elders, do not worry. The ancestor is negotiating with the ancient emperors. He does not yet require our assistance." Lu Linglong halted their fervor. offering them a reassuring smile. We must have faith in the Ancestor. After all, he is the mightiest emperor from 100,000 years ago. His capabilities far exceed our imagination. Her words ignited a spark of hope within the Lu clan members. They remembered that their ancestor was no ordinary individual. To have survived for 100,000 years as an emperor was a rarity throughout history. Their ancestor's longevity must be attributed to his unique methods and abilities. Linglong, did you just say the Ancestor is negotiating with the ancient emperors? Does that not mean he is still in the abyss? Lu Tianyuan's expression shifted. Their ancestor, far from the abyss, even if contacted. What could be done? Distant waters could not quench nearby thirst. No matter how capable Lu Xuan was, he could not possibly save them from a distance of tens of thousands of miles. Lu Linglong, perceiving her father's concerns, smiled reassuringly. Father, do not fret. The Ancestor's abilities are beyond our comprehension, and he is already aware of our plight. He will protect us. Alas, I hope the Ancestor returns swiftly. Lu Tianyuan sighed. Choosing not to elaborate further, he gazed towards the Grand Hall's entrance, where the night was gradually dissipating and dawn was on the horizon. Yet, for the Lu clan, they wished for dawn to tarry a while longer. They even hoped that the darkness would linger, granting them more time. Elders, should the Ancestor be unable to assist us for the time being, we must find a way to delay. Lu Tianyuan summoned the 8 elders to confer on a strategy. Outside the portal to the abyss, in the foreign realm, the time of 10 breaths has arrived. Lu Qinyuan's voice reverberated throughout the foreign realm. It appears you are unwilling to reconcile. If so, I shall have to procure the elixir of immortality myself. As his voice fell, the portal to the alien realm trembled, and countless thunderous sword energies surged forth, following Lu Xuan as he stepped forward, spreading above his head towards the foreign lands, with the essence blood provided by his kin. Lu Xuan temporarily regained a portion of his unparalleled strength at the peak of the Emperor realm. With a single step, he exited the boundary and ascended into the skies above the alien realm. Behind him, billions of thunderous sword energies rampaged, transforming into a vast thundercloud that enveloped the heavens of the alien domain. Upon witnessing this harbinger of death truly emerge from the portal and descend upon their world, the ancient emperors of the alien races were struck with fear, their faces paling in unison. These ancient emperors had once been defeated commanders under Lu Xuan. Over the past 100 millennia, many among them had attempted to lead their kin in a bid to break through the boundary, only to be repelled by Lu Xuan's might. Had it not been for Lu Xuan's unwavering adherence to the pact of not stepping beyond the boundary, more than half of these ancient emperors would have likely perished at his hands long ago. Now, this god of slaughter had indeed torn apart the agreement, stepping out of the boundary and descending into the alien realm. As Lu Xuan advanced step by step, these ancient emperors of alien races recoiled in terror. Among them, the ancient emperor of the fiery heavens was particularly distressed. Upon realizing that Lu Xuan's first destination was his territory, he felt a surge of despair. He had been the first to mock Lu Xuan, and now, Lu Xuan had entered his domain first. This was undoubtedly an act of retribution. Yet despite this, the ancient emperor of the fiery heavens dared not utter a word, lacking even the courage to confront Lu Xuan. The heavens conspired against my fiery heaven clan. Cursed be it. Had I known this would come to pass, I would never have provoked this god of slaughter. The ancient emperor of the fiery heavens found himself bereft of tears. Lu Xuan had arrived with his sights set on their clan. Meanwhile, the surrounding ancient emperors of the alien races merely watched the spectacle unfold, none daring to extend a helping hand. Just as the ancient emperor of the fiery heavens contemplated whether to concede, a sudden voice reached his ears. The previously panicked ancient emperor of the fiery heavens now appeared greatly encouraged, a glimmer of confidence flickering in his eyes. He stepped forth from the fiery heaven clan, ascending into the skies to obstruct Lu Xuan's advance, his voice tinged with excitement as he proclaimed, "Lu Xuan, retreat. Do not forget, this is the alien realm. Fiery heaven, are you courting death?" Lu Xuan halted, his voice resonating with authority and arrogance. He stood amidst the void, his decaying imperial form exuding a foul odor. Nevertheless, his imperial aura still suppressed the ancient emperor of the fiery heavens, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. A peak emperor. The ancient emperor of the fiery heavens felt diminutive as an ant before Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, halt. I know I'm no match for you, but do not forget that this is the alien realm. If you remain hidden in the abyss of heaven, we cannot harm you. But now that you have entered the alien realm, do you truly fear death? The ancient emperor of the fiery heavens summoned his courage to speak. Blocking Lu Xuan's path, beneath Lu Xuan's feet lay the territory of the fiery heaven clan. He did not wish to witness his clan fall beneath Lu Xuan's sword. Yet, even with all his courage, his body quaked in fear before Lu Xuan. This was an innate dread, one he could not control. Were it not for the assurance someone had bestowed upon him, he would never have dared to confront this god of slaughter. Fiery heaven, are you threatening me? Lu Xuan scoffed coldly, aware of the source of the ancient emperor of the fiery heaven's newfound confidence. The once trembling ancient emperor now dared to stand against him. Clearly emboldened by the presence of the alien nobles, beings that transcended the ancient emperors, were akin to the imperial lords of the human realm. 10 millennia prior, Lu Xuan had been compelled by the 7 great imperial lords of the human race to abandon his freedom and guard the abyss of heaven. Now that he had set foot in the alien realm, he would undoubtedly draw the attention of those alien nobles. The moment he entered the alien realm, he had anticipated this outcome. Calmly observing the ancient emperor of the fiery heavens before him, Lu Xuan's voice resonated with a deep and powerful timbre, echoing throughout the alien domain, or the alien realm. There exists no place in this world that Lu Xuan cannot traverse. However, scarcely had his words faded when a chilling voice suddenly rang out. Lu Xuan, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Entering my alien realm and daring to act so audaciously, do you think no one here can subdue you? At the moment this voice fell, a towering black figure appeared in the sky. The previously terrified ancient emperors of the alien races erupted with excitement upon witnessing this dark silhouette. It was the Black-Wind Noble. With the Black-Wind Noble's arrival, even if Lu Xuan was a god of slaughter, he was certainly no match for the Black-Wind Noble. The emergence of the Black-Wind Noble instilled hope in the hearts of these ancient emperors. A single noble could easily suppress the soon-to-fall Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan also turned his gaze towards the Black-Wind Noble in the sky. He had expected the noble to manifest in his true form, but was somewhat disappointed to see only a projection. A mere projection dares to obstruct me? Lu Xuan chuckled coldly, and behind him, billions of thunderous sword energies instantly transformed into countless beams of light, slicing towards the projection of the noble in the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, the ancient emperors, who had been exuding excitement moments ago, were left utterly stunned. They knew Lu Xuan was arrogant, but they never anticipated he would be so brazen, despite being on the brink of collapse. His imperial body decaying, he dared to draw his sword against a noble. Even if it was merely a projection of a noble, it was beyond what Lu Xuan, as an emperor, could contend with. Though the gap between a noble and an emperor was thin, the disparity in power was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Throughout history, how many extraordinarily talented emperors had ultimately fallen before the threshold of the nobles? Even a being like Lu Xuan had not attained the status of an imperial lord. As Lu Xuan made his move, the entire alien realm fell into an eerie silence. It seemed as if everyone was rendered speechless by shock. The ancient emperor of the fiery heavens, who had just attempted to obstruct Lu Xuan, was now trembling in fear at the sight of Lu Xuan drawing his sword against the Black-Wind Noble. Lu Xuan is simply insane. The ancient emperor of the fiery heavens contemplated fleeing. To stand in the path of such a madman was tantamount to courting death. Yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to move. All he could do was gaze in terror towards the horizon, praying that the Black-Wind Noble would vanquish this god of slaughter. Lu Xuan, drawing your sword against me. Who grants you such audacity? The Black-Wind Noble at the skies and was equally taken aback. He had never expected Lu Xuan to draw his sword against him. A mere dying individual, who had emboldened him so. Although he had descended only as a projection, it still possessed the power of a noble. How could Lu Xuan dare to act so recklessly, deep within the ancient hall of the alien realm? The Black-Wind Noble, draped in a black dragon robe, slammed his palm against the table before him, shattering the imperial-grade surface. Cursed be it! Who grants him such audacity? Am I someone he can offend? The Black Wind noble was infuriated. Within this alien realm, he was one of the most powerful beings. Now, to be insulted by a soon-to-fall emperor like Lu Xuan left him seething with rage. The skies, and the projection of the Black Wind noble also made its move. As it did, a tempest of swirling black winds erupted across the heavens, enveloping a vast expanse of sky and descending upon Lu Xuan. This was his invincible divine ability, the Black Wind Calamity. Summoning endless black winds, it manifested a cataclysm capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, its power utterly terrifying. Ordinary emperors, ensnared by his Black Wind Calamity, faced certain doom. Lu Xuan, merely a dying emperor, could never withstand the onslaught of the Black Wind Calamity. The Black Wind noble was truly enraged. With the intent to utterly obliterate Lu Xuan, he sought to ensure this arrogant human emperor paid the price. However, at the very moment when the Black Tempest disaster surged forth, Lu Xuan's myriad bolts of lightning sword energy had already descended. The clash between the lightning sword energy and the Black Tempest disaster unleashed a cataclysmic force that threatened to annihilate the heavens and the earth. In but an instant, the vast expanse of the Black Tempest disaster was engulfed by the lightning sword energy. Countless bolts of lightning sword energy, relentless in their speed, slashed toward the Black Wind Sovereign's avatar. At the horizon, the Black Wind Sovereign, who had just moments ago been brimming with confidence, now stared in disbelief as those lightning sword energies approached. Before he could utter another incredulous scream, he was consumed by the myriad bolts of lightning sword energy. No. In the realm, only the voice of the Black Wind Sovereign's unwillingness echoed throughout the void. The entire world seemed to fall into an unparalleled silence at that moment. Countless beings from other realms stood agape, gazing at the horizon. Yet, there was no trace of the Black Wind Sovereign to be found. An invincible sovereign from another realm had simply vanished. Although they understood it was merely an avatar of the Black Wind Sovereign. No one could truly believe that Lu Xuan had the capability to obliterate a sovereign's avatar. All the beings from other realms were left dumbfounded by this spectacle. The ancient sovereigns of various races were equally astonished. Their previously worn smiles completely evaporated, and one had anticipated that Lu Xuan had grown to such formidable heights. With a broken imperial physique, he had slain a sovereign with a single stroke. It was utterly unfathomable. The heavenly fire ancient sovereign was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Even his greatest backing had perished at Lu Xuan's hands. For him, approaching Lu Xuan would be akin to courting death. Fortunately, Lu Xuan was not truly invincible. After striking down the Black Wind Sovereign's avatar, Lu Xuan was soon racked with a fit of coughs, the overwhelming imperial aura surrounding him diminishing by at least half in an instant. Nevertheless, the brilliance in Lu Xuan's gaze remained as sharp as a blade. What a pity, had I been at my zenith, this strike would have been even more potent. Lu Xuan's gaze withdrew from the horizon, and his words once again reverberated throughout the entire other realm. Particularly for the heavenly fire ancient sovereign, who was closest to him, the fear was palpable that a single strike had slain a sovereign. This was not even Lu Xuan's utmost power. Hiss! He could scarcely imagine how formidable Lu Xuan must have been at his peak. Only at this moment did he realize that all these years, in the face of these ancient sovereigns from other realms, Lu Xuan had never unleashed his full strength. Lu Xuan, I was mistaken. Did you not seek the elixir of immortality? I shall endeavor to find it for you. Rest assured, even if it costs the entirety of our Heavenly Fire clan, I will procure the elixir for you. The Heavenly Fire ancient sovereign was on the verge of tears before this harbinger of death. He no longer dared to refer to himself as this sovereign. He even volunteered to seek the elixir of immortality for Lu Xuan. Yet, Lu Xuan simply sighed, too late, the moment his words fell. Countless rays of sword light instantaneously magnified in the Heavenly Fire ancient sovereign's pupils. No. The Heavenly Fire ancient sovereign could only emit a cry of disbelief before being submerged by the torrent of sword energy. Lu Xuan acted with ruthless efficiency. After slaying the sovereign's avatar with a single stroke, he also extinguished the Heavenly Fire ancient sovereign. Moreover, this time he did not merely sever the Heavenly Fire ancient sovereign's imperial form, but directly absorbed the essence of his imperial origin. He stood quietly in the sky, effortlessly dispatching an ancient sovereign from another realm, and then publicly refined the essence of the heavenly fire ancient sovereign's imperial origin. He displayed utter disregard for the assembly of ancient sovereigns from other realms. This was the pinnacle of arrogance. Yet, as they beheld this scene, none dared to intervene. The ancient sovereigns from various races were desperate to flee, wanting to distance themselves from this reaper of death. As for avenging the heavenly fire ancient sovereign, that was not even a consideration. What to do? If Lu Xuan refined the imperial origin, his strength would only grow more formidable, even without the elixir of immortality. He would temporarily be beyond death. Had we known, we would have presented him with a single elixir of immortality. For the sake of an elixir, we have incurred the wrath of such a death god. We are truly foolish, with the heavenly fire ancient sovereign now deceased. Once this death god refines his imperial origin, the next to perish will undoubtedly be us. This fellow is capable of slaying even the sovereign's avatar. We are simply not equipped to withstand him. We must hastily summon the sovereign to intervene. Only the sovereign's presence can suppress this death god. The ancient sovereigns from various races were filled with trepidation. Most of them had mocked Lu Xuan moments ago. Now that he had refined the heavenly fire ancient sovereign's imperial origin, he would not spare them. The only beings capable of saving them were the sovereigns from other realms. Moreover, it must be the sovereign's personal presence to have any hope of subduing Lu Xuan, the death god. After all, the Black Wind sovereign's avatar had not even been able to withstand Lu Xuan's strike. Just as these ancient sovereigns from other realms were in a state of panic, deep within the heart of the other realm's grand hall, the Black Wind sovereign was on the verge of an explosive rage. One of his avatars had been slain by Lu Xuan. This was far more difficult to accept than a mere slap to the face. He was a sovereign. Even if it was just an avatar, it was still a sovereign. To be slain by Lu Xuan was an affront he could not tolerate. The Black Wind sovereign roared in fury, ready to storm out of the Grand Hall to seek retribution against Lu Xuan. However, before he could make a move, a figure appeared outside the Grand Hall, blocking his path. The newcomer, clad in a crimson robe, possessed a beauty surpassing that of women, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that held a bewitching power. "Qing Hu, do you intend to obstruct me?" The Black Wind sovereign's fury erupted. Facing the Qing Hu sovereign, he did not hold back that Lu Xuan had annihilated his avatar, and this grudge must be avenged. No one could stop him. The Qing Hu sovereign's arrival did not require words. The Black Wind sovereign instinctively understood her purpose. Yet in the face of the Black Wind sovereign's furious roar, the Qing Hu sovereign remained unfazed. Instead, smiling sweetly as she replied, "It is not I who obstructs you, but rather the esteemed Tianzuan has sent me. Within the other realm, there is but one individual worthy of the title Tianzuan. That person is the true master of the other realm. Even they, these sovereigns, dare not defy the commands of the Tianzuan." Upon hearing the name of the Tianzuan, the Black Wind sovereign's towering rage dissipated in an instant. And he respectfully inquired, "Esteemed Tianzuan, what are your instructions?" The Qing Hu sovereign flipped her palm and produced a black Tianzuan order. The Black Wind sovereign hurriedly knelt before the Tianzuan order, awaiting the commands of the Tianzuan in silence. The black Tianzuan order in the Qing Hu sovereign's hand emitted a faint glow. Simultaneously, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from within. "Hey Feng, you defy orders. You are punished with 100 years of house arrest." Upon hearing the voice from the Tianzuan order, the Black Wind sovereign shuddered involuntarily. Within the other realm, no sovereign may act lightly without the Tianzuan's command. This is one of the prohibitions of the other realm. However, earlier, in his bid to slay Lu Xuan, he had dispatched his own avatar, which had already violated the Tianzuan's decree. Should he now step out of the Grand Hall and personally seek to slay Lu Xuan, it would be a blatant act of defiance against the Tianzuan. Although the Black Wind sovereign stood at the pinnacle of ancient sovereign strength, he dared not disregard the Tianzuan's command. "Yes, He Feng obeys." The Black Wind sovereign lowered his head in acquiescence, and then turned back into the Grand Hall. Upon seeing the Black Wind sovereign comply, the Qing Hu sovereign finally put away the Tianzuan order and approached with a smile. "He Feng, you need not feel discontent. The Tianzuan has his reasons for this course of action. The Tianzuan has instructed me to inform you that Lu Xuan must not be killed for the time being. Not only must he not be killed, But we must also present him with the elixir of immortality, ensuring his safe return to the human race. What? Not only must we not kill him, but we also have to provide him with the elixir of immortality. The Black Wind Sovereign was taken aback, incredulous as he exclaimed that Lu Xuan has guarded the passage for 100,000 years, thwarting us for 100,000 years. Now that he is finally on the brink of death, why must we still offer him the elixir of immortality? With the elixir, he could live for another 10,000 years. Wouldn't that mean he would obstruct us for another 10,000 years? He was tempted to question whether the Tianzuan had lost his mind. Yet he dared not voice this thought. Should this reach the ears of the Tianzuan, the Black Wind Sovereign might very well lose his life. The Tianzuan holds not only the supreme position within the other realm, but also possesses unparalleled and terrifying power. Even they, the peak sovereigns, are but mere ants before the Tianzuan. He recalled that 200,000 years ago, there had been a boisterous ancient sovereign who sought to challenge the Tianzuan's authority, without even the chance to strike. He was directly slain by the Tianzuan from afar. That time, the Black Wind Sovereign was merely at the quasi-imperial level. Until now, the horrors and terrors of that battle remain vivid in memory. Within this foreign realm, no one knows the origins of the Celestial Sovereign. Yet, it is universally acknowledged that only the Celestial Sovereign is the true master of this domain. In this realm, should one offend the Celestial Sovereign, not even the mightiest deities could ensure your safety. Although the Black Wind Sovereign harbors discontent regarding the Celestial Sovereign's decisions, he dares not utter the Sovereign's name, confining his complaints to the Qinghu Sovereign. The Qinghu Sovereign chuckled softly and, lowering her voice, said, "Black Wind, perhaps you are unaware. The family to which Lu Xuan belongs is on the brink of annihilation. His desire for the elixir of immortality stems from a longing to rejuvenate and return to the human realm to rescue his kin. Lu Xuan is guarded for 100,000 years, ensuring the safety of humanity. Yet, those humans have treated his family so cruelly. What do you think Lu Xuan will do upon returning?" Though her voice was low, it ignited a spark of understanding in the Black Wind Sovereign's eyes. Being a sovereign himself, he was not a fool devoid of intellect. He laughed heartily, proclaiming, If I were Lu Xuan, I would surely return to wreak havoc. Now I comprehend the Celestial Sovereign's intent. He wishes to use Lu Xuan to stir chaos among the humans. Lu Xuan's guardianship for 100,000 years has brought considerable trouble to our kind. It is time for him to return and cause some turmoil for the humans. The Black Wind Sovereign's laughter echoed throughout the vast hall, filled with pride as he added, "Of course, if Lu Xuan proves inadequate in strength and meets his demise among the humans, he would have brought it upon himself. Just moments ago, the Black Wind Sovereign was displeased with the Celestial Sovereign's decision, but now he was beaming with joy. Sending Lu Xuan back to the human realm was undoubtedly the most astute decision. He could already envision the bloodshed and chaos Lu Xuan would unleash upon his return. With Lu Xuan's prowess, unless the true bodies of the human emperors descended, none could hope to restrain him. Thus, upon his return, Lu Xuan would certainly create a ruckus, possibly slaying a few human emperors and obliterating several powerful imperial clans. Ultimately, this would draw the attention of the human emperors, leading to Lu Xuan's demise. In this way, it would serve as a form of vindication for the Black Wind Sovereign. Contemplating this, the Black Wind Sovereign could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the developments upon Lu Xuan's return. "Qinghu, is it not merely the elixir of immortality? I shall provide it. You may deliver it to Lu Xuan, and, while you're at it, convey my message. Should he survive upon his return to the human realm, I will look forward to our next encounter." The Black Wind Sovereign produced an elixir of immortality, grinning as he spoke. The Qinghu Sovereign had not anticipated that the Black Wind Sovereign, instead of causing a ruckus, would willingly offer him an elixir of immortality. This delighted her, and she responded with a radiant smile. "Rest assured, I shall deliver your message." In the skies of the foreign realm, Lu Xuan was refining the ancient emperor's essence of heavenly fire. This essence belonged to a powerful emperor, and complete refinement was not a task to be accomplished in a day. Lu Xuan remained patient, first absorbing a portion of the emperor's essence. He drew upon the essence's power. The vitality within him rapidly rejuvenated. Even his previously fragmented imperial body began to blossom with new life beneath the essence's influence. In mere moments, the decayed aura surrounding him vanished entirely, leaving no trace of death. His strength returned to its peak, resembling a terrifying demonic deity dominating the sky. The ancient emperors of the foreign realm trembled in fear as they witnessed Lu Xuan's revival and resurgence to greatness. Some of the more timid emperors began to flee, unwilling to face certain death. However, at that moment, the Qinghu sovereign approached from a distance. Clad in a crimson robe, the Qinghu sovereign descended gracefully from the void, her smile radiant as she landed before Lu Xuan. The instant she arrived, Lu Xuan sensed the overwhelming power of this ancient sovereign. Quietly, he withdrew the partially refined emperor's essence, gazing solemnly at the alluring figure before him. His brow furrowing as a serious expression graced his features. This was a true sovereign in his presence. The emergence of a sovereign compelled even Lu Xuan to abandon any notion of underestimating her. Though he had attained the pinnacle of imperial strength, reaching a realm beyond that of countless emperors, he knew he was still not a sovereign. Engaging in combat with a formidable ancient sovereign would leave him without any chance of victory. Qinghu sovereign, have you come to obstruct me? Despite knowing he was no match for the Qinghu sovereign, Lu Xuan displayed no fear or retreat, his gaze filled with unwavering determination and fierce killing intent. Noticing the murderous intent in Lu Xuan's eyes, the Qinghu sovereign quickly offered a gentle smile. Seeking to ease the tension, Lu Xuan, you need not regard me with such hostility. My purpose in coming this time is to offer you only benefits. Lu Xuan was taken aback, not expecting the Qinghu sovereign to be there to slay him. A flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes as he curiously inquired, if not to hinder me, could it be that the Qinghu sovereign is here to lend me assistance? Upon hearing Lu Xuan's words, the ancient emperors below exchanged astonished glances. What the? Is Lu Xuan mad? The Qinghu sovereign is one of our ancient sovereigns. How could she possibly come to aid him? The arrival of the Qinghu sovereign was not comparable to the earlier appearance of the Black Wind sovereign's avatar. Even if Lu Xuan were exceptionally strong, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the Qinghu sovereign. This lunatic was about to meet his end. The ancient emperor sneered, questioning Lu Xuan's sanity for believing that the Qinghu sovereign had come to offer him warmth. This was undoubtedly the greatest joke they had ever heard. However, before they could finish their jeers, they were met with a shocking revelation. Lu Xuan, you truly are a remarkable individual. I have come at the behest of the celestial sovereign to present you with an elixir of immortality. The Qinghu sovereign's proclamation left the ancient emperor's smiles frozen in disbelief in an instant. The surrounding ancient emperors were left utterly stunned. What in the world is happening? Our Qinghu sovereign has descended, and rather than coming to annihilate Lu Xuan, she has brought him an elixir of immortality. Moreover, she had delivered precisely what Lu Xuan needed most. It was well known that Lu Xuan was nearing the end of his lifespan. Even if he refined the ancient emperor's essence, he could only extend his life for a mere 100 years. After that, he would still face demise, and no matter how powerful Lu Xuan was, he could only last for another century. For the ancient beings who had been sealed for 100,000 years, this brief span of a century was a weight they could endure. Yet now, the Qinghu sovereign had voluntarily offered an elixir of immortality. Furthermore, she claimed it was a gift from the celestial sovereign. Was this madness? If Lu Xuan were to obtain the elixir, he could extend his life for another 10,000 years. Did the celestial sovereign intend for Lu Xuan to continue obstructing their kind for another millennium? In that moment, the ancient emperors stood dumbfounded, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Was it the celestial sovereign who had lost their sanity, or was it the world itself that had gone mad? Particularly with the Qinghu sovereign before them. How could an ancient sovereign willingly deliver an elixir of immortality to Lu Xuan without fearing the consequences? Not only were the ancient emperors bewildered, but Lu Xuan himself wore an expression of astonishment. He had not expected that his casual mockery would manifest into reality. The Qinghu sovereign had indeed come to offer him warmth, and it was precisely the elixir of immortality he so desperately required. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his expression grave as he gazed at the radiant elixir of immortality in the hands of the Qinghu master. The elixir was indeed genuine. However, he could not fathom why the celestial sovereign from the other realm would bestow such a precious gift upon him through the Qinghu master. Although Lu Xuan had guarded the realm for 100,000 years, he had never had any direct interaction with that celestial sovereign, to be precise. Given his strength, he was not yet worthy of such an encounter. Though Lu Xuan was not a being of the other races, he was well aware of the enigmatic and formidable nature of the celestial sovereigns within the other realm. To say that the celestial sovereign was the ruler of that realm would not be an exaggeration. They were the sovereigns of the entire other world. In contrast, Lu Xuan was merely a great emperor of the human race. He was not even an emperor sovereign, and the chasm between him and the celestial sovereign was indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. Despite his inability to comprehend the celestial sovereign's intentions in gifting him the elixir, Lu Xuan accepted it without a moment's hesitation. The Qinghu master had anticipated that upon seeing the elixir, Lu Xuan would hesitate to take it. Yet his boldness in claiming the elixir elevated the master's opinion of him even further. Lu Xuan, this elixir is not the one gifted to you by the celestial sovereign. This one is bestowed upon you by the Black Wind sovereign. Moreover, he instructed me to convey a message. If you manage to survive upon your return to the human race, he eagerly looks forward to engaging in a true battle with you. With that, the Qinghu master gracefully departed. Holding the elixir in his hands, Lu Xuan felt a surge of astonishment. He had never anticipated that this elixir would be a gift from the Black Wind sovereign. After all, he had just slain a manifestation of the Black Wind sovereign. Why would he then be gifted the elixir? Although perplexed, Lu Xuan accepted the elixir, regardless of whether it was a gift from the Black Wind sovereign or the celestial sovereign. He would not refuse this moment. He was in dire need of the elixir. Lu Xuan had ventured into the other realm primarily in pursuit of the elixir. Now that he had obtained it, he felt no inclination to continue his rampage here. Furthermore, he understood that the celestial sovereign had sent the Qinghu master to personally offer him the elixir, which also carried a warning. Lu Xuan was not one to be ungrateful. Having accepted the elixir, he naturally resolved to cease his violent actions. As Lu Xuan turned and retraced his steps back to the passage, the ancient sovereigns of the other races, who had been tense and anxious, finally exhaled in relief. In fact, some of the ancient sovereigns were drenched in cold sweat. My goodness. That was truly terrifying. If this killing deity had not departed, perhaps the next to perish would have been me. After this, I shall never dare to speak ill of this killing deity again. Thankfully, this madman has left. He truly frightened me to death. But will Lu Xuan honor his promise and continue to guard the heavenly abyss? If he were to break his word, would we not be subjected to his watch for another 10,000 years? We had thought this madman was doomed, and we could finally break free from the heavenly abyss and tread upon the Sea of Realms. Unexpectedly, he not only survived, but also obtained the elixir. Alas, it seems our race will continue to be sealed by this fellow. Well, we have waited for 100,000 years. We can afford to wait another 10,000. Sooner or later, Lu Xuan will meet his downfall. I refuse to believe he can guard the heavenly abyss indefinitely. As Lu Xuan departed, the ancient sovereigns of the other races grew increasingly anxious. They feared that even after obtaining the elixir, Lu Xuan would remain to guard the passage of the heavenly abyss, obstructing their entrance into the Sea of Realms. All right, Lu Xuan has already left, and he will soon depart from the heavenly abyss. You must all prepare yourselves well. It will not be long before we can return to the Sea of Realms and reclaim our territories. The voice of the Qinghu master echoed from the skies, igniting fervor among the ancient sovereigns. After 100,000 years, they finally had the opportunity to step out of the passage and descend upon the Sea of Realms. At the end of the passage, Lu Xuan exhibited no reaction to the events transpiring in the other realm in the past. Had he known that these beings intended to assault the Sea of Realms, he would have made thorough preparations to resist their army. However, at this moment, he only wished to refine the elixir of immortality as swiftly as possible and return to the human race to save his kin. Yet he was well aware that the path back to his people would not be smooth. Linglong, what is the situation within the family? Lu Xuan's voice resonated through the bloodline, summoning array, reaching the ears of Lu Linglong. Having already heard of the occurrences in the other realm through the bloodline summoning array, Lu Linglong was now utterly awestruck by the might and invincibility of her ancestor. One man, wielding a sword, challenged the entire other race, slaying sovereigns and annihilating ancient sovereigns, ultimately returning unscathed. Not only did he escape unscathed, but he also personally obtained an elixir of immortality from the hands of the celestial sovereign. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Upon hearing Lu Xuan's voice again, Lu Linglong repressed her excitement and hurriedly responded, "Ancestor, the situation on our side is dire. In half an hour, dawn will break, and the ancestor of the Lin family, along with their kin, will be waiting above the skies. They will not grant us the opportunity to leave the family, nor will they spare us." Upon hearing Lu Linglong's response, Lu Xuan's countenance darkened like stormy waters that he yearned to return to the family immediately and exact vengeance upon the Lin family for their transgressions. However, being situated far from the heavenly abyss, it was impossible for him to return to the family instantly. If he were to wait until he could return, it would likely be too late for his kin. Feeling helpless in this predicament, Lu Xuan realized that he could not simply stand idly by while his family faced annihilation. "Ancestor, our time is running out. Although you cannot return to the family right away, perhaps you could think back to whether you left any contingency measures when you departed. If so, we might be able to hold out for a few more days." That Lu Linglong understood that her ancestor was currently powerless to act. She had also considered this and could only hope for the best. When Lu Xuan had left, he had indeed left behind protective measures for the family. Otherwise, their clan would have faced certain doom. Lu Linglong's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Lu Xuan's eyes. When he departed from the Lu family, he had left behind more than one means of protection. However, as Lu Xuan recounted each of them, disappointment washed over him. It turned out that the three sword energies capable of slaying emperors were indeed left behind by the ancestor. Alas, those three sword energies had already been exhausted long ago. Right after Lu Xuan had left the family, that I still remember that your great-grandfather told me that the moment Lu Xuan departed from the family, the imperial clan came seeking trouble. If it were not for the three sword energies left by Lu Xuan, our Lu family would have likely been annihilated at that time. As the head of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable deess for the celestial talismans, demon-slaying orders, and divine prohibitions mentioned. They had all been utilized long ago. They had served the Lu family well, preserving their existence during critical moments. Moreover, our family's protective formation, which was enhanced by Lu Xuan, was also compromised 5,000 years ago, and even the imperial weapons serving as the core of the formation was stolen. Now, our family's protective formation is merely a quasi-imperial level formation, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of an emperor. Upon hearing Lu Linglong recount the powerful measures he had left behind, which had all been depleted, the flames of fury in Lu Xuan's eyes intensified. He had guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years. Over the course of these years, with no incursions from the other races, the human race should have experienced a century of peace. Yet, the Lu family had been subjected to repeated exterminations. If it were not for the numerous protective measures he had left behind, the Lu family would not have endured to this day. Eternal families, immortal lineages, you promised me that you would ensure the Lu family's peace for all eternity. How dare you deceive me so? Lu Xuan's wrath surged, and he longed to return to the human race immediately to demand an explanation. However, he also recognized that the most pressing matter at hand was to resolve the crisis facing the Lu family. As time slipped away, Lu Xuan, though distant from the Lu family, was acutely aware that their time was running thin. Once dawn broke, if the Lin family's ancestor descended, the Lu family would indeed face annihilation. Linglong, does our Lu family still possess any imperial weapons? Lu Xuan racked his brain, struggling to conceive any means that could assist the Lu family. Imperial weapons? Lu Linglong's eyes sparkled with realization as she hurriedly replied, "Our Lu family is now left with only the ancestral imperial weapon. Yet, without an emperor's cultivation, it remains dormant and cannot be activated. Currently, the strongest among us is my father, who has merely reached the peak of the quasi-emperor stage. Thus, there is no one in the Lu family capable of wielding the ancestral imperial weapon." Lu Xuan sighed helplessly. When he departed, the Lu family boasted 10 esteemed emperors. Yet now, they had fallen to the point of having none. Upon hearing the resignation and a hint of reproach in Lu Xian's voice, Lulinglong hastily clarified, "Elder, you may not be aware, but it is not for lack of effort on the part of our elders. The truth is that since your departure, no one has been able to cultivate the Taishu sword classic to the emperor level. After enduring numerous calamities, the older generation of emperors perished, and the subsequent techniques of the Taishu sword classic have become forgotten. My father and the others are indeed exceptionally gifted, yet without the advanced imperial techniques, they cannot ascend to the emperor realm." Upon hearing Lulinglong's explanation, Lu Xian's eyes lit up suddenly. "Lulinglong, what did you just say? They're unable to ascend to the emperor level due to the absence of the emperor-level techniques from the Taishu sword classic?" Lulinglong's gaze brightened in turn as she discerned Lu Xian's intent. With great excitement, she exclaimed, "Yes, Elder. If you could impart the emperor-level cultivation methods of the Taishu sword classic to me, I could relay them to my father and the others. This might just allow my father to ascend to the emperor realm." Lu Tianyuan, stuck at the peak of the quasi-emperor stage for millennia, had reached his current level of mastery long ago, but could not progress further due to the lack of the Taishu sword classic's imperial cultivation techniques. However, should he obtain the emperor-level methods, with Lu Tianyuan's strength and comprehension, it might indeed be possible for him to directly step into the emperor realm. Nevertheless, Lu Xian was not so optimistic, with dawn approaching in less than a quarter of an hour. Even if Lu Tianyuan possessed exceptional understanding, it would be impossible for him to attain the emperor level in such a brief span. Time was running out, and even if they acquired the subsequent techniques, it would be too late. The Lin family had allotted them insufficient time for Lu Tianyuan to break through to the emperor realm. With a heavy sigh and a furrowed brow, Lu Xian lamented, "However, wait, there is still one method. I can transmit a fragment of my imperial aura to you. With my imperial aura, you will be able to temporarily activate the ancestral imperial weapon of the Lu family." Lulinglong had already contemplated this solution, but refrained from voicing it. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old girl. Knowing too much could raise suspicions from Lu Xian. Now that she heard Lu Xian propose it, she excitedly replied, "I implore you, Elder, to assist me." With the solution finally at hand, Lu Xian beamed with joy, the weight on his heart lifting. Without a moment's hesitation, he transmitted his imperial aura through the bloodline summoning array into Lulinglong's being. He then guided her on how to utilize this fragment of imperial aura to activate the Lu family's ancestral imperial weapon. Once Lulinglong comprehended everything, Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Lulinglong, the next step is up to you. If you can activate the Lu family's ancestral imperial weapon and protective formation, even the Lin family emperor will find it difficult to contend with you in the short term." Meanwhile, in the skies above, the Lin family elder opened his eyes once more, gazing at the dawn's light creeping over the horizon, a mocking sneer gracing his lips. How utterly dull. That Lu Xian from 100,000 years ago is surely long dead. The Lin family elder slowly rose, addressing the Lin family patriarch and the thousands of Lin family warriors behind him with a chilling grin. "Let us go and obliterate the Lu family." The Lin family patriarch took the lead, his terrifying aura at the peak of the emperor stage engulfing the entire Lu family. Within the Lu family hall, countless clan members looked up in terror at the ominous presence of the Lin family army. The Lin family elder, intent on acquiring the Taishu sword classic and the ancestral imperial weapon, had spared no expense. Not only had he, a peak emperor elder, personally descended, but he was also accompanied by the Lin family patriarch at the quasi-emperor peak, leading thousands of Lin family warriors, all of whom were above the minor saint level. "The time has come for the Lu family. Have you made your decision?" The Lin family elder's voice reverberated throughout the Lu family, causing all to tremble in fear. Within the hall, the gaze of the Lu family members turned desperately toward their patriarch, Lu Tianyuan. In such dire moments, he was their pillar of support. Lu Tianyuan glanced at Lulinglong, who seemed still in communication with Lu Xian, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. "Alas, elders, you must guard Lulinglong and the patriarch here. I shall confront the Lin family." Lu Tianyuan sighed, resolute as he stepped out of the Lu family hall. "Might I request a little more time for consideration, Lin family elder?" Lu Tianyuan lowered his head, his voice tinged with desperation. Although uncertain whether Lillinglong would succeed, his only option was to buy as much time as possible. Time for you. Do you expect your ancestor from 100,000 years ago, Lu Xuan, to return and save you? Ha! Lu Tianyuan, I am at a loss whether to call you foolish or to say that the minds of you Lu family members have become muddled. It's been 100,000 years. Your Lu Xuan has likely turned to mere ashes by now. If he could return to save you, I would gladly twist my head off to serve as his stool. The Lin family elder laughed heartily, his eyes filled with derision and mockery, impatiently declaring, "We are all intelligent individuals here. Let us speak plainly. Hand over your Lu family's Taishu sword classic and ancestral imperial weapon. All those above the age of 8 in your Lu family must take their own lives before me. Perhaps then I might consider sparing a remnant of your bloodline." The Lin family elders' opening demands were viciously malicious, with conditions that were utterly unfeasible. However, even knowing these terms were traps, Lu Tianyuan felt compelled to deliberate. He questioned solemnly, "Lin family elder, I am willing to surrender the Taishu sword classic and the ancestral imperial weapon. I, as the patriarch, would be prepared to take my own life, but how can you guarantee that after my demise, you will leave a trace of our bloodline?" "Oh, what do you propose then?" The Lin family elder, looking down from his lofty position, disdainfully scoffed, "Lu Tianyuan, do you truly think you have the standing to bargain with me now? Do you expect me to swear a heavenly oath for you? How absurd! You should consider your current predicament. With a mere command from me, all of you shall perish. As for the Taishu sword classic and the ancestral imperial weapon, once I have annihilated you, I shall personally retrieve them." Seeing that the Lin family elder offered not a shred of hope for the Lu family survival, Lu Tianyuan's complexion paled as he sighed. "Alas, it seems our Lu family cannot escape this calamity." The Lin family patriarch also stepped forward from the sky, descending to stand before Lu Tianyuan, his face filled with smug satisfaction. You recall how you turned me away when I sought to borrow the Taishu sword classic from you. Back then, your Lu family expelled me, the patriarch of the Lin family. Who would have thought I would return one day? Do you remember the words I spoke as I left? Today, let me personally escort you, the Lu family patriarch, on your final journey." As he spoke, the Lin family patriarch unleashed his spiritual energy, summoning an immense manifestation behind him that was a formidable figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm wielding a different powerful imperial weapon, charging towards Lu Tianyuan. Upon seeing this 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation, Lu Tianyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in shock, "That is the ancient sea god manifestation of the Li family and their ancestral imperial weapon. You Lin family are truly shameless. 100 years ago, you annihilated the Li family and seized their imperial techniques and ancestral imperial weapon. The Li family, once a formidable imperial clan, is said to be descended from the sea god. At the height of their power, several semi-emperors wielding the might of the ocean emerged, and the formidable 3-headed, 6-armed visage of their emperor once dominated the realm. Yet, the Li family experienced a sudden decline. A century ago, the Lin family launched an unprovoked assault on the Li clan, annihilating the entire lineage. Today, the 3-headed, 6-armed visage of the Li family, along with 6 powerful ancestral imperial weapons, has found its way into the hands of the Lin family patriarch. Even a fool could discern the truth. Ha ha, Lu Tianyuan, it seems you possess a modicum of insight. I shan't hesitate to divulge that when I personally visited the Li family, their patriarch was as unyielding as you. I trust you are aware of the Li family's ultimate fate. Rest assured, once I have obliterated your Lu family, I shall select true geniuses from my Lin family to inherit your Lu family's Taishu sword cannon and ancestral imperial weapons. Thus, even if your Lu family is extinguished, your martial legacy shall endure. Do you not agree that my actions render me a benefactor to your clan?" The Lin family patriarch guffawed shamelessly as the 3-headed, 6-armed visage controlled the 6 ancestral imperial weapons, launching a frenzied assault. Although both he and Lu Tianyuan stand at the pinnacle of semi-emperors, Lu Tianyuan lacks any imperial weapons to aid him. The imperial weapons passed down through the Lu family have long since decayed or been lost. Now, only the ancestral imperial weapons remain, yet they cannot be wielded without the cultivation of an emperor. Thus, Facing the onslaught of the three-headed, six-armed visage and the six imperial weapons, Lu Tianyuan was left with no choice but to summon his own semi-imperial weapon to counter the attack, as his martial arts activated. A towering Taishu sword god visage materialized behind him, gripping a divine sword, engaging violently with the three-headed, six-armed visage. The clash of these two pinnacle semi-emperors unleashed a terrifying aura. Were it not for the protective formation surrounding the Lu family, the sheer force of their confrontation could have obliterated the clan. The Lu family members within the Grand Hall anxiously gazed towards the fierce battle outside. The 8 elders were equally tense, their fists clenched tightly. Although they too were semi-emperors, their strength paled in comparison to that of Lu Tianyuan and the Lin family patriarch, and they could see their patriarch gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Despite both being pinnacle semi-emperors, the Lin family patriarch wielded 6 ancestral imperial weapons, while Lu Tianyuan only had a semi-imperial weapon, which could not hold out for long. With a resounding crash, the spectators witnessed Lu Tianyuan's Taishu sword god visage being sent flying by the three-headed, six-armed visage. The 6 ancestral imperial weapons, akin to shooting stars, rained down upon him, and with just one round of assault, Lu Tianyuan's Taishu sword god visage began to shatter. Even Lu Tianyuan himself was struck. Collapsing to the ground and spewing blood, the patriarch had fallen. The members of the Lu family were engulfed in despair. Yet despite this, the Lin family patriarch showed no signs of relenting. Lu Tianyuan, I must admit, you are one of the strongest opponents I have encountered. Were it not for the assistance of these ancestral imperial weapons, I might not have prevailed against you. But what does that matter? In the end, you still fell before me. When you expelled me from the Lu family, did you ever foresee that one day you would be trampled beneath my feet? The Lin family patriarch laughed uproariously. Stepping closer to the prostrate Lu Tianyuan, his ancestral imperial weapon poised to deliver a lethal blow. Danger loomed. The elder of the Lu family, witnessing this scene, dashed forward without a second thought. His semi-imperial weapon transformed into a beam of light, racing to shield Lu Tianyuan. With a deafening roar, the semi-imperial weapon was sent flying. The elder, however, reached Lu Tianyuan in time, sacrificing his body to block the Lin family patriarch's lethal strike. Thud! The elder was hurled away. Blood spurting forth, he had withstood a fatal blow for Lu Tianyuan. Though injured, it was a worthy sacrifice. In a matter of moments, the strongest patriarch and elder of the Lu family had been at the edge of the abyss. Lu Xuan sighed helplessly. Through the connection of the bloodline summoning array, he could rely on Lu Linglong to understand everything happening around him. Although he was filled with rage upon hearing that the members of the Lu family had been injured by the head of the Lin family, he wished he could traverse time and space to annihilate those Lin scoundrels. However, such an endeavor was utterly impossible. Despite being at the pinnacle of emperor status, he was unable to eradicate the Lin family from a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Yet, what he never anticipated was that this little girl, Lu Linglong, would dare to charge forward on her own. Sensing the attack from the Lin family's ancestor approaching, although Lu Xuan could not manifest his true form, he was still able to unleash a trace of his imperial aura through the bloodline summoning array. Seeking death, Lu Xuan's voice echoed through the array, emanating from within Lu Linglong. Simultaneously, that terrifying imperial aura transformed into a sharp sword, instantly cleaving toward the head of the Lin family. The Lin family patriarch initially believed that personally striking down a 12-year-old girl would be a trivial task, but he never anticipated such a turn of events. Especially when Lu Xuan's voice, imbued with overwhelming imperial might, and the sword energy surged forth, the Lin family patriarch was left utterly dumbfounded. By the heavens, this is an emperor. The Lin family patriarch was completely taken aback. With no time to ponder how this 12-year-old girl could unleash an imperial-level attack, he hastily activated his three-headed, six-armed Dharma form to defend against it. Boom! The three-headed, six-armed form was struck, nearly shattered by the sword energy. The 6 imperial weapons that it held were sent flying, crashing to the ground. The Lin family patriarch was also sent flying hundreds of feet away, landing awkwardly and spitting blood in that moment. All his previous arrogance and swagger vanished, leaving only terror and shock in his eyes. That imperial sword energy was too terrifying. Had it not been for the three-headed, six-armed Dharma form and the six imperial weapons protecting him, he would have undoubtedly been slain by that sword energy. However, how could a mere child possess imperial sword energy? No, it should be how could the Lu family possess an emperor, just as the Lin family patriarchs sensed the dire situation. The ancestor of the Lin family also changed countenance dramatically. The moment Lu Xuan's voice erupted, he sensed that within the Lu family's little girl, there seemed to be an emperor concealed. Hiss, the Lin family ancestor gasped in shock. And he immediately thought of Lu Xuan the emperor. Could it be that they truly summoned Lu Xuan the emperor? Earlier, when he heard that the Lu family dared to attempt summoning the Emperor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago, he found it laughable. Although he and Lu Xuan were not of the same era, he had heard that Lu Xuan had been forced to leave the human race. Not to mention whether those eternal clans and immortal lineages would allow him to live. Even if he entered the abyss, it was absolutely impossible for Lu Xuan alone to withstand so many alien races. Thus, nearly everyone believed that Lu Xuan had long since perished. Moreover, that Lu Xuan was an emperor from 100,000 years ago. How could an emperor possibly live for 100,000 years, unless he possessed an elixir of immortality? In an instant, the Lin family ancestor's expression turned grave. This is bad. He immediately took action to retrieve the Lin family patriarch below. However, before his hand could descend, he saw beams of golden light soaring into the sky, enveloping the entire Lu family. This was the protective family array. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in the Lin family ancestor's eyes. He recalled that the Lu family's protective array was merely at the quasi-emperor level. But why was the protective array that appeared before him an emperor-level array? Moreover, it was one of the most top-tier emperor-level arrays. Even his peak emperor-level attack was completely thwarted by the protective array before him. The Lu family's protective array not only isolated his attack, but also trapped the Lin family patriarch within the array. Most crucially, the Lin family patriarch was severely injured. Now, trapped within the protective array, he resembled meat on a chopping block, awaiting the Lu family's slaughter. The Lin family ancestor's expression grew exceedingly grim as he coldly threatened. Lu family, do not engage in trickery. I advise you to open the protective array yourselves. If I have to intervene, none of you in the Lu family will escape unscathed. However, his threat garnered no attention. Lu Linglong even playfully stuck out her tongue at him, deliberately saying, "Then come on in. Old man, do you really think we are foolish? If we open the protective array, will you let us go?" Ew. The Lin family ancestor never expected that one day he would be rendered speechless by a girl in her teens. Boom! Enraged, he unleashed a powerful strike at the protective array. Yet his world-destroying attack met the Lu family's protective array, which stood unmoved like tea that moment. Lu Xuan's voice also resonated from within Lu Linglong. There's no need to waste your effort. The array of this emperor is not something you can breach. Linbrad. Prepare for your clan's annihilation for daring to strike at my Lu family. Although Lu Xuan had spoken earlier when he made his move, his voice had been drowned out by the sounds of the attack. So few had heard him. However, now he spoke at length, and his voice emanated from within Lu Linglong, making it clear to even the dullest of minds that something was amiss, especially for those of the Lu family. Upon hearing that imposing voice emerge from Lu Linglong, they were all left in a state of shock. Ancestor. It is Lu Xuan the Ancestor. This girl Linglong has indeed found Lu Xuan the Ancestor. It turns out it was Lu Xuan the Ancestor who injured the Lin family patriarch just now. I said, how could Linglong, with cultivation inferior to mine, possibly injure the Lin family patriarch? Wu, the Ancestor, is truly alive. He has not forgotten us. Our Lu family is saved. In an instant, all members of the Lu family were filled with excitement. Their hands gesticulating wildly, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders looked on in astonishment at Lu Linglong. Earlier, when Lu Linglong claimed to have contacted Lu Xuan the Ancestor, they had believed her, but they were still skeptical since they could not communicate with Lu Xuan the Ancestor themselves. However, now, having personally heard the voice of Lu Xuan the Ancestor, they finally confirmed that Lu Linglong had indeed found him. It is truly Lu Xuan the Ancestor. Lu, may the heavens protect us. Lu Tianyuan was overjoyed to the point of tears. And the 8 elders were all smiles that Lu Xuan the Ancestor was still alive, The Lu family had an emperor. Moreover, the fact that Lu Xuan the Ancestor could injure the Lin family patriarch from across time and space illustrated the terrifying power he possessed. Linglong, is this protective array also a means of the Ancestor? Lu Tianyuan struggled to rise, laboriously making his way to Lu Linglong's side, gazing excitedly at the protective array enveloping the entire Lu family. He was well aware of this protective array, which had long since fallen to the quasi-emperor level, yet now it had ascended to the emperor level. Who else could possess such power besides Lu Xuan the Ancestor? However, to his surprise, Lu Linglong shook her head and proudly declared, "It is not Lu Xuan the Ancestor. It is I." Lu Tianyuan was left utterly bewildered. How could his daughter's cultivation possibly elevate the family array to the emperor level? Nonetheless, he understood that this was not the time for such inquiries. He looked at Lu Linglong and winked at her. Lu Linglong giggled, aware of what he wanted to ask, and said with a smile, "Father, feel free to speak. The Ancestor can hear everything." Lu Tianyuan awkwardly chuckled, hurriedly bowing to Lu Linglong as if to pay his respects. However, before he could bend down, Lu Linglong dodged away. "Father, even if you bow, the Ancestor won't see it. Just say whatever you want. The Ancestor will understand your intentions," Lu Linglong said with a smile, to the edge of the abyss, upon realizing that Lu Tianyuan intended to bow to his own daughter in respect. Lu Xuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Girl, it seems your father is quite the amusing fellow." Hearing her Ancestor teasing her father, Lu Linglong dared not interject, merely chuckling as she replied, "That is because he holds a genuine respect for the Ancestor." Lu Xuan, at the edge of the abyss, continued to laugh heartily, but did not forget to add, "He ought to respect me. After all, I am the Ancestor of the Lu family. Only you, little girl, show me no respect whatsoever." Lu Linglong playfully stuck out her tongue, skillfully diverting the topic. "Ancestor, how long can this formation hold against them?" Lu Xuan exuded unwavering confidence in his formation, boasting, "As long as no Emperor Zun intervenes. Those worthless emperors from the Lin family will never breach my formation in this lifetime." Initially believing this formation to be merely a temporary measure, Lu Linglong's eyes sparkled with surprise upon hearing its formidable power. She gazed at Lu Tianyuan with delight, exclaiming, "I know what father wishes to ask. The Ancestor has already spoken. His formation cannot be broken by the Lin family's feeble emperors, even if they had a lifetime. They would never shatter the Ancestor's formation." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders behind him were filled with astonishment. The Lin family loomed over them like a mountain, but now, with Lu Xuan's formation, as long as the Lin family could not breach it, the entire Lu clan could remain safe. Whether the Lin family would remain outside was no longer a pressing concern. Moreover, they understood that Lu Xuan had obtained the elixir of immortality. Once the Ancestor refined it, not only would he return to his peak, but he could also extend his life by millennium. They simply needed to be patient and wait for Lu Xuan's return. When the Ancestor returned, the Lu clan would no longer have to fear the Lin family. "Excellent. With the Ancestor's words, we can rest easy," Lu Tianyuan declared excitedly. "Linglong, convey to the Ancestor that all of us in the Lu family joyfully await his return." Before Lu Linglong could relay the message, Lu Xuan's voice echoed once more, "Enough. Spare me the pleasantries. With this time, why aren't you hastening to cultivate? When I return, if you, as the clan leader, have not attained the path of an emperor, I shall flay your skin." At the Ancestor's reprimand, Lu Tianyuan felt no sorrow, on the contrary. He eagerly knelt, trembling with sincerity, and said, "Rest assured, Ancestor, your unworthy descendant, Lu Tianyuan, will strive diligently. I would never dare to disappoint you." "Good. Just focus on your cultivation and await my return. As for the emperor-level technique from the Taishu Sword Classic, I've already informed the little girl. Should you encounter any uncertainties during your training, feel free to consult her. If time permits, I shall offer you guidance." Lu Xuan stated impatiently from the depths of the abyss. He was truly frustrated with the current descendants of the Lu family. After 100,000 years, not a single emperor had emerged among them, bringing immense shame upon Lu Xuan. Without the subsequent techniques of the Taishu Sword Classic, could these wastrels not create something of their own? Lu Xuan had never adhered strictly to the recorded techniques. And no matter how powerful the technique, It was ultimately the creation of previous generations. Even if perfected, it could only yield borrowed wisdom. Thus, he had always cultivated based on the Taishu sword classic, integrating and innovating to forge his unique techniques. This was the reason he had become the most formidable emperor of his era. Outside the grand hall of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan, having just faced Lu Xian's reprimand, bore no trace of dejection. Instead, his grin widened. After all, this was their own ancestor, the most powerful emperor from 100,000 years ago. To hear the ancestor's rebuke in person was the highest honor. However, upon seeing the severely injured patriarch of the Lin family lying on the ground, his expression darkened. For the Lu family, this individual was not merely a mortal enemy, but a veritable hot potato. Noticing Lu Tianyuan's gaze, the 8 elders approached, their expressions icy as they regarded the Lin patriarch. Moments ago, the Lin patriarch had been haughty and arrogant. Now, fear gripped him. He realized that even his own ancestor could not breach the Lu family's protective formation. He felt akin to a sheep trapped in a wolf's den, with his life hanging by a thread in the hands of the Lu clan. Lu Tianyuan, you cannot kill me. My ancestor is just outside. If you dare lay a finger on me, my ancestor will never let you go. The Lin patriarch hissed sharply. He was certain that invoking his ancestor would deter the Lu clan from harming him. Indeed, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders hesitated. They desired to eliminate the Lin patriarch, but given the Lu family's current predicament, they understood that killing him was not the wisest choice. Patriarch, it may be best to capture this fellow for now. After all, he is the Lin patriarch. Having him in our grasp will surely make the Lin family think twice. Although the Lu family now had Lu Xian as their ancestor, no one could predict when he would return. Capturing the Lin patriarch would serve as an additional safeguard. Agreed. Let's restrain him. However, we must seal his cultivation to avoid complications. The 8 elders, apprehensive about Lu Xian's delayed return, unanimously agreed to detain the Lin patriarch as a hostage. Lu Tianyuan recognized that this was the best course of action. Very well. Then let us seal his cultivation. Elders 1 and 2, you shall personally oversee him. Lu Tianyuan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the discussion of Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders, the Lin patriarch burst into raucous laughter. I told you. You cannot kill me. You wouldn't dare. What now? Have you come to your senses? I advise you to stop struggling and release me. Perhaps I might show mercy and leave a path for survival for your Lu family. Despite having become a captive, the Lin patriarch remained utterly arrogant. His hubris irked many members of the Lu clan, yet everyone understood that the decisions of the patriarch and the 8 elders were for their collective good. However, no one anticipated that, at that moment, Lu Xian's voice would resonate once more. Who gave you the audacity to think my Lu family would hesitate to kill you? As soon as Lu Xian's words fell, the emperor's sword aura erupted violently from Lu Linglong. No. The Lin patriarch's face contorted in terror as he beheld the terrifying sword aura engulfing him. With a thunderous crash, the quasi-emperor Lin patriarch was obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. This scene unfolded in an instant, catching everyone off guard, and one had anticipated that Lu Xian would take direct action, slaying the Lin patriarch with a single strike. As the Lin patriarch was transformed into a cloud of blood, everyone stood in stunned silence. The first to react was the Lin family's ancestor, who, isolated outside the protective formation, felt a sharp pain in his heart upon witnessing the execution of the Lin patriarch. No! How dare you, Lu family! How dare you! The Lin ancestor roared, his eyes bloodshot, unleashing powerful emperor-level attacks recklessly against the protective formation, longing to tear it apart and rend the Lu clan members within to pieces. Yet his assault upon the protective formation caused not even a ripple. The emperor-level formation personally left by Lu Xian was not something he could breach, as he realized he could not break through the Lu family's protective formation. The Lin ancestor's eyes burned with rage as he looked to the heavens, hoarsely shouting, 3 elders! If you do not intervene now, when will you? With the Lin ancestor's words, the sky above the Lu clan suddenly tore open, and 3 towering figures emerged. Hiss! Upon seeing the 3 emperors descending from the sky, Lu Tianyuan's countenance darkened ominously. Well, the Lin family truly holds us in high regard. They have dispatched no less than 4 emperors on our behalf. 4 emperors, including the Lin family's peak ancestor. To say nothing of extinguishing a declining imperial clan like the Lu family, they could easily contend with even the top 100 imperial clans. The 3 Lin family emperors. Upon descending, sighed before joining the Lin ancestor in their assault to breach the Lu family's protective formation. However, despite their relentless pounding and the deployment of their most formidable techniques, they struggled to even shake the formation a fraction. It was only at this moment that the Lin ancestor began to believe that, with their combined might, breaching the formation was indeed an impossible feat, damn it. I never expected that Lu Xuan, that ancient monster from 100,000 years ago, would still be alive. Merely a formation he left behind has rendered us powerless. Elders, do you have any solutions? The venerable ancestor of the Lin family was consumed by an overwhelming fury. However, faced with the formidable protective formation of his clan, he found himself helpless and had no choice but to place his hopes upon the shoulders of the other 3 elders. Yet, even he, the most powerful of the Lin family, was powerless against this formation, and naturally, the 3 elder members of the Lin clan were equally at a loss. Ancestor, for the time being, we can only wait. One elder, well-versed in formations, slowly articulated, I have observed that while the Lin family's protective formation is indeed powerful, it appears to possess certain flaws, notably the absence of an emperor to oversee it. If we bide our time, an opportunity will surely arise to breach their protective formation. If only the ancestor could summon the aid of an emperor, we might indeed shatter this formation, no matter how formidable Lu Xuan may be. The formation he has left behind is, after all, merely an emperor-level formation. Once an emperor intervenes, it can undoubtedly be dismantled with ease. The mention of an emperor, a being of even greater stature than an emperor, was met with a collective understanding. Within the realm of humanity, only those from the eternal families and the immortal traditions were privy to the existence of such emperors, even among the 10 great imperial clans. There was no visible emperor, let alone the modest Lin family. Although the Lin family had risen rapidly in recent years, threatening to supplant the 10 great imperial clans, they were acutely aware that the latter had achieved their status not solely based on the number of their emperor-level warriors, but rather due to their deep-rooted heritage. The Lin family ancestor had long harbored suspicions that each of the 10 great imperial clans concealed hidden emperors or even semi-emperors. The Emperor Lu Xuan of the Lu family could manipulate the Lu family's formation from across the void, a feat that even 4 united emperors struggled against. Thus, it was highly plausible that Lu Xuan's strength was indeed that of a semi-emperor or a quasi-emperor. The Lin family's targeting of the Lu clan, while ostensibly motivated by the Lu family's Taishu sword cannon and their ancestral imperial weapon, was a truth known only to the Lin family ancestor. The Taishu sword cannon of the Lu family had long since lost its emperor-level cultivation methods, rendering it unworthy of their attention. As for the Lu family's ancestral imperial weapon, though formidable, it was not an absolute necessity. Over the years, the imperial clans that had been vanquished by them held far greater value than the Lu family. The Lin family's aggressive stance against the Lu family was, in fact, prompted by external counsel. Naturally, such matters could not be brought to light. Thus, while the Lin family ancestor was aware of the presence of an emperor behind the scenes, he also understood that this particular emperor would never intervene directly. With a resigned sigh, the Lin family ancestor shook his head and exclaimed, "Have you lost your senses? If my Lin family possessed an emperor, we would have already supplanted the 10 great imperial clans, easily conquering a mere Lu family." The elder who had been glared at by him immediately fell silent, fully aware that the relations behind the Lin family were not something to be exposed at this juncture. It seems we can only wait. I refuse to believe that this formation can withstand indefinitely. Send out the order. Starting today, we shall divide our forces into 3 waves and attack ceaselessly. Regardless of whether we can breach their protective formation, we must not afford the Lu family any opportunity to recuperate. With a command from the Lin family ancestor, the 3 emperor-level elders led their respective groups of Lin family members to launch a series of relentless assaults. As for the Lin family ancestor, after waiting for a while and confirming that breaching the Lu family's protective formation was temporarily impossible, he turned and departed, instead of returning to the Lin family. He headed straight for other imperial clans. Elders, hold your ground for now while I seek additional assistance. I refuse to believe that they can withstand this formation for long, as the Lin family ancestors set out to visit one imperial clan after another. The three elder members left behind exchanged glances and simultaneously sighed. They then continued to direct the Lin family members to launch incessant attacks on the formation day and night. Meanwhile, in the Lu family, upon witnessing the appearance of the three Lin family emperors in the skies above, the initial reaction of the Lu family members was one of panic. They had presumed that with four emperors joining forces, their protective formation would soon falter. However, to their astonishment, the outcome was one of elation. Heaven bless us! The four Lin family emperors are utterly incapable of breaching our protective formation. We truly have a chance to survive. Alas, the Ancestor Lu Xuan is indeed the mightiest among us. Merely one formation is enough to withstand four emperors. I cannot even begin to fathom the extent of the Ancestor's power. Ha ha! Lin family old hounds. Just wait. When our Ancestor returns, it will be your Lin family's time to face extinction. At that moment, I shall be the first to urinate on your ancestral graves. The Lu family members were filled with exuberance, emerging from the grand hall to hurl various taunts and insults at the Lin family figures in the sky. The three emperor-level elders of the Lin family, witnessing the audacity of the Lu clan, were nearly incensed to the point of bloodshed. Damn it! These Lu family scoundrels truly deserve to perish. Once we breach this protective formation, I shall ensure they learn the true meaning of suffering. I have lived a lifetime and have never encountered such arrogant individuals. A mere swarm of ants dares to give me the finger. If it weren't for this formation, I would surely have dismembered him, making him understand the price of arrogance before me. Two of the fiery-tempered Lin family elders were nearly driven to the brink of madness, itching to rush in and obliterate the boastful Lu family members. Enough! They are merely a band of insignificant clowns. Let them revel in their arrogance. They will not be able to sustain it for long. Why should we lower ourselves to quarrel with a bunch of soon-to-be corpses? The elder of the Lin family who specialized in formations remained relatively composed, although the fury and murderous intent in his gaze revealed the turmoil within. He sneered through gritted teeth. It has been many years since I have encountered such an audacious lot. Lu family, your demise is inevitable. Enough! Observing the increasingly unruly behavior of the clan members, Lu Tianyuan furrowed his brow and barked a command. Instantly, the surrounding clamor subsided into silence. Everyone, return! You have all heard the words of our ancestor. As descendants of Ancestor Lu Xuan, we must not bring shame upon his legacy. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, anyone who registers will receive ample cultivation resources. Moreover, the techniques of the Lu family shall be made available to all clan members. Lu Tianyuan's gaze swept across the astonished faces of his kin as he continued. Regardless of who you are, as long as you break through your realm, you shall be rewarded. Although our Lu family may not be a top-tier imperial clan, we are not to be trifled with. As members of the Lu family, you must strive to cultivate diligently, lest you disappoint our ancestor. The Lu family had not been affluent ever since Ancestor Lu Xuan departed. The family had endured countless trials and tribulations, and merely surviving to this day was a significant achievement. The resources within the Lu family treasury had long dwindled. In the past, Lu Tianyuan, as the head of the Lu family, had to manage their resources meticulously to keep the large family afloat. However, now he was directly opening the entire Lu family treasury, allowing all disciples to access cultivation resources through their efforts. This was something the Lu family members had never even dared to dream of. After all, the Lu family was an imperial clan. Within their ranks, there were indeed some talented disciples. Yet, due to the family's poverty, even these talents received meager resources for cultivation. This was one reason why the overall strength of the Lu family members was not particularly high. In contrast, those young prodigies who had gained renown had families backing them with substantial investments. The Lu family, however, lacked such resources. Now, with Lu Tianyuan generously unveiling all resources, the clan members were left utterly astonished. The 8 elders, too, were taken aback by Lu Tianyuan's decision. Head, this is unwise. One elder spoke up, attempting to dissuade him, only to be preempted by the Grand Elder. I support the head's decision. If the Lu family is to perish, what use is there in hoarding resources? Should we leave it all for our enemies? The Grand Elder's words resonated, and several elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the resources of the Lu family are rightfully meant for our kin. If our lives are at stake, why cling to resources? Rest assured, head, we shall exert ourselves in our cultivation and will not let you or the elders down. The members of the Lu family gradually came to their senses from shock, each expressing their determination. Witnessing the fervor ignited within his kin, as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, Lu Tianyuan smiled with satisfaction and proclaimed, "It is not merely about living up to our expectations. It is about not disappointing yourselves." He acknowledged that in the past, it was his family, the Lu clan, that had failed them, and he, as their patriarch, had let them down. I understand that we, the Lu family, are no less capable than any other imperial clan. It was my inadequacy as a leader that prevented me from providing you with ample resources for cultivation, leading to your continual subjugation by the other imperial families. From this day forth, focus solely on your training. Regardless of the resources you require, the family will assist you in obtaining them. Always remember, the Lu family is your steadfast support, your foundation. Lu Tianyuan's heartfelt address moved countless family members to tears. Each of them energized to return to their training. As these relatives departed, only Lu Tianyuan, the 8 elders, and Lu Linglong remained before the grand hall. This moment, their gazes turned once more to Lu Linglong. "Linglong, is the ancestor doing well?" Lu Tianyuan inquired cautiously. The elder Lu Xuan was their only glimmer of hope. "Oh, not worry, father. The ancestor is currently refining the elixir of immortality. Once he has succeeded, he will return," Lu Linglong replied with a smile. Observing her father's hesitance to voice his concerns, she proactively disclosed the matter regarding the protective formation of the clan. This protective formation was activated by the ancestor borrowing a trace of imperial aura from you. That indeed clarifies everything. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyuan appeared to exhale in relief. His daughter's performance today had been astonishing, so remarkable that he almost found it hard to recognize her, were it not for the knowledge that she had summoned the elder Lu Xuan through her bloodline. Lu Tianyuan might have doubted whether the Lu Linglong before him was not some possessed entity. Yet for now, such a possibility seemed unlikely. "Father, do you not wish to inquire why I possess knowledge of the bloodline summoning? Why I differ from my usual self?" Lu Tianyuan refrained from asking, while Lu Linglong, understanding his thoughts, directly addressed the matter. However, before she could elaborate further, Lu Tianyuan affectionately patted her head, saying, "Silly girl, regardless of what you have done, you will always be my daughter, Lu Tianyuan." The trust and affection reflected in her father's eyes caused Lu Linglong to swallow the words that had formed at the back of her throat. Seeing that his daughter grasped his intent, Lu Tianyuan continued with a warm smile, "Child, everyone has their own secrets. There is no need to divulge them to us. Just remember that you are Lu Tianyuan's daughter. The Lu family and I will always be your strongest support. No matter what grievances you face, you can always come to me for backing and to seek justice." As soon as Lu Tianyuan's words fell, the 8 elders nearby chimed in with equal affection. "Linglong, we old fellows are also your support. Who dares to bully you, we shall stand up for you, even if our Lu family has fallen. We are not to be trifled with. Whoever dares to harm our little princess shall face our wrath." Hearing her father and elders' reassurances brought a slight moisture to Lu Linglong's eyes. In that moment, she felt even more certain that all she had done for her family was worth it. Just as Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders had said, although the Lu family might not be the strongest, they would undoubtedly be the most protective of her. Not only would they shield her, but they would also protect all members of the Lu clan. What kind of family would one not cherish? What kind of family would one not remain loyal to? Do not worry, my child. With your father and the Lu family beside you, live freely. Even if the heavens themselves were to crumble, I will be there to support you. Lu Tianyuan once again affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. His gaze filled with tenderness and love. He would not shower anyone else with such affection. She was his daughter. Moments later, they entered the grand hall. The most impetuous of the 8 elders eagerly stepped forward and asked, "By the way, child, did the ancestor mention how long he would need to return to the family?" Upon hearing the 8th elder's inquiry, Lu Linglong's demeanor turned serious. Though there were some matters she was uncertain whether to disclose, Noticing her hesitation, Lu Tianyuan gently encouraged her. Do not worry. Whatever it is, you may speak freely, we can accept it. Lu Linglong nodded and gravely stated, the ancestor naturally wishes to return as soon as possible, but it is likely that the journey will not be entirely peaceful. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that someone will obstruct the ancestor? The eighth elder asked in astonishment. Lu Linglong solemnly nodded. However, the ancestor assured us that he will definitely return. As for us, there is no need for concern. The protective formation left by the ancestor can withstand all but the direct intervention of an imperial sovereign. No matter how many emperors the Lin family may summon, it will be in vain. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyuan and the others felt a sense of relief wash over them. Yet the thought that their ancestor might not return smoothly reignited their worries. Sensing their anxiety, Lu Linglong comforted them. Father, you all need not worry. The ancestor said there is no need to concern ourselves with him. He will return safely. However, before the ancestor comes back, we must strive to cultivate diligently. Especially you, Father. The ancestor has mentioned that you must attain the status of an emperor before his return. You must put in the effort. When the topic shifted to himself, Lu Tianyuan awkwardly nodded in agreement. Previously, he had been hindered at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm due to the lack of cultivation methods from the Taishu sword cannon. Now, with the imperial-level techniques at his disposal, he was confident he could achieve the status of emperor in a short period. In the depths of the Tianyuan Passage, aware that the crisis facing the Lu family had been temporarily alleviated, Lu Tianyuan felt a measure of peace. He did not wish to return to find himself alone and abandoned. After all, the Lu family still had his direct bloodline. For 100,000 years, since you have been ungrateful, do not blame me. I shall no longer guard this Tianyuan. Lu Xuan emerged from the passage, and with his exit, the chains that had bound him vanished without a trace. The god burial coffin also soared out from the passage, and Lu Xuan retrieved it. This coffin, a treasure he had acquired from an ancient relic before becoming an emperor, was an extreme imperial weapon. Not only was it immensely powerful, but it also possessed the capacity to nurture the physical body, prolong life, and preserve the essence of life. Although Lu Xuan had once been the most formidable emperor, he was still not an imperial sovereign, nor had he consumed the elixir of immortality. Therefore, his lifespan was akin to that of a normal emperor, limited to 50,000 years. However, thanks to the existence of the god burial coffin, he had managed to extend his life by an additional 50,000 years. This attests to the power of the god burial coffin. Furthermore, Lu Xuan had been able to guard Tianyuan for 100,000 years at the level of an emperor, largely due to the significant role the god burial coffin played. In the most legendary battle of his past, he had relied on the god burial coffin to slay 10 ancient foreign monarchs. That battle had solidified Lu Xuan's reputation across foreign realms. From that moment forth, the ancient foreign monarchs had refrained from easily venturing into the Tianyuan Passage. During this era, when ancient beings could not tread the passage, those foreign monarchs could only watch helplessly as Lu Xuan, armed solely with a sword and a coffin, suppressed them for 100,000 years. Now that Lu Xuan was departing, it was only natural that he would take the god burial coffin with him. Suddenly, a profound sword cry resonated from the depths of Tianyuan, and the instant the deep, echoing cry of the sword rang out, the world fell into a hushed silence. Within that sword cry seemed to dwell an overwhelming terror capable of entombing all celestial beings and demons. As the cry echoed, a brilliant beam of sword light cleaved through Tianyuan. The long-hidden depths of Tianyuan, which had not seen the sun for ages, appeared to be split open, allowing sunlight to stream in. In the moment the sunlight cascaded down, it illuminated the soaring divine sword. It was a bronze divine sword, exuding a formidable aura capable of entombing the heavens. This was the god-burying sword, a treasure Lu Xuan had inherited from a mysterious relic. Like the god burial coffin, this god-burying sword was also an extreme imperial weapon. Since the time, 50,000 years ago, when he single-handedly defeated 10 ancient emperors of the alien races, instilling such fear that they dared not tread upon the Tianyuan Passage. The burial sky divine sword has quietly lain in wait beneath the Tianyuan, suppressing all malevolent spirits. After 5 millennia, the burial sky divine sword has once again seen the light of day. At the very moment of its emergence, a momentous phenomenon unfolded across the human realm. The burial sky divine sword is the imperial weapon that signifies Lu Xuan's path to enlightenment. Intricately linked with his imperial principles, with its rise, the imperial laws trembled, illuminating the human domain as if it were day, dispelling the darkness of night with its resplendent brilliance. The resonating sound of the sword echoed throughout the lands of humanity. Across the heavens and the earth, within the halls of various imperial clans, countless cultivators emerged, astonished as they gazed upon the celestial marvel above. What powerful aura of the Sword Emperor is this? Who is it? When did our human race give birth to such a formidable Sword Emperor? From the ranks of the 10 great imperial families, venerable figures at the pinnacle of their power stepped forth. Their expressions filled with shock. The aura of the burial sky divine sword's imperial laws was so overwhelmingly potent that even these esteemed elders felt a chill of trepidation. Even their own imperial principles, cultivated over tens of thousands of years, quaked in fear. Heavens, to what extent has this Sword Emperor grown in power? Our human race must rise again in the path of the sword. An ancient emperor emerged from a mysterious realm, his tattered garments failing to conceal his formidable presence. He was an invincible Sword Emperor. Yet, in the face of Lu Xuan's imperial principles, his own sword path seemed laughable. Above the 9 heavens, within the floating realms, powerful beings from the Longevity clan emerged, their expressions equally astonished as they beheld the terrifying phenomenon enveloping the human realm. The aura of the burial sky. It is indeed the burial sky divine sword. After 100,000 years, I cannot believe it still exists. Deep within the Longevity clan, an emperor who had been in seclusion for 10,000 years spoke, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He seemed unable to fathom that the being they had once exiled to the Tianyuan was still alive. An emperor living for 100,000 years. Such a notion was nothing short of a miracle. Lu Xuan. It is Lu Xuan. He is still alive. From another chamber within the Longevity clan, an ancient emperor opened his eyes, his gaze filled with incredulity. They had once banded together to force Lu Xuan from the human race, a fact he had nearly forgotten. Now, sensing the aura of the burial sky divine, soared once more. Memories of that solitary figure who had faced 7 great emperors alone flooded back. Find out the current state of the Lu family. As the command left the lips of this emperor, responses quickly followed. Which Lu family do you refer to? Ancestor. Upon hearing the query from his descendants, the emperor fell momentarily into a daze 100,000 years ago, who did not know the name of the Lu family. How has it lost its prominence so swiftly? With a sigh, he provided a detailed explanation that in a moment. News returned. Ancestor, the Lu family you mentioned is besieged by the Lin family and is on the brink of extermination, which seems to have stirred the ancient ancestor from 100,000 years ago. After quietly absorbing this information, the emperor sighed, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. When they had forced Lu Xuan from the human race, they had sworn to ensure the Lu family's eternal peace. Yet now, merely 100,000 years later, the Lu family was on the verge of annihilation. Alas, it is we, the old bones, who have broken our promise to Lu Xuan. The emperor sighed and issued a decree to inform the Lin family to withdraw, declaring, the Lu family is not something they can touch. Simultaneously, deep within the Longevity clan, another ancient emperor emerged, his gaze dark as he scrutinized the overwhelming phenomenon blanketing the heavens and the earth. The Lin family is utterly incompetent. They cannot even subdue a single Lu family and have inadvertently provoked that troublesome figure, Lu Xuan. They are truly more hindrance than help. With a grim expression, this emperor coldly instructed, inform the imperial guard to be cautious. Regardless of their methods, they must ensure Lu Xuan does not return alive. The Lu family, too, was astonished as they gazed upon the terrifying phenomenon spanning the entire realm. What an astonishing imperial law! I wonder who has achieved such an unparalleled sword emperor. Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders looked on in awe and envy at the celestial spectacle above. They seemed to glimpse an invincible divine sword traversing the cosmos, infused with the essence of their Lu family's Taishu sword cannon. Puffed, observing his father and the 8 elders in such astonishment. Lu Linglong could not help but chuckle. Surely, such terrifying swordsmanship must belong to our Lu family's ancestor. What? Are you saying this is the sword path of our ancestor Lu Xuan? Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders stood in stunned silence. Moments later, their eyes filled with ecstatic joy. Such a powerful sword path belongs to our ancestor. They rejoiced with such a mighty ancestor. What is a mere Lin family? Lu Tianyuan laughed heartily. The weight that had burdened him for so long finally lifted. With such a powerful ancestor, the Lu family was destined to rise. Above the Lu family, the 3 elder emperors of the Lin family gazed in astonishment at the terrifying spectacle piercing through the heavens. This aura, why does it feel somewhat familiar to the Lu family emperor who slain our patriarch? One Lin family elder voiced, a hint of confusion in his tone. Not similar. This is indeed the Lu family ancestor. Another elder nearby, eyes wide with horror, exclaimed, Lu Xuan. That Lu Xuan who suppressed an era 100,000 years ago is returning. Our Lin family is surely doomed. In the Tianyuan, Lu Xuan's hand caressed the burial sky divine sword, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was his weapon of enlightenment, yet it had been years since they last met. After he had slain the 10 ancient emperors of the alien races, he had to use the burial sky divine sword to safeguard against the countless alien demons lurking beneath the Tianyuan. For millennia, the suppression of the burial sky divine sword had kept those demons at bay. Now, with its retrieval, the hidden demons below erupted in joyous exclamations. Heavens, earth, who is this benevolent fairy who has released us from our imprisonment? Who has taken that devil, Lu Xuan, away? They cried that we, the alien demons, have finally awaited our chance to see the light of day. Bring forth all our wine. I declare today as the rebirth of our demon kin. Cheers erupted from the depths of the Tianyuan, as those sealed for millennia, including demon emperors and kings, joined in a cacophony of celebration, unfazed by the turmoil and revelry of the demons below. Lu Xuan remained indifferent that, in the past, a mere strike of his sword would have quelled their unrest, but now he welcomed their emergence. Even if they attacked the human race, he would not intervene. The human race had betrayed him, forsaking the Lu family. His return was to unleash a storm of bloodshed. The lives of all but his kin held no significance for him from the moment he stepped through the Tianyuan passage. Lu Xuan's heart was clear, and an unprecedented sense of liberation washed over him. As if the weight of 10,000 years had finally been lifted, he no longer needed to guard the Tianyuan or adhere to any promises. From now on, he would live freely, solely for himself. He would protect only his own kin. What concern was the greater good of humanity to him, if he could not even safeguard his own family? Why should he protect the entirety of humanity? Despite possessing the imperial essence of the ancient fire sovereign, I still find myself unable to restore my true peak state. It seems that I must refine the elixir of immortality in order to reclaim my former glory. Lu Xuan sighed, but he could sense that the imperial essence alone was insufficient for his recovery. He needed to refine the elixir of immortality to return to his zenith, remaining here to refine and absorb the elixir, and then returning to the human race once he has regained his peak state is undoubtedly the wisest choice. However, Lu Xuan could not afford to wait any longer. He feared that his kin might not have a luxury of time to await his return. Although the protective formation he left behind could withstand any attack from an emperor, he could not guarantee that it was entirely flawless. If the Lin family were to summon the emperor, his formation would be easily shattered. Even if the emperor himself did not intervene, the Lin family could simply acquire a treasure imbued with the emperor's power to breach Lu's protective formation. Thus, he must return to the Lu family before any such events transpire. Only by personally overseeing matters could he truly ensure the safety of his family. Consequently, he had no time to fully absorb the imperial essence of the ancient fire sovereign and stepped forth from the abyss, hurrying back to the Lu family. For the first time in 100,000 years, as Lu Xuan emerged from the abyss, he felt as if the world had transformed entirely within the abyss. All he had seen was a dismal gray expanse, devoid of any light, perpetually shrouded in gloom. Now, stepping out of the abyss, Lu Xuan was enveloped by the beauty of the world. How foolish I have been to confine myself in the abyss for 100,000 years over such a ludicrous reason. Reflecting on it now, I realize how naive I truly was. Lu Xuan chuckled at himself. Upon learning of the numerous crises his family had faced over the years, Lu Xuan recognized the absurdity of his earlier compromises. Those who had forced him out of the human race had never intended to uphold their promises. Had it not been for Lu Linglong's bloodline summoning, he might still be oblivious to the truth. Perhaps even until his dying breath, he would have believed that his sacrifice could bring eternal peace to his kin. The once naive Lu Xuan was no more, for the sake of the heavens. I have guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, yet you insignificant beings dare to insult my descendants and sever my legacy. If that is the case, let us drag the heavens down into the grave together. With his back turned to the abyss, Lu Xuan laughed uproariously, declaring, "From this day forth, the abyss shall be unsealed." As his voice echoed, immense chains materialized above the abyss. Chains as thick as a man's arm densely encircled the entire abyss. This was an imperial-level formation meticulously arranged by Lu Xuan. For 100,000 years, it had enabled Yiling to maintain the abyss. Now that Yiling no longer guarded it, such a formation naturally lost its purpose. Boom! As Lu Xuan retracted the chains, jubilant cheers erupted from beneath the abyss. Those were from the depths of the abyss, along with at the end of the passage, after being sealed for 100,000 years by Lu Xuan. They were finally on the brink of seeing the light of day once more. Initially, many ancient emperors of the had doubted that Lu Xuan would truly abandon the abyss, but now they erupted in jubilant cheers. Lu Xuan was genuinely departing. Not only had he lifted the seal on the passage, but he had also dismantled the formation above the abyss. If only I had known that this killing god was truly leaving, I would have willingly offered him the elixir of immortality. Can someone tell me what exactly has transpired? This killing god had always been impervious to bribery. When we once offered him 10 elixirs of immortality, he remained unmoved. Who could have anticipated that now a single elixir would sway him? Alas, how regrettable it is that that fellow from the ancient fire perished. If he had not been the first to provoke, and had willingly offered the elixir, this calamity would never have occurred. Now his death is in vain. If he were to know in the afterlife, he would surely be enraged to die a second time. Are you not being absurd? The imperial essence of the ancient fire has already been refined by Lu Xuan, that killing god. How could he still know in the afterlife? Damn it, why speak of such disheartening matters? Today is a day of universal celebration. Come, bring forth our finest wines. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The ancient emperors of the rejoiced and celebrated, having been guarded by Lu Xuan for 100,000 years. They now finally glimpsed hope of stepping out of the abyss, and each was overwhelmingly delighted. Some ancient emperors could hardly contain their eagerness to step outside. They cautiously ventured into the passage, and upon reaching its end, these ancient emperors were moved to tears. How many years had it been since they had last seen the world beyond the abyss? Ever since that killing god Lu Xuan arrived. They had not seen the light of day for at least several thousand years. Now, standing at the passage's end and gazing upon the familiar sight of the abyss, these ancient emperors were overwhelmed with disbelief. It is truly unbelievable. I feel as if I am still dreaming. Who would have thought that Lu Xuan, the killing god, would depart so easily? Woe is me! Could this be a trap? That killing god Wu Ti be waiting outside to slaughter us? Would he? As they were about to step out of the passage and into the abyss, the ancient emperors hesitated. They had been terrified of Lu Xuan for years, making it hard for them to accept that this was indeed reality. It is absolutely real. This is information I gleaned from the Qinghu sovereign. It cannot be wrong. An ancient emperor from the step forward, brimming with excitement as he explained that killing god has genuinely departed. Not only has he left, but he is also likely to stir chaos among the human race. Otherwise, why do you think the esteemed heavenly sovereign gifted him an elixir of immortality? Upon hearing this ancient emperor's explanation, the others were filled with immense curiosity, their eyes gleaming as they pressed. Heavenly Fox, ancient emperor, do not keep us in suspense. Quickly, tell us what has transpired. They could not comprehend why Lu Xuan, who had safeguarded the abyss for 100,000 years, would suddenly abandon his steadfast resolve. They were even more perplexed as to why such a pivotal figure would incite turmoil within the human race. The explanation is quite simple, and shall soon no longer be a secret. Very well, since you are all so timid, I shall reveal it to you. The heavenly fox, ancient emperor, laughed heartily and continued. You would never have guessed that Lu Xuan came to guard the abyss under duress from the human race's emperors, in order to preserve their own longevity and the supremacy of their immortal lineage. The human emperors forbade the emergence of a being like Lu Xuan. After Lu Xuan became the most powerful emperor of the human race, the 7 great emperors threatened him with the safety of the Lu family, demanding that he leave the human race and voluntarily guard the abyss. They believed that once Lu Xuan arrived in the abyss, he would undoubtedly perish. Yet who could have foreseen that this killing god was beyond human comprehension? He single-handedly suppressed us for 100,000 years with just a sword and a coffin. As the heavenly fox ancient emperor recounted this, the other ancient emperors resonated with his words, seemingly transported back to the fearful days when they were under Lu Xuan's reign. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. 100,000 years have passed. Why has Lu Xuan suddenly chosen to leave? The heavenly fox ancient emperor chuckled, feigning a serious demeanor before continuing. You would never have guessed, but after forcing Lu Xuan into the abyss, the human race did not treat his kin kindly. They repeatedly targeted the Lu family. I have heard that this time, it seems the entire Lu family was nearly annihilated. Upon learning this news, Lu Xuan knew he had to venture into foreign lands to seek the elixir of immortality. The ancient emperors listened, dumbfounded. They were all astute individuals, and upon hearing this, they quickly pieced together the events that had unfolded. In an instant, they understood why Lu Xuan had flown into a rage, even abandoning the abyss he had guarded for 100,000 years. How shameless are those people of the human race! Lu Xuan had protected them for 100,000 years, securing peace for them all that time. How could they bear to treat him and the Lu family in such a manner? It is no wonder that Lu Xuan would be so furious. Had I endured such treatment, I would have rebelled long ago. As for this human race, who would willingly guard them, I would not rest until I had turned their world upside down and trampled upon the graves of those shameless emperors. Though Lu Xuan may be quite detestable, I genuinely admire him. His experiences have stirred my own anger. I now yearn to lead my 100,000 kin to flatten the human race and avenge Lu Xuan, given how treacherously the human race has acted. Do you think Lu Xuan will break away from them and ally with us? What on earth are you thinking? If that slayer, Lu Xuan, were to arrive in the foreign realm, would we still have our good days ahead? Alas, how foolish I have been. Let us instead deliberate on how we might exact some measure of vengeance for that slayer. The ancient sovereigns of the other races, who are clearly at odds with Lu Xuan, now find themselves speaking out in his defense. Although the foreign races are ferocious, they are, paradoxically, the most reasonable. The principle of respecting the strong is an eternal truth among them. The foreign races disdain schemes and plots. They pursue their desires solely through the strength of their fists. Thus, within these races, only the powerful are deemed worthy of admiration. While Lu Xuan is not one of their kind, he has single-handedly guarded the foreign realm for 100 millennia. Most of the ancient sovereigns of these races genuinely respect Lu Xuan from the depths of their hearts. Now, upon hearing of Lu Xuan's plight among the human race, even these ancient sovereigns feel compelled to champion his cause, some even wishing to assist him in reclaiming his honor. These matters, however, are beyond our purview. Let us follow along and observe. I wonder if those human emperors will allow this slayer to return smoothly to his kin. The ancient sovereign of the sky, Fox, interrupted the crowd's indignation and spoke softly. This is also a task bestowed upon us by the revered sky, Fox, before his departure. Should Lu Xuan find himself in peril, we must act promptly to alleviate some of his burdens, that we must ensure that Lu Xuan can safely return to the human realm. Upon hearing, it was the decree of the Sky Fox. The ancient sovereign's expressions turned grave. They harbored no fondness for the Sky Fox, for among the numerous revered beings of the foreign races, only the Sky Fox was known for cunning strategies, most of which were rather insidious. Nevertheless, they were all aware that the Sky Fox was backed by the celestial sovereign, as the envoy of the celestial sovereign in the foreign realm. Every word and deed of the Sky Fox represented the will of the celestial sovereign. Since it was the Sky Fox's command, we shall certainly do our utmost. Coincidentally, I too wish to witness whether those worthless human emperors can withstand the onslaught of this slayer. Haha, this slayer, Lu Xuan, has troubled us for 100 millennia. now that I can witness the human race being tormented by him, I must go and broaden my horizons. Let us go. Let us stir up some trouble. A Haven T stepped out of the abyss in 100 millennia. I've nearly forgotten what the Sea of Realms looks like. In the past, I too once traversed the Sea of Realms and felled human emperors. What is the Sea of Realms? I once stepped across it, slaughtering my way to the gates of the human emperors. Even now, the walls of the imperial gates bear the mark of my holy water. Holy water, you say? Wasn't that just you? After 10 days and nights of fighting, still being thwarted beneath the imperial gates, and in a fit of rage, relieving yourself upon the walls. And then you scuttled back in disgrace. It has been 100 millennia, and yet you still flaunt that. One should not strike a person's face or expose their weaknesses. Wasn't it you who also participated in that act? I recall us competing to see who could urinate higher. I certainly outdid you by a factor of 2. In an instant, the ancient sovereigns of the foreign races erupted in a laughter point one by one. They emerged from the abyss, carefully standing upon the desolate plains, gazing at the boundless sea of realms in the distance, seemingly in disbelief that they had truly stepped out of the abyss. After being trapped in the foreign realm for 100 millennia, they finally beheld the vast expanse of the Sea of Realms once more. Look, that slayer has reached the Sea of Realms. Let us follow closely, but do not reveal ourselves. Let us hide and observe. The ancient sovereign of the sky, Fox exclaimed, pointing at a towering figure in the distance. That figure was Lu Xuan. Having personally unsealed the abyss, Lu Xuan had now arrived at the Sea of Realms. The vast Sea of Realms is an endless ocean amidst the clouds. Above the sea, a myriad of celestial mountains and islands emerge from a mist. Within the sea, countless terrifying beasts lay in ambush, fraught with danger. This place serves as the boundary between the human domain and the foreign races, hence its name, the Sea of Realms. As Lu Xuan halted before the sea, his brow furrowed deeply. Even before stepping foot onto its waters, he sensed powerful auras emanating from the sea. Those were the auras of the human emperors that he looked up and amidst the rolling clouds. At least 2 human emperors descended the moment his gaze fell upon them. The clouds surged, and the 2 formidable human emperors materialized. 2 imposing human emperors stood guard above the clouds, accompanied by several dozen quasi-emperor-level human warriors. This is the human realm's Sea of Realms. No one may pass. One of the emperors declared, his voice imbued with overwhelming authority. This was the Clear-Wind Emperor, hailing from one of the top 100 imperial clans. Sent to guard the sea under the command of the imperial sovereign. The human race is currently the mightiest among the myriad of realms, and the number of emperors within the human domain has reached an unprecedented level. Within just the top 100 imperial clans, there are over 1,000 emperors. When including those from smaller clans, the total number of human emperors now approaches 2,000 to 3,000. It is no exaggeration to state that we are currently witnessing an unprecedented era of glory for the human race. Due to the overwhelming number of emperors, the duty of guarding the Sea of Realms has been rotated among these clans. The Clear-Wind Emperor and the Cloud Peak Emperor, appearing above the clouds, were executing the task of safeguarding the sea on behalf of their families. Their clans, while not particularly powerful, are not weak either. They belong to the top 100 imperial clans. Such status and strength naturally lead to their usual arrogance. Furthermore, the Sea of Realms has remained tranquil for 100 millennia, causing them to almost forget that danger still lurks above. This place is the first line of defense for the human race against the foreign races. Thus, when Lu Xuan appeared before the sea, they were momentarily taken aback. The quasi-emperors behind them even rubbed their eyes vigorously, looking several times to confirm that there was indeed a figure standing before the sea. As envoys tasked with guarding the sea, the Clear-Wind Emperor and the Cloud Peak Emperor could not allow any foreign beings to cross its waters. However, upon realizing that the figure before them was a human emperor, they were left speechless once more. "You are also of the human race?" The Cloud Peak Emperor inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "How could a human emperor like you appear beyond the Sea of Realms? Tell me, who are you? From whence do you hail? Which clan do you represent?" Lu Xuan initially thought that these 2 human emperors were sent to obstruct him. Yet, from their eyes and expressions, he discerned that they seemed unaware of the circumstances surrounding him. Their appearance at the sea was merely a function of their duty to guard it. Regardless of who appeared beyond the sea, they were obliged to intervene. Stand aside. Lu Xian's voice was cold and commanding. Having safeguarded the abyss for 100 millennia while his kin nearly faced annihilation, he could wait no longer, yearning to return and protect his family. Today, anyone who obstructed his path would face dire consequences. The Clear-Wind Emperor and the Cloud Peak Emperor seemed taken aback by Lu Xian's attitude. After a moment of stunned silence, fury ignited within them. "You insufferable wretch! Were it not for the fact that you are also of the human race, I would have slain you the instant you approached the sea. Now, I grant you an opportunity for explanation, yet you remain so arrogant. Very well. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility." The Cloud Peak Emperor's rage erupted as he stepped forward from the sea, summoning an unparalleled divine power that radiated like the sun from his palm, striking towards Lu Xian. After all, he was an emperor from one of the top 100 clans. Who wouldn't he show him some respect? Now, being belittled by an unknown human emperor, he could hardly tolerate it. Seeing the Cloud Peak Emperor take action, the Clear-Wind Emperor did not intervene. He too felt that this human emperor was excessively arrogant and deserved a lesson. The Clear-Wind Emperor crossed his arms, watching with amusement, eagerly anticipating the moment that the arrogant human emperor would pay the price for his hubris. Those ancient sovereigns of the foreign races, stealthily trailing behind Lu Xian, exchanged glances filled with peculiar expressions, their eyes betraying uncontainable excitement and eagerness. Goodness, these so-called human emperors are astonishingly bold. I surpass them in strength by at least tenfold. Yet I would never dare to speak to this slayer in such a manner. Had they witnessed this slayer's wrath, they would surely be reduced to quivering wretches. The ancient sovereign of the fire of heaven, who had previously spoken to the god of slaughter in such a manner, would soon face the seventh day of mourning. It was about time for these short-sighted human beings to comprehend the tribulations endured by us ancient sovereigns of different races over the years. The expressions on the faces of these ancient sovereigns were all filled with wicked glee. And One was more acutely aware of Lu Xian's formidable prowess than they were. He was the individual who had been hailed as the foremost existence beneath the Emperor's throne by their alien deities. Just recently, he had effortlessly dispatched a clone of a revered one with a single sword strike in the foreign realm. How could these insignificant beings muster the audacity to challenge Lu Xian? The ancient sovereigns of different races were stifling their amused chuckles, eagerly anticipating the moment when these arrogant human emperors would be thoroughly humiliated by Lu Xian. Naturally, they relished the thought of Lu Xian severing ties with the entire human race. Before the Sea of Realms, Lu Xian stood resolutely against the already aggressive Emperor Yunfeng, opting not to retaliate immediately, but rather to grant him a chance. "Step aside, or perish." Lu Xian's voice resonated with even greater authority than before. His admonition only served to deepen the insult felt by the opposing Emperor Yunfeng. "What are you? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Emperor Yunfeng's wrath reached its zenith. After all, he was one of the most renowned emperors among the human race. He had never endured such humiliation. Great Sun Annihilation Fist, the golden radiance in Emperor Yunfeng's palm, suddenly transformed into a colossal sun, illuminating the expanse for miles. The moment of his assault, a towering emperor's manifestation materialized above him, grasping the great sun, and bore down upon Lu Xian. Hiss! This was Yunfeng's most powerful divine ability. The Great Sun Annihilation Fist. He had once used it to obliterate the Autumn Wind Emperor, who was a level above him. Unbeknownst to him, a millennium had passed, and his Great Sun Annihilation Fist had grown exponentially more potent. The force of this strike had reached the apex of the Emperor realm. Even a peak emperor might struggle to withstand it. In the skies above the Sea of Realms, Qingfeng Emperor, Yunfeng's longtime ally, gazed in astonishment at the unleashed might of Emperor Yunfeng. He began to mourn the impending doom of the oblivious human emperor, exclaiming in dismay, "It's no wonder he lacks vision. How dare he be so arrogant before us? If he dies, it is a fate he deserves." Lu Xian had yet to make a move, and it seemed as though he could already foresee the outcome. With Emperor Yunfeng unleashing his unparalleled divine abilities, the human emperor standing opposite him could certainly not be his match. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly emerge gravely wounded. Once Emperor Yunfeng struck again, he would easily dispatch the boastful human emperor. The behind him, upon hearing Qingfeng Emperor's analysis, were filled with fervent admiration. Yet they remained oblivious. Just 100 miles away, a group of concealed ancient sovereigns from different races began to mourn for Emperor Yunfeng. Do you think the human emperor is a fool? Lu Xuan has already told him to step aside, and he still dares to obstruct him. What a stubborn fool! It's truly a case of a fool refusing good advice. They pondered how that human emperor would feel if he realized he was about to face the invincible Lu Xuan, who had already reached his level of power over 100,000 years ago. Would he regret his reckless decision? Haha. Even if he did, there would be no opportunity for that. Once Lu Xuan, the god of slaughter, made his move, he would not even have the chance to regret. Just as the voices of these ancient sovereigns faded, they witnessed Lu Xuan take action at the moment when Emperor Yunfeng's great sun annihilation fist was a mere millimeter from Lu Xuan's nose. A sword aura was unexpectedly unleashed from Lu Xuan's eyes. Whoosh! The formidable defenses of Emperor Yunfeng and his body, as sturdy as an imperial weapon, crumbled before this sword aura like fragile glass. Crack, crack, from hundreds of miles away, the ancient sovereigns could distinctly hear the sound of Emperor Yunfeng's imperial body fracturing, piece by piece. Then, with a resounding crash, a human emperor vanished from the realm. Throughout this encounter, Lu Xuan had never even lifted a finger. With just a glance, he had annihilated a human emperor. This scene was nothing short of astonishing. Even the ancient sovereigns, who were already familiar with Lu Xuan, were left in stunned disbelief upon witnessing this moment. Why the heavens! How much power has this fellow been concealing? The ancient sovereigns felt their scalps tingle, their bodies trembling in fear. They had never realized that Lu Xuan's strength had escalated to such terrifying heights. The formidable prowess he displayed at this moment surpassed anything they had encountered over the years by 100-fold. It was only at this moment that they understood. Over these years, Lu Xuan had never regarded them with any seriousness. Above the sea of realms, Qingfeng Emperor and were left dumbfounded in shock. Heavens, what did we just witness? Emperor Yunfeng is dead, and it seems the opponent only required a mere glance. Then, Emperor Yunfeng shattered into countless fragments. A human emperor has been utterly annihilated. No, this cannot be true. How could he be so powerful? This was Emperor Yunfeng. He was an emperor. How could he so easily slay an emperor? It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Woe is me. Emperor Yunfeng was the strongest emperor of our Yun family. How could he possibly die? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As they witnessed the demise of Emperor Yunfeng, the human felt as though the heavens had collapsed. Qingfeng Emperor, too, was stunned by this scene. Previously confident that Emperor Yunfeng would prevail, he was now quaking in fear. He and Emperor Yunfeng were of comparable strength. If even Emperor Yunfeng could be slain with a single sword strike, what fate awaited him in the presence of such a god of slaughter? How dare you kill Yunfeng? You have brought calamity upon yourself. Though terrified, Qingfeng Emperor shouted in fury. After all, he was the one guarding the Sea of Realms, backed by the entirety of the human race. Thus, even knowing that Lu Xuan possessed the strength to slay him with a glance, Qingfeng Emperor showed no sign of retreat. He understood that once Emperor Yunfeng fell, the human race would sense it instantly. The emperor stationed at the Imperial Pass would undoubtedly rush to the Sea of Realms to provide support. Regardless of how strong Lu Xuan was, he could never withstand the combined might of the human emperors. Therefore, despite his fear, Qingfeng Emperor did not waver. Instead, he resolutely commanded the behind him, "Form ranks, prepare for battle." The human, initially panicking in fear, found solace in Qingfeng Emperor's command and swiftly formed a powerful formation. These, selected for their role in guarding the Sea of Realms, had undergone specialized training to 36 could instantly form a formidable imperial-level formation. Even a peak emperor trapped within it would find it difficult to escape. As the 36 human arranged the formation, the worry and terror in Qingfeng Emperor's eyes dissipated entirely. He stepped into the center of the formation. His countenance darkened as he glared at Lu Xuan beyond the Sea of Realms, declaring defiantly, "To slay a human emperor in this realm, you truly possess audacity. No matter who you are, you must die today." In the distance, The ancient sovereigns concealed within the void scoffed at the sight of the formation above the Sea of Realms. Is this all they have? It barely possesses 1/10 of the power of our Tianmong clan's Tianmong formation. One wonders where they derive their confidence from, thinking they can fend off Lu Xuan with such a feeble array. In the past, our Tianmong formation was effortlessly obliterated by Lu Xuan's sword. At his peak, he wouldn't even need to draw his sword to dismantle a formation of this caliber. The ancient sovereigns of the Tianmong clan had long boasted of their formation's ability to slay emperors and trap revered ones. Yet, in that fateful encounter, Lu Xuan had dispatched it in an instant. Not only was the Tianmong formation shattered, but the 360 and great saints who formed it were also annihilated in a single strike. Since that battle, the Tianmong clan had not dared to set foot into the passage again. Indeed, the last words of their previous ancient sovereign, before his demise, were that as long as Lu Xuan remained, the Tianmong clan would not dare to step beyond the passage. It must be said that the ancient Tianmong emperor was remarkably wise, sacrificing his own life to procure invaluable lessons for his kin. Ever since that fateful day, whenever the members of the Tianmong clan witnessed other races being vanquished by Lu Xuan, they silently expressed their gratitude for the ancient emperor's selfless sacrifice. The words of the Tianmong emperor resonated with the other ancient emperors, who also felt a deep sense of empathy. It appeared that the human race had been living in blissful ignorance for far too long, having seemingly forgotten the terrifying presence of Lu Xuan. Now, it was high time for them to comprehend the tribulations that we, the other races, had endured over the past 100,000 years. The ancient Tianhu emperor chuckled maliciously, eagerly anticipating the moment when those foolish human emperors and quasi-emperors would pay the price for their arrogance and folly. Before the Sea of Realms, Lu Xuan stowed away the source of the emperor's essence he had just acquired. Although he no longer required it for refining and absorption, he could not afford to waste such precious resources. After all, it was the essence of an emperor, and preserving it for his kin's absorption would be advantageous. The Lu clan was currently in dire need of emperors, and the essence he possessed could indeed forge one. Sealing away the emperor's essence, Lu Xuan's gaze shifted towards the formation above the Sea of Realms. Did they truly believe that a formation comprising 36 quasi-emperors and one emperor could obstruct his progress? 100,000 years had passed. It seemed the human race had entirely forgotten the name of this emperor. A sigh escaped Lu Xuan, drifting over the Sea of Realms. Upon reaching the center of the Grand Formation, the Qingfeng emperor couldn't help but be taken aback by Lu Xuan's words. He looked at Lu Xuan in astonishment and questioned, "What do you mean by 100,000 years? Are you the emperor from 100,000 years ago?" His words stirred a tempest of disbelief among the surrounding quasi-emperors. What? An emperor from 100,000 years ago? How could that be possible? The lifespan of an emperor rarely exceeded 50,000 years unless one continuously refined and absorbed elixirs of immortality or harvested the essence of life. Such elixirs were exceedingly scarce, and even the long-lived clans and immortal sects could not produce them in abundance. Thus, if he had truly lived for 100,000 years, he must have harvested the essence of life. To absorb the essence of life meant utilizing mortal lives for cultivation, a path of true malevolence. Within the human race, anyone daring to absorb the essence of life would undoubtedly be labeled a vile demon. As they deduced that Lu Xuan was a practitioner of such dark arts, the Qingfeng emperor and the 36 quasi-emperors were consumed with fury. Who would have thought you were a vile demon? A being who harvests the essence of mortal lives and indiscriminately slaughters the innocent is utterly unworthy of being called a human emperor. The Qingfeng emperor roared, angrily admonishing, "If you still possess a shred of conscience, I advise you to take your own life. Should the emissaries from the Supreme Hall arrive, you won't even have the chance to wish for death. A beast like you, who harvests the essence of mortal lives, will surely suffer a fate worse than death at their hands." In mere moments, they had transformed Lu Xuan into a monster who harvested the essence of mortal lives. Had he truly been such a being, he would have long since achieved immortality and could not possibly exhibit signs of aging. His longevity was solely attributed to the miraculous powers of the god-burying coffin. Lu Xuan disregarded the Qingfeng emperor's slander. His gaze icy and his voice calm, yet commanding. "Step aside, or perish." Upon hearing Lu Xuan's identical words, Both the Qingfeng Emperor and the surrounding 36 quasi-emperors trembled slightly. They recalled that just before Lu Xuan had made his move, he had uttered the same phrase to the Yunfeng Emperor, who had chosen to attack and subsequently perished. Now, confronted with the same threat, the Qingfeng Emperor and the 36 quasi-emperors felt as though their very lives were at stake. Sensing the wavering resolve among the quasi-emperors, the Qingfeng Emperor hastily exclaimed, "Regardless of your origins, your current actions are a provocation against the entire human race and an affront to the Supreme Hall. I urge you to consider the consequences of your actions." Lu Xuan's simmering fury erupted upon hearing the Qingfeng Emperor mention the Supreme Hall repeatedly. The so-called Supreme Hall was essentially a law enforcement agency established by the four great long-lived clans and the three major immortal sects, all of which boasted powerful emperors. In addition to these long-lived clans and immortal sects, the Supreme Hall had also recruited numerous imperial clans and emperors, thereby solidifying its authority and power among the human race. 100,000 years prior, it was the 7 emperors of the Supreme Hall who had conspired to force Lu Xuan to leave his family and take up residence in Tianyuan. They had promised to ensure the Lu clan's safety for generations to come. However, the Supreme Hall had failed to honor their commitment. Lu Xuan's return to the human race was driven by 2 primary purposes: to rescue his kin and to challenge the Supreme Hall. He sought justice for the sacrifices he had made over the past 100,000 years. With his anger unleashed, Lu Xuan struck without mercy. The moment the god-burying sword manifested, the world instantaneously lost all color. Even the light was obscured, leaving only the radiance of the sword. As the sword descended from the heavens, it cleaved through the very fabric of existence. In that instant, the vast expanse of the Sea of Realms was illuminated in a dazzling brilliance. The Qingfeng Emperor, who had once held unwavering confidence in the formation, realized in that moment that he had gravely miscalculated. Indeed, it was a monumental error. That single beam of sword light was far beyond their capacity to withstand. The Lu Xuan before them was no mere emperor. He was clearly an emperor of unparalleled might. The power of that sword was on par with a direct assault from an emperor of the highest order. The imperial-level formation, crafted by the Qingfeng Emperor and the 36 quasi-emperors, could only withstand an emperor's might, not the overwhelming force of an emperor of the highest order. Thus, in that fleeting moment, as the sword light descended, the Qingfeng Emperor made a wise decision to flee as the eye of the formation. The Qingfeng Emperor abandoned the 36 quasi-emperors behind him and made his escape. A dignified emperor had been frightened into retreat. Who would dare believe such a tale? The quasi-emperors, already paralyzed by fear from the sword energy, were utterly stunned upon witnessing the Qingfeng Emperor's flight. If the eye of the formation was gone, did they even have a reason to maintain it? Shameless, despicable. The quasi-emperors erupted in furious exclamations. Yet, no matter how they cursed, the Qingfeng Emperor continued his flight without looking back. Lu Xuan paid no heed to the fleeing Qingfeng Emperor. With his strength, it would have been a trivial matter to stop him. However, despite preparing to sever ties with the Supreme Hall, he ultimately chose to grant the Qingfeng Emperor an opportunity for survival. As they were both members of the human race, the very moment the Qingfeng Emperor fled, the sword energy sliced through the formation like a river breaking free. The 36 quasi-emperors were instantly reduced to ashes. They were not emperors, and without the essence of an emperor, the shattering of their physical forms meant their utter demise. They were dead beyond any hope of revival, with a single sword strike. Lu Xuan had eradicated 36 quasi-emperors, yet he felt no elation. His gaze turned towards the Sea of Realms, the edge of the sea. The fleeing figure of the Qingfeng Emperor suddenly halted. Mighty human emperors materialized at the terminus of the Sea of Realms. These were the human emperors rushing from the Imperial Pass, arriving to assist the Qingfeng Emperor in the blink of an eye. 6 human emperors had gathered at the edge of the sea, their expressions grim as they scrutinized Lu Xuan beyond the waters. Among them stood the Qingfeng Emperor, who visibly trembled upon sighting Lu Xuan. He longed to slip away unnoticed, but was forcibly brought back by these emperors. Having already experienced Lu Xuan's formidable power, the Qingfeng Emperor wished to avoid confrontation with such an entity. Lu Xian's gaze shifted to the 5 newly arrived human emperors. Among them were 2 at the pinnacle of their power, while the other 3 were at the late stage of the emperor realm. Together with the late-stage Qingfeng Emperor, this group of 6 comprised 2 at the pinnacle and 4 at the late stage. Such a configuration was sufficient to overpower any emperor. Yet, he was an exception. Not only would he not fear these mere 6 emperors, but even if 10 pinnacle emperors were to arrive, Lu Xian would remain unperturbed. This time, Lu Xian remained silent, coldly observing the newly arrived emperors, particularly the 2 at the pinnacle of their power. From them, he sensed the aura of the longevity family's techniques. Hundreds of miles away, the ancient alien emperors concealed within the fabric of space felt a pang of regret upon witnessing Lu Xian spare the Qingfeng Emperor. Yet, before they could sigh, they beheld the Qingfeng Emperor returning, accompanied by 5 human emperors. Above the Sea of Realms, the 6 human emperors gazed down upon Lu Xian with an air of aloofness. This scene invigorated the ancient alien emperors, each feeling a surge of excitement. Finally, there was something worth watching. The human race had flourished peacefully for 100,000 years, and their number of emperors had multiplied several times over compared to a century ago. It would benefit Lu Xian, this god of slaughter, to eliminate more of their human emperors. Let the killing commence. The more he slaughters, the easier it will be for us aliens when we launch our assault. I can hardly wait to cross the Sea of Realms, breach the Imperial gates, and descend upon the human race. Alas, the humans are too stingy to end dealing with a slaughterer like Lu Xian. They have brought so few emperors. Hardly enough to challenge him. This slaughterer once dispatched 10 peak ancient emperors with a single strike. These few human emperors are hardly worthy of his full attention. The ancient alien emperors sighed, lamenting the human race's parsimony, believing that at least 100 emperors should have come to match Lu Xian's reputation. After all, he was the strongest emperor of the human race from 100,000 years ago. As these ancient alien emperors lamented, the human emperors finally spoke. One of them, clad in a black robe and at the pinnacle of his power, glared at Lu Xian with a dark expression. His palm opened, revealing a golden token. The moment Lu Xian laid eyes on the golden token, his expression turned even colder. The Supreme Order. This represented the utmost authority within the human race. The appearance of the Supreme Order signified the personal descent of the 7 imperial dignitaries of the Supreme Hall. All humans were obliged to obey its commands. Disobedience meant treachery against the human race. Holding the Supreme Order provided this peak emperor with the confidence to confront Lu Xian. Bold Lu Xian. The imperial dignitary asks you, why have you forsaken our agreement and left the Tianyuan without permission? Have you forgotten your promise to guard the Tianyuan for the entirety of your life? This peak emperor, speaking on behalf of the imperial dignitary, questioned Lu Xian. In the past, worried for the safety of his kin, Lu Xian might have heeded the Supreme Order. However, at this moment, he cared little for such things. Faced with the peak emperor's reprimand and the imperial dignitary's inquiry, Lu Xian revealed a hint of a cold smile, his voice icy and domineering. Well asked, I too wish to inquire whether those imperial dignitaries you speak of still remember the agreement we made long ago. The peak emperor from the longevity family, clearly aware of the circumstances from 100,000 years prior, appeared somewhat unsettled at Lu Xian's retort. Yet, representing the imperial dignitary, he could not afford to lose face in front of Lu Xian. A mere emperor, he snorted in anger, the Supreme Order emanating a dazzling golden light as he sternly reprimanded, Lu Xian, you have the audacity. Leaving the Tianyuan without permission is a grave crime. Now, you dare show disrespect to the imperial dignitary and the Supreme Hall? Truly, you are a wolf in sheep's clothing. I am here representing the Supreme Hall, asking you, do you truly wish to remain obstinate? If you return now and dutifully guard the Tianyuan, the imperial dignitaries may show mercy and spare you this time. Of course, your act of wantonly killing my fellow human emperors is also a great sin. You may escape death, but cannot evade punishment. Come forth and endure 30,000 heavenly lashes, if you survive. This matter will be overlooked. Upon hearing the reprimand from this peak emperor, Lu Xian laughed instead of getting angry, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the past 100,000 years. Since when did a mere emperor dare to question him? Moreover, This fellow even sought to represent the imperial dignitary in punishing him. 30,000 heavenly lashes. Ha! Lu Xuan responded only with derisive laughter. His scornful laughter incensed the peak emperor, who, hailing from the longevity family and representing the imperial dignitary, was accustomed to being treated with respect within the human race. Yet now, he was ridiculed by Lu Xuan, a human sinner. Before he could unleash his fury, another peak emperor shouted in anger, "Lu Xuan, what is your attitude? Do you truly disregard the imperial dignitary?" Yet, no matter how loudly he shouted, Lu Xuan couldn't even be bothered to glance his way. A group of petty clowns, wielding the supreme order, truly believed themselves to be the imperial dignitary? Lu Xuan scoffed. Even if the imperial dignitary were personally arrived today, my attitude would remain unchanged. It is your imperial dignitary who has betrayed our agreement, wronging me and my Lu family. Even if you do not seek me out, I will find them and demand answers personally. Lu Xuan's voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The few human emperors above the Sea of Realms had some understanding of the agreement from 100,000 years ago, and their expressions grew grim. Only the Qingfeng Emperor remained unaware. Feeling like an outsider who could not comprehend the exchange between Lu Xuan and the other emperors. Thankfully, he did not concern himself with such matters. Ever since his return, he had remained vigilant, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Regardless of the enmity between Lu Xuan and the longevity family, it was not something he, a mere emperor, could involve himself in hundreds of miles away. The ancient alien emperors were furious at the attitude displayed by these human emperors towards Lu Xuan, even more so than Lu Xuan himself. That it was as if they had been wronged instead of Lu Xuan. Had the human race truly descended to the extent of turning black into white, unable to discern right from wrong? Who would have thought that after 100,000 years, the human race had fallen to such depths? These individuals, wielding the supreme order, were clearly intent on slandering Lu Xuan. They possessed immense audacity. They seemed utterly unaware of the meaning of death. To think they would have Lu Xuan endure 30,000 heavenly lashes. Had they lost their minds? Once this god of slaughter made his move, there would be no escape for them. If the human race's supreme hall consisted solely of such worthless individuals, the day when we aliens break through the imperial gates and conquer the human race would be imminent. The ancient alien emperors were positively elated. They had been sent by the revered Qinghu to secretly assist Lu Xuan. However, the meager display put forth by the humans was utterly insufficient in the face of Lu Xuan. With a casual strike, he could easily resolve the situation. There was no need for them to intervene. Each ancient alien emperor observed with keen interest, some even beginning to wager and speculate on how long this god of slaughter would hold back before unleashing his wrath. Before the Sea of Realms, Lu Xuan's retort left the human emperors with grim faces. They sought to counter Lu Xuan's claims, but found themselves unable to articulate a rebuttal. The actions of their imperial dignitary were indeed treacherous. Yet they could not admit it. Their imperial dignitary could not be burdened with such a notorious reputation. From beginning to end, they and their imperial dignitary could only represent justice. Thus, the fault could only lie with Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, I cannot comprehend your words. Since you promised to guard the Tianyuan, you should do so diligently. Now, having left the Tianyuan without permission, you have committed an unforgivable mistake. To dare massacre your kin before the Sea of Realms is an even greater crime. Just now, the Tianzuan Jiangming merely asked you to endure 30,000 heavenly lashes, which was already an act of leniency. Do not remain obstinate, lest you bring harm upon yourself and others. I advise you to obediently step forward and accept your punishment, then return to the Tianyuan. In doing so, I can plead for you before the imperial dignitary, seeking clemency and granting you and your Lu family a chance for redemption. Another peak emperor coldly reprimanded. His words were also a veiled threat to Lu Xuan. You may disregard your own life, but do you not care for the Lu family within the human race? 100,000 years ago, Lu Xuan had been compelled to leave the human race and guard the Tianyuan under threats from the 7 imperial dignitaries, using his family as leverage. Now, after 100,000 years, hearing the same threat again ignited the fury and grievances that had accumulated over the years within Lu Xuan. Yet at this moment he appeared remarkably composed. he calmly regarded the peak emperor before him. Sensing the aura belonging to the longevity family emanating from him. "You hail from the Jin family?" Lu Xuan's voice was remarkably calm. From the presence of the great emperor before him, he sensed the aura of the Jin family's emperor. As for the one wielding the supreme order, Lu Xuan did not need to guess that it was naturally Emperor Jiangming, hailing from the Jiang family of the longevity clan, among the four great families of longevity. It was the emperors of the Jin and Jiang families who initially advocated for Lu Xuan's expulsion from the human race, confining him to guard Tianyuan. Therefore, upon realizing that the human emperors before him were from the Jiang and Jin families, Lu Xuan was not surprised. After all, it was these two families' emperors who had cast him out, and they would undoubtedly be disinclined to see him return to the human race. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for them to send their junior emperors, bearing the supreme order, to obstruct him. The emperor from the Jin family, upon hearing Lu Xuan's inquiry, flashed a hint of pride in his gaze and arrogantly declared, "Since you are aware that I hail from the Jin family, you should also know who you are offending. Lu Xuan, I advise you to obediently step forward to face your punishment, if you can survive the trial of 30,000 heavenly thunder whips. All your transgressions will be forgiven." As soon as the Jin family emperor's words fell, the one holding the supreme order, Emperor Jiangming, exclaimed, "Lu Xuan, our patience is limited. If you do not step forward to accept your punishment within 10 breaths, it will be seen as a provocation against the emperor and the supreme hall." Provocation? Lu Xuan chuckled lightly, his expression revealing no hint of joy or sorrow as he calmly replied, "Have I not been provoking you all along? Is it only now that you realize this? Jin family, Jiang family, I never expected that the descendants of the two emperors would be nothing but a bunch of fools, worthless." This statement from Lu Xuan fell like a bomb dropped into a pond. The five emperors above the Sea of Realms glared at him in uncontrollable fury, their eyes filled with a hatred that seemed capable of consuming him alive. Only Emperor Qingfeng, upon seeing that familiar smile appear at the corner of Lu Xuan's mouth, quietly began to retreat. Naturally, in the presence of these great emperors from the longevity clan, he did not dare to act excessively, but had already created enough distance between himself and the others. The moment he sensed Lu Xuan's intent to strike, he would be ready to flee. Emperor Qingfeng had already prepared himself for a quick escape, while the other emperors from the Jiang and Jin families remained utterly oblivious. Enraged by Lu Xuan's words, they all glared at him in fury. Emperor Jiangming, wielding the supreme order, shouted with murderous intent, "Lu Xuan, you are courting death." They had originally been dispatched to prevent Lu Xuan from returning to the human race, believing that with the supreme order in hand, they could easily force him back. Yet, Lu Xuan displayed a blatant disregard for the supreme order, even openly provoking them. How could they possibly tolerate such insolence? With Jiangming's furious roar, the other emperors simultaneously launched their attacks. The battle among the 6 human emperors above the Sea of Realms erupted in an instant, save for Emperor Qingfeng. The terrifying power of the imperial laws cascaded down from the heavens. The 5 emperors, coordinating their assaults, created a spectacle that was exceedingly rare. After launching his attack, the Jin family emperor laughed triumphantly, declaring, "Lu Xuan, since you refuse to recognize what's good for you, your fate is sealed." With their combined might, these 5 emperors believed that no one within the human race, aside from the emperors themselves, could withstand their onslaught. Lu Xuan, no matter how powerful he was still merely an emperor. As long as he remained an emperor, he could not possibly withstand their attacks. However, they failed to notice that as they unleashed their strikes, Emperor Qingfeng, who had been standing beside them, had already vanished without a trace. Having learned from previous encounters with Lu Xuan's terrifying strength, Emperor Qingfeng had swiftly fled the moment Jiangming and the others made their move. Now he had reached the very edge of the Sea of Realms and was on the verge of completely escaping. Similarly, Jiangming and the others were unaware that under the combined assault of the 5 emperors, Lu Xuan's expression remained devoid of fear, his demeanor still as cold and indifferent as ever. It was as if he did not even acknowledge their attacks. Hundreds of miles away, the ancient alien sovereigns lurking in the void erupted in excited cheers. "Here it comes. It's remarkable that this harbinger of death, Lu Xuan, has managed to endure until now. These human emperors are truly foolish. Lu Xuan has yet to make a move, and they're already rushing to their doom. Alas, with their meager strength, they offer little spectacle. A few useless emperors are hardly worth one of Lu Xuan's strikes. Shall we wager on how many moves it will take for this harbinger of death to eliminate them? Is there even a need to speculate? With just a casual strike, Lu Xuan will reduce them to ashes. The ancient alien sovereigns found themselves somewhat disinterested. The strength of these human emperors left them astonished. Is it true that human emperors are this weak? The imperial laws behind these human emperors were inferior even to those of the ancient alien sovereigns. How could they dare to take the initiative against Lu Xuan with such lackluster abilities? At that moment, they witnessed Lu Xuan make his move. This was the first time since leaving Tianyuan that he unsheathed his sword. The sound of the sword humming resonated throughout the Sea of Realms. At the instant the sword cried out, all 5 human emperors felt their movements pause. The sound of the sword seemed to herald a great terror, causing even their motions to freeze momentarily. The imperial laws behind them were severed at the very moment the sword echoed. With the severing of the imperial laws, they instantly lost their connection to their emperor's essence. Not good. Even Emperor Jiangming, despite his arrogance, sensed something amiss and frantically called out, trying to alert the others. However, before his words could escape, he watched in horror as the emperors standing before him transformed into countless fragments. Witnessing the emperor shatter into innumerable pieces before his very eyes, Jiangming's mind crumbled. In the face of life and death, the supreme order in his grasp suddenly erupted with a golden light, shielding him from the all-pervasive sword energy. With a deafening crash, Jiangming was struck hard, the golden glow of the supreme order enveloping him as he was hurled back hundreds of miles. After soaring nearly 1,000 miles, Jiangming finally spat out a mouthful of black blood, and even the essence of his emperor's power was riddled with countless cracks. It was only due to the protection of the supreme order that he escaped with his life. The others were not so fortunate. Without the supreme order's protection, they all perished beneath the relentless onslaught of the sword energy. This demonstrated just how formidable that single strike was. One sword severed 4 emperors. It was nothing short of a miracle. No, this is impossible. The surviving Jiangming was filled with panic and disbelief. After all, they were wielding the supreme order this time, representing the supreme hall. Even with the boldest of audacity, Lu Xuan would never dare to oppose the supreme hall. However, reality has proven them wrong. Not only does Lu Xuan dare to confront the supreme hall, but he also shows no regard for the emperor behind them. That sword just now has already made his stance clear. Lu Xuan has severed ties with the human race. Even if it is not a complete rupture, at the very least, he has broken away from the Supreme Hall and the 2 great eternal clans behind them. Emperor Jiangming glared ominously at the nearby Emperor Qingfeng, wishing he could slap this cowardly traitor into oblivion. Yet before he could act, the Supreme Order echoed a voice, absolving him of blame. Lu Xuan's strength has grown far beyond what it once was, having stepped into the realm of quasi-emperor. Even if he stayed, it would only result in a senseless demise. Hearing the voice of the Supreme Order, despite his fury, Emperor Jiangming had no choice but to relent. He shot one last fierce glare at Emperor Qingfeng before turning to flee towards the Imperial Pass, outside the Sea of Realms. Watching Emperor Jiangming retreat, Lu Xuan chose not to pursue him. He understood that Jiangming possessed the Supreme Order, making him a difficult target to eliminate. Let this petty jester live a few more days. A chilling smile crept across Lu Xuan's face as he stepped onto the Sea of Realms. Collecting 4 sources of the Emperor's essence at present, aside from the incomplete essence of the ancient Fire Emperor, he possessed 5 complete sources of the Emperor's essence. Oh, his surprise. The news had spread so swiftly to the Supreme Hall. As Lu Xuan traversed the Sea of Realms, he did not rush forward. The vast expanse of the sea, stretching millions of miles, was but a brief moment for him to traverse. Yet, even after crossing the sea, he still faced the Imperial Pass before returning to the human race. The Imperial Pass, a grand fortress forged by the blood and sacrifice of countless humans, had withstood the relentless assaults of foreign races time and again. Guarding the pass were not only human emperors but also a 1,000,000-strong army. Even at the pinnacle of emperor status, crossing the Imperial Pass was no simple feat. Moreover, the news of his emergence had already reached the Supreme Hall. The emperors who wished to prevent his return would undoubtedly obstruct him, that if only messengers from the Supreme Hall were sent, he could manage that. However, if those emperors descended in person, Lu Xuan, despite his confidence, knew he could not withstand them. The chasm between an emperor and an emperor of emperors was insurmountable. Even though he had reached the quasi-emperor stage, he still could not compare with a true emperor of emperors. The emperor of emperors, the supreme being among emperors, stood at the pinnacle of existence in this world. Within the human race, there had been numerous emperors throughout the ages at one point. There were even thousands of them. Yet, the number of emperors had never exceeded 9. This was beyond human intervention. It was the limitation imposed by the heavenly laws. 9 was the maximum. Under the heavenly laws, there could only be 9 emperors of emperors. Thus, in any given era, the number of human emperors would never surpass 9. Currently, the Supreme Hall alone possessed 7 emperors of emperors. The remaining positions for emperors of emperors in the human race had dwindled to just 2. If there were any hidden emperors, the 9 positions would have likely been filled long ago. Furthermore, Lu Xuan had always suspected this possibility was high. This was because, thousands of years ago, when he sought to breach the Emperor of Emperors realm, he sensed the suppression of heavenly power. He was constrained by the heavenly laws, unable to ascend as an Emperor of Emperors. Thus, Lu Xuan speculated that the current number of emperors within the human race had indeed reached 9. The attainment of this maximum would naturally repel him from becoming an Emperor of Emperors. Now, as Lu Xuan prepared to return to the human race, he was bound to encounter the emperors of emperors once more. 100,000 years ago, he had been forced to leave the human race due to the threats posed by the 7 emperors of emperors. Now, as he aimed to rejoin the human race, he was unwilling to witness the tragic events of the past unfold again, that if the number of emperors reached its zenith, then the only path to becoming a new emperor of emperors lay in slaying one of them. With a grave expression, Lu Xuan furrowed his brows in contemplation. Yet, he was merely a quasi-emperor of emperors. His current strength was utterly insufficient to slay an emperor of emperors. Each of these beings wielded a unique law of emperor of emperors. The law of emperor of emperors was the most potent force within this realm, naturally suppressing the laws of emperors. Even if he was known as a quasi-emperor of emperors, he remained an emperor, still practicing the laws of emperors. His laws, when faced with the laws of emperor of emperors, will be thoroughly suppressed. Thus, he would forever be unable to stand against an emperor of emperors, upon realizing that the number of human emperors of emperors had likely reached its limit. Lu Xuan began to ponder methods to break this deadlock. In the initial 10,000 years, he found no solution, nor did he know how to overcome the constraints of heavenly laws to become an emperor of emperors. However, later on, he discovered some clues from the god burial coffin. The god burial coffin appeared to be a simple bronze coffin, yet it contained a world of its own. Each time Lu Xuan lay inside, his body would find itself in a new realm. In that realm, everything seemed to be in stasis. Time, years, everything ceased to flow within. It was precisely because of this that Lu Xuan could slow the aging of his body while lying in the god burial coffin. Eventually, he uncovered some peculiarities within the god burial coffin. He discovered that the coffin's surrounding planks bore countless wondrous patterns, resembling a vast star map. However, in certain critical positions, there were empty voids. These voids clearly indicated the positions of stars that had mysteriously vanished. Later, during an unexpected moment, Lu Xuan unraveled the secrets of these coffin planks. Those star map voids could actually be filled with the essence of an emperor. Thus, the sources of emperor's essence Lu Xuan had obtained by slaying ancient four monarchs were all used to fill the starry voids on the coffin lid. Currently, among the 28 star map voids on the coffin lid, only the 5 at the northernmost point remained unfilled. Originally, Lu Xuan intended to reserve these sources of the emperor's essence for his kin. But now, he could no longer afford such considerations. If he could not advance and become an emperor of emperors, even returning to the human race might not guarantee the safety of his kin. Conversely, if he did not return to the human race, those emperors of emperors would likely refrain from making a move against the Lu family. This would, in turn, ensure the safety of the Lu family even more. Such simple reasoning was something Lu Xuan only grasped after thoroughly calming himself. Thus, he could not afford to rush back, yet he could not truly leave and return to guard the abyss of heaven. Retreating to the abyss would be tantamount to conceding to the Supreme Hall, to bowing before the 7 emperors of emperors. Such a thing, Lu Xuan would rather die than do. He hoped that the god-burial coffin would bring him some surprises. Lu Xuan sat quietly above the sea of realms as he integrated the 5 sources of the emperor's essence with the voids on the star map one by one. The star map on the god-burial coffin was entirely illuminated. At that moment, all 28 sources of the emperor's essence radiated astonishing brilliance. The star map on the god-burial coffin instantaneously manifested colossal images of sacred beasts in the 4 cardinal directions. The azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, the black tortoise of the north. At the moment these legendary 4 sacred beasts emerged from the star map, Lu Xuan found himself trembling in awe at their terrifying presence. These are the legendary 4 sacred beasts. This star map can actually activate the 4 sacred beasts, gazing at the awe-inspiring phantoms of the 4 sacred beasts materializing within the god-burial coffin. Lu Xuan was left utterly dumbfounded. However, after a brief moment of shock, his eyes brimmed with ecstatic joy. The fact that the star map on the god-burial coffin could evoke the phantoms of the 4 sacred beasts was enough to indicate its extraordinary origin. It also offered Lu Xuan a glimmer of hope. Outside the Sea of Realms, those ancient foreign monarchs hidden in the void were utterly astonished upon witnessing Lu Xuan halt his advance. What was happening? Why had Lu Xuan stopped? Wasn't he supposed to return to the human race? He had only just arrived at the Sea of Realms. Why was he not moving? I'm still awaiting his playful antics at the Imperial Pass. Could it be that some unforeseen mishap has occurred? The human emperor earlier actually brought the Supreme Order. Could it be that Lu Xuan has been intimidated by the Supreme Order? Although Lu Xuan, the god of slaughter, is unruly, he ultimately lacks the status of an emperor and does not possess the combat strength of an imperial sovereign, rendering him no match for those human emperors. If he were to return to the human realm, he would undoubtedly be slain by those sovereigns. It seems he has come to this realization, understanding that his return would likely lead to his demise. Hence his hesitation. Alas, those human emperors are truly despicable. How could they treat Lu Xuan, a great benefactor, in such a manner? There is no justice in this world. A person like Lu Xuan, if he were among our otherworldly races, would surely be revered by myriad clans. Unfortunately, the human race consists of a bunch of brutes, treating even their benefactors thus. The ancient emperors of the otherworld all voiced their indignation for Lu Xuan, recognizing that should he return in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be suppressed by the human emperors. Qing Hu, do you not possess the order of the Qing Hu sovereign? Why not step forth and recruit Lu Xuan? If the human race does not cherish him, we of the otherworld shall. If you can bring Lu Xuan to our side, the sovereign will surely reward you with great merit. Some were inciting the Qing Hu ancient emperor, hoping to persuade him to recruit Lu Xuan. Nonsense. Assisting Lu Xuan's return to the human race is the command of the celestial sovereign. If I were to bring Lu Xuan to the otherworld, it would be tantamount to defying the celestial sovereign's orders. Are you all wishing for my demise? Upon hearing the Qing Hu ancient emperor mention the celestial sovereign, the ancient emperors of the otherworld were so frightened that they dared not utter a word. They realized that attempting to recruit Lu Xuan at this juncture would be equivalent to contravening the celestial sovereign's orders. Within the otherworld, if you offend those sovereigns, there may still be hope for survival. But defying the celestial sovereign's command leaves one with no path but death. The celestial sovereign is akin to a deity for them. Regardless of what Lu Xuan intends to do, we shall remain here and observe. When he attempts to breach the Imperial Pass, perhaps we can lend a hand and assist him from the shadows. The Qing Hu ancient emperor spoke again, his expression grave, stating that it is unlikely the human race will open the Imperial Pass for Lu Xuan, and thus we may have to rely on ourselves that, if all else fails, we shall assault the Imperial Pass to incite a grand battle. This way, Lu Xuan can take advantage of the chaos to enter the Imperial Pass. Upon hearing the Qing Hu ancient emperor's plan, the ancient emperors of the otherworld were filled with excitement, as if invigorated. This is splendid. I shall summon the warriors of my Tianmang tribe, ready to assault the Imperial Pass at any moment. The warriors of my Fire Phoenix tribe have long been eager for battle. After 100,000 years, we shall finally strike again at the Imperial Pass. No one shall vie with me for the first merit in breaching it. The ancient emperors of the Otherworld were all elated at the prospect of attacking the Imperial Pass, after waiting and enduring for 100,000 years. They were finally poised to tread upon the Imperial Pass once more, brimming with anticipation, eager to launch an assault at any moment. Above the Imperial Pass, the recently returned Emperor Jiangming cast a dark gaze upon the figure standing quietly above the Sea of Realms. His eyes ablaze with fury. Were it not for the command of the Imperial Sovereign forbidding him from stepping outside the Imperial Pass and seeking vengeance against Lu Xuan, he would undoubtedly lead the million-strong human army behind him to annihilate Lu Xuan. Behind him stood a host of human emperors. Even having witnessed the battle above the Sea of Realms, they remained undaunted, with many eager to burst forth from the Imperial Pass to slay Lu Xuan, eager to prove their strength. However, as the commander of the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiangming remained silent, and they dared not take a single step outside the pass, merely watching helplessly. Is Lu Xuan afraid? He stands there above the Sea of Realms, not daring to advance a single step. Surely he knows we await him here, and has been frightened. I thought the greatest emperor from 100,000 years ago would be formidable. It seems he possesses such little courage. What is this talk of the greatest emperor from 100,000 years ago? He is merely a traitor expelled from the human race. 100,000 years ago, the Supreme Hall had declared him a member of the human race, expelling him and banishing him to the abyss for penance. Who would have thought that, even after all this time, he would still have the audacity to return? Such a despicable and shameless individual. Should he come, I shall ensure he has no place to be buried. A mere human traitor, should he dare to appear. We emperors could drown him in our spit. However, judging by Lu Xuan's demeanor, it seems he has indeed been frightened by our display and does not dare to approach. At least he has some self-awareness. The human emperors erupted into raucous laughter, utterly disregarding Lu Xuan. They even boasted of their intentions to personally slay him. Yet they failed to notice the expression of Emperor Jiangming, which had darkened to a shade of iron upon hearing their remarks. His fists clenching with an audible crack, he had nearly been slain by Lu Xuan himself. From where do these fools derive their confidence, believing they could kill Lu Xuan? Their disdainful remarks about Lu Xuan were not a mockery of him. Enough! Silence! Emperor Jiangming's cold voice rang out, and only then did the emperors realize he was angry. Hastily falling silent, it was only at that moment that they comprehended how their earlier comments had inadvertently offended Emperor Jiangming. Each emperor felt awkward, wanting to step forward to apologize. However, before they could, Emperor Jiangming had already turned to leave, leaving the group of emperors staring at one another in confusion, above the Sea of Realms. Lu Xuan's gaze was entirely captivated by the god-burying coffin. The moment the four great sacred beast apparitions emerged from the star map, Lu Xuan left behind a false self above the Sea of Realms. His true self had already laid within the god-burying coffin. As he reclined within the coffin, his body automatically entered that peculiar realm. His astonishment. The four great sacred beast apparitions also manifested within this strange world. Moreover, within this extraordinary realm, the apparitions of the four sacred beasts appeared even larger and more awe-inspiring than those he had seen from the god-burying coffin. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu. The apparitions of these four sacred beasts seemed to come alive, each one towering in size like the very heavens. The aura they exuded sent shivers down Lu Xuan's spine, overwhelming him with trepidation. Just the mere specters of these four beings radiate such terrifying might. It is unimaginable to fathom the true strength of the legendary four sacred beasts. Lu Xuan gasped in shock. The four sacred beasts are beings of legend. It is said that the four sacred beasts guard the four corners of the world. No one has ever witnessed their true forms. Even the apparitions of the four sacred beasts are something Lu Xuan sees for the first time. His eyes brimmed with curiosity and astonishment as he gazed skyward. The apparitions of the four sacred beasts appeared in the four cardinal directions of this world's sky. Behind them lay a boundless void, yet Lu Xuan felt as though something was concealed within it. It was as if four invisible, celestial gates stood tall, behind the apparitions of the four sacred beasts. Accompanying the emergence of the four sacred beast apparitions were countless flickering lights, akin to stars glittering in the sky, shining brilliantly. Suddenly, the previously empty sky was filled with a sea of stars. Among them, the most resplendent were 28 colossal stars gleaming with dazzling light. What Lu Xuan beheld was astonishingly identical to the star map he had seen upon the god-burying coffin. This breathtaking sight left Lu Xuan utterly dumbfounded. Just as he stood in awe, the four great sacred beast apparitions simultaneously transformed into streaks of light. 4 beams of different colors, moving with incredible speed, descended from the sky. Before Lu Xuan could react, he found himself enveloped by these 4 beams of light. In an instant, countless runes automatically appeared within his mind. In a mere heartbeat, the 4 streaks of light encircling Lu Xuan vanished, transforming into radiant golden runes that shone brightly within his consciousness. Ultimately, all the runes converged into 5 ancient characters, the chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique. Upon seeing these 5 characters, an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooded into Lu Xuan's mind, seamlessly merging with his memories as if he were being enlightened. In an instant, Lu Xuan had acquired the complete chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique. After perusing it, he trembled with excitement. This technique, transcending the heavenly laws, is indeed a method that surpasses the very fabric of existence. Under the heavens, the 9 paths of the imperial laws are derived. To merge with the imperial laws is to become a human imperial sovereign. However, the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art transcends even the heavenly laws. This demonstrates the formidable and astonishing nature of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art. This is the technique I have long sought. Lu Xuan's face lit up with joy. The god burial coffin has truly brought him immense surprise. The emergence of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art instantaneously resolved his perplexities spanning thousands of years. The chaotic Heavenly Emperor art is divided into 9 levels. Achieving a mastery of the 3rd level or above signifies attaining the imperial sovereign realm. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his heart racing. With the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art, breaking through to the supreme level is no longer a dream. Moreover, reaching the 3rd level already places him at the imperial sovereign realm. Lu Xuan could only imagine the staggering power of the subsequent levels. Crucially, practicing the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art requires no adherence to the constraints of heavenly laws. In other words, he need not rely on the 9 imperial laws to attain enlightenment and become an imperial sovereign. Lu Xuan continued to study the technique, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. Upon reaching the 4th level of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art, one shatters the limits of the mortal realm and ascends to the true celestial realm. The 5th level corresponds to the profound celestial realm, beyond the true celestial level. Progressing further leads to the golden celestial and celestial king realms. Attaining the 8th level of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art signifies reaching the supreme celestial emperor realm. The celestial emperor is an unparalleled existence even within the celestial realm, representing the ultimate goal of all sentient beings' cultivation. However, for the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art, the celestial emperor is not the terminus. The 9th level transcends the celestial emperor, bestowing the title of Heavenly Emperor only upon those who reach this pinnacle. The Heavenly Emperor stands above all beings, the sovereign of all existence. These realms feel exceedingly distant to Lu Xuan at present. He is eager to swiftly reach the 3rd level of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art, enabling him to breach the limits of the great emperor and become an imperial sovereign. Only by becoming an imperial sovereign can he ensure the safety of his kin from within the human race. Without this spatial domain before him, no matter how formidable Lu Xuan's innate talent, it would be utterly impossible to cultivate the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art to the 3rd level in a short span of time. If he were to wait until he could cultivate the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art to the 3rd level, it would at least take him centuries or even millennia. Even though the protective formation he established could withstand any attack from great emperors, it could not shelter his kin for centuries on end. Moreover, no one could guarantee that the shameless human imperial sovereigns would refrain from striking against the Lu family during these long centuries. Hence, he simply does not have the luxury of time to slowly cultivate the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art. He cannot afford to wait. His kin cannot afford to wait any longer. However, with the assistance of this spatial domain, everything becomes possible. Within this space, everything is in stasis. It is the optimal place for cultivation. Even if Lu Xuan were to cultivate here for 1,000 or 10,000 years, time outside would hardly progress. If he is not mistaken, the master of this god burial coffin must be the previous heavenly emperor. Lu Xuan inhaled deeply, daring to speculate. The chaotic heavenly emperor art concealed within the god burial coffin is undoubtedly linked to the heavenly emperor. Of course, these matters are of little concern to Lu Xuan at present. The key now is to cultivate the chaotic heavenly emperor art. Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon the chaotic heavenly emperor art, and he began his cultivation from the first level. The first level of the chaotic heavenly emperor art is the four symbols sacred body realm. Lu Xuan's eyes shone brightly as the method for cultivating the first level of the chaotic heavenly emperor art vividly materialized in his mind. The reason this first level is termed the four symbols sacred body realm is that the cultivation of the chaotic heavenly emperor art begins with the four elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire. By absorbing these elemental powers, one condenses the manifestations of the four sacred beasts. Ultimately, achieving the unity of the four symbols transforms the physical body into the four symbols sacred body realm. Culminating in its completion, this realm is merely the foundation of the chaotic heavenly emperor art. Anyone with a sacred level of cultivation can commence their training. Lu Xuan has long since reached the great emperor realm, and now beginning his cultivation of the chaotic heavenly emperor art from the sacred level is almost effortless. As he circulates the mana within his body, the four elemental forces begin to converge within him. For Lu Xuan, condensing the four symbols sacred body poses little challenge. The only uncertainty lies in how long it will take to succeed. As time passed, Lu Xuan immersed himself in fervent cultivation within the space. Time became irrelevant in his pursuit. With each rare heavenly material and earthly treasure absorbed and refined, the speed at which he cultivated the chaotic heavenly emperor art surged. Even so, it took him a full century to condense the manifestations of the four sacred beasts. In the realm of reality, a century would have been far too long for his kin to wait. Fortunately, within the space of the god burial coffin, a century corresponds to merely a couple of breaths in the outside world. This brief interval is bearable for Lu Xuan. It seems he underestimated the difficulty of the chaotic heavenly emperor art. Lu Xuan inhaled deeply. Although he had already reached the four symbols sacred body realm, he felt no joy. Merely achieving the entry level of the chaotic heavenly emperor art consumed a century of his time. Furthermore, it exhausted a significant portion of the countless cultivation resources he had amassed over the past 100 millennia, just to barely attain his current cultivation speed. Without the support of those heavenly and earthly treasures, his cultivation speed would have been reduced by dozens of times. This means that, relying solely on himself, achieving just the entry level of the chaotic heavenly emperor art would require at least 1,000 years. He hoped these resources would sustain him through to the second level of the chaotic heavenly emperor art. Lu Xuan inhaled deeply, glancing at the dwindling resources in his possession with some apprehension. Another century passed. The moment when the manifestations of the four sacred beasts fused with Lu Xuan's body. It marked the completion of his four symbols sacred body realm. Lu Xuan rose from the void, each movement exuding an aura of dominance and imperial majesty. The four sacred beast manifestations radiated an overwhelming and terrifying might alongside his gestures. With a mere wave of his hand, the four sacred beast manifestations within him coalesced into a golden beam of light, crashing into the void. Boom! At the instant the golden beam erupted, the heavens and earth trembled, and the void was instantly pierced through. Witnessing the formidable power of the four symbols sacred body, Lu Xuan was profoundly astonished. This is merely the power of the first level of the chaotic heavenly emperor art. Yet it is already sufficient to obliterate those on the verge of becoming emperors. If you were to cultivate to the second level of the chaotic heavenly emperor art, would its might not be even more formidable? Lu Xuan was filled with exhilaration, eagerly commencing his practice of the second level of the chaotic heavenly emperor art. However, the resources currently in his possession were dwindling. Over the past 100 millennia, He had slain countless foes from other races and aberrations, obtaining an abundance of resources from them. It is no exaggeration to say that the resources he currently holds would easily allow even a pig to cultivate to the great emperor realm. Yet now, these resources have merely sufficed for him to bring the first level of the chaotic heavenly emperor art to completion. Glancing at the remaining resources in his hand, Lu Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. These resources are hardly sufficient for his needs. It seems that once he enters the second level of the chaotic heavenly emperor art, he will need to seek additional resources. Lu Xuan sighed. Already calculating where to procure these resources, the other races are not an option for the time being. After all, the other race's celestial sovereign gifted him with the elixir of immortality, and Lu Xuan cannot be ungrateful. At least for now, he cannot disturb the other races to AS for the human race. Considering his current strength, returning now might pose dangers. Not to mention, recklessly plundering cultivation resources within the human race would be akin to courting death. If he were to act so foolishly, he would undoubtedly be handing over leverage to those human imperial sovereigns. It could very well result in his demise among the human race. His only remaining choices lie with the aberration race dwelling beneath the abyss and the vast ocean beneath his feet. While the aberration race may reside in the abyss, having been suppressed by Lu Xuan with the god burial sword for 100 millennia, it does not mean their strength is insignificant. Within the aberration race, there are not only numerous demon emperors and demon kings, but also formidable beings comparable to human imperial sovereigns. Lu Xuanruo's intrusion into the realm of the wood undoubtedly provoked the attention of those formidable. Previously, Lu Xuan had refrained from entering choosing instead to remain within the confines of it. Consequently, they have found themselves powerless against him. However, should he choose to enter their domain, it would be akin to a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger, thereby granting those the opportunity to eliminate him. Despite Lu Xuan's need for abundant resources to cultivate, he was not foolish enough to court his own demise. Thus, his options were limited to the beneath his feet. The vast stretched infinitely, teeming with opportunities. Beneath the lay not only a haven for marine beasts, but also a treasure trove of resources conducive to cultivation. Within one could find numerous celestial treasures that were non-existent in other realms. Though Lu Xuan had not ventured beyond the 400 millennia, he had acquired a significant number of treasures from the through dealings with various ancient rulers and emperors, but he reminisced about a particular piece imbued with an extraordinarily unique icy essence. After refining this, Lu Xuan had once extended his lifespan by a decade. While 10 years may seem inconsequential to an emperor, for Lu Xuan at that time, it was an immense boon that it was this very extension that had empowered him to slay 10 ancient rulers of during the Great War 5 millennia ago, instilling fear in those ancient sovereigns who dared not approach the passage again. Lu Xuan had once contemplated personally traversing in search of more of these marine ice jades to further extend his lifespan. Yet, out of loyalty to his promise to safeguard he refrained from straying even a step away. Thus, he willingly relinquished a golden opportunity to prolong his existence. Now, liberated from all constraints, the beneath him was undeniably the optimal place for him to seek cultivation resources. As Lu Xuan finalized his target for plunder, his officially ascended to its second level. This second stage, known as represented a significant advancement upon the foundation of it unified the powers of refining them into. With the might of this, combined with he could transform his body into a capable of refining all things. Upon breaking through to the Lu Xuan's metamorphosed into the transcended all physical forms, standing as the most potent constitution available, possessing immense liberation from the constraints of the heavenly laws, enabling one to ascend to emperorhood in any era. Here, emperor denoted not merely the mundane emperors of the lower realms, but the celestial emperors reigning above the 9 heavens, the true apex of existence across all worlds. As long as it did not fall, was destined to become this was the very foundation upon which they achieved its status beyond the constraints of the heavenly laws, allowing one to attain the rank of emperor outside their jurisdiction. Upon achieving even without the laws of the emperor, one could transcend the boundaries of emperorhood. Not even the could compare with at the moment Lu Xuan attained the above him was engulfed in tumultuous change. The once clear skies were suddenly shrouded by ominous black clouds. As the clouds gathered, fierce gales erupted, thunder rumbled, and lightning crackled within the clouds. In an instant, the previously tranquil was transformed into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. With storm clouds converging and lightning wreaking havoc, the roiled with raging waves and water spouts ascended skyward. The entire became a maelstrom of tempestuous winds, crashing waves, and rampant lightning. Above, 5 enormous suns of differing hues appeared: red, white, gold, azure, and black, each radiating an aura of horrifying destructive power, obliterating all in their path, reducing everything to nothingness. The marine beasts upon drawing near, were swept into the skies, reduced to charred remains by lightning, torn asunder by the gales, or incinerated to ashes by flames. In the blink of an eye, that had transformed into a hellish landscape. Lu Xuan, engaged in his cultivation within, sensed the chaos outside. His expression shifting dramatically, he understood that this was the heavenly law descending in punishment, intent on annihilating his. It was too powerful, too defiant, existing beyond the control of the heavenly laws. Thus, at the moment of his transformation, the heavenly law responded with apocalyptic calamities: the sun-fire disaster, the purple lightning disaster, the wind disaster, and the black water disaster. 5 types of heavenly tribulations descended, each capable of annihilating the cosmos, converging upon Lu Xuan to eradicate his completely. At the Emperor's gate, human emperors stood in stunned silence, gazing at the apocalyptic scene above them. Many of these emperors had guarded the gate for millennia and had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. The Emperor Jiangming, who had retreated to the safety of the gate, suddenly appeared before it, his expression one of shock as he beheld the horrifying tableau. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Amidst the calamities, he discerned a familiar figure: Lu Xuan. The heavenly disasters were indeed summoned by Lu Xuan's emergence. Jiangming was left agape with astonishment, incredulously questioning what heinous acts Lu Xuan had committed to attract the wrath of the heavenly laws. The ancient rulers of concealed in the void were thrown into chaos as the heavenly disasters descended. The calamity enveloped thousands of miles, leaving them no choice but to flee or risk being ensnared within the divine punishment. They dashed away, akin to rabbits with their tails caught, retreating back to in the blink of an eye. These ancient rulers, who had once faced the most daunting challenges without flinching, now trembled in fear. How terrifying! This was the wrath of the heavenly law. The harbinger of death, Lu Xuan, had even drawn the ire of the heavens. The simultaneous arrival of 5 heavenly disasters due to his presence was a testament to his formidable essence. Even in death beneath the heavenly catastrophes, he would go down in history as the first of his kind. Yet, why did the heavenly law seek to eliminate Lu Xuan? He, who had been a great benefactor to humanity, whose contributions surpassed all others, should have been rewarded by the heavens, not condemned, had the heavenly law lost its discernment. Heavenly disasters typically descended upon those whose sins were so grievous that even the heavens could not tolerate them. Generally, such malefactors would only warrant a single type of calamity. To invoke 2 types simultaneously was exceedingly rare, let alone 3 or more. Yet now, Lu Xuan had summoned 5. The fact that all 5 disasters were directed at him underscored the unwavering resolve of the heavenly law to obliterate him. Under the weight of 5 heavenly calamities, none could withstand their onslaught, not even Lu Xuan. The ancient rulers have felt a sense of injustice for Lu Xuan. He had defended them for 100 millennia, slaying their kin, and even if he were to be punished, it should have been by this own heavenly law. Of course, they lacked such celestial power, which was why they were not bound by the heavenly laws and did not need to limit the number of their respected beings to 9. To humanity and the heavenly law alike, Lu Xuan was undoubtedly a great benefactor. Yet now, the heavens sought to annihilate him, leaving many perplexed. The ancient rulers have lamented for Lu Xuan, urging him to seek refuge with them in their domain, free from heavenly constraints. Join us where the heavenly law cannot touch you. The ancient Fox Emperor was particularly anxious. Should Lu Xuan perish beneath the heavenly wrath, how could he face the Qinghu? His voice pierced through the tumult of disasters, reaching Lu Xuan's ears. Hearing the ancient Fox Emperor's worried tone, a complex emotion flickered in Lu Xuan's eyes. Who could have imagined that the very humanity he had protected for 100 millennia would wish for his demise amidst such calamities? Conversely, those he had suppressed for millennia were willing to accept him in this dire moment. This realization struck Lu Xuan with profound irony, rendering his 10,000 years of service a tragic farce. Fortunately, Lu Xuan had long since abandoned any hope for the human race, and thus felt neither sorrow nor disappointment. He gazed upward at the 5 suns in the sky, the cataclysm of the apocalypse. The inferno of the great sun, the tempest of the purple sun, the gale of the shadow sun, and the deluge of the black sun. The most formidable calamities under the heavens had all descended solely due to him. Even perishing beneath such disasters would be a source of pride, but of course, Lu Xuan would not die. The Chaos Celestial Emperor Sutra records that the Chaos body is a powerful talent that the heavenly way does not tolerate. Unexpectedly, having just attained the Chaos body, he had provoked the arrival of 5 heavenly disasters. It seems that the heavenly way will not rest until it has obliterated me. Lu Xuan let out a cold laugh towards the sky. In the face of this overwhelming force of calamity, he bore no trace of concern, but rather a demeanor of composure. Long before he practiced the Chaos Celestial Emperor Sutra, he had anticipated all of this. Moreover, the sutra had already provided him with a flawless solution. Boom! With a flick of his hand, the god-burial coffin soared into the A-I-R-T that moment. The forces of heavenly disaster began to strike towards the coffin. However, these immensely powerful forces seemed to vanish upon contact with the god-burial coffin, as if they had plunged into the ocean. The coffin acted like a vast sponge, absorbing every manifestation of the heavenly calamity that approached it. With the god-burial coffin present, those forces of disaster had no chance of reaching Lu Xuan in mere moments. The overwhelming power of calamity was completely devoured by the coffin. The sky cleared, and tranquility returned to the realm of the sea. Lu Xuan stood serenely atop the realm of the sea, gazing at the now-enhanced god-burial coffin, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Oh, heavens, did you not expect this? The heavenly disasters not only failed to impede me, but instead assisted in unlocking 34 innate prohibitions of the god-burial coffin. Originally, there were 108 innate prohibitions within the coffin. Previously, Lu Xuan had spent 100,000 years barely managing to unlock 20 of them. However, with the aid of the heavenly disasters, he had swiftly unlocked 34 prohibitions in an instant. Now, with 54 innate prohibitions unlocked, the coffin had transcended the realm of supreme imperial weapons. Innate prohibitions are treasures refined solely within supreme imperial weapons. Each set of 9 prohibitions constitutes a layer. The more layers of innate prohibitions, the greater the weapon's power. Typically, a supreme imperial weapon may possess a maximum of 3 layers and 27 prohibitions. Should the number of innate prohibitions exceed this limit, the weapon undergoes a transformation, acquiring power comparable to that of celestial artifacts. Thus, supreme imperial weapons with more than 4 layers of innate prohibitions are referred to as celestial artifacts. The god-burial coffin possesses a full 12 layers and 108 innate prohibitions. Once all prohibitions are unsealed, the coffin will wield terrifying power akin to that of celestial emperor artifacts. Now, bolstered by the force of heavenly disasters, Lu Xuan had directly unlocked 54 innate prohibitions within the coffin. As long as he could refine these prohibitions, the god-burial coffin would unleash the might of a top-tier celestial artifact. Compared to the previous state, where only 20 prohibitions were refined, the increase in power was nothing short of astronomical. With the god-burial coffin refined to 54 innate prohibitions, Lu Xuan even held the potential to slay the emperor of the realm. After all, no matter how formidable the emperor may be, he remains beneath the celestial beings, unable to withstand the assault of a top-tier celestial artifact. Excellent, excellent. Let the heavenly disasters come in whatever quantity they desire. Lu Xuan beamed with delight, even wishing for the earlier disasters to return in greater numbers. Perhaps they could assist him in unlocking all 108 innate prohibitions of the god-burial coffin. However, after the forces of heavenly disaster had been absorbed by the coffin, It seemed as if the heavenly way had completely retreated, showing no intention of continuing its onslaught to annihilate him. Lu Xuan could only sigh, temporarily stowing away the god burial coffin, a hint of regret in his eyes. It was unfortunate that his hope of leveraging the heavenly way to unlock all 108 innate prohibitions of the coffin could not be realized at this moment. Nevertheless, this time he had gained immensely. Not only had he advanced to the second level of the Chaos Celestial Emperor Sutra and perfected the Chaos body, but he had also unsealed 54 innate prohibitions of the God Burial Coffin. For him, this was already more than sufficient. Now, he merely needed to refine the 24 innate prohibitions he had just unlocked, and he would be assured of safely returning to the human race. With the God Burial Coffin possessing 54 innate prohibitions, even in the face of the Emperor of the Realm, he would not be without a chance of victory. Lu Xuan appeared unscathed atop the realm of the sea, effortlessly resisting the heavenly disasters. When everyone witnessed this scene, they were left utterly astounded. Atop the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiangming, who had just moments before believed Lu Xuan to be doomed, was nearly left speechless upon seeing Lu Xuan unharmed. No way. How can he still be alive? Jiangming even questioned the clarity of his vision. Just now, those were 5 types of heavenly disasters. Any one of them could obliterate us emperors. Yet why did Lu Xuan manage to fend off all the heavenly disasters? Is this truly an emperor? Surely, this Lu Xuan isn't a concealed emperor of the realm. Behind Jiangming, a throng of human emperors stood agape, their mouths agape in shock, resembling ducks caught by the throat. Within the realm of the sea, a multitude of mighty sea demons, who had hidden themselves upon the arrival of the heavenly disasters, were equally stunned. Each of these powerful sea demons gazed at Lu Xuan with reverence akin to that of deities. Above the abyss, the ancient alien emperors who had been mourning for Lu Xuan were also left in a daze. What were they witnessing? Lu Xuan was still alive. In that instant, the ancient alien emperors erupted in exuberant cheers. I knew it. This slaughtering deity has survived for 100,000 years. How could he perish so easily? Ha ha! This is wonderful. Even the heavenly disasters could not slay him. This fellow is simply beyond human comprehension. These ancient alien emperors were even more elated than Lu Xuan himself. Far above the realm of the sea, upon hearing the jubilant cheers of the ancient alien emperors, Lu Xuan felt a stirring within. He had guarded the abyss for 100,000 years and understood these aliens quite well. Although they were sworn enemies of the human race, they were also among the easiest to interact with. In that moment, Lu Xuan seemed to solidify a certain conviction that he had chosen the most suitable path for his kin. However, there was no hurry now. What he needed to do was not to assault the Imperial Pass, but to seize resources. That he required a vast amount of resources to cultivate the Chaos Celestial Emperor Sutra and refine the God Burial Coffin. The sea tribe beneath his feet was the ideal target for his resource acquisition. Just as Lu Xuan prepared to delve into the ocean, he heard Lu Linglong's call. Ancestor, can you hear me? Suddenly hearing Lu Linglong's voice, Lu Xuan's expression tightened with anxiety. His first thought was that the Lu family was in crisis. Linglong, has something happened to the family? Lu Xuan asked in a low voice that if it truly was a crisis, he would have no choice but to force his way through the Imperial Pass and return home immediately. Ancestor, the family is currently very safe. Although the 4 great elders of the Lin family are relentlessly attacking, they are unable to breach your formation. There is no need for you to worry about the family for the time being. Lu Linglong's response eased Lu Xuan's expression somewhat. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Then why have you called for me?" "There is good news to share with you." Ancestor, Lu Linglong's voice was imbued with a hint of excitement as she spoke eagerly. "Father has instructed me to inform you that he has successfully attained the status of emperor. Now that our Lu family is under the protection of a great emperor, no one can breach the formation you left behind. Therefore, you need not worry about the family for now. However, Ancestor, you should be cautious. The Lin family may not be able to break our protective formation, but they might attempt to obstruct your return." Upon hearing that it was indeed Lu Tianyuan who had attained the status of emperor, Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback that it had been less than a day since he disseminated the cultivation technique. And yet, Lu Tianyuan had managed to achieve the path of emperor within a year. a revelation that genuinely surprised Lu Xuan. After all, under normal circumstances, even with access to the subsequent imperial-level techniques, one would require at least 10 days or more to comprehend and break through to the status of emperor. However, Lu Tianyuan had accomplished this feat in just a single day. Lu Xuan could not ascertain whether this was due to Lu Tianyuan's extraordinary innate talent or some other underlying factors, such as treasures that could accelerate time. Lu Xuan chose not to inquire into these trivial matters, feeling a sense of relief knowing that the Lu family was now under the protection of a great emperor. The imperial-level formations he had left behind would amplify in power 100-fold with an emperor's presence. Moreover, once Lu Tianyuan became an emperor, he would possess the strength to wield the clan's imperial protective weapon. With the imperial-level formations established by Lu Xuan, combined with the protective imperial artifact, no number of emperors could breach the Lu family's defenses. Of course, if an emperor of the highest order intervened. Even the Lu family's formations would not hold. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that the human emperors would stoop to attacking the Lu family for the time being, with the assurance of the Lu family's safety. Lu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. As for Lu Linglong's speculation regarding the Lin family's intentions against him, Lu Xuan felt no concern whatsoever. Should the ancestor of the Lin family dare to appear before him, it would only spell their own demise. What truly troubled Lu Xuan was never the insignificant Lin family, but rather the formidable human emperors lurking in the shadows. I understand. Do not slacken your efforts. Continue to cultivate diligently and enhance your strength as swiftly as possible. And remember, before my return, you must not activate the protective formation under any circumstances. No matter who arrives, do not open the protective formation. Lu Xuan stated with measured gravity to Lu Linglong, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Ancestor, we will await your return. Until we see you again, we will not activate the protective formation. Regardless of who comes, the protective formation was their final bastion. Once activated, it could potentially lead to the annihilation of the Lu family. Thus, even without Lu Xuan's admonitions, they would never dare to open the protective formation. Furthermore, currently, only Lu Tianyuan, who had just attained the status of emperor, and Lu Linglong, who bore the aura of Lu Xuan, possessed the ability to activate it as long as they refrained from taking action. The other members of the Lu family lacked both the means and the strength to do so. With the assurance that his family was secure, Lu Xuan finally felt at ease as he descended into the ocean. As he submerged beneath the waves, he plummeted swiftly, reaching the depths of the realm sea in a matter of moments. Before him lay an entirely different underwater world. All around him, radiant corals, giant clams, pearls, and other treasures sparkled with brilliance. Each of these items, if brought to the surface, would command a significant price. Yet for Lu Xuan, these trinkets held little value. What he sought were resources that could aid in his cultivation. As Lu Xuan advanced, all the sea monsters within the expanse of several hundred miles beneath the realm sea fled in terror. They had witnessed Lu Xuan withstand the calamity of the heavenly path and had seen him slay 4 emperors with a single sword strike. Thus, upon seeing Lu Xuan arrive in their underwater domain, they scattered in panic, not daring to approach within 100 miles of him. Where Lu Xuan passed, no trace of sea monsters could be found. This left Lu Xuan somewhat vexed. After searching for a time, he had only managed to gather some relatively unremarkable cultivation resources, which were of little assistance to him. After a brief pause, Lu Xuan halted atop a coral mountain resembling flames. Observing the fleeing sea monsters in the distance, he pondered, "It seems I must capture a few sea monsters for inquiries. Only they would possess the most accurate knowledge of where to find the cultivation resources in this sea." Before long, he spotted a sea monster of emperor-level strength, a colossal sea serpent. Its massive form spanned several hundred feet, and its scales glimmered like steel. Unlike the other fleeing sea monsters, this sea serpent demon emperor concealed itself within a watery domain. Casting a wary gaze toward Lu Xuan, Lu Xuan discerned that this vicinity was the territory of the sea serpent demon emperor. Like other beasts, the sea monsters possessed a strong territorial instinct. The area extending for thousands of miles around belonged to this sea serpent demon emperor, and the nearby sea monsters were its subordinates. Lu Xuan's intrusion had sent the serpent's subordinates scattering in fear. If it did not confront Lu Xuan, it would be mocked by the other sea monsters and cause its loyal followers to harbor doubts. However, it also recognized Lu Xuan's formidable power and understood that he was not to be trifled with. Thus, it dared not emerge from its watery sanctuary, wishing to avoid confrontation with Lu Xuan. Nonetheless, Lu Xuan had already set his sights on the sea serpent. Descending upon the serpent's watery domain, he fixed his gaze upon the demon emperor and spoke directly. "I have no intention of slaying you. Simply surrender the cultivation resources within your domain, that if I am satisfied, I shall take my leave." Lu Xuan wasted no time in laying bare his intentions. The sea serpent demon emperor, having remained hidden in its lair, was nearly driven to fury by Lu Xuan's blatant threat. It thrashed its massive body, bursting forth from its dwelling to face Lu Xuan. Its voice icy as it declared, "Human, I acknowledge your might, but to waltz into my domain and attempt to rob me is a grave insult to our aquatic kin." The sea serpent's voice boomed across the realm sea. Outside the serpent's territory, other sea monster emperors were incensed to learn that an intruder dared to threaten the sea serpent. While they had witnessed Lu Xuan's prowess in withstanding the heavenly calamity, they cared little for him. After all, it was the god-burying coffin that had aided Lu Xuan, not Lu Xuan himself. As for Lu Xuan's feat of slaying 4 human emperors with a single sword, the sea monster emperors were unimpressed. They held the human emperors in contempt and believed that, should they choose to intervene, they could easily vanquish those human emperors. Each of these sea monster emperors possessed the strength to slay dozens of human emperors. Moreover, this was their territory, where their powers could be unleashed to the fullest, in the realm sea. Lu Xuan, as a human emperor, would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Thus, they did not perceive Lu Xuan as a significant threat. "You dare to surrender any resources? That would be a disgrace to our aquatic kin. A mere human emperor has the audacity to behave so brazenly in our waters. Truly, you are bold beyond measure. Human, I advise you to recognize the gravity of your situation. Depart from our domain now, and perhaps we may show you mercy." One by one, the sea monster emperors emerged from their territories, within the vicinity of the sea serpent demon emperor. Dozens of powerful sea monster emperors materialized. Witnessing the emergence of so many sea monster emperors, the previously fearful sea serpent demon emperor suddenly grew emboldened. It swayed its massive body and smugly addressed Lu Xuan. "Human, do you see the might of our aquatic kin? Even if you possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, you could never hope to match our combined strength. I advise you to apologize to me, and I shall consider this incident forgotten, allowing you to depart." As the sea serpent demon emperor's words fell, the surrounding sea monster emperors echoed in unison. An apology is not enough. He must kneel. His previous actions have insulted all of us in the aquatic realm. For years, we have refrained from retaliating against your kind for your rampages across the realm sea, and this has been a great mercy on our part. Yet you now dare to intrude upon our territory and threaten our demon emperor. You clearly do not understand the meaning of death. The sea-dwelling demon emperors grew increasingly arrogant and outrageous in their taunts, with some even brazenly clamoring for Lu Xuan to take his own life as an act of contrition. Originally, Lu Xuan had merely sought to extract some cultivation resources from the aquatic lair of the sea serpent demon emperor. However, upon hearing the vitriolic insults hurled by these demon emperors, his expression darkened progressively. Far removed from this maritime domain, hundreds of thousands of miles away, a cohort of ancient sovereigns from a foreign race lurked in the shadows, silently monitoring Lu Xuan's every move. Witnessing the audacity of the sea-dwelling demon emperors, who dared to utter such defiance towards Lu Xuan, these ancient sovereigns were left astounded. But why the heavens? Have these sea creatures lost their minds? Their strongest among them is merely a late-stage demon emperor, with not a single peak demon emperor in sight. How dare they threaten Lu Xuan? Do they truly believe that sheer numbers will suffice? Before a killing god like Lu Xuan, even a peak emperor pales in comparison. These insignificant fish demon emperors are hardly worthy of his attention. Lu Xuan had initially come to procure some cultivation resources. Yet these sea-dwelling demon emperors foolishly wagered their very lives. I can almost envision the scene of their brutal slaughter at Lu Xuan's hands. No one understands Lu Xuan's terror better than these ancient sovereigns from foreign lands. A throng of insignificant demon emperors is merely refused in the presence of Lu Xuan. It is utterly laughable that these minor demon emperors still dare to act so arrogantly towards him. Just as the ancient sovereigns from foreign races finished their thoughts, they observed Lu Xuan spring into action. Despite being separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, they could still sense the chilling aura emanating from Lu Xuan, rapidly descending into an icy coldness. Even the water surrounding him began to freeze. It was evident to even the simplest minds that Lu Xuan was enraged. The ancient sovereigns, who had already distanced themselves from Lu Xuan by several 100,000 miles, fled in haste upon witnessing his fury. The consequences of provoking a madman like Lu Xuan were far too dreadful for them to endure. Do you remember? The last time Lu Xuan was this enraged. He single-handedly annihilated millions of foreign coalition forces and ate ancient sovereigns with nothing but his sword. Indeed, I vividly recall, it was fortunate that I was wise enough not to join those ancient sovereigns in battle. Otherwise, I would have long since become a soul claimed by Lu Xuan's blade. Why couldn't these sea-dwelling demon emperors simply live in peace? They have chosen to provoke Lu Xuan, and I fear the repercussions will be beyond their capacity to bear. Alas, it seems the sea-dwelling folk are destined for extermination. As the ancient sovereigns fled, they could only sigh in lamentation, for they alone had witnessed the true wrath of Lu Xuan, above the territory of the sea serpent demon emperor. As the waters surrounding Lu Xuan rapidly crystallized into ice, the sea serpent demon emperor too felt a surge of fear that he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Lu Xuan, rising with alarming rapidity. In that moment, Lu Xuan transformed entirely. It was as if he become another being altogether. Even his eyes appeared uncanny, the whites of his eyes vanishing entirely, leaving behind two voids, akin to black holes capable of devouring all. At that moment, Lu Xuan finally spoke, his voice cold and domineering, resonating throughout the entire realm of the sea. You, sea demons, have sealed your own fate. As his words echoed, the Zongtian divine sword surged forth instantaneously. The blinding radiance of the sword sliced through the darkness, rapidly amplifying. The sea serpent demon emperor, closest to Lu Xuan, caught but a glimpse of the light before his massive form shattered in an instant. His imperial essence was unable to flee in time, drifting effortlessly into Lu Xuan's grasp. With merely the act of drawing his sword, he had effortlessly slain the sea serpent demon emperor. The surrounding sea-dwelling demon emperors, who had just moments ago been hurling insults at Lu Xuan, were now rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. They had assumed that Lu Xuan's strength would be curtailed beneath the ocean, yet his prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. The sea-dwelling demon emperors stood frozen in shock. The Zongtian divine sword descended. The resonant sound of the sword echoed like a funeral dirge. At the moment the sound fell, every living being within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was reduced to ashes. Even the dozens of demon emperors nearby could not escape, all perishing beneath the Zongtian divine sword. The ancient sovereigns, who had fled 1,000,000 miles away, halted in terror at the sound of the sword's resonance. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of sea turn to ash behind them, they gasped in astonishment. Thank heavens we escaped. Had we not, we would have perished beneath that sword. Is this truly the extent of Lu Xuan's power? With a single stroke, he obliterates hundreds of thousands of miles, slaying millions of sea demons and dozens of demon emperors. Even those ancient venerables might not achieve such a feat. The Qinghu ancient sovereign gazed in shock at the desolate seabed behind him. Who could have imagined that mere moments ago, this had been a thriving territory? Who could have foreseen that just moments ago, millions of sea-dwelling beings had inhabited this space? The might of a single sword was truly formidable. Lu Xuan's strength, even if not that of an emperor, possessed a terrifying combat prowess comparable to one. Indeed, the celestial sovereign had an astute vision, recognizing Lu Xuan's extraordinary nature long ago, which is why he urged us to covertly assist him. Should Lu Xuan join our ranks, he would undoubtedly become a formidable asset for our foreign realm. One by one, The ancient sovereigns from foreign races gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Lu Xuan filled with excitement and anticipation. Lu Xuan stood amidst the ruins, and, as the sword's power dissipated, so too did the icy aura surrounding him. His eyes returned to normal, and with a wave of his hand, countless cultivation resources flew towards him from all directions. These were the treasures hoarded by the sea-dwelling demon emperors within their respective aquatic lairs, now entirely plundered by Lu Xuan. The amassed wealth of dozens of sea-dwelling demon emperors, exquisite treasures, sacred pills, imperial medicines, and spirit stones, piled high like mountains. Even the distant ancient sovereigns gazed upon the bounty with envy. Had they not been outmatched by Lu Xuan, they would have surely rushed forth to seize it all. By the heavens, that is the sea dragon flower. A single petal can extend one's life by a century, a supreme imperial medicine that refines the essence of life. That I recall that the Qing Hu Venerable possessed a single petal, treating it like a treasure. Yet Lu Xuan has acquired more than a dozen blooms. The Qing Hu ancient sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the golden blooms the size of bowls. Nearly losing his composure in envy.is, that is that a sea god fruit, a stone the size of grinding wheel. How is this possible? I toiled for years to obtain a mere fist-sized piece of sea god fruit, and yet Lu Xuan possesses one the size of a grinding wheel. Another ancient sovereign from a foreign race fell into despair, his own sea god fruit, which he had treasured for millennia, suddenly rendered utterly insignificant. Such occurrences were not isolated. Each ancient sovereign from foreign races discovered their long-desired imperial medicines and rare treasures, their eyes turning red with envy. Hey, Qing Hu, should we not make a move as well? I don't want much. Just those star source crystals will suffice. With so many, I could forge dozens of imperial weapons. I'm not greedy. If I could just seize a fraction of those imperial medicines, I would be content. Just let me take one or two of those underwater treasures. A multitude of ancient sovereigns, their eyes alight with greed, began to conspire with the Qing Hu ancient sovereign, urging him to join them in plundering Lu Xuan. The Qing Hu ancient sovereign turned pale, exclaiming in alarm, "Whoever is not afraid of death is welcome to try. Are you fools truly considering robbing Lu Xuan? That killing God's possessions are so easily taken." With a single utterance, the Qing Hu ancient sovereign jolted the other ancient sovereigns back to reality, especially when they beheld the dozens of imperial essences in Lu Xuan's grasp. They instinctively recoiled. They had no desire to share the same fate as the sea-dwelling demon emperors. Lu Xuan paid no heed to the ruckus among the ancient sovereigns, sweeping his hand to plunder all the resources from the aquatic layers within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. In addition, he obtained a staggering 33 imperial essences. The ocean depths were indeed a veritable treasure trove. The spoils of a mere ordinary sea-dwelling demon emperor far exceeded those of the ancient sovereigns. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he gazed upon the seabed, which seemed to resemble a paradise. Had it not been for his pressing need to cultivate, he would undoubtedly have ventured further to scour more treasures from the underwater realm. However, with time being of the essence and the members of the Lu clan awaiting his rescue, he dared not indulge his greed. Having acquired these cultivation resources, Lu Xuan swiftly departed from the depths of the ocean. His speed was remarkable, and in an instant he arrived at a desolate part of the seabed, whereupon he retrieved the god burial coffin and lay inside it. The next moment he found himself within the space of the god burial coffin. With a flourish, he extracted a substantial portion of the cultivation resources he had gathered from the seabed and commenced his training. Just as Lu Xuan vanished from the depths, a group of ancient alien emperors emerged from their hiding places. They cautiously scanned their surroundings, ensuring that Lu Xuan's presence was no longer felt, before collectively exhaling in relief. The god of slaughter has departed. We cannot let our visit to the seabed be in vain. If Lu Xuan can seize treasures from the sea tribes, so can we. Let us roll up our sleeves and clear out those aquatic demon lairs. The Tianmong ancient emperor, unable to contain his excitement, raised his arms in jubilant exclamation. Though they dared not covet Lu Xuan's treasures, they certainly could target the aquatic demon emperors, with over a dozen ancient emperors of alien lineage present. All at the pinnacle of their strength, they could easily team up to rob the lesser aquatic demon lairs without breaking a sweat. Even the usually composed Qinghu ancient emperor's eyes gleamed with fervor. Let it be known, we shall only raid those lairs belonging to the weaker aquatic demons. And let us not be greedy. With 13 of us here, we shall seize a total of 13 aquatic demon lairs before making our swift exit. In contrast to the ancient emperors of alien lineage, who were already envious of the treasure hoarded by the sea tribes, the Qinghu ancient emperor maintained a level-headed demeanor. After making arrangements, he specifically warned everyone that should anyone breach the agreement, he would not hesitate to inform the Qinghu sovereign upon their return. The 13 ancient emperors of alien lineage charged towards the various aquatic demon lairs. However, it was not as simple as they had envisioned. No sooner had they plundered a single lair than they found themselves surrounded. Powerful aquatic demon lords, their expressions darkening, glared at the 13 ancient emperors of alien lineage with hostility. We of the Sea Tribe have always maintained a policy of non-interference with your kind. Have your ancient emperors come to our domain to provoke a war between our races? One peak aquatic demon lord, his countenance grim, expressed his fury. They were well aware that numerous aquatic demon emperors had recently perished, and thus had gathered to devise a strategy. They never anticipated encountering the looting ancient emperors. The ancient emperors of alien lineage fell silent, particularly upon witnessing the dozens of aquatic demon emperors surrounding them. They realized the gravity of their predicament. It was no longer a question of whether they could rob the lairs, but rather whether they could escape the Sea Tribe alive. Furthermore, even if they managed to flee, the repercussions of their actions would certainly be grave should news of their exploits reach the alien realms. Historically, the relations between the alien and sea tribes had been peaceful, given the sea tribe's existence within the boundary sea. Neither humans nor aliens sought to provoke them. This was especially true for the aliens, who relied on the boundary sea to launch attacks on the Imperial Pass. Offending the sea tribe would yield no benefits for the aliens. Now, these ancient emperors of alien lineage sought to band together to pillage the sea tribe's lairs, a deed that, if made public, would undoubtedly disrupt the fragile peace between the two races and could potentially affect future conflicts between the aliens and humans. After all, the boundary sea had always been the domain of the sea tribe. Should the sea tribe choose to strike while the aliens attempted to cross the sea, or should they ally with humans during an assault on the Imperial Pass? Encircling the aliens from both sides, it would be a scenario the aliens would wish to avoid at all costs. Esteemed ones, you may have misunderstood. We are not here to target the sea tribe. Our true purpose is to seek Lu Xuan. The Tianyu ancient emperor hastily interjected, his eyes darting as he attempted to clarify. Indeed, we have come in search of that god of slaughter, as the aquatic demon emperor's expressions turned increasingly hostile. The Tianyu ancient emperor hurriedly explained, you may not be aware, but Lu Xuan has been a formidable adversary of our alien race for 100 millennia. Now that he intends to flee back to the human realm, we cannot allow him to escape easily. Thus, the celestial sovereign has tasked us with capturing Lu Xuan alive. However, we never anticipated that Lu Xuan would prove so cunning as to take refuge in your lairs. We are left with no choice but to pursue him, and if we have caused any offense, we humbly ask for your understanding. The Tianyu ancient emperor's words, a blend of truth and deception, momentarily swayed the aquatic demon emperors, who were unaware of the underlying circumstances. Especially upon hearing the mention of the celestial sovereign, a flicker of fear crossed their eyes. Even if they did not fully believe the Tianyu ancient emperor, they dared not voice their doubts further. After all, the ancient emperors of alien lineage had the celestial sovereign as their formidable backing. In contrast, the sea tribe possessed only a few demon lords, and even those were rarely seen, remaining sealed away unless the tribe faced dire peril. Yet one obstinate aquatic demon lord pressed on. If that is the case, what brings you here? And how do you explain the treasures in your possession, which are clearly from our sea tribe? Is this not a misunderstanding? The treasures we hold were indeed seized from the god of slaughter. The Tianyu ancient emperor insisted. You must have witnessed how he ruthlessly extinguished millions of our kin and plundered dozens of lairs. We initially aimed to halt his rampage, but we were simply a moment too late. By the time we arrived, we could only salvage this meager collection from his grasp. The Tianyu ancient emperor's heartfelt declaration swayed many of the aquatic demon emperors. After all, it was true that Lu Xuan had recently annihilated numerous aquatic demon emperors. Though some remained skeptical, they refrained from further protest. Ultimately, the aquatic demon lords recognized that they lacked the strength and authority to confront the ancient emperors of alien lineage. The aquatic demon lord who had nearly lost his lair could only resign himself to misfortune. The Tianhu ancient emperor and his companions fled the boundary sea without looking back, wary of provoking the aquatic demon emperors into a reckless confrontation. Once they reached the safety of the Tianyuan, the ancient emperors of alien lineage breathed a collective sigh of relief. Damn, this is just our luck. Why is it that Lu Xuan, who has slaughtered so many sea tribes, remains unscathed while we nearly faced obliteration from merely raiding a lair? The Tianming ancient emperor fumed, seething with indignation. Had it not been for the fear of igniting a war between the two races, he would have struck out already. The others shared his sentiments, some even preparing for a violent confrontation. Only the Tianhu ancient emperor maintained his composure, his expression darkened as he admonished, "Silence. If news of our looting reaches the celestial sovereign, do you still wish to live?" His words silenced the group. They may have had little fear of the aquatic demon emperors, but they certainly could not afford to disregard the celestial sovereign. The thought of the potential consequences should the celestial sovereign learn of their actions caused even the most brazen ancient emperors of alien lineage to shrink back in trepidation. Within the space of the god burial coffin, Lu Xuan activated his techniques, transforming his physical form into a chaotic divine furnace capable of devouring all. Before absorbing the resources plundered from the sea tribe, Lu Xuan first retrieved the immortal elixir. This elixir, bestowed upon him by the celestial sovereign of the alien race, could also be regarded as something Lu Xuan had seized from the aliens. By refining this elixir, he could extend his lifespan by a millennium, effectively resolving all his problems. For at least the next 1,000 years, he would have no need to worry about his lifespan affecting his combat prowess. This elixir contained an astonishing essence of life. Had he relied on his original cultivation technique to absorb the immortal herb, it would have taken at least a century to refine it. However, by transforming himself into a chaotic divine furnace, he managed to completely refine and absorb the herb in less than a year. The continuous infusion of life essence revitalized Lu Xuan's body, dispelling all negative states. Now, Lu Xuan has truly restored himself to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Not only has he regained his former strength, but he has also extended his lifespan by 10,000 years, alleviating any concerns regarding his longevity. One immortal herb can only prolong life by 10,000 years. Should he fail to break through to the Emperor Venerable realm within this decade, he would require additional immortal herbs to prolong his life. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Those ancient alien monarchs who could live for 100,000 or even 200,000 years primarily relied on immortal herbs to extend their lifespans. Yet, within the human race, there are not enough immortal herbs available. Consequently, some human emperors, upon nearing the end of their lifespans, opt to ally with aliens in exchange for immortal herbs to prolong their existence. Of course, there are also immortal herbs within the long-lived clans and the immortal traditions of the human race. But their quantities are limited, not accessible to everyone. Now that Lu Xuan possesses a lifespan of 10,000 years, he no longer needs to concern himself with the matter of immortal herbs. He is confident that this span of 10,000 years is sufficient for him to break through to the Emperor Venerable realm. Once he becomes an Emperor Venerable, he will possess at least 200,000 to 300,000 years of life. There will be no need to worry about longevity. With the issue of lifespan resolved, Lu Xuan focused on cultivating the chaotic celestial emperor scripture. His chaotic celestial emperor scripture has now reached the 2nd level. Should he manage to break through to the 3rd level, it would be tantamount to achieving the Emperor Venerable realm. With countless heavenly materials and divine medicines continuously being devoured and absorbed, Lu Xuan's cultivation speed soared. Several centuries passed swiftly within this god burial coffin space. When Lu Xuan opened his eyes once again, his chaotic body had reached perfection. This signified that his 2nd level of the chaotic celestial emperor scripture had attained completeness. The perfection of the 2nd level of the chaotic celestial emperor scripture corresponded to the pinnacle of the emperor realm, aligning perfectly with Lu Xuan's original state. With the 2nd level of the chaotic celestial emperor scripture now perfected, the next step is to break through to the 3rd level. Lu Xuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Once he breaks through to the third level, he will become a formidable Emperor Venerable, even if he is not a match for those human Emperor Venerables. He will not be entirely without the means to resist, at the very least. He should have no trouble ensuring his own safety in their presence. However, breaking through to the third level of the chaotic celestial Emperor scripture is no simple task. The third level is known as the chaotic integration realm. To merge with the great Tao and become a part of it is the essence of the Emperor Venerable realm. Lu Xuan's eyes shone brightly at this prospect. The standard Emperor Venerable realm also requires integration with the great Tao. However, they merge with the 9 Emperor Venerable laws derived from the heavenly Tao. Only by mastering the Emperor Venerable laws can one attain the Emperor Venerable realm. Given that there are only 9 Emperor Venerable laws under the heavenly Tao, the number of Emperor Venerables within the human race can never exceed 9. Yet, the chaotic celestial Emperor scripture Lu Xuan practices does not require him to merge with the Emperor Venerable laws. Instead, it allows him to directly seek and integrate with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The great Tao encompasses not merely thousands but countless paths. The 9 Emperor Venerable laws under the heavenly Tao pertain only to the realm of the human race. This is not applicable in foreign territories. Those ancient alien monarchs do not need to merge with the Emperor Venerable laws. They instead integrate with the great Tao independently, charting their own paths to achieve the ancient monarch realm. This is also true for the alien demon races and the monster races. The chaotic celestial Emperor scripture is, in essence, quite similar to the methods employed by these alien races, demon races, and monster races to attain their realms. However, the paths they take to integrate with the great Tao differ based on their unique cultivation techniques and individual insights into the great Tao. The ancient monarchs who merge with different great Taos possess varying strengths. Although Lu Xuan stands at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm and has once brushed against the great Tao, he has always been constrained by the limitations of human cultivation techniques, preventing him from comprehending the existence of the great Tao laws on his own. Now that he has cultivated the chaotic body, he is no longer restrained by the heavenly Tao laws, making it significantly easier for him to perceive the great Tao laws. As he released his primordial spirit, he suddenly sensed that countless great Tao laws seemed to permeate the heavens and the earth. These great Tao laws resembled a colossal tree, stretching from the void's end, branching out into numerous trunks and limbs. They also resembled massive veins, crisscrossing the sky above. Lu Xuan once again delved into the chaotic celestial Emperor scripture. According to its records, the great Tao of heaven and earth varies in strength. The strength of the great Tao laws is determined not only by the laws themselves, but also by the number of beings who cultivate that particular Tao. If many individuals practice the same great Tao, its strength is inevitably diluted among them. Conversely, if one chooses a Tao to cultivate solely on their own, their combat prowess will naturally surpass those who share a Tao with many others. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit ventured to the ends of the heavens and the earth, where he witnessed countless great Tao laws. Although he could not discern where these laws ultimately led, he could gauge their strength through their thickness. Moreover, he could perceive vague, shadowy figures intertwined with some of the great Tao laws. These shadows represented the practitioners who had merged with the respective great Tao within Lu Xuan's line of sight. There were many unclaimed great Tao laws, as well as several that were already occupied by multiple practitioners. Now, to break through to the third level of the chaotic celestial Emperor scripture and attain the Emperor Venerable realm, Lu Xuan must select a great Tao of heaven and earth to integrate with that. I cultivate the Taishu sword cannon, and my strongest affinity lies with the sword Tao. Logically, the sword Tao should be the most suitable for me. Lu Xuan's gaze was resolute. The sword Tao is undoubtedly the path that aligns best with him. However, when he sought out a sword Tao law that traversed the heavens and the earth, his expression changed slightly. It was a law that was manifestly several times stronger than the surrounding great Tao laws. Yet atop this sword Tao law, there were already dozens of shadows. This indicated that at least several dozen individuals had achieved the Emperor Venerable realm through the integration of the sword Tao. Although these shadows may not all belong to the human race, it nonetheless signified that many have already merged with the sword Tao laws. Should Lu Xuan choose to integrate with the sword Tao, he would inevitably have to share its strength with these individuals in the future. Even if this sword Dao law is significantly stronger than others, it would still not compare to an exclusive Dao. Unless Lu Xuan could grow powerful enough to eliminate all those who have merged with the sword Dao laws, he would be unable to monopolize it. However, this is far from an easy task. Within the human race, there are only 9 Emperor Venerables. Yet the number of those who have integrated with the sword Dao exceeds 20 or 30. Finding and defeating them is nearly impossible. While the sword Dao is powerful, sharing it with others renders it unnecessary to cultivate. Lu Xuan's expression grew grave. Although he was reluctant to abandon the sword Dao, he had no choice but to seek another great Dao law. Lu Xuan, who held himself in high regard, would not stoop to sharing a great Dao law with others. As Lu Xuan's primordial spirit withdrew from the area of the sword Dao law, he ventured toward other great Dao laws. His expression became increasingly serious. He could sense that many of the great Dao laws were repelling his primordial spirit. This was due to his lack of cultivation in the corresponding laws, making it impossible for him to integrate with them. The foundation for merging with a great Dao is the comprehension of the corresponding laws. Since Lu Xuan had not practiced those laws, he was naturally unable to merge with their great Dao. If my strongest sword Dao is not an option, I must settle for a lesser choice. However, my cultivation in other great Daos falls far short of the realm of the laws. Is there truly no other suitable path for me to choose? After half a day of deliberation, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit still could not find a path of the great Dao suitable for himself. The swordsmanship principle, which was the most fitting and one of the most potent laws, regrettably, had already been shared by numerous individuals. Apart from this single sword principle, he encountered several laws that resonated with him, all of which bore some connection to the swordsmanship principle. However, none could compare to it in strength. Thus, Lu Xuan dismissed them with disdain. Should he choose these alternate paths, his future achievements would be limited, and he would only be left with regret, forced to start anew on a different path. Opting for a new principle would not only require relinquishing his previous cultivation, but also demand the arduous task of mastering an entirely new law. The mere thought of wasting time was disheartening, and whether he could attain his former level of mastery remained uncertain. Furthermore, switching paths would adversely affect the foundation of his great Dao. This is why, when selecting a Dao to integrate, once a choice is made, it is not easily altered. If the foundation of the great Dao were to suffer damage, even the most prodigious talent will be greatly hindered when striving for immortality in the future. In severe cases, it could even sever the path to transcendence. Naturally, Lu Xuan wished to avoid the need to switch paths in the future, so he could only select the great Dao he intended to cultivate in one decisive choice. None of these paths seemed suitable for him. Must he truly choose the swordsmanship path? Once again, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit was drawn back to the allure of the sword path, due to his formidable prowess in swordsmanship. The sword principle actively beckoned his primordial spirit to approach and integrate. Yet Lu Xuan resolutely rejected it once more. He had no desire to share the great Dao with others. Moving away from the realm of sword principles, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit soon beheld a principle of the great Dao far grander than the swordsmanship principle. Without needing to approach, he discerned that it was the path of the physical body. According to the records of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor scripture, the physical body principle is one of the 10 primordial paths. The primordial paths are the original pathways birthed by heaven and earth. There are a total of 10 primordial paths, with the physical body principle being one among them. Thus, throughout history, many have chosen the path of the physical body. As Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon this primordial path, his expression was charged with excitement. He sensed that this physical body principle was also attracting his primordial spirit. This indicated that should he choose to integrate, the path of the physical body could indeed be selected. Opting for a primordial path would undoubtedly hold greater potential than the sword path. However, upon noticing the numerous indistinct shadows upon the physical body path, he once again abandoned this thought. There were nearly 100 indistinct figures upon this physical body path, indicating that at least 100 individuals had attained the status of emperor through this path. Although the physical body principle was significantly stronger than the sword path, with nearly 100 individuals simultaneously merging their paths and competing for the power of the great Dao, it would be wiser to select the sword path instead. Even though the allure of the physical body principle was immense, Lu Xuan firmly chose to forego it. Among the 10 primordial paths, the physical body principle was merely one. Besides the physical body principle, there were still 9 other primordial paths. Surely, there must be a suitable great Tao for him to choose. With resolve, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit departed this area and continued onward. Soon, he encountered a path of the great Tao that was on par with the physical body principle. Before his primordial spirit could draw near, he sensed an overwhelming power of flames. Hiss! This was the fire principle. It too was one of the 10 primordial paths. Lu Xuan inhaled deeply. The fire primordial path connected with countless laws. These were the numerous lower-level laws that originated from the fire primordial path. All related to the fire principle. It must be said that the fire primordial path was also an extraordinarily powerful source pathway. Unfortunately, Lu Xuan's comprehension of the fire principle was not profound, and his primordial spirit did not resonate with his fire primordial path. As his primordial spirit departed this area, he encountered several other primordial paths, yet none were suitable for him. As he approached the end of the world, the laws of the great Tao had become exceedingly scarce, and even Lu Xuan began to feel anxious. He had abandoned the sword principle and had not chosen to merge with the physical or metal primordial paths. Now, the options available to him had dwindled significantly. Was there truly no suitable path for him to select? Lu Xuan's expression grew solemn as he contemplated whether to retreat and choose between the sword principle or the physical and metal primordial paths. Just then, his primordial spirit seemed to sense a tremendous pull. This attraction emanated from the very edge of the world, and Lu Xuan's primordial spirit flew forward uncontrollably. In an instant, his primordial spirit traversed through countless realms of laws. Arriving at the very end of the universe, before him lay only 10 primordial paths. The 10 primordial paths flowed forth like vast rivers from the end of the universe, extending downward into the realms below. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit had just emerged from those regions, so he understood that the areas these primordial paths extended into were filled with countless laws of the great Tao. The 10 primordial paths emerged from here and then evolved into the myriad paths of the universe. So, this is the end of the great Tao. Lu Xuan's heart raced with excitement as he surveyed his surroundings. The force that had drawn his primordial spirit here seemed to lie in an even higher realm. It appeared to be the place where the 10 primordial paths originated, or perhaps, one could say, it was where the 10 primordial paths were conceived. Hiss! Why do I feel that the most suitable path resides there? Lu Xuan took a deep breath. Even though he could not yet see what exact path was drawing him in, he could sense that the overwhelming attraction and affinity emanating from that place indicated it was undoubtedly the most suitable path for him. It was even more fitting than the sword principle and the other 2 primordial paths. Under this powerful attraction, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit continued onward. As he approached the very edge of this realm, it felt as if his primordial spirit broke through an unseen barrier, arriving within a completely new domain. The sight that greeted Lu Xuan left him utterly astonished. In this realm at the end of the universe, he beheld an unforgettable spectacle. Within boundless space, radiant brilliance sparkled everywhere. In the sky, celestial bodies, rivers, mountains, and all of creation existed in harmony. It seemed that the culmination of all things was found here, the zenith of the sky. A colossal waterfall cascaded from the heavens, its crystalline light shimmering as it flowed. What poured forth from this waterfall was not mere water, but an endless stream of the essence of the great Tao. Countless essences of the great Tao converged beneath the waterfall, forming a vast lake. The 10 primordial paths flowed from this lake, branching out like 10 mighty rivers. Even if Lu Xuan were dense, he could discern that by sheer fortune, he had arrived at the true end of the great Tao, the land of origins. That waterfall was the very source for which the great Tao was birthed. All the pathways of the universe originated from this sea of origins before him. The 10 primordial paths, therefore, were the initial pathways that have been birthed here, because they connect to the sea of origins. They are referred to as primordial paths. The 10 primordial paths departed the land of origins, absorbing different powers and giving birth to various celestial laws. This was what Lu Xuan had initially perceived as the myriad paths of the universe. And here was the source of all paths. According to the records of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's scripture, it is exceedingly rare for a primordial spirit to reach the land of origins. Yet now his primordial spirit had inexplicably found itself here. This revelation filled him with astonishment. Suspended above the land of origins, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit gazed in awe at the ceaselessly churning essence of the great Tao. He could sense that the force drawing his primordial spirit to this place was not the 10 primordial paths, but rather this sea of origins before him. Hiss, why is this? Is it urging me to merge directly with this sea of origins? Lu Xuan was bewildered. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor's scripture recorded that all paths of the universe are birthed from the Sea of Origins. However, the Sea of Origins itself is merely the foundation for which the Great Tao arises. It does not contain any inherent power of the Great Tao. If he truly merged with the Sea of Origins, what Great Tao would that even constitute? At the moment when Lu Xuan felt astonished, his primordial spirit once again sensed that familiar allure. Drawn by this force, his primordial spirit approached the Sea of Origin. Ultimately, it soared upwards along the cascading waterfall, reaching its pinnacle, this waterfall's summit. His primordial spirit seemed to breach a barrier, transporting him to an even more extraordinary realm. This was a realm devoid of any trace of light. Here, all colors and powers were obliterated. It resembled a primordial expanse. A chaotic land. Only a series of familiar energies wandered through this void. Hiss, this was the aura of chaos. Having cultivated the chaotic emperor's art, Lu Xuan was exceedingly familiar with the essence of chaotic energy. He was utterly convinced that the energies drifting around him were indeed the essence of chaos. This place was a realm saturated with chaotic energy. Instantly, Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this be the land of chaos? Lu Xuan was so exhilarated that he became momentarily speechless. The land of chaos, as recorded in the chaotic emperor's art, transcends the realm of origin. Chaos dissolves, evolving into the Great Tao. The Great Tao nurtures the origin, establishing order and rules within the cosmos. Thus, in the current world, all living beings comprehend the power of the Great Tao, harmonizing with its principles. However, before the emergence of the Great Tao, there existed only chaos. In chaos, there is no distinction between day and night, nor between light and dark. The essence of chaos gives rise to the 3,000 laws of chaos. Once, each of these 3,000 laws possessed terrifying power, rivaling that of complete chaos. Yet since the dissolution of chaos, these 3,000 laws have retreated from the world. Lu Xuan could never have anticipated that in his quest to choose a singular Tao for fusion and attain the status of emperor, he would stumble upon this land of chaos, a place few have ever reached. Even the ancient emperors who practiced the chaotic emperor's art could not arrive here. He had truly stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. Lu Xuan inhaled sharply, filled with excitement. According to the records of the chaotic emperor's art, upon achieving the chaotic body, one could cultivate chaotic energy. With chaotic energy as a foundation, there is a certain probability of encountering the legendary land of chaos. However, those who had previously practiced the chaotic emperor's art had never reached the land of chaos. Even those formidable beings who ultimately became emperors had never laid eyes upon it. Lu Xuan was baffled as to why he had arrived at the land of chaos so effortlessly. Was it truly just his good fortune? While he pondered this, a transparent orb, the size of a thumb, suddenly flew out from within his primordial spirit. This was a peculiar orb that Lu Xuan had unexpectedly acquired. It was not a weapon, but possessed the ability to nurture the primordial spirit. Thus, after obtaining this orb, he had fused it with his primordial spirit. However, it now appeared that this orb was far from ordinary. Moreover, it was intricately connected to his arrival in this land of chaos. Lu Xuan stared in astonishment as the orb departed from his primordial spirit, suddenly erupting with a dazzling brilliance. When the orb emitted its myriad hues, the previously lightless and colorless realm of chaos was instantly illuminated. However, even after being brightened, the chaotic realm did not transform into a vibrant world. Instead, it became a misty expanse. Lu Xuan could even discern the traces of flowing chaotic energy. Simultaneously, he beheld the orb hovering in the skies of his chaotic realm. Radiant threads of law emanated from the orb, merging with the chaotic land. In an instant, the skies above this chaotic realm were adorned with interwoven laws of chaos. These were indeed the 3,000 laws of chaos. Lu Xuan was utterly astounded. He had never realized that the orb he had fortuitously acquired contained the 3,000 laws of chaos. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the true origin of this orb. The Chaos Pearl. It must be the Chaos Pearl. Lu Xuan trembled with excitement. The Chaotic Emperor's art recorded that the Chaos Pearl harbors the 3,000 laws of chaos, capable of forming its own world. Furthermore, the Chaos Pearl is the only artifact capable of awakening the land of chaos. From the current spectacle, it was evident that the orb he had unexpectedly acquired was indeed the Chaos Pearl. And the reason his primordial spirit was drawn here was precisely because of the Chaos Pearl. Rather than saying it was the land of chaos that attracted his primordial spirit, it was more accurate to say it was the Chaos Pearl that had drawn him here. At the same time, his eyes sparkled with resplendent light. The Chaos Pearl, the 3,000 laws of chaos. He no longer needed to make a choice. In the cosmos, no law surpassed the power of the 3,000 laws of chaos. Nor was there any force of the great Tao more suitable for Lu Xuan, who possessed the Chaos Pearl. Moreover, with the Chaos Pearl in hand, Lu Xuan had no need to agonize over which chaotic law to choose. All 3,000 laws of chaos were open to him for cultivation. Just then, the Chaos Pearl descended from the sky, returning to Lu Xuan's primordial spirit. In an instant, Lu Xuan sensed a distinct change in the Chaos Pearl. Previously, the Chaos Pearl only nurtured the primordial spirit. Aside from that, he could not discern its origins or other functions. However, now, at the moment of fusion between the Chaos Pearl and his primordial spirit, Lu Xuan clearly sensed the power of the 3,000 laws of chaos within the Chaos Pearl. Within the Chaos Pearl, chaotic energy permeated and the 3,000 laws of chaos intertwined. With the Chaos Pearl in his possession, Lu Xuan felt an innate affinity for these laws. With the Chaos Pearl, he could choose to merge with all chaotic laws. However, human energy is limited, and Lu Xuan was not an omnipotent deity. Even if he wished to fuse with the 3,000 laws of chaos, it was not feasible at this moment. Thus, he could only select the one chaotic law that was most suited to him for fusion. Among the 3,000 laws, the 10 strongest laws are known as the 10 supreme laws. Lu Xuan's gaze shifted, focusing on the 10 mightiest laws within the Chaos Pearl. These 10 supreme laws were the laws of strength. Time, space, chaos, immortal path, demonic path, life, 5 elements, yin-yang, and destruction. Mastering even one of these 10 formidable laws would grant one the power to suppress the laws of the great Tao. Although the Sword Tao was also highly compatible with Lu Xuan, he did not choose to pass over the strongest law of strength would be sheer folly. Earlier, in the realm of the great Tao, the physical body Tao had shown considerable interest in Lu Xuan, indicating that he was indeed suited to the physical body Tao. The law of strength was inherently linked to the physical body Tao. Therefore, Lu Xuan's choice of the law of strength was the most fitting. As he chose the law of strength, his primordial spirit immediately merged with the moment of this fusion. The law of strength within the Chaos Pearl resonated, and countless resplendent runes surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a powerful technique inscribed within Lu Xuan's mind. The Panwu Great Strength Technique. Upon witnessing this method that could lead directly to the path of strength, Lu Xuan was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This technique, birthed from the law of strength, could unleash unparalleled power when combined with it. Once mastered, the Panwu Great Strength Technique would open all 108,636 acupoints in the body, allowing for boundless transformation, 3 heads and 6 arms. Capable of manifesting the heavens and earth, wielding the might to create and destroy, Lu Xuan was utterly captivated. Even having encountered numerous imperial-level techniques, he had never imagined that such a powerful and wondrous method of cultivation existed. Using chaotic energy to unlock his acupoints, then treating those acupoints as dantians that a human body possesses 108,636 acupoints. Opening them all equates to possessing 108,636 chaotic dantians, allowing for a terrifyingly vast storage of chaotic energy. Initially, Lu Xuan believed that the chaotic emperor's art was already remarkable, but little did he know that the Panwu Great Strength technique was even more extraordinary. Certainly, without the foundational chaos heavenly emperor's art, he would lack the qualifications to cultivate the chaos body and master the essence of chaos. With Lu Xuan obtaining the Panwu Great Strength divine art, his primordial spirit returned from the realm of chaos. The moment his primordial spirit re-entered his body, Lu Xuan opened his eyes. Although he did not successfully merge with the Tao this time, he had acquired the Panwu Great Strength divine art. Once he cultivates it to the first level of perfection, he will seamlessly integrate with the laws of strength and step into the realm of emperor respect. Therefore, Lu Xuan felt no urgency. Rather, he was filled with immense excitement. This Panwu Great Strength divine art is undoubtedly the most formidable technique. Once perfected, it can suppress all other divine arts. Under the absolute power it confers, even the supreme laws of space, time, and chaos will be utterly subdued within the god burial coffin space. Lu Xuan commenced his cultivation of the Panwu Great Strength divine art. This art is entirely distinct from the various divine techniques he had practiced previously. It is a method specifically designed for the cultivation of the physical body that it requires copious amounts of chaotic essence to open the acupoints on the body. The more acupoints that are opened, the greater the physical strength one possesses. The first level of the Panwu Great Strength divine art necessitates the opening of 108,636 acupoints. Only by fully opening all the acupoints and transforming them into 108. 636 chaotic dantians can one continuously channel chaotic essence, thereby achieving the first level of perfection. Only upon reaching this stage does one qualify to merge with the laws of strength. Lu Xuan wasted no time and swiftly activated the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's art, transforming his body into a chaotic divine furnace, devouring the treasures seized from the aquatic clan's water palace. As various top-tier treasures of heaven and earth were refined, they transmuted into an abundance of chaotic essence. Under Lu Xuan's guidance, this chaotic essence began to surge into the acupoints within his body. With a resounding boom, Lu Xuan's body trembled momentarily, and he experienced a sensation akin to his soul departing from his body. Simultaneously, a mysterious space materialized within him. An acupoint opened by the chaotic essence. Within this acupoint, chaotic essence surged forth, expanding continuously until it ultimately formed a chaotic dantian. This is the complete process of acupoint opening. No extraneous methods are required. As long as there is sufficient chaotic essence, all acupoints can be opened endlessly. However, this chaotic essence is precisely the rarest of resources that Lu Xuan had just estimated that opening this first acupoint consumed an amount of chaotic essence equivalent to a century of cultivation at the emperor level. Yet, the first level of the Panwu Great Strength divine art requires the opening of 108,636 acupoints. The sheer volume of chaotic essence required is astronomical. Lu Xuan was certain that the resources he had seized from the aquatic clan's water palace would be utterly insufficient to open all his physical acupoints. However, now was not the time for such concerns. His focus was on refining and absorbing all the cultivation resources at hand. He would open as many acupoints as possible. If necessary, he could always return to the water palace after depleting these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Even before he had fully absorbed the resources in his possession, Lu Xuan was already contemplating another raid on the water palace. If those aquatic emperors knew Lu Xuan regarded them as mere cash cows, they would surely be infuriated. Time flies in cultivation. Once Lu Xuan had refined and absorbed all the cultivation resources at hand, he had only managed to open a little over 30,000 acupoints. He was still far from the perfection of the first level of the Panwu Great Strength divine art. It seemed he would have to refine the sources of emperor power as well. With no hesitation, Lu Xuan swallowed an emperor's source directly. His body was now a chaotic divine furnace, and he rapidly absorbed this emperor source, transmuting it into a vast amount of chaotic essence. The power of this emperor source was absorbed over a span of several decades. After fully absorbing one emperor source, he had barely opened less than 3,000 acupoints. This exceeded Lu Xuan's expectations. He had anticipated that such an emperor source would at most allow him to open 1,000 acupoints. The results were 3 times better than he had envisioned. He had not expected the efficacy of the emperor source to surpass that of refining those heavenly materials and earthly treasures by such a margin. Lu Xuan beamed with joy. Had he known the benefits of these emperor sources were so substantial, he would have devoured and refined them all along. He refined each emperor source. An endless stream of chaotic essence emanated from within Lu Xuan. By the time he had fully absorbed all the emperor sources in his possession, several hundred years had passed in this brief span. He was on the verge of cultivating the Panwu great strength divine art to the first level of perfection. The number of opened acupoints within him had reached over 90,000. He was now only a little over 10,000 acupoints away from the 108,636 required for perfection. Who would have thought the effects of these emperor sources would be so remarkable? If only I had a few more emperor sources. My Panwu great strength divine art would be perfected. Lu Xuan was filled with exhilaration. This was far ahead of his original plan, but he had thought that even if he continued to raid the water palace, it would take considerable time to gather enough resources to cultivate the Panwu great strength divine art to perfection. Now that he had witnessed the advantages of the emperor's sources, why not directly seize more? Those cultivation resources would merely expedite his training, while the emperor's sources could also extend his lifespan. Though one emperor source might only add a few hundred years to his life, he had already absorbed nearly 30 of them. These 30 emperor sources had extended his lifespan by nearly 10,000 years. The effect was akin to that of an elixir of immortality. Currently, he had almost 20,000 years of lifespan remaining. Even if he did not break through to the emperor respect realm, he need not worry about running out of lifespan. As the saying goes, a golden belt for killing and arson. Truly, it has not deceived me. Lu Xuan laughed heartily. Previously, he had tried to be a good person, constrained by countless rules. Now liberated, he truly felt that cultivation could be this simple, as long as he dared to kill and seize. An inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources would be at his disposal. In this round of cultivation, Lu Xuan had once again consumed all the resources at his disposal without a hint of regret. Had this been before, he would have felt immense sorrow at depleting such resources in one go. Now, with his mind unshackled, he felt as though the world had expanded. A visit to the water palace was indeed in order. Emerging from the god burial coffin, Lu Xuan wore a radiant smile. The aquatic clan truly was his land of fortune. Currently, he still found himself at the bottom of the sea in the realm's ocean. Surrounding him was still a scene of devastation. Those once resplendent water palaces had been razed by a sword. Lu Xuan had no choice but to seek out new water palaces to plunder. Soon, he descended upon a new marine domain. Before him lay an endless underwater world, with imposing water palaces scattered throughout. Lu Xuan noted that these water palaces seemed to have reinforced their defenses. Imperial-level formations had been activated above their territories, clearly meant to deter him. Yet, to Lu Xuan, these imperial formations appeared as if they were non-existent. His gaze swept across the water palaces, searching for the traces of the aquatic clan as emperors. Having already discovered the remarkable utility of the emperor's sources, this time, his primary goal was not merely to raid the water palaces, but to seize the emperor's sources. Lu Xuan made no effort to conceal his presence, and upon his arrival, the aquatic emperors immediately sensed his emergence. Instantly, those aquatic emperors became exceedingly tense that him. The god of death, Lu Xuan, has returned. The Sea Clan demon emperors, in a state of panic, emerged from their watery abodes, simultaneously activating the formations within their respective territories. With a single glance, Lu Xuan observed that these water palaces were enveloped by at least 3 to 5 layers of imperial-level formations. Had there been merely a single layer of imperial-level formation, Lu Xuan could have effortlessly dismantled it with his prowess. However, the presence of multiple overlapping formations meant that even he would need to expend some time to breach them. Just as Lu Xuan hesitated, for the 6 Sea Clan demon emperors had already made their appearance from the surrounding water palaces. Moreover, in the distance, Other formidable demon emperors were also approaching. In the blink of an eye, over 100 Sea Clan demon emperors had gathered in this expanse of ocean, most of whom were the pinnacle of demon emperor strength. Their simultaneous emergence indicated that they had been anticipating Lu Xuan's arrival. As these demon emperors materialized, powerful imperial-level formations began to manifest around Lu Xuan. Frowning, he realized that in an instant he was encircled by at least a dozen layers of these formations, surrounded by such overwhelming imperial-level formations and more than 100 Sea Clan demon emperors. Even Lu Xuan's expression shifted slightly. He had underestimated them. He had not anticipated that these Sea Clan demon emperors would unite against him, a feat nearly unthinkable among other races in contrast, while the foreign races had their celestial sovereigns to suppress them. Their ancient emperors would not act in such concerted fashion. Gathering 100 ancient emperors to confront him was virtually impossible. Even if they managed to do so, it would not happen in the blink of an eye. Yet within the Sea Clan, such a display seemed commonplace. Since Lu Xuan had quelled those Sea Clan water palaces, barely half an hour had elapsed in reality. In that brief span, they had managed to assemble over 100 Sea Clan demon emperors. This level of mobilization and cohesion was unmatched by any other race. Caught in the encirclement of numerous imperial-level formations and surrounded by over 100 Sea Clan demon emperors, Lu Xuan found himself lacking complete confidence in his ability to escape unscathed. Having guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years, he never imagined that his first crisis upon venturing out would arise within the Sea Clan. After all, the Sea Clan had long been regarded as the weakest of races. Thus, for years, both the human and foreign races, as well as the demonic races, traversed the sea at will. Now, surrounded by so many Sea Clan demon emperors, Lu Xuan was finally witnessing the true strength of the Sea Clan. While Lu Xuan pondered a way to break free, a peak demon emperor stepped forth from the throng of demon emperors. Lu Xuan observed this figure, a Sea Clan demon emperor whose species was indiscernible. He had taken on a human form, exuding an aura of authority befitting a sovereign of the deep. The surrounding Sea Clan demon emperors respectfully stepped back several paces to grant him space, indicating that this particular demon emperor was indeed extraordinary. Approaching the formation, he gazed at Lu Xuan through the barriers. His deep blue eyes ablaze with fury, he bellowed, "Lu Xuan, my Sea Clan and your human clan have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. Who gave you the audacity to wreak havoc among us? Do you truly believe we are without defenders?" His voice resonated with authority, and a colossal true dragon manifestation loomed behind him. Even Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the true dragon avatar. Realizing that this Sea Clan demon emperor possessed true dragon bloodline within him, a mark of an ancient lineage, such a heritage made it clear why the surrounding 100 or so Sea Clan demon emperors showed him such deference. Lu Xuan had not anticipated that amidst the Sea Clan, there still existed a demon with true dragon blood. Though the true dragon clan had once reigned as the sovereigns of the seas in ancient times. That was a legend from countless epochs past. In the present world, true dragons were virtually extinct, and even those beasts with a trace of true dragon blood had become exceedingly rare. Who could have foreseen that within the race deemed the weakest, there existed a sea demon of true dragon lineage? However, even with such a lineage, Lu Xuan felt no fear. His strength had long transcended that of an emperor, possessing the terrifying might of a semi-divine being. Coupled with his mastery of the Panwu divine power, his combat prowess had increased exponentially. Within the realm of emperors, none could rival him. In response to the Sea Clan demon emperor's accusations, Lu Xuan refrained from elaborating. His voice low yet imbued with greater authority. The law of the jungle is an unchanging principle of this world. Should you willingly surrender the treasures within your water palaces and present me with 10 pieces of imperial essence, I shall take my leave. The audacity of Lu Xuan's demand left the Sea Clan demon emperors in shock. What audacity! This fellow is insufferably arrogant. Stand back. I shall slay him, they exclaimed, incredulous at his audacity. Did he truly believe he could command us to relinquish our treasures and offer him 10 pieces of imperial essence? Has he lost his mind? I have lived for tens of thousands of years and have never encountered such arrogance. They bellowed to Lu Xuan, have you gone mad? You are the one surrounded here. Your words make it sound as if we are the ones ensnared. The Sea Clan demon emperors roared in anger, each one eager to charge forth and eliminate Lu Xuan. Yet they were acutely aware of his formidable strength, leading none to step forward as the vanguard. Ultimately, their gazes turned towards the peak demon emperor with true dragon bloodline, pleading, "Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor, please take action and eradicate this arrogant brute." So he understands that our Sea Clan is not to be trifled with. Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor. Lu Xuan's gaze fell once more on this peak demon emperor, observing him for a moment before discerning his true form. He could not help but chuckle derisively. A mere three-headed flood dragon dares to call itself a dragon. It appears your Sea Clan is truly a shameless lot, adept at embellishing your own reputation. This Heavenly Dragon Emperor's true form was that of a three-headed flood dragon that had cultivated for nearly 100,000 years. Years ago, he had accidentally absorbed a drop of true dragon blood within some underwater ruins, which had allowed him to evolve a trace of true dragon lineage. Though his true dragon blood was exceedingly thin, it had enabled him to become one of the ocean's overlords within a mere 10,000 years. His greatest fear was to have his origins revealed. Now, Lu Xuan bluntly pointed out that he was a three-headed flood dragon, igniting his wrath. Lu Xuan, you are courting death? I am a descendant of the true dragon. How dare you call me a three-headed flood dragon? Lu Xuan had not anticipated that this three-headed flood dragon would be so sensitive about his lineage. This revelation allowed Lu Xuan to exploit his Achilles heel. And he burst into laughter. A trifling three-headed flood dragon is nothing more than a water snake. How do you have the audacity to claim true dragon blood? I have never heard of true dragons giving birth to three-headed flood dragons. Ha ha! If you are in search of a lineage, at least find one that is related to you, or shall I assist you? I recall that a three-headed dog also has 3 heads. Surely you must be related. In future encounters, simply tell others that you are a descendant of the three-headed dog, and no one will question it. With his words, Lu Xuan struck directly at the three-headed flood dragon's sore spot. The suggestion that the three-headed flood dragon was akin to a three-headed dog was an immense affront. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt that being labeled a three-headed dog was a grave insult. Ah, Lu Xuan, you seek your own demise. You are truly asking for death. What is a three-headed dog to me? How dare you associate me with such a creature? I am a pure-blooded descendant of the true dragon. The true Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Lu Xuan, you have insulted me gravely. The Emperor would not simply twist your head off. However, the three-headed Jiaolong, in a fit of rage, could only stutter for a prolonged moment, unable to utter a coherent word. Observing the furious demeanor of the three-headed Jiaolong, Lu Xuan found it profoundly amusing. This creature, undeniably an ancient bloodline, although not as renowned as the true dragon lineage, was still one of the genuine sovereigns of the sea. It was quite unexpected that the three-headed Jiaolong would be so sensitive about its own heritage, even going so far as to aggressively associate itself with the true dragon bloodline. Such behavior was truly perplexing to Lu Xuan. At this moment, witnessing the Jiaolong rendered speechless by its own ire, Lu Xuan could only think that it deserved this predicament. The exchange of insults between Lu Xuan and the three-headed Jiaolong left the surrounding sea creature emperors in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief, particularly when they observed the Jiaolong, incensed and exposed by Lu Xuan. Bouncing with fury, these sea emperors struggled to suppress their laughter. They were all too aware of the Jiaolong's background. Yet after it had acquired the essence of true dragon blood, none dared to refer to its original lineage. Over the years, they had all come to call it the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. With time, even they had largely forgotten the true origins of this Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Now, with Lu Xuan's revelation and his mockery of the Jiaolong as a mere three-headed hound, the Sea Emperors felt a mix of indignation and amusement. Were it not for the Heavenly Dragon Emperor's formidable power, they would have surely burst into laughter. Lu Xuan, you have found yourself surrounded, yet you dare to be so reckless. You truly fear not for your life. Exclaimed a peak demon emperor, his expression dark and fixed upon Lu Xuan. Upon recognizing the form of this demon emperor, another sea serpent, Lu Xuan discerned a connection to the sea serpent emperor he had previously slain. His assumption was correct. This peak demon emperor was indeed a descendant of the one Lu Xuan had vanquished. Thus he yearned to avenge his ancestor. were it not for the apprehension of Lu Xuan's overwhelming strength. This peak demon emperor would have charged forth without hesitation. Seeing someone rise in support of him, the heavenly dragon emperor's expression softened slightly. Lu Xuan, do you truly believe my sea tribe is so easily bullied? Having come here today, you shall not leave alive. We will unleash a massacre, and you dare insult our sea tribe's emperor. If we allow you to leave unscathed, how will we ever maintain our standing? The call to arms was echoed by others. Tear him to shreds. A mere human demon emperor dares to act so arrogantly among us. Let him learn the consequences of insulting our tribe. The sea emperors, who had previously stifled their laughter, now stepped forward, pointing angrily at Lu Xuan. Only then did a smirk grace the face of the heavenly dragon emperor, with a wave of his hand. The cacophony of voices fell silent. Over 100 sea emperors quieted, awaiting the heavenly dragon emperor's command. It is but a single human demon emperor. We need not all engage. If word spreads, it may appear as though my demon tribe is without strength. Stepping forward, the heavenly dragon emperor entered the realm shrouded by multiple imperial formations. He appeared directly before Lu Xuan, his countenance icy, as he sneered, Lu Xuan, do not claim that I have not given you a chance. If you kneel and apologize now, I may grant you mercy and let you depart alive. Should you persist in your obstinacy, then prepare to meet a fate without a burial place. As his words hung in the air, the surrounding sea emperors erupted in approval. Well said. Kneel and apologize. Offer your contrition to us all. Let him bow in penance for the countless souls of our fallen kin, killing dozens of our sea emperors and countless lives. Merely bowing an apology would be too lenient. Capture him, imprison him in the depths of the earth, and let him suffer the agony of fire, a fate worse than death. Before Lu Xuan could respond, these sea emperors had already concocted elaborate punishments for him. As their excitement grew, the heavenly dragon emperor raised his hand once more to quell their fervor. Lu Xuan, have you made your decision? Kneel and apologize now, and perhaps you may retain your life. Should you utter even a single word of defiance, I will ensure you understand the consequences of crossing me. With a step forward, the heavenly dragon emperor summoned a towering true dragon manifestation behind him, its formidable presence pressing down upon Lu Xuan like a mountain. Although the heavenly dragon emperor was a three-headed Jiaolong, the essence of true dragon blood he possessed had granted him a semblance of true dragon lineage. While Lu Xuan had previously mocked him as a Jiaolong, the heavenly dragon emperor's prowess was indeed among the elite of demon emperors. Lu Xuan could tell at a glance that the heavenly dragon emperor had also ascended to the semi-respectable realm. Furthermore, as a demon, he was not bound by the same celestial rules governing humans, allowing him to merge paths with greater ease. The current heavenly dragon emperor was on the verge of breaking through to the rank of demon sovereign. Faced with such an emperor, Lu Xuan, while proud, dared not underestimate him. Yet the notion of bowing an apology was utterly absurd. Having lived for 100,000 years, he had never once considered the notion of an apology. Even when suppressed by 7 imperial lords, he had never bowed. This heavenly dragon emperor was not even a sovereign. How could he possibly deserve such an acknowledgement? Confronted by the relentless sea emperors, Lu Xuan let out a cold chuckle, his voice low yet brimming with authority. You want me to apologize? Ha! I fear my apology would be more than you could bear. Upon hearing this, the sea emperors across from him erupted in fury. Their faces flushed with rage, the heavenly dragon emperor, trembling with anger, his eyes turning crimson, shouted, Lu Xuan, this is your own choice. I hope you do not come to regret it. In that instant, the true dragon manifestation surged towards Lu Xuan with lethal intent. The semi-respectable true dragon manifestation possessed the terrifying strength to challenge even a junior sovereign. As this manifestation charged forth, the surrounding waters were stirred into a tempest, transforming into countless whirlpools that surged towards Lu Xuan. The heavenly dragon emperor, with a cold grunt, unleashed a fearsome wave of sword energy infused with the might of the roiling sea, directed at Lu Xuan. As the heavenly dragon emperor made his move, the nearby sea emperors erupted in excited cries. Attack! Kill him! A mere human demon emperor dares to act with such arrogance among our tribe. He must be made to pay dearly. However, just as their fervent cries rang out, they witnessed Lu Xuan spring into action. Facing the onslaught of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor's sword energy and the oppressive force of the true dragon manifestation, Lu Xuan's eyes blazed with brilliance as he coldly declared, "A muddled hybrid dares to draw a blade before me. Who granted you the audacity?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The Sea Emperors, who had clamored for Lu Xuan's demise, were momentarily stunned into silence by the weight of his words. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor, upon hearing Lu Xuan's taunt, nearly spat blood in fury. After all, he was the esteemed Heavenly Dragon Emperor, and Lu Xuan had the audacity to humiliate him repeatedly. Particularly the term hybrid insect struck a nerve, inciting a furious rage within him. The true dragon manifestation roared in tandem with his wrath. "Lu Xuan, I shall not rest until you are slain." Yet, just as his thunderous roar echoed, Lu Xuan's voice reached his mind once more. "You were never a dragon to begin with. I vow not to be a dragon. Is this not a jest?" A laugh erupted. The Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor was utterly shaken, spewing forth a mouthful of old blood that cascaded for dozens of yards, his body trembling with rage. At the very moment the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor expelled blood, Lu Xuan made his move. A torrent of sword light erupted from behind Lu Xuan. Countless beams of sword light, akin to a multitude of falling meteors, instantaneously shattered the true dragon avatar, as the true dragon avatar was obliterated by the sword light. The recently bloodied Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor coughed up another mouthful of black blood, his entire being appearing gravely wounded. The true dragon avatar had consolidated all his strength and was intimately linked to his imperial laws. Now that the true dragon avatar had been destroyed, the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor lost a significant portion of his power in an instant. In that moment, he truly comprehended the magnitude of Lu Xuan's strength and terror. He had initially believed that his own power surpassed that of Lu Xuan. After all, he had merged with the true dragon's essence blood, yet this single strike brought him to his senses. The chasm between him and Lu Xuan was akin to that between heaven and earth. Though both were half-step sovereigns, he could not withstand even a single blow from Lu Xuan at this moment. The Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor was stripped of all his prior pride and arrogance. His gaze now filled solely with boundless fear and panic. He, a mere three-headed flood dragon of humble origins, had painstakingly obtained the true dragon's essence blood, cultivating a trace of the true dragon's lineage, and had ascended to the rank of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor, never anticipating such a fate. In a state of panic, he turned to flee. The thought of slaying Lu Xuan or demanding an apology from him had vanished from his mind. To demand an apology from such a harbinger of death was akin to courting disaster. However, by the time he realized this, it was far too late. Smash! Lu Xuan had appeared before him, mercilessly stomping the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor into the mire. This brutal kick crushed the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor's head, revealing his true form. The being that had just transformed into a suave human was now revealed to be a massive three-headed flood dragon, hundreds of yards in length at no. He should now be referred to as a two-headed flood dragon. Lu Xuan's previous kick had obliterated one of his heads. "I warned you. My apology is beyond your capacity to bear." Lu Xuan, standing atop the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor's skull, cast a glance downward, his tone remaining calm, yet imbued with overwhelming authority. "What? Do you still require my apology?" At the moment their eyes met, the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor trembled in fear, his two heads and four eyes filled with terror and dread. Frantically shaking his heads, exclaiming, "No, no need. We apologize. We ought not to have offended you. It is we who must apologize." The once arrogant Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor now groveled like a subordinate, fervently begging for forgiveness. Had he not feared moving recklessly, he would have undoubtedly knelt before Lu Xuan in submission. To preserve his life, he would willingly shatter his own head. For one who had risen from the depths, life was far more precious than pride or face. With life extinguished, what use was there for dignity? As for honor, could it grant him life? Lu Xuan was taken aback by the stark transformation of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor. Observing the frantic apologies of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor, Lu Xuan's gaze turned contemptuous. This creature was not even a fraction as dignified as those ancient sovereigns of other races, while the strength of those ancient sovereigns might not surpass that of the heavenly dragon demon emperor. They possessed far more dignity, refusing to sacrifice their honor for survival. For such refuse, Lu Xuan felt that even killing him would tarnish his hands. Nonetheless, even if it dirted his hands, Lu Xuan would not relent. Boom! Lu Xuan brought his foot down once more, shattering another head of the heavenly dragon demon emperor. In the blink of an eye, this three-headed flood dragon was left with but one head. Lu Xuan moved again, sending the heavenly dragon demon emperor into a near-weeping state. Realizing that Lu Xuan would not spare him, the heavenly dragon demon emperor hastily attempted to flee, all the while bellowing, "No, you cannot kill me. I'm the Sea Tribe demon emperor. Behind me stands a demon sovereign ancestor. If you dare to slay me, my ancestor will not let you go." It must be said that the heavenly dragon demon emperor's threats carried some weight. A Sea Tribe demon sovereign? Lu Xuan paused, refraining from pursuing further. Should he truly eliminate the heavenly dragon demon emperor, it would become a life-or-death struggle. If a Sea Tribe demon sovereign were to be summoned, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. Though Lu Xuan was confident, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could contend with a demon sovereign. Moreover, it was said that the Sea Tribe had only 3 demon sovereigns, all ancient relics from the age of antiquity. The youngest among them had lived for 1,000,000 years. That a demon sovereign that had survived for 1,000,000 years, even if weak, would likely be beyond Lu Xuan's current capabilities. Just as Lu Xuan hesitated, the heavenly dragon demon emperor had already fled beyond the imperial level formation's range, returning to the company of the other Sea Tribe demon emperors, upon seeing the more than 100 Sea Tribe demon emperors surrounding him. The heavenly dragon demon emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Lu Xuan, his demeanor shifting once more, angrily cursing, "You, Lu Xuan, dare to sever 2 of my heads. This enmity shall be eternal. Today, even if I must sacrifice my life, I will ensure you do not leave alive." Observing the heavenly dragon demon emperor's renewed bravado, Lu Xuan was taken aback. This fellow truly had no sense of shame. Had he forgotten who had been groveling at his feet moments ago? For such a fool who danced on the edge of destruction, Lu Xuan could no longer contain his wrath. "Damn it! Today I shall engage in a fierce battle with the demon sovereign. I will ensure your demise. You foolish jester!" Lu Xuan was thoroughly enraged. The heavenly dragon demon emperor had danced perilously close to his own demise. And if Lu Xuan did not slay him, he would risk driving himself mad. The instant the words fell, Lu Xuan stepped forward, effortlessly penetrating the layers of the imperial-level formation. Under his divine abilities, those multiple layers of imperial-level formations seemed non-existent. When Lu Xuan reappeared, he stood before the heavenly dragon demon emperor. "I had already spared you once. Since you do not cherish this chance, prepare to meet your end." Lu Xuan's cold gaze bore into the astonished heavenly dragon demon emperor, his chilling voice imbued with murderous intent. As Lu Xuan's words echoed, streams of sword chi erupted from within the heavenly dragon demon emperor's body. These were the hidden measures Lu Xuan had left within the heavenly dragon demon emperor when he had previously attacked. They were poised to strike down the heavenly dragon demon emperor at any moment. Now, these sword chi erupted from the heavenly dragon demon emperor's body, and even he, with his demon sovereign realm, could not withstand it. With a thunderous roar, the heavenly dragon demon emperor's body exploded, transforming into countless blood mist. Yet at the moment the heavenly dragon demon emperor was slain, an enraged roar reverberated throughout the depths of the realm's sea. "What audacity! You dare to kill one of my own!" At the instant that furious voice resounded, a terrifyingly powerful aura enveloped the entirety of the realm's sea. The Sea Tribe demon emperors, who had been trembling in fear at the death of the heavenly dragon emperor, now ignited with excitement upon hearing that voice. "It is the demon sovereign. The demon sovereign has awakened." Each of the Sea Tribe demon emperors, once quaking in fear, erupted into jubilant cheers. What if Lu Xuan could slay the heavenly dragon demon emperor? Now, they had the demon sovereign on their side. With the arrival of the demon sovereign, no matter how powerful Lu Xuan was, he could not possibly contend. Lu Xuan had not anticipated that after slaying the heavenly dragon demon emperor, a demon sovereign would indeed intervene. However, as he had foreseen this outcome the moment he struck down the heavenly dragon demon emperor, he was not taken aback as the imminent arrival of the demon sovereign approached. Lu Xuan felt no trepidation. Rather, he grew increasingly calm. From the direction of that voice, he could discern that the sea tribe demon sovereign was still some distance away, at least several dozen breaths' time before reaching him. With such a time frame, escape was no longer an option. Moreover, in the face of a demon sovereign, Lu Xuan was acutely aware that fleeing was an impossibility. Given this, it would be better to take a gamble. Before the demon sovereign arrived, he would aim for something grand. Buzz! The burial heaven divine sword emerged, its terrifying sword cry resonating throughout the realm as the sound of the sword echoed. The smiles of the sea tribe demon emperors froze. None of them had anticipated that Lu Xuan would be so audacious as to strike while a demon sovereign was present. Just as these sea tribe demon emperors were stunned, the burial heaven divine sword descended. Its terrifying sword energy obliterating hundreds of thousands of miles of sea tribe territory. Majestic sea tribe water palaces were reduced to ruins. The imperial-level formations that shielded these water palaces were utterly powerless against the might of the burial heaven divine sword. Even the more than 100 sea tribe demon emperors were instantaneously decimated by over half. Before Lu Xuan lay the invaluable sources of the great emperor, each one a testament to the fall of a mighty sovereign. One single source signified the demise of a formidable emperor. With a single stroke of his sword, he had vanquished nearly 50 sea clan demon emperors. Lu Xuan swept his hand to collect these precious sources, along with the celestial treasures that emerged from the watery depths. Even in death, he sought to reap a significant reward. The power he unleashed with that strike exceeded all expectations, obliterating nearly 50 demon emperors and leveling vast stretches of sea, resulting in the slaughter of countless sea clan beings, certainly in the millions. This was a magnitude of strength several dozen times greater than when Lu Xuan had previously engaged. It was evident that after cultivating the Panwu great strength technique, his power had ascended to new heights. Overwhelmed with joy, Lu Xuan recognized the benefits bestowed upon him by the Panwu great strength technique. Now, with every movement, the over 90,000 acupoints within him functioned as countless chaotic dantians, continuously releasing an unfathomable torrent of magical energy, bestowing upon him a sense of inexhaustible power. Even after unleashing such a terrifying strike, Lu Xuan felt invigorated, his fighting spirit undiminished, devoid of any trace of fatigue. In his earlier days, such a level of assault could only be executed once or twice before his magical reserves were depleted. This was the boon granted to him by the Panwu great strength technique. While it had not elevated him to the realm of the emperor, it had amplified his magical prowess exponentially. He was now free from the worry of insufficient power, rendering him incapable of battle. Furthermore, with the might he had just demonstrated, he could launch thousands more such attacks. The realization of the advantages conferred by the Panwu great strength technique ignited a spark of exhilaration in Lu Xuan's eyes. Even aware of the impending arrival of the demon sovereign, he felt no inclination to retreat or show fear. Previously, he had merely utilized the magical energy from the Panwu great strength technique. Now, it was time to test the combat techniques it offered. Lu Xuan's eyes shimmered with brilliant light. The Panwu great strength technique was a formidable power capable of mastering the laws of force. The laws of force were the foremost among the 3,000 chaotic laws. Naturally, the potency of the Panwu great strength technique was not to be underestimated, especially the combat skills contained within, which stood among the mightiest techniques of the world. Engaging in battles beyond his current capabilities was no longer a concern. With the support of the Panwu great strength technique, Lu Xuan felt he possessed the strength and confidence to confront an emperor. Now, he was but a mere 10,000 acupoints away from achieving the first level of perfection in the Panwu great strength technique. Regrettably, time was not on his side. Lu Xuan inhaled deeply, feeling a tinge of regret. If only he had a bit more time to attain the perfected state of the first level of the Panwu great strength technique, he could then merge with the laws of force and ascend to the emperor realm. Among the ranks of emperors, with the might of the Panwu great strength technique, he should have no difficulty standing against a demon sovereign. Alas, he was running out of time. The Sea Clan demon sovereign had already breached the boundary sea. Appearing before him, towering at a height of 10,000 zhong, this demon sovereign resembled a giant, yet bore the head of a dragon, complete with a pair of dragon horns atop its skull. As it moved, its colossal body swayed, and the terrifying power of the Emperor's laws enveloped the entire boundary sea, transforming the vast expanse into a forbidden zone. The surviving Sea Clan demon emperors, trembling in fear beneath the oppressive aura of the demon sovereign, fell to their knees in panic. "We pay homage to the dragon python demon sovereign," they cried in unison, their spirits shattered by the earlier display of Lu Xuan's power. Had the dragon python demon sovereign not arrived, they would have surely met their end. Thus, upon witnessing the arrival of the dragon python demon sovereign, they felt as if they had encountered a savior, each one relieved to have survived the ordeal. The dragon python demon sovereign, however, paid no heed to the Sea Clan demon emperors, fixing its furious gaze upon Lu Xuan. With nostrils flaring, it exhaled twin pillars of smoke and thundered. Has the human race become so arrogant? A mere emperor dares to act insolently in our presence and slay my kin. Who grants you such audacity? As it spoke, the terrifying aura of the demon sovereign and the formidable weight of the emperor's laws bore down upon Lu Xuan. For an ordinary emperor, the oppressive force of the demon sovereign's aura and laws would render them immobile, if not outright annihilate them. Yet before the dragon python demon sovereign's laws could descend upon him, Lu Xuan had already steeled himself for a complete counterattack. However, as the emperor's laws approached, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Xuan's eyes. "What is this? The emperor's laws are so weak." Lu Xuan was astounded. The dragon python demon sovereign's laws were far weaker than he had anticipated. He found he did not even need to expend all of his strength to effortlessly resist the weight of the emperor's laws. Soon, Lu Xuan discerned the truth. It was not that the emperor's laws were feeble, but rather that he had become exceedingly powerful. After cultivating the chaotic celestial emperor technique and the Panwu great strength technique, his magical energy now far exceeded the standards of the emperor realm. Particularly, the Panwu great strength technique had elevated his magical prowess to an unfathomable degree, faced with the pressure of the emperor's laws. Lu Xuan remained calm and resolute, unleashing a chilling cry as a terrifying aura erupted from his being. "Panwu golden body." As his voice resonated, the over 90,000 acupoints within him released a resplendent golden light. This golden radiance coursed through his veins, enveloping Lu Xuan entirely. The golden light was not merely a superficial layer surrounding him. It fused seamlessly with his flesh and blood, embodying a true and perfect synthesis with his corporeal form. This was the essence of the combat techniques recorded within the Panwu great strength technique, known as the Panwu golden body. Only by mastering the Panwu golden body could one wield the myriad combat techniques inscribed within the Panwu great strength technique. Originally, Lu Xuan had intended to wait until all 80,636 acupoints were opened before commencing his training in the Panwu golden body. However, he could no longer afford to delay. Facing the oppression of a demon sovereign, he had to deploy every means at his disposal. With the chaotic energy from over 90,000 acupoints merging with his flesh, Lu Xuan's Panwu golden body began to take shape. Upon achieving the Panwu golden body, Lu Xuan felt the most significant change. The chaotic energy within the previously disparate acupoints now flowed as one under the operation of the Panwu golden body. Ready for command at a moment's notice, effortlessly capable of unleashing its full power. Under the watchful gaze of the dragon python demon sovereign, Lu Xuan solidified his Panwu golden body and unleashed a punch aimed skyward. The Panwu great strength technique detailed numerous combat techniques, and this was one among them. Mastering it to perfection not only allowed him to grasp the laws of force, but also to comprehend the laws of fist fighting. It was an invincible technique forged from the fusion of two powerful laws. As Lu Xuan unleashed his punch, the chaotic energy from his 90,000 acupoints erupted forth, coalescing into a whirlwind around his fist, akin to a divine demon descending, parting the boundless sea in its wake. The dragon python demon sovereign, who had previously dismissed Lu Xuan, was taken aback by the sight of this punch. Is this truly an emperor? This is clearly the might of an emperor. A flicker of astonishment crossed the dragon python demon sovereign's eyes. It could easily discern that Lu Xuan's punch possessed the terrifying battle power of an emperor. Even some ordinary lower-tier emperors might struggle to withstand such a blow. Fortunately, the dragon python demon sovereign was no ordinary emperor. As a renowned demon sovereign for hundreds of thousands of years, its combat strength was formidable. Faced with Lu Xuan's punch, the dragon python demon sovereign barked a dismissal. An ant dares to shake a tree, utterly deluded. With that, it retaliated with a punch of its own. The emperor's laws coalescing around it like a shadow, all converging upon its fist, a thunderous crash resounded as the two fists collided in the depths of the sea, instantly transforming 1,000,000 miles of ocean into a desolate wasteland. The Sea Clan demon emperors, who had narrowly escaped death moments prior, would have surely perished had the dragon python demon sovereign not shielded them. Hiss, is Lu Xuan truly just an emperor? They gasped. What kind of emperor can withstand a demon sovereign? The dragon python demon sovereign was a legendary figure known for its prowess among emperors. It was rare to find a worthy opponent in the realm of emperors. Who was Lu Xuan that he could contend with the dragon python demon sovereign on equal footing? The surviving Sea Clan demon emperors trembled in fear. They had initially believed Lu Xuan to be an ordinary emperor, which was why they dared to follow the heavenly dragon demon emperor in their pursuit of him. Yet now, they realized how foolish they had been. This fellow, Lu Xuan, could hold his own against the dragon python demon sovereign. How could he merely be an emperor? Who had ever seen such an extraordinary emperor? The dragon python demon lord expression was equally grim. This punch had failed to subdue Lu Xuan. Instead, it resulted in a stalemate, which was an immense affront to him. After all, he was a dignified emperor. How could he be evenly matched with a mere human sovereign? It felt akin to receiving a stinging slap across the face. As for Lu Xuan, although he had not perished, he was on the brink of collapse. After exchanging blows with the dragon python demon lord, his Pamu golden body was nearly shattered, and more than half of his bones were fractured. Even the over 90,000 chaos stanchions he possessed were largely obliterated by the demon lord strike. That accounted for over 40,000 chaos stanchions, and Lu Xuan winced in pain. He had refined dozens of emperor origins to forge those stanchions, and now they were reduced to naught by a single blow from the dragon python demon lord. Although he still maintained a facade of calmness, he was far from comfortable. Merely being able to stand was a considerable achievement. Damn it, how careless of me! I never anticipated the demon lord would possess such formidable strength. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow, silently cursing. He had believed that with his Panwu golden body and the Panwu mighty god fist, he could harness the power of over 90,000 acupoints to contend with the demon lord. Yet, reality delivered a crushing blow. It became evident that each being who attained the emperor realm was terrifyingly powerful. Even if he expended all his strength, he would still be no match for the dragon python demon lord. Moreover, he sensed that the demon lord had acted in haste. That punch was not even unleashed with full force. Should the dragon python demon lord unleash his complete might, Lu Xuan might not even withstand a single blow. Indeed, there were no weaklings among the imperial clans. Even the weakest emperor was not someone a sovereign could confront. Unless he achieved the emperor realm himself, he would no longer engage with these formidable emperors. Lu Xuan had ceased contemplating how to combat the emperors. His sole desire was to escape swiftly. To flee from the grasp of the dragon python demon lord would be a victory in itself. Just as Lu Xuan was rapidly devising a way to break the deadlock, the dragon python demon lord struck once more. The esteemed demon lord, having fought to a standstill with a human sovereign, felt his fury ignite. Humph, you dare to launch a sneak attack on me. What audacity! If this is all the power you possess, then perish. The dragon python demon lord took a step forward, his colossal form materializing before Lu Xuan, while the dragon python avatar above him roared angrily and lunged at Lu Xuan, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. The demon lord's true form clenched his fist again, the laws of the emperor converging like a raging river upon his fist, culminating in a cataclysmic strike that surged towards Lu Xuan with the force of a tempest. This punch represented the demon lord's authentic strength. With a single blow, it could shatter the very heavens, obliterating all in its path. Even among those in the emperor realm, few could withstand such a strike. Lu Xuan, possessing self-awareness, recognized that he could not endure this blow before it even descended. Thus, before the punch could land, he bit his tongue, his fingertip drawing upon his blood to swiftly inscribe a rune before him. Channeling all the chaotic energy within him into that crimson rune, he shouted, "Your fate rests in your hands." As Lu Xuan's voice echoed, the blood-red rune erupted in a brilliant golden light, enveloping his form just as the dragon python demon lord's fist descended, causing him to vanish from sight. When the demon lord's punch struck, it meant only emptiness, spatial laws. Damned, how could a mere sovereign possibly master the laws of an emperor? The dragon python demon lord's expression darkened. Fixating on the faint crimson hue lingering in the waters below, he had not anticipated that his seemingly certain strike would miss. What shocked him even more was that Lu Xuan had managed to wield the spatial laws of an emperor. Had it not been for the emperor-level spatial laws, Lu Xuan would undoubtedly have perished. After invoking the spatial divine rune, Lu Xuan closed his eyes. Whether he lived or died, he would leave it to fate. Was he still alive? When he opened his eyes again, astonishment washed over him. Not only was he alive, but he had also escaped the depths of the boundary sea. However, the dim surroundings caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Where was this place? In the midst of life and death, he had only been able to invoke the rune path recorded in the Panwu Mighty God technique, drawing a spatial divine rune with his blood. At that moment, he himself had been uncertain whether the hastily inscribed rune would prove effective. Yet, it appeared that the spatial divine rune was indeed remarkably useful. Not only had it allowed him to evade the dragon python demon lord's fist, but it had also transported him to this location. However, Lu Xuan was still uncertain as to where exactly he had been sent. Nonetheless, as long as he had escaped the depths of the boundary sea, that was sufficient. To his surprise, the spatial divine rune had truly enabled him to tear through space and flee. Lu Xuan reflected on the earlier inscription of the spatial divine rune, his heart still racing with excitement. Simultaneously, he was increasingly awed by the might of the Panwu Mighty God technique. Whether it was the path of enlightenment he cultivated, the Panwu Golden Body, the Panwu Mighty God Fist, or the spatial divine rune, all were merely the tip of the iceberg within the Panwu Mighty God technique. The complete Panwu Mighty God technique encompassed a vast array of principles, containing the full spectrum of the 3,000 laws. It could be said that by mastering the Panwu Mighty God technique to its utmost, he would wield the entirety of the chaotic 3,000 laws. Thus, possessing the Panwu Mighty God technique was akin to acquiring the methods to cultivate all 3,000 laws. Previously, Lu Xuan had devoted himself to breaking through to the Emperor realm, focusing solely on the path of enlightenment, leaving him little time to study other spells and techniques. Additionally, the various spells and methods recorded in the Panwu Mighty God technique require cultivation to the second level of the technique to unleash their true power. Lu Xuan was still far from achieving the completion of the first level. Earlier, he had been left with no choice but to attempt the rune spells in desperation. He had not anticipated that his first attempt at inscribing the spatial divine rune would yield such remarkable results. Alas, the battle with the dragon python demon lord not only cost him over 40,000 chaos stanchions, but had nearly claimed his life as well. What a poor bargain! Such a steep price. Once he became an emperor, he would certainly seek retribution. Lu Xuan was not one to let grievances slide. Vengeance was his creed. However, given the strength of the dragon python demon lord, thoughts of revenge would have to be postponed until he reached the emperor realm. Although this encounter had resulted in considerable losses, it had also yielded significant gains. Lu Xuan retrieved the god burial coffin, his figure materializing within its space. This time, he extracted all the resources acquired from the water mansion. Besides the astonishing quantity of cultivation resources, he had also obtained an impressive 48 emperor origins. Haha! I knew this water mansion was my blessed ground, though I nearly met my demise at the hands of that old fiend. The rewards were simply too great. Indeed, one often finds fortune after surviving great peril. Gazing at the staggering amount of cultivation resources and the emperor origins, Lu Xuan couldn't help but beam with delight. Even the near brush with death at the hands of the dragon python demon lord seemed trivial now that he assessed the resources at hand. those 48 Emperor origins alone were sufficient for him to cultivate the Panwu mighty God technique to the completion of the first level. With plenty to spare, as for the other cultivation resources, they could safely be reserved for advancing to the second level of the Panwu mighty God technique and the chaotic celestial emperor art. With such an abundance of emperor origins before him, Lu Xuan used them without a hint of regret. After refining and absorbing 24 of the emperor origins, the acupoints within him finally opened up to a total of 108,636. This marked the completion of the first level of the Panwu mighty God technique. Lu Xuan opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with exhilaration. Next, he would focus on cultivating the Panwu golden body. Lu Xuan's face radiated joy. After the opening of 108,636 acupoints, he needed to gather their power to forge the Panwu golden body. Only by possessing the Panwu golden body could he challenge the second level of the Panwu mighty God technique. Previously, while battling the Dragon Python Demon Lord, Lu Xuan had condensed the Panwu golden body in advance. However, the version he had formed then was incomplete. Now, by gathering the power from 108,636 acupoints to reform the Panwu golden body, he would finally achieve its true form. Merely condensing the Panwu golden body required nearly 100 years of effort. A century hence, Lu Xuan's entire being, his flesh, muscles, veins, bones, and skin, had transformed into a hue reminiscent of pure gold. The formidable power of 100,836 acupoints seamlessly merged with the Panwu golden body. With every gesture, he could unleash an unfathomable force. It was at the very moment the Panwu golden body was solidified that Lu Xuan sensed the existence of the law of power. The Panwu great strength divine art was fundamentally crafted upon this law of power, making the Panwu golden body the foundation for comprehending its principles. As Lu Xuan activated the Panwu golden body, the 100,836 acupoints within him radiated resplendent golden light, converging into divine strength that enveloped him. A mere casual attempt revealed that his punch could obliterate an emperor with ease. Such terrifying power would not be an exaggeration to call divine. Yet, amidst this divine strength, what truly astonished Lu Xuan was the law of power. After achieving the Panwu golden body, he felt as though he had touched the threshold of the law of power. Every movement seemed to bear the traces of this law. With the first major perfection of the Panwu great strength divine art, a perfect opportunity to merge with the Tao and ascend to the realm of emperor was at hand. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with fervor. Upon entering the emperor realm, not only would his combat prowess undergo a monumental transformation, but his lifespan would also extend by 200,000 to 300,000 years. Having already exceeded 30,000 years due to refining the emperor's essence and consuming the elixir of immortality, an additional 200,000 to 300,000 years would render him nearly immortal. This time, he must succeed in merging with the Tao and ascend to the emperor realm. Lu Xuan roared with excitement, his voice brimming with fervor. As his primordial spirit was unleashed, it soared to the very edge of the sky. Before him lay an endless expanse of various Tao laws. Perhaps due to his cultivation of the Panwu great strength divine art, the Tao laws he traversed exuded goodwill, drawing him closer, eager for him to merge with them. Some even approached his primordial spirit, attempting to forcibly meld with him. This was a phenomenon Lu Xuan had never encountered before. Seeing those Tao laws approaching, he could only hasten his pace to avoid their vicinity. Having been here once, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit deftly navigated to the land of origins. Upon entering this realm, the 10 great original Tao laws began to converge towards him. Among them, the Tao of the physical body radiated brilliant light. Seeking to envelop Lu Xuan's primordial spirit entirely, Lu Xuan was astonished to find himself in such high demand, with even the 10 great original Tao laws being so fond of him. Had it not been for the law of power, he would have chosen these original Tao laws without hesitation. However, having cultivated the Panwu great strength divine art, his sole focus now was the law of power. His primordial spirit quickened its pace, evading the original Tao laws and plunging into the realm of chaos. The chaotic land before him appeared dramatically different from his first encounter. It seemed to shimmer with newfound brilliance and vitality. The 3,000 chaotic laws enveloped the entirety of the chaotic realm. The moment Lu Xuan's primordial spirit entered this place, the 3,000 chaotic laws resonated, converging towards him as these laws approached. Lu Xuan felt momentarily dazed. Though he had contemplated reaching the pinnacle of co-cultivation of the 3,000 laws in the future, he was presently limited in his focus and could not cultivate all 3,000 simultaneously. Moreover, he was in the process of merging with the Tao. Once he chose a particular law, he could not continue merging with others. Hence, his aim was clear: to gravitate towards the law of power. Before the other 3,000 laws could catch up, his primordial spirit dove headlong into the law of power. Instantly, Lu Xuan sensed an overwhelming force from the law, almost shattering his primordial spirit. Fortunately, in this critical moment, the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art activated autonomously, helping him offset the terrifying suppression emanating from the law of power. As the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art operated, Lu Xuan's Panwu golden body emerged within the law of power. Immediately, the countless forces of the law surged towards Lu Xuan's Panwu golden body like a river rushing into a sponge. In mere moments, Lu Xuan felt a mysterious connection forming between himself and the law of power. When he closed his eyes, it seemed as if he could leap directly into the law of power. Of course, this was merely an illusion. At present, he was only in the realm of merging with the Tao. His physical form could not truly enter the law of power. Only his primordial spirit could transcend the physical body and fuse with this law. Thereafter, he would summon the law of power, borrowing strength from the river of laws. The merging with the Tao, in essence, involved drawing upon the power of the law and wielding it against adversaries. To genuinely achieve the fusion of body and the Tao would require reaching a higher realm of unity. This concept was also documented within the records of the Chaos Celestial Emperor's art. Should one attain unity with the Tao, it would signify that the self had become part of the law, a state where one's power equated to that of the ascended true immortals. Currently, Lu Xuan had merely embarked upon the path of merging with the Tao, with a considerable distance still to traverse before reaching the realm of unity. He closed his eyes, slowly comprehending the existence of the law of power, drawing upon its strength. As the ceaseless influx of the law of power integrated with his body, divine patterns began to manifest upon his Panwu golden body. These divine patterns spread across his form, their emanating power repeatedly cleansing and transforming him. The Emperor's physique, already at its pinnacle, began to evolve into a higher form of law body under the influence of these divine patterns. The Emperor realm also bore another name, the realm of heavenly Tao laws. Although one could grasp the power of the laws before reaching the Emperor realm, such power was merely borrowed from the heavens and earth. It could neither merge with the Tao nor be utilized for bodily transformation. Only upon achieving the Emperor realm, after the primordial spirit and the Tao fused, could one continuously absorb the power of the great laws to reshape the physical form. The corporeal body of the Emperor realm, unlike that of the Emperor realm, was no longer a mere flesh and blood entity. It was a body entirely condensed from the heavenly Tao laws. Thus, it was also referred to as the law body. Compared to the flesh and blood body of an emperor, the law body of the Emperor realm had completely transcended the limitations of flesh. Even if the physical form were shattered or reduced to ashes, the primordial spirit could draw upon the power of the Tao to reconstruct the body. For those who had attained the Emperor realm, as long as neither the primordial spirit nor the Tao was annihilated simultaneously, total destruction was impossible. Their law bodies were nearly immortal and indestructible. These revelations dawned upon Lu Xuan as the power of the laws transformed his body. It was only at this moment that he realized how ludicrous his earlier desire to slay the dragon python demon sovereign had been. No matter how formidable his strength, even shattering the dragon python demon sovereign's physical form 1,000,000 times would inflict not even a scratch upon it. The Emperor realm, indeed, was a level of comprehension unfathomable to an emperor. Without entering the Emperor realm, one could never truly grasp its might. Lu Xuan's eyes gleamed with fervor, his expression suffused with excitement and astonishment. He sensed that he was but a breath away from achieving the law body and advancing to the Emperor realm. As the continuous flow of the law's power washed over his physical form, Lu Xuan's entire aura began to shift. After practicing the law of power, Lu Xuan's body first expanded exponentially under the law's influence. Then, as the law's power coalesced, it returned to its original size. After undergoing this cycle of change numerous times, the law's power within Lu Xuan had been refined to its zenith at that moment. His physical form transformed completely into the law body. With a thunderous roar, Lu Xuan's realm reached its utmost limit. He was on the cusp of ascending to the Emperor realm. At this moment, Lu Xuan was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He had guarded Tanyuan for 100,000 years, dreaming incessantly of advancing to the Emperor realm. During this period, he made countless attempts to break through to the Emperor realm, yet each time he was repelled by the power of the heavenly Tao. Unable to succeed, for many years, he remained trapped at the threshold of the half-step Emperor realm, slowly enduring until the end of his lifespan. Unexpectedly, not only had he found a second spring in his life, but he was also on the verge of becoming an emperor. As Lu Xuan was about to ascend to the Emperor realm, the chaotic land roiled, and the 3,000 laws of chaos, which had not appeared for countless epochs, re-emerged in the world. The 3,000 laws of the great Tao surged forth from the chaos, manifesting in the depths of the heavens, the law of power intertwined with heaven and earth. Resonating with Lu Xuan, with the emergence of the 3,000 laws of the great Tao, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the heavenly Tao. Within the human race, the 9 great emperors all looked up in astonishment towards the sky. They cultivated the heavenly Tao. Beneath the heavenly Tao, 9 paths of emperor laws were birthed. Thus, within the human race, the number of emperor clans had always been limited to 9. These 9 were the powerful figures who embodied these 9 paths of emperor laws. Representing the heavenly Dao, the moment the 3,000 chaotic laws came into being, the will of the heavenly Tao also descended, enveloping the world in a terrifying aura. Chaos emerged, and the secrets of heaven were thrown into disarray. The voice of the heavenly Taos will reach the ears of the 9 great emperors of the human race. Initially filled with dread, they gazed up at the heavens. "Master, what can we do?" From within one of the sprawling paths of emperor laws, a vague figure stepped forward, respectfully inquiring of the elderly form that embodied the will of the heavenly Dao that moment. The incarnation of the heavenly Taos took the shape of a white-bearded elder, clad in a white robe, resembling an immortal with hair as white as snow. His gaze revealed no trace of emotional fluctuation, yet his eyes were fixed upon the ends of heaven and earth. The source of all. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. "The great era of contention is about to arrive. As my disciples, you must strive for the welfare of the human race. The number of paths is finite. Originally 9, in years past, I left behind 9 paths of emperor laws. Hence there should be 9 great emperors within the human race. However, in this era of contention, I shall specially open more paths of emperor laws for our human race. The great cycle has 50, and 1 must be set aside. Thus, the emperor laws for our human race shall be 49. Today, I shall reopen 40 paths of emperor laws for our human race. From this day forth, all humans with the fortune shall merge with the laws and achieve the status of emperor. As the voice of the heavenly Taos fell, new paths of emperor laws surged forth. Emerging in addition to the original 9, a total of 40 brand new paths of emperor laws appeared around the initial 9. These newly manifested 40 paths floated in the space between heaven and earth. Enveloping the entirety of the human territory, the 9 great emperors who had already merged with the emperor laws stepped forth from within the laws, their blurry forms filled with joy as they beheld the 40 new paths. Behind each of them existed a family, within which many talented individuals had been trapped at the pinnacle of the emperor for countless years. Now, with the emergence of the new paths of emperor laws, their descendants had the opportunity to ascend to the emperor status. What astonished them even more was that their master had opened 40 paths of emperor laws at once. Did this not mean that the number of emperors within the human race could reach as many as 49? If indeed there were 49 human emperors, who in the heavens could withstand the might of the human race? Even to traverse the sea of realms, to push against foreign lands, or to sweep away the forbidden zones would be merely a trivial task. Yet this was not the end. The elder, embodying the will of the heavenly Tao, continued after establishing the 40 paths of emperor laws, stating, "Now that chaos has emerged, the patterns of heaven and earth have changed. The emperor is no longer the limit of this realm. There shall be realms beyond the emperor. Therefore, I shall establish the cultivation methods of the heavenly Tao for all humans. Anyone who practices my heavenly Tao cultivation method shall be able to break through to the emperor and unite with the mortal realm." As the elder's voice resounded, countless runes appeared in the minds of the 9 great emperors. These runes coalesced into the heavenly Tao cultivation method, in the realm of the laws. The 9 great emperors comprehended the heavenly Tao cultivation method. Their eyes sparkling with excitement, it turned out that beyond merging with the laws, there existed the true union with the Tao. They had long believed that their inability to break through was due to insufficient talent. Now, granted the heavenly Tao cultivation method, they realized it was not a lack of talent, but rather the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao laws. With the heavenly Tao bestowing upon them the cultivation method, they finally possessed the qualifications to unite with the Tao. Within the human race, there must be 49 individuals who can unite with the Tao. I now bestow this opportunity and await those who are fated. At that moment, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao's elder spoke again, waving his hand to infuse beams of light into the other 40 newly opened paths of emperor laws. These beams contain the heavenly Tao cultivation method. In the future, those who merge with the emperor laws and achieve the status of emperor will be able to acquire the heavenly Tao cultivation method upon reaching a certain realm. The path to becoming an emperor is arduous, and merging with the Tao is challenging. Therefore, I now create 10,000 minor paths of emperor laws for the human race, that be why merging with these minor paths. One can also attain the status of emperor. The will of the heavenly Tao spoke once more, waving his hand to reveal numerous heavenly Tao laws appearing in the void in a brief moment. Beneath the 49 paths of emperor laws, a total of 10,000 new paths emerged. Though these paths were significantly smaller than the 49 paths of emperor laws, the 9 great emperors were left utterly astonished at the sight of these 10,000 minor paths of emperor laws. "Master, what is the significance of these 10,000 minor paths of emperor laws?" A vague figure stepped forth from one of the emperor laws, incredulously asking. The white-bearded elder, embodying the will of the heavenly Tao, stroked his beard and replied with a smile, "The 3,000 laws of chaos. The great Tao also has 3,000. Yet, my heavenly Tao has but 50, and one must be set aside. This is unfair. Therefore, I now create myriad paths for the human race. All within the human race can flourish, and all paths may be cultivated. Although these 10,000 minor paths of emperor laws are not as grand as your emperor laws, they are ultimately an evolution of the great Tao laws. Those who merge with the Tao shall become emperors. Those who unite with the Tao shall become the masters of the laws. You must urge the human race to unite in cultivation and swiftly restore the number of emperors among us." Thus, the will of the heavenly Tao completed its design. 49 paths of emperor laws and 10,000 minor paths of emperor laws. The number of emperors within the human race was poised to transform from 9 to potentially a myriad. Even the 9 great emperors were left in shock should the human race truly witness a surge of myriad emperors. They could scarcely imagine the extent of their power. The great era of contention was approaching, and as the laws of chaos emerged, the will of the heavenly Tao sought to elevate the overall strength of the human race. Once the human race witnessed a tide of myriad emperors, the might of the heavenly Tao would reach its zenith. The 3,000 laws of chaos emerged, and the heavenly Tao laid its groundwork. Simultaneously, the great Tao trembled, and paths that had lain dormant for countless years emerged from the depths of the void. The appearance of these heavenly and great Tao paths made it easier for all beings to sense the existence of the great Tao laws. Though the great Tao had not taken form, it facilitated an increase in the number of those merging with the Tao. Lu Xuan remained oblivious to these arrangements of the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. At this moment, he had already crossed the threshold into the emperor realm. His primordial spirit merged with the law of power, cleansing his physical body with the power of the laws, and he finally stepped into the emperor realm. With a resounding boom, It was as though the shackles that had confined him above were shattered in an instant, and an unending stream of law power surged into Lu Xuan's body. Merging into his 10,836 chaos stanchions, having just entered the Emperor realm, his Panwu golden body began to rapidly transform. Not only did it grow stronger than before, but even the 10,836 chaos stanchions within him began to further evolve after absorbing the law of power. Lu Xuan closed his eyes, comprehending the second layer of the Panwu great strength divine ability. The second layer of the Panwu great strength divine ability is the Panwu ancestor body. This realm necessitates the cultivation of a singular Panwu golden body from within the myriad of 100,836 chaotic stanchions. Ultimately, by converging the strength of these 100,836 Panwu golden bodies, one can manifest the unparalleled Panwu ancestor body. The Panwu ancestor body is not merely the foundation of the laws of power. It is also the cornerstone of the Tao fusion realm. Only by achieving the Panwu ancestor body can one's physical form become formidable enough to merge with the laws of power. Should one fail to attain the realm of the Panwu ancestor body and attempt to forcibly merge with the laws of power, they would undoubtedly be obliterated by these very laws. After all, the laws of power stand as the foremost among the 3,000 chaotic laws. It is no exaggeration to declare it the mightiest of all paths. Therefore, merging with the laws of power is not a feat achievable by an ordinary physique. Having just condensed 100,836 chaotic stanchions, the task of forming 100,836 Panwu golden bodies left Lu Xuan astounded, drawing in a sharp breath. The Panwu great power divine art is indeed no easy endeavor to master. Boom! A source of the great emperor was refined in his hands, and as his body transformed into a chaotic divine furnace, the speed of refining the great emperor's source surged exponentially. What once required a century to refine could now be fully absorbed in less than a decade. Lu Xuan initially believed that this single source of the great emperor would enable him to condense several hundred, if not thousands, of Panwu golden bodies. Yet, to his dismay, the power of this singular source was scarcely sufficient to form even one Panwu golden body. Gazing at the half-formed Panwu golden body within his acupoints, Lu Xuan felt a pang of regret. That was a source of the great emperor, and it had vanished just like that, previously during the first layer of the Panwu great power divine art. Such a source could have allowed him to open over 3,000 acupoints. Now, however, he could not even condense a single Panwu golden body. Lu Xuan had no choice but to retrieve another source of the great emperor. With this new source refined and absorbed, he finally succeeded in condensing one Panwu golden body. It took two sources of the great emperor to form just one Panwu golden body. This was exceedingly unprofitable. Lu Xuan stowed away the remaining sources of the great emperor. Would it not be more advantageous to reserve these sources for his kin, thereby creating great emperors for his family? As for the fact that it took two sources of the great emperor to condense just one Panwu golden body, Lu Xuan came to understand. Previously, at the great emperor level, the effect of the great emperor's source on him was naturally more significant. However, now that he had reached the emperor venerable level, the efficacy of these sources in his possession had diminished considerably. To condense one Panwu golden body from two sources of the great emperor was, in fact, quite remarkable. After all, he was now at the emperor venerable level. Nevertheless, he had witnessed firsthand how challenging it was to cultivate the Panwu great power divine art at the emperor venerable level. Who knows when he would be able to condense the Panwu ancestor body? Fortunately, he could now begin training in the Panwu great power divine art, which contained numerous spells, divine techniques, talismans, and formations. Having previously experienced the efficacy of the spatial talisman, Lu Xuan immediately began studying it. This spatial talisman could be the ultimate means of escape from the clutches of a demon sovereign, serving as a vital, life-saving tool. Once I master the spatial talisman, I shall no longer need to fear even the ancient Emperor Venerables. Lu Xuan never forgot that his goal was to return to the human race and rescue his kin. Upon his return, he would inevitably confront the 7 ancient Emperor Venerables. Although Lu Xuan was now also at the Emperor Venerable level, he had only just established himself in this realm in terms of strength and methods. He could not possibly compare to those ancient emperor venerables who had been at this level for hundreds of thousands of years. Thus, he needed the spatial talisman as a means of escape to ensure the success of his mission to the human realm. Preventing his recklessness from costing him his life and that of his kin, Lu Xuan had previously utilized the spatial talisman once. Now, as he trained again, he found its second nature. However, the previous attempt was merely a hasty etching of the spatial talisman using his own blood for survival. Now, to genuinely cultivate the path of talismans, the process was entirely different. That it required more than simply inscribing a spatial talisman. One must first condense a life talisman from within their being before they could truly begin to cultivate the path of talismans. The Panwu Great Power Divine Art encompasses a vast array of knowledge, embodying all the 3,000 chaotic laws. The spatial talisman represents a synthesis of the laws of power and the laws of space. Encapsulating the might of these two powerful laws, the spatial talisman, infused with the power of both laws, is merely one of the many talisman paths recorded within the Panwu Great Power Divine Art. Besides it, there are time talismans, reincarnation talismans, 5 elements talismans, destruction talismans, and so forth. That it can be said that each of these talismans, once mastered, serves as a means of survival. However, to practice these talismans, one must first refine their life talisman. Lu Xuan had previously dabbled in the path of talismans. Though he was not skilled, he had become quite proficient during his 100,000-year vigil over Tianyuan in addition, out of sheer boredom during his tenure. He had explored various paths of cultivation. Therefore now, as he delved into the talisman path recorded in the Panwu Great Power Divine Art, it presented no challenge to him, as he urged the chaotic energy within him. A massive life talisman began to coalesce within his body. This life talisman was entirely condensed from the laws of power, embodying nearly half of Lu Xuan's formidable cultivation. Soon as it materialized, it attracted the descent of the heavenly divine thunder. Yet before the heavenly divine thunder could strike, it was shattered by his life talisman. This life talisman, forged from the laws of power, contained terrifying might, surpassing even the most formidable of emperor-grade weapons. The mere heavenly divine thunder could not hope to withstand its force. With the successful condensation of his life talisman, Lu Xuan began training in the spatial talisman. With his formidable talisman cultivation and the strength of his life talisman, he successfully condensed a spatial talisman in less than an hour. This spatial talisman shimmered with golden light, revolving around Lu Xuan's life talisman, continuously supplying it with power. Simultaneously, it could absorb energy from the life talisman to enhance its own strength. This is the method of cultivating the talisman path. First condense the life talisman. Then cultivate more talismans. These various talismans can then provide power to the life talisman. This was Lu Xuan's first genuine experience as a talisman cultivator, his eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. It is said that in ancient times, talisman cultivators were an immensely powerful class of practitioners, capable of subduing the world with a single talisman and unmatched in combat. Some extraordinarily powerful talisman cultivators could condense thousands of talismans within themselves, unleashing a deluge of talismans upon their foes, even able to take on hundreds or thousands single-handedly. Lu Xuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Talisman cultivators were once incredibly powerful, yet for reasons unknown, their lineage has since been severed. In the present human race, there exists no pure talisman cultivators. Most of the current practitioners can only sketch simple talismans, with no understanding of how to condense a life talisman. Lu Xuan himself had been oblivious to the method of condensing the life talisman until he acquired the Panwu Great Power Divine Art, which enabled him to achieve it. Having first mastered the Panwu Golden Body and now becoming a talisman cultivator, Lu Xuan felt an exhilarating rush. However, this was not his final destination. The Panwu Great Power Divine Art contains countless cultivation methods, and being a talisman cultivator is merely one among many. What intrigues Lu Xuan the most is the method of faith cultivation. This faith cultivation method merges the laws of power with the laws of faith. A powerful approach to cultivation. Upon mastering it, one can absorb the power of the beliefs of sentient beings to enhance their own path. Additionally, one can bestow blessings upon their followers through the laws of faith. These blessings not only provide various resources for cultivation, but can also directly bestow cultivation levels. In other words, Lu Xuan can transform the divine power acquired through faith into cultivation, bestowing it upon his followers. Consequently, those followers who gain cultivation will in turn generate greater faith power for him, creating a continuous cycle. This is akin to possessing a remarkable artifact of extraordinary capabilities. However, this blessing cannot persist indefinitely. Lu Xuan must possess a sufficient amount of faith power to grant such blessings. Admittedly, there are certain limitations to this ability, yet it undoubtedly serves as an excellent method to enhance both his own strength and that of his followers. Of course, the utility of faith power extends beyond this. Lu Xuan values this aspect primarily because he wishes to bestow blessings upon his kin once he achieves his own cultivation, aiding them in their ascension. As for Lu Xuan himself, whether he cultivates the faith laws is of little consequence. Beyond the faith cultivation method, there exists another intriguing technique associated with the laws of divine powers. The methods of cultivation concerning the divine powers within the realm of martial prowess left Lu Xuan utterly astonished. The laws of divine powers, originally classified as a medium-level law among the myriad of chaotic laws, are neither overwhelmingly powerful nor weak. The greatest advantage of the laws of divine powers lies in their capacity to facilitate rapid comprehension when cultivating any divine power. Within this realm of martial prowess, the fusion of the laws of divine powers with the laws of strength has given rise to a method known as the rapid cultivation technique of divine fruit. This technique involves absorbing one's own chaotic energy and planting the laws of divine powers as if they were seeds, while nurturing these seeds with chaotic energy that can take root and flourish into a divine fruit tree. The primary function of this divine fruit tree is to absorb chaotic energy and subsequently condense divine fruits of power, while consuming these divine fruits, regardless of the divine power in question. One can achieve perfection in a short span of time without the need for intricate understanding. When Lu Xuan encountered this technique, he was left utterly speechless, nearly succumbing to the urge to master the rapid cultivation technique of divine fruit at once. After all, the prospect of enabling any divine power to reach perfection swiftly with such divine fruits was exceedingly tempting. Possessing divine fruits would save countless hours and effort in the cultivation of divine powers. However, he currently lacked the time to pursue these paths of cultivation. His impending seclusion would span several millennia, and in the real world, several days had already elapsed. He wondered how the Lu family had fared during this time. A deep breath escaped Lu Xuan, his eyes glimmering with a hint of concern. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if calamity had befallen the Lu family. With this thought in mind, Lu Xuan swiftly called for Lu Linglong. His alarm. He discovered that the bloodline connection between him and Lu Linglong had inexplicably vanished. Lu Xian's expression darkened. It must have been when I ascended to the realm of the Emperor that the laws of strength transformed my imperial body. Severing my bloodline link with the young girl, Lu Xuan deduced the cause. Upon his ascent to the Emperor's realm, his physical form had entirely transformed into a body of law, and naturally, he lost his bloodline connection with Lu Linglong. Even now, Lu Linglong, despite her efforts to invoke the bloodline call, would find it impossible to summon him. After all, he had transcended the realm of bloodline and physicality. First, I must reach out to the young girl and ascertain whether any changes have occurred within the family. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xuan realized that while Lu Linglong could no longer contact him, he could still reach out to her as an emperor. He faced little difficulty in establishing contact with Lu Linglong. Although the previous bloodline connection had been severed, Lu Xuan possessed sufficient power to reconnect with her through a minor technique. As he employed this method, the bloodline connection between him and Lu Linglong reemerged. This time, it was initiated by him, allowing him to perceive everything around her through her eyes present. The Lu family was confronting a grave crisis. Ever since the last confrontation, when the ancestor of the Lin family had been thwarted at the formation's threshold and their patriarch slain, the Lin ancestor departed to seek allies among the major imperial families. In a remarkably short span, he managed to summon no less than 10 peak emperors to his cause. These individuals were the revered ancestors within the imperial families, persuaded by the Lin ancestor to assist in breaching the protective formation of the Lu family. Fortunately, the imperial-grade formation left behind by Lu Xuan was sufficiently formidable to withstand the relentless assaults of 14 emperors. Nevertheless, the members of the Lu family remained gravely concerned, with some even displaying expressions of sheer terror. This anxiety stemmed from the fact that, after repeated attempts to breach the formation, the opposing emperors sought the assistance of a figure of high status, the patriarch of the Jiang family. The Lu family, relying on their formation, resolutely resisted, yet they found themselves at an impasse. Patriarch Jiang, we are at our wits' end, and humbly request your intervention, the Lin patriarch implored before one of the peak emperors. None other than the patriarch of the Jiang family, who hailed from one of the long-life clans. Behind him stood an emperor. The Jiang family was among the foremost in the human realm. This patriarch had come to the Lu family on the orders of his own emperor ancestor. Rest assured, Lin brother, my ancestor is already aware of the situation here and has entrusted me with a treasure. As long as it is summoned, it will undoubtedly shatter this mere imperial-grade formation in an instant. The Jiang patriarch, with a beaming smile, looked down upon the Lu family, his voice dripping with arrogance. Lu family, if you are willing to voluntarily dismantle your formation and offer an apology, perhaps we might show you mercy and grant you a chance for survival. Should you remain obstinate, then you shall face annihilation. Once my treasure breaches your protective formation, none shall escape unscathed. He directly threatened to eradicate the Lu family completely. The members of the Lu family were filled with righteous indignation, yet they understood that the Jiang family was not to be trifled with. Possessing a treasure capable of dismantling their protective formation in a moment of uncertainty, the Lu family was at a loss for how to proceed. Even Lu Yuan, who had just ascended to the rank of emperor, wore a grave expression, devoid of any solutions as he turned to seek counsel from his daughter. Linglong, is there still no way to contact our ancestor? Upon learning that the connection between Lu Linglong and Lu Xuan had been severed, the members of the Lu family were engulfed in fear and unease, especially during this critical juncture of life and death. Lu Xuan was their sole hope and pillar of support. If they could establish contact with him, they might still have a glimmer of hope. Just as Lu Linglong was about to shake her head in disappointment, her gaze suddenly flickered with excitement. Fear not, little one. With me here, no one can harm you. Through Lu Linglong's eyes, Lu Xuan could clearly perceive the unfolding events. The anxious expressions of the Lu family members and the disdainful sneers of the emperors outside the formation were laid bare before him. Particularly upon seeing the Jiang patriarch, a fierce glint ignited in Lu Xuan's eyes. The long-life Jiang family. It was this very Jiang ancestor who had advocated for his expulsion from the human realm. He recalled vividly when the Jiang ancestor had proposed that he commit suicide to atone for his supposed offenses. They even intended to annihilate the entire Lu family after his demise. Had it not been for a lack of unanimous agreement among all the emperors, he might have perished long ago. Thus, the Jiang family stood as one of his most formidable enemies. Now, witnessing the Jiang patriarch threaten to obliterate the Lu family, and even bringing forth a treasure imbued with the power of an emperor to breach his carefully crafted formation, Lu Xuan, now an emperor himself, instantly recognized the imperial aura emanating from the talisman held by the Jiang patriarch. He understood that it must have been bestowed by the Jiang family's emperor, specifically for the purpose of dismantling the imperial-grade formation he had established. Jiang family. I never imagined that after 100,000 years. Your malice remains unchanged. If you cannot tolerate the Lu family, then let your Jiang family be the first to perish. Lu Xuan's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Were it not for the fact that his true form was currently so far from this place, he would undoubtedly have taken matters into his own hands and executed those audacious enough to offend the Lu family, especially the Jiang patriarch, who had become his sworn target. However, he could only rely on his bloodline connection with Lu Linglong to emanate his aura, making it impossible for him to reveal his true form. It would indeed be quite challenging to eliminate these emperors. Very well. Let you all live for a brief moment longer, once I return to the human race. You shall be the first to serve as my offering." Lu Xuan let out a cold snort, and as his voice fell, a terrifying imperial aura fused with Lu Linglong's body and the Lu family's imperial formation. Under the enhancement of his imperial aura, the protective formation of the Lu family, which was initially merely at the imperial level, rapidly underwent a transformation. In the blink of an eye, the Lu family's protective formation had ascended to the level of a revered formation. Even if an imperial figure were to personally descend, breaking this formation would not be an easy task. As for the talismans held by the head of the Jiang family, attempting to breach the formation was nothing short of a farce. Although Lu Linglong was unaware of what her ancestor had done, she could distinctly sense the increased strength of the Lu family's protective formation, especially when she perceived the power of the laws from within the formation. She was utterly astonished. Imperial law. This is truly imperial law. Her ancestor has become an emperor. Lu Linglong's delicate body trembled with excitement. The ascension of Ancestor Lu Xuan to emperor was undoubtedly the best news for their family. Once Ancestor Lu Xuan returned, these emperors would be nothing but a troop of clowns. As for that ancestor of the Lin family, he could be easily extinguished. Lu Tianyuan, who had been observing his daughter's expressions, although he had not sensed the changes in the protective formation, noticed the excitement radiating from his daughter. Instantly, he realized that they must have contacted Ancestor Lu Xuan again. Their family was saved. Indeed, Lu Linglong conveyed to him, "Father, do not worry. The Ancestor has strengthened our protective formation. Now, even if an emperor himself were to come, he would not necessarily be able to breach it with just the talismans in his hands. It is utterly impossible for him to dismantle the Ancestor's formation. With the Ancestor present, these people cannot stir up any significant trouble." Upon hearing his daughter's explanation, Lu Tianyuan's eyes narrowed with delight. "Excellent, excellent. With the Ancestor here, we naturally need not worry." Lu Tianyuan's face blossomed with joy, dispelling any previous concerns. The surrounding elders, witnessing the change in their leader's expression, immediately understood what had transpired. Although they could not discern the enhancement of the protective formation, they knew that they must have contacted the Ancestor again. The tension that had gripped these elders finally eased. Meanwhile, the head of the Jiang family, who had initially believed that his threats would instill fear in the Lu family, could not have anticipated that they would not only remain unfazed but would even break into smiles. This scene provoked him immensely. "Very well. Since you choose to refuse my courtesy, do not blame me for being impolite. Once I breach your protective formation, I will surely flay you alive. After making you endure 18 types of tortures, I will then reduce you to a pile of fragments." The head of the Jiang family spoke with venomous malice, even more ruthless than the ancestor of the Lin family. However, knowing that they the existence, akin to mere ants, dares to challenge the esteemed authority of our Chongqing Jiang clan, let them all perish. Then, the patriarch of the Jiang family seems intent on unleashing all the humiliation he has recently endured. He even brazenly references the events involving Lu Xuan from years past, truly believing that Lu Xuan, that fellow, could still protect you. Such delusions. 100,000 years ago, our Jiang family forced him to abandon the human race. Today, we can do the same. For 100 millennia, our ancestor showed mercy, sparing Lu Xian's life. Yet he still had the audacity to reappear. Allow me to inform you that a great emperor from our Jiang family is already en route. Should Lu Xuan dare to show himself, he shall surely meet his end without a grave. And as for you worthless beings, since your Lu family is so ungrateful, you shall accompany him to the afterlife." The patriarch of the Jiang family spoke with such ferocity that the surrounding emperors were left utterly speechless. What were they hearing? Secrets from 100,000 years ago. Had they uncovered the hidden truths of the Chongqing Jiang clan? Instantly, the expressions of these emperor clan leaders darkened significantly. They glared angrily at the patriarch of the Lin family, who had invited them here. They had no substantial ties with the Chongqing Jiang clan. Their presence was purely due to their association with the Lin family and the promised benefits from the Lin patriarch. Yet now, without having received any benefits, they were confronted with the scandal of the Chongqing Jiang clan from 100 millennia past. These emperor clan leaders were not fools. They understood that they had no other choice now. Upon hearing the Jiang clan's disgrace, Their only means of survival was to align themselves with the Jiang clan and become its vassals. However, these once-free emperor clans now found themselves tightening a noose around their own necks, becoming the Jiang clan's dogs. In that moment, none of the emperor clan leaders were willing to accept their fate. Lin Song, since I am of no assistance here, I shall take my leave. One emperor clan leader, unwilling to become a servant of the Jiang clan, cast a fierce glare at the Lin patriarch before turning to depart. Observing the sudden departure of that emperor clan leader, a glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the Jiang patriarch. Upon seeing this emperor clan leader leave, others were also tempted to follow suit. However, before they could voice their intentions, a furious roar echoed from a distance. "You dare to kill me!" Everyone recognized the voice as that of the departing emperor clan leader. Just as his furious cry fell, a rain of blood began to fall from the sky, and the laws of the great emperor plummeted from the heavens. An emperor had fallen. The emperor clan leaders who had considered leaving were left gasping in shock. That departing emperor clan leader was dead. They stood there, dumbfounded, their gazes towards the Jiang patriarch now tinged with fear. The departed emperor clan leader possessed peak emperor strength, one of the most formidable among them. Even compared to the Jiang patriarch, his power was nearly equal. Yet now, such a powerful emperor clan leader had perished just like that. The span from his scream to his demise was mere moments. In the blink of an eye, a peak emperor had been slain. This demonstrated just how terrifying the strength of the Changshan Jiang clan truly was. Jiang patriarch, our Fong family is willing to submit to the Jiang clan. Please grant us an opportunity. As the first emperor clan leader stepped forward to pledge allegiance, more and more followed suit, bowing their heads. Jiang patriarch, we too wish to join the Jiang clan. Please grant us a chance. In an instant, the remaining emperor clan leaders had declared their allegiance. The Jiang patriarch had revealed the secrets of 100,000 years precisely to draw all these emperor clan leaders into the fold. Now that they were willing to submit, the Jiang patriarch smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Since all of you wish to join, my Jiang clan shall not turn you away. Rest assured, joining my Jiang clan will bring you only benefits. I have a piece of good news. I have received a transmission from our ancestor that the laws of the heavenly path in this realm have been unsealed. It is now an era where anyone may merge with the laws of the emperor and become an emperor. Since you are now part of my Jiang clan, once this matter concludes, I will escort you back to the Jiang clan, where our ancestor will personally guide you. Seize this opportunity well. Perhaps by the time you leave my Jiang clan, you will already be emperors." Initially compelled by necessity to join the Jiang clan, the emperor clan leaders were now utterly astonished and dumbfounded by the Jiang patriarch's proclamation. The laws of the emperor had been unsealed, and anyone could become an emperor. This was undoubtedly monumental news for them, especially since the Jiang patriarch had personally promised to bring them to the Jiang clan and have their ancestor instruct them, aiding them in achieving their path to becoming emperors. For those emperor clan leaders, trapped at the peak for millennia with their lifespans dwindling, this was a lifeline. Instantly, those who had previously resisted began to beam with joy. Jiang patriarch, our Fong family shall ever follow the Jiang clan. As for us in the Su family, we will obey all commands from the Jiang clan, whatever tasks the Jiang patriarch requires of us. We shall not hesitate. In that moment, these emperor clan leaders expressed their loyalty. Seeing these individuals usurp his position, the Lin patriarch hastily interjected, "Jiang patriarch, it is imperative to first eliminate these Lu family members and fulfill the task assigned by our ancestor." The Jiang patriarch understood well that vanquishing the Lu family was indeed the priority. He had initially believed that by activating the talisman granted by the ancestor, he could easily breach the protective formation of the Lu family. Yet the scene unfolding before him left him in disbelief. The emperor-level talisman radiated immense power, relentlessly assaulting the protective formation of the Lu family. Yet, as the talisman's strength diminished to near depletion, the Lu family's protective formation remained utterly unyielding to in other words, the emperor-level talisman he unleashed was incapable of breaching the Lu family's protective formation. As he witnessed the talisman exhaust its power, turning to ashes, the Jiang patriarch incredulously exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This talisman contains the laws of the emperor. How could it not break your trivial emperor-level formation? There must be a mistake." The members of the Lu family anxiously gazed at the protective formation overhead. This was the crux of their survival. Should the protective formation be breached, they would all face annihilation. When they saw that the Emperor-level talisman failed to penetrate the protective formation, all members of the Lu family erupted in joyous cheers. The patriarch, Lu Xuan, laughed heartily. Though he was aware that his daughter had contacted the ancestor Lu Xuan, he had no certainty that the formation left by Lu Xuan could withstand the Emperor-level talisman. However, the outcome filled him with elation. Excellent. Linglong, please convey our heartfelt gratitude to Ancestor Lu Xuan on behalf of us all. Lu Xuan's face beamed with joy, and all traces of tension and worry vanished. Surrounding Lu family members echoed their gratitude to the ancestor at that moment. Lu Xuan felt a sense of relief upon witnessing the Emperor-level talisman lose its power. Although he had enhanced the Lu family's protective formation, he still harbored concerns about whether it could truly withstand an Emperor-level assault. After all, the talisman brought forth by the Jiang patriarch sealed a strike from a Jiang family emperor who had already reached the late stage of emperor status 100,000 years ago. Now, 100 millennia later, he must have ascended to the pinnacle of emperor status. Lu Xuan had only recently entered the realm of emperors, relying on a single breath of emperor energy to bolster the formation. After all, it could not compare to a formation he had personally modified. Now, seeing that even the emperor talisman could not breach his formation, Lu Xuan was naturally elated. However, he did not forget the astonishing news he had gleaned from the Jiang patriarch's words. The heavenly path has been unsealed, and the human race shall witness a surge of emperors. What could this mean? Lu Xuan found himself utterly bewildered. When he had previously sought the path, he had discerned that under the laws of the human race, there were only 9 laws of the emperor. Could it be that my path of force has triggered a transformation in the heavenly laws? Lu Xuan furrowed his brows, his primordial spirit extending outward as he found himself once again at the edge of the sky. The moment he cast his gaze upon the realm of the human race's heavenly Tao, he was utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? When did the human race acquire so many imperial laws? Lu Xuan was completely bewildered. Under the auspices of the human race's heavenly Tao, he beheld tens of thousands of imperial laws. Among these laws, the strongest numbered 40-9 as for the remaining, slightly weaker imperial laws. There were as many as 10,000. This indicated that the potential number of emperors among the human race in the future would exceed 9, that it could indeed reach the thousands, even tens of thousands. No wonder that the patriarch of the Jiang family dared to assert that the ancestors of the Jiang family could assist those imperial clan leaders in becoming emperors. Now, with the human race possessing myriad imperial laws, merely merging with one would suffice for ascension to emperor. Lu Xuan's eyes darted with shock. There were still quite a few peak emperors within the human race. Given their talent, comprehension, and strength, it was only a matter of time before they attained the status of emperor. He foresaw that it would not be long before the number of emperors within the human race would double, or even increase by dozens or hundreds of times. At that point, emperors would no longer be the pinnacle of power within the human race. Only by becoming an emperor could one wield authority. This was troubling. If the human race were to manifest such a multitude of emperors, it would not bode well for him. Lu Xuan's expression grew grave. He had already resolved to lead his kin away from the human race. Should the number of human emperors increase in the future, regardless of where he took his people, he could not escape competing with the human race. In that moment, Lu Xuan felt a profound sense of crisis. If the human race's emperors proliferated, it would inevitably lead to a scenario of human dominance. Both alien races and the demonic races would be trampled underfoot by the human race. No matter how vast the world, it would ultimately offer no refuge for the members of the Lu family. Lu Xuan was loath to see such a situation come to pass. After some contemplation, he resolved to convey the news of the revival of the human race's heavenly Tao laws to the alien races. Boom! He emerged from the space of the god-burying coffin, and before him lay a world shrouded in darkness. This must be the territory of the demonic race. Lu Xuan took a deep breath. Although he had never set foot in the domain of the demonic race, he had engaged in battles with them for countless years. He was quite familiar with their aura. He had not anticipated that his earlier use of the spatial divine talisman would lead him directly to the demonic race. as Lu Xuan appeared. Several members of the demonic race immediately sensed his presence. After all, within the demonic race, the aura of Lu Xuan, a human, was exceedingly unique. Even if Lu Xuan attempted to conceal it, he could not succeed. No matter how he masked his presence, it would prove of little use. His spells to obscure his aura could only deceive ordinary members of the demonic race. They were utterly ineffective against the demon lords. Thus, the moment Lu Xuan stepped out of the space, he was already locked onto by the demon lords of the demonic race. ITSU. Lu Xuan, how dare you come to my demonic race? A voice from a demon lord echoed, its chilling tone reminiscent of a sound squeezed through clenched teeth, unsettling to hear. Lu Xuan turned his gaze to the distance, in the shadowy heavens above. He discerned a pitch-black figure standing beneath the blood-red moonlight. Its eyes glowed with a bloody light, fixated intently on Lu Xuan. From the aura exuded by this figure, Lu Xuan could sense that it was a demon lord of formidable strength. Having reached the late stage of Emperor, in terms of both presence and power, it far surpassed him. Despite having cultivated the Panwu great strength divine art and possessing a staggering 10,836 chaotic dantians, he still found himself outmatched by this demon lord's profound might. However, he sensed that the animosity from this demon lord was not particularly intense, and there was no indication of an immediate desire to engage him in battle. Before Lu Xuan could utter a word, the demon lord exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? You have also merged with the Tao. This cannot be. The number of emperors among the human race cannot exceed 9. Has some ancient figure perished? Otherwise, how could you have become an emperor?" The demon lord seemed to be speaking to himself, offering Lu Xuan no opportunity to respond, and suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. Staring intently at Lu Xuan, after several breaths of time, he finally exclaimed, "So, you chose the path of the great laws to attain your Tao. I thought, how could those 9 old fellows of the human race possibly die? Ha ha! This is indeed amusing. You, a human, have chosen to merge with the great laws, just like us alien races. How entertaining, truly." Lu Xuan regarded the demon lord that had appeared in the sky with a cold gaze. A flicker of astonishment crossing his expression. He had not anticipated that this demon lord could discern at a glance that he had not merged with the human race's heavenly Tao laws to become an emperor. Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon the demon lord's back, yet he could not perceive the aura of the great laws that this demon lord had merged with, nor could he ascertain which laws had been assimilated. However, judging by the strength radiating from this demon lord, it was evident that this was an entity he could not hope to defeat at present out of course. He had also surmised the identity of this demon lord, Huangquan, demon lord. The overall strength of the demonic race was somewhat weaker than that of the alien races. Within the entire demonic race, there were only 5 or 6 demon lords. Although Lu Xuan had never encountered them nor fought against them, he could still distinguish who they were. The Huangquan demon lord before him was one of the most powerful among the many demon lords of the demonic race, except for the great demon god who ruled over the demonic race. The Huangquan demon lord was undoubtedly the foremost figure in terms of sheer power. The Huangquan demon lord would likely rank among the top emperors of the human race, at least among the 7 great emperors of the human race that Lu Xuan had encountered in the past. There was only one whose strength might be comparable to that of the Huangquan demon lord. As for the remaining 2 human emperors, Lu Xuan had not seen them nor heard of them, so he could not make any assumptions regarding their strength. Lu Xuan had not anticipated that, having just emerged from seclusion and achieved the status of emperor, he would encounter the terrifying Huangquan demon lord. If he were to engage in a forced confrontation, he might not die, but he would certainly be skinned alive by the Huangquan demon lord. Lu Xuan sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Was this not akin to stepping out of the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair? The Huangquan demon lord, noticing Lu Xuan's prolonged silence, chuckled again and continued, "Lu Xuan, I am well aware of your name. With the cultivation of an emperor, you have suppressed my demonic race for 100,000 years. I must say, you are a legend. Even among your own imperial clansmen, none can rival your contributions. However, I have also heard how they have treated you. I know that your emergence from seclusion this time is to exact vengeance upon the human race. Yet, You underestimate your fellow emperors of the human race. With your current strength, having just entered the Emperor realm, returning now would only lead to your demise. Since we have met by fate, if you can remain in our demonic race, I can promise you the position of a demon lord. As for your kin, if the opportunity arises, I will ensure that our demonic race rescues them from the human race. As long as they are willing, they can join you in becoming a part of my demonic race. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan was taken aback. The Huangquan demon lord was actually personally extending an invitation to him. This was entirely beyond Lu Xuan's expectations. Logically, having suppressed the demonic race for 100,000 years, the Huangquan demon lord should have sought to eliminate him. Yet now, this very demon lord was inviting him. Lu Xuan found himself momentarily dazed. He had guarded the Tianyuan for 100,000 years, securing a century of peace for the human race. By all accounts, he was indeed a significant benefactor to the entire human race. Even the lofty emperors of the human race could not claim greater merit than he. The entirety of the human race should have been grateful for his contributions. Yet, the outcome was that he had been abandoned by the human race, even among the members of the human race. There were those who sought to annihilate his family. In contrast, the alien races and the demonic races, those whom he had guarded against for 100,000 years, were now extending invitations and goodwill towards him. Such a stark contrast in treatment left Lu Xuan momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, he was also perplexed as to why the alien races and the demonic races, whom he had slain countless members of, were now willing to accept him. Why? Lu Xuan gazed at the Huangquan demon lord, his first question emerging. I have killed at least 100,000 of your demonic race, and I have also slain many among your demon emperors. I am your enemy from the you not harbor any resentment towards me. Do you not wish to slay me? This was the first time Lu Xuan voiced his doubts. However, in response to Lu Xuan's inquiry, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord responded with a nonchalant laugh. Lu Xuan, we adhere strictly to the principle of respecting the strong. In the past, you were of the human race, and it was only natural for you to slay members of the. Though you have taken the lives of many of our kin, it is merely a reflection of their inadequacy. Their demise at your hands is nothing less than their own misfortune. Back then, we were all bound by our respective factions. Even if you had slain 1 million of us, or even 10 million, we would have only held you in greater esteem. Yet, as you stated, that is all in the past. Given the current treatment you and your kin receive from the human race, I suspect you are no longer inclined to remain among them. Moreover, having now integrated with the Tao, even if you were to return to the human race, you would be viewed as an anomaly among them. You truly believe they would permit the existence of a rebel such as yourself? Do you think the heavenly laws of the human race would allow for your kind to persist? Lu Xuan, in the past, you had no choice, but now you possess the power to choose anew. Join and we shall become your staunchest ally. All the terms I previously mentioned remain valid. There is no need for you to return to the human race in person. We will ensure the safe passage of your kin directly to you. The Yellow Spring Demon Lord's explanation stirred something within Lu Xuan. The simple phrase respect the strong was sufficient to compel them to unconditionally accept him. Their former adversary, yet, within the human race, he was to be condemned for the most ludicrous of reasons. Not only was there a desire to end his life, but they even sought to annihilate the Lu family. Nevertheless, Lu Xuan discerned something astonishing from the Yellow Spring Demon Lord's words. If he were to agree, that could facilitate the safe retrieval of his kin from the human race. What did this imply? It indicated that they had already established a network within the human realm, and it must be extensive. Otherwise, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord would not have spoken with such conviction. Lu Xuan was confident that should he merely nod, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord would be able to arrange for the safe delivery of his family. However, Lu Xuan did not acquiesce. He raised his gaze to the Yellow Spring Demon Lord, his voice steady and resolute. To be honest, I must express my gratitude for the goodwill of and for your recognition, Yellow Spring Demon Lord. However, there is a saying among my people, one must avenge their own grievances. With this, Lu Xuan declined the invitation extended by the Yellow Spring Demon Lord. The Yellow Spring Demon Lord was not taken aback. Instead, he smiled with even greater admiration, saying, "Well said. Vengeance is a matter that must be undertaken personally." Lu Xuan, I find myself admiring you even more. Upon your departure, there will undoubtedly be no place for you among the human race. If you find yourself without a sanctuary in the future, why not come to the... Our doors are always open to you and your kin. Furthermore, the promises I made earlier remain in effect, regardless of when you choose to arrive. What had initially seemed destined to culminate in a fierce battle had concluded with such ease. Allowing Lu Xuan to step outside as he stood outside this entrance, he cast a glance back, engulfed in disbelief. His conversation with the Yellow Spring Demon Lord felt like a fleeting dream. Though was willing to accept him, a former adversary, even offering him the position of Demon Lord and the promise of reuniting with his K.I.N.IT was, without a doubt, a tremendous temptation for Lu Xuan. Yet, ultimately, he still refused, just as he had told the Yellow Spring Demon Lord. One must deal with their own vendettas. His return to the human race was not solely for the rescue of his kin. It was also to seek justice for the 100,000 years he had spent guarding that if the human race could not provide him with justice, then what difference would it make to forsake them? Emerging from the Tianyuan, he descended upon the moment Lu Xuan reappeared above the human emperors stationed at the distant imperial pass were struck with astonishment. The emperor Jiangming exclaimed in disbelief. It's him, Lu Xuan, he is still alive. Lu Xuan had vanished from them for several days, leading them to believe he had perished. Thus, the reappearance of Lu Xuan above the left these emperors utterly stunned. How fortunate he did not perish! Our ancestor commanded us to hunt down Lu Xuan. If he had died prematurely, we would have lost our opportunity to act. At that moment, a haughty chuckle resonated from behind the crowd. Upon witnessing the emergence of several emperors from the void, a flicker of excitement crossed Jiangming's eyes as he gazed upon the 9 esteemed emperors approaching. 9 peak emperors. Each one stood at the pinnacle of their power. Together, they could even withstand a strike from the emperor of the Jiang family. Within the Jiang family, there existed a group of extraordinary beings. Each was a peak emperor, their combat prowess eclipsing their contemporaries. Yet, they remained largely unknown, with few aware of their existence. They were the guardians of the Jiang family. The Jiang family boasted a total of 36 such guardians. The 9 were divided into 4 groups. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The heaven-level guardians were the strongest, while the yellow-level guardians were the weakest. Nevertheless, even the weakest yellow-level guardians, when united, could possess the terrifying strength to slay an early-stage emperor. As for the higher-tiered profound-level guardians, their collective strength could even vanquish a mid-stage emperor. The Earth-level and Heaven-level guardians were even more formidable. It was said that the strength of united Heaven-level guardians could rival that of a late-stage emperor. The 9 individuals now appearing above the Imperial Pass were, in fact, the weakest guardians of the Jiang family, belonging to the yellow level. Yet even these yellow-level guardians, when united, possess combat power comparable to that of an early-stage emperor. Jiangming, I pay my respects to you. Guardians, upon seeing the guardians personally descend, Jiangming hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. Though they were all emperors of the Jiang family, the strength and status of these guardians far surpassed his own. Even the patriarch of the Jiang family had to lower himself before these guardians. Only the ancestral figure of the Jiang family held the authority to command them. The arrival of these 9 yellow-level guardians, therefore, represented the will of the emperor of the Jiang family. Jiangming, is this the Lu Xuan who has caused you such considerable losses? He seems not to possess any extraordinary abilities. The leading yellow-level guardian looked disdainfully towards Lu Xuan, who had appeared upon his voice laced with mockery and derision. Although Jiangming was the commander stationed at the Imperial Pass, he dared not act arrogantly in the presence of these family guardians. Even when mocked, he could only respond with a forced smile, saying, "Guardians, do not underestimate Lu Xuan's strength. Just a few days ago, he survived the heavenly Tao calamity and effortlessly dispelled it." Upon hearing that Lu Xuan had withstood the heavenly Tao calamity, a glimmer of interest sparked in the eyes of the yellow-level guardians. Jiangming, you say he withstood the heavenly Tao calamity? It must have been the weakest form of the calamity, then. That hardly counts for anything. After all, you are all emperors. Do you truly lack the strength to contend with the heavenly Tao calamity? The leading yellow-level guardian scoffed dismissively. Though the heavenly Tao calamity was fearsome, it was not insurmountable. With their strength, as long as two or more forms of the calamity did not descend simultaneously, they could manage to withstand it. However, Jiang Ming's next statement left all 9 of these arrogant yellow-level guardians in stunned silence. Guardians, he withstood 5 types of heavenly Tao calamities. We all witnessed it clearly. 5 forms of the calamity descended simultaneously, and Lu Xuan effortlessly countered them. As Jiang Ming's words echoed, a pin could be heard dropping in the stillness above the Imperial Pass. The eyes of the 9 yellow-level guardians brimmed with disbelief. After an extended silence, the leading yellow-level guardian finally exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one has ever been able to withstand 5 forms of the heavenly Tao calamity simultaneously." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had seen through the situation, and he coldly laughed. "Jiang Ming, I understand that you fear the Ancestor's reproach for your incompetence, that you could not even handle a mere Lu Xuan. But to evade responsibility, you concoct such an absurd excuse is truly laughable. What? Do you think we are fools? Or do you believe the Ancestor is a simpleton, easily deceived by your clumsy pretense? If he truly withstood 5 forms of the heavenly Tao calamity, then why not claim that Lu Xuan has already become an emperor?" Seeing the Guardian's utter disbelief, Jiang Ming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He wished to continue explaining, but upon witnessing the Guardian's haughty demeanor, he could only let out a resigned, cold snort, muttering, "Perhaps Lu Xuan has indeed already become an emperor." He could hardly believe that Lu Xuan would vanish without a trace for several days after successfully blocking the calamity of the heavenly path. Although they had not witnessed any signs of the fusion of Tao during these days, it did not imply that Lu Xuan had not ascended to the rank of emperor. The moment Emperor Jiang Ming saw Lu Xuan's appearance, he was struck by a powerful premonition. Lu Xuan must have merged with the Tao and become an emperor. Yet, his words were once again met with ridicule by the 9 Huang-level guardians. "Emperor? Ha ha! Jiang Ming, do listen to the nonsense you are spouting. The 9 great emperors of our human race have already achieved perfection. How could there possibly be a new emperor?" When they left their clan, they were still unaware of the unsealing of the heavenly path, which allowed all avenues for humanity to attain the rank of emperor. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Ming's remarks, they all erupted into mad laughter. One of the Huang-level guardians even bluntly stated him, "An emperor? He isn't even worthy to carry an emperor's shoes." The leading Huang-level guardian arrogantly sneered. "Not only is he not an emperor, but even if he were to attain the status of emperor, he would still meet his demise at our hands today. Since we have cultivated this formation, we have only slain great emperors. We have yet to try our hand at taking down an emperor. Today, we shall use him for practice." As his voice fell, the other guardians burst into uproarious laughter. It was evident that none of them regarded Lu Xuan as a threat, observing their blatant underestimation. A great emperor attempted to step forward to dissuade them. However, before he could utter a word, he was met with a sharp glare from Emperor Jiang Ming. "Are you seeking death? If I dare not advise them, what gives you the right?" Upon hearing Emperor Jiang Ming's voice, that particular great emperor trembled in fear. If even Emperor Jiang Ming was rendered speechless by these guardians, how could he possibly interject? The great emperor, who had almost caused trouble, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Emperor Jiang Ming. At that moment, Lu Xuan had already stepped onto the Sea of Realms, prepared to traverse it and descend upon the Imperial Pass. Yet, before he could reach the center of the Sea of Realms, a commanding voice boomed from the Imperial Pass. "Presumptuous! Who dares to tread upon the Sea of Realms?" It was the leading Huang-level guardian. Issuing a cold rebuke from atop the Imperial Pass, as his words echoed, he stepped forth from the Imperial Pass, appearing above the Sea of Realms to obstruct Lu Xuan's path. The other Huang-level guardians materialized around him like shadows. As the 9 Huang-level guardians landed, they swiftly formed a formation, subtly encircling Lu Xuan. Observing the sudden appearance of these 9 peak great emperors, Lu Xuan's expression shifted slightly. He could discern that these individuals were unlike ordinary great emperors. Particularly, the positions they occupied held profound significance. Before Lu Xuan could react, the leading Huang-level guardian bellowed, "Formation, activate." At the moment his voice fell, 9 beams of light erupted from each of the 9 individuals. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from before Lu Xuan. It was as if the world around him had transformed entirely. The sea of realms beneath his feet disappeared, replaced by an expansive desert. He found himself amidst a boundless sea of sand. Emperor-level killing formation. Lu Xuan's expression changed. He had not anticipated that these 9 could wield such a high-level formation. Moreover, it was a killing formation. The desert that surrounded him, though merely an illusion, was imbued with lethal intent. A single misstep could lead to his utter demise. Lu Xuan, do you acknowledge your crimes? Just then, from the center of the desert, countless grains of sand surged skyward, coalescing into a colossal sand giant towering 100 feet tall. The sand giant opened its mouth, and the voice reverberated again. Lu Xuan, 100,000 years ago, the Emperor took pity on you and granted you a chance for atonement. You were to guard the abyss of heaven, never to leave a step. Who gave you the audacity to depart? This was the voice of the leading Huang-level guardian, adopting a condescending tone as he rebuked and interrogated Lu Xuan. The moment Lu Xuan laid eyes on these 9 individuals, he recognized from their aura that they hailed from the Changshan Jiang family. The ancestor of the Jiang family was his sworn enemy. Thus, facing these Jiang family members, Lu Xuan showed no signs of amiability, his voice laced with murderous intent. What are you? A mere hound, unworthy to question my authority. As his words fell, Lu Xuan swung his hand, unleashing a sword aura that cleaved through the air. With a thunderous crash, the towering sand giant was bisected, transforming into countless grains of sand that returned to the desert floor. At that moment, as the sand giant fell, the leading Huang-level guardian let out a muffled grunt and spewed a mouthful of black blood. How is this possible? How could you injure me through the formation? The leading Huang-level guardian gazed at the gaping wound on his chest, his eyes filled with shock and terror. Lu Xuan's casual sword strike had pierced through the layers of the formation's illusion, nearly claiming his life. This was truly terrifying. No one aside from an emperor had managed to instill such fear. In that instant, all 9 Huang-level guardians realized something and almost simultaneously exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Xuan, you are actually an emperor. An emperor! That was the most supreme realm. Within the current human race, there were only 9 emperors. Just moments ago, while atop the Imperial Pass, they had casually remarked that even if Lu Xuan were an emperor, they could still slay him. Yet, they had never anticipated that he truly was an emperor. Although their formation claimed to be capable of hunting emperors, they had never actually slain one. Thus, upon realizing that Lu Xuan was indeed an emperor, fear crept into the eyes of the 9 Huang-level guardians. If Lu Xuan were merely a peak great emperor, they would have been entirely confident in their ability to slay him. But now, Lu Xuan was an emperor. Moreover, judging by the power of that casual sword aura, which had nearly killed their leader, Lu Xuan's strength was likely equivalent to that of a mid-level emperor. How could they possibly contend against that? Just moments ago, their faces had been brimming with arrogance as they boasted of slaying Lu Xuan. Now, a sense of retreat began to dawn upon them. Big brother, since Lu Xuan has already reached the emperor realm, how can we possibly be his match? We should withdraw and inform the Ancestor. He will surely take action personally to deal with him. One Huang-level guardian spoke up, his voice reaching the ears of the other guardians. Those who had already started to entertain thoughts of retreating nodded in agreement. Only the leading Huang-level guardian coldly retorted, "We cannot retreat. The Ancestor entrusted us with the task of slaying Lu Xuan. If we fail to accomplish our mission, would that not disappoint the Ancestor?" As he spoke, he glanced down at the horrifying wound on his chest, bellowing fiercely, "No matter what, we must kill him." What of the Emperor? Our formation is specifically designed to hunt emperors. Today, we shall slay him and let all know the name of our Huang-level guardians. Seeing the leading Huang-level guardians' unwavering resolve to advance, the others dismissed their thoughts of retreat. Just then, within the formation, Lu Xuan found himself surrounded by yet another shifting landscape. The previously boundless sea of sand vanished, replaced by an endless ocean of flames. Countless flames erupted around Lu Xuan, encircling him within a sea of fire. These flames were not entirely illusory. They were imbued with the terrifying might of the Emperor's fire. Emperor flames. The Emperor flames surged, coalescing into massive fire dragons that roared with a thunderous rage as they charged toward Lu Xuan. The fire dragons howled, the sea of flames churned, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Xuan was engulfed, destined to be reduced to ashes, as Lu Xuan's form disappeared entirely within the inferno. The leading Huang-level guardian finally laughed triumphantly. What of the Emperor? He is still destined to perish at our hands. However, at the very moment his words fell, a torrent of sword light surged forth from the inferno, piercing through the fiery illusion and severing his head with a single stroke. Boom! As the head of the leading Huang-level guardian flew through the air, it was immediately met with a barrage of sword auras that obliterated it. Even his headless body was simultaneously shredded by the sword auras, blood raining down. Lu Xuan's figure silently appeared where the leading Huang-level guardian had just stood, effortlessly suppressing his emperor's essence. With scarcely a flicker of effort, Lu Xuan had effortlessly breached the formation and eliminated the one who had dared to taunt him. An emperor-level killing formation was nothing more than this. As Lu Xuan's voice resonated, the law of power descended in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the emperor-level killing formation collapsed immediately. The surrounding illusions dissipated in an instant. Lu Xuan stood calmly above the Sea of Realms, holding a piece of Emperor's essence in his hand. Meanwhile, only 8 Huang-level guardians remained. The leading Huang-level guardian had become a soul beneath his blade. The very moment the formation was shattered, the 8 yellow-level guardians simultaneously spat out a mouthful of black blood, each staggering backward several steps. Upon witnessing the Emperor's original source held tightly in Lu Xuan's grasp, their eyes brimmed with shock and dread. They could never have anticipated that the array capable of slaying an emperor would be so easily dismantled by Lu Xuan. Not only had he broken the formation, but he had also slain their strongest member, Huang Yi. As they gazed at the blood rain drifting in the ocean of realms, the expressions of the 8 yellow-level guardians turned pale with fear. Retreat, one of them bellowed, turning to flee towards the Imperial Gate. The others hastily followed suit, darting away like frightened rabbits. Without a trace of hesitation, the thought of avenging Huang Yi never crossed their minds. These 8 peak Emperor-level guardians now resembled frantic rabbits, racing toward the Imperial Gate as if pursued by an unspeakable horror. The Emperors atop the Imperial Gate, upon seeing Lu Xuan encircled by the formation, were filled with unbridled joy. They believed Lu Xuan was undoubtedly doomed. After all, it was the 9 guardians from the Jiang family who had made their move. Even Emperor Jiangming wore a face of excitement. Laughing heartily, ha ha ha, Lu Xuan, offending our Jiang family. Not even the Heavenly King can save you. However, just as his words left his lips, he was struck hard in the face by reality, witnessing the 8 guardians fleeing in a panic. Emperor Jiangming's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in shock. Yet he quickly grasped an even more terrifying realization. 8? Why were there only 8? Jiangming exclaimed in disbelief. 9 yellow-level guardians had acted, and now only 8 were in flight. Even a fool could discern the fate of the missing one, particularly when seeing the scene of blood rain swirling above the ocean of realms beneath Lu Xuan's feet. All present gasped in shock. Dead. The guardian was dead. The emperors atop the Imperial Gate were awash with astonishment and terror. None had dared to believe that Lu Xuan had actually slain a guardian of the Jiang family. Wasn't it said that these guardians could unite to slay an emperor? Just like this? Everyone recalled the brash boasts of the leading yellow-level guardian upon their arrival. The slap in the face came too swiftly. The guardian who had just been bragging had now become part of a blood rain. As they watched the 8 guardians fleeing in desperation, their hearts tightened with anxiety. If even these individuals were no match for Lu Xuan, who could possibly withstand this harbinger of death? Jiangming, should we go to meet the guardians? One of the emperors cautiously suggested to Jiangming if they did not intervene, the 8 Jiang guardians would likely meet a grim fate. However, Jiangming could only shake his head in resignation, sorrowfully declaring, "No need. Activate the formation and seal the Imperial Gate. We must not allow Lu Xuan to set foot on the Imperial Gate. Otherwise, none of us will survive." As for the 8 Jiang guardians outside the Imperial Gate, it was not that he did not wish to save them, but rather that it was already too late. He could see Lu Xuan's figure, like a descending demon, appearing before the fleeing guardians. as Lu Xuan descended before the imperial gate. He stood in their way, his icy gaze fixed upon the panicked eight. The moment these fleeing Jiang guardians saw Lu Xuan, their blood ran cold, and they instinctively halted in terror. They raised their eyes towards the imperial gate, now only a few thousand meters away. Their expressions tinged with despair. The imperial gate was within reach. If they could just make it inside, they might have a chance to survive. Yet this seemingly short distance had become an insurmountable chasm. Especially when they saw the imperial gate sealing shut, the faces of the 8 Jiang guardians turned ashen. They all understood that their end was nigh. Faced with an emperor as fearsome as Lu Xuan, stripped of their reliance on the emperor-level killing formation, they were like 8 ants easily crushed beneath a foot. Lu Xuan, slaying them would require no effort whatsoever. Jiang Ming, tell the Ancestor that we are incompetent and have failed his expectations. One yellow-level guardian lamented, conveying his last words to Emperor Jiang Ming above the imperial gate. Remember, hold the imperial gate at all costs. Lu Xuan has already attained the status of emperor. You cannot stop him. The formation of the imperial gate is your final reliance. Relay everything that has transpired here to the Ancestor as soon as possible. Only he can intervene to halt him. His voice echoed throughout the imperial gate. Above, Emperor Jiang Ming and the other human emperors stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed with myriad emotions. Upon hearing that Lu Xuan had achieved the status of emperor, they were all left speechless. An emperor. Jiang Ming's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Impossible! How could he possibly be an emperor? Just days ago I fought him. At that time he was merely an emperor. How could he have ascended to emperor status in such a short span?" Not only Jiang Ming found it hard to believe, the other human emperors behind him wore expressions of utter disbelief as well. Lu Xuan was actually an emperor. This revelation struck them like a thunderclap. If Lu Xuan truly was an emperor, could they still defend the imperial gate? At the rear of these emperors, Qing Feng, who had narrowly escaped Lu Xuan's grasp, was also left in shock upon learning of Lu Xuan's status. In just a few days, he had become an emperor. It was utterly terrifying. Opposing such a person was tantamount to courting death. As Qing Feng marveled inwardly, he seized the opportunity while everyone was in shock and quietly retreated from the imperial gate. Then he took off in a mad dash, fleeing the imperial gate. Although this formation was reputed to withstand an emperor, he could not shake the feeling of insecurity. It was wiser to swiftly leave this place of strife and ensure his own safety. Unbeknownst to Lu Xuan, a peak emperor had been frightened enough by him to abandon the gate. Outside the imperial gate, Lu Xuan stood like a deity, blocking the path of the 8 Jiang guardians. His cold gaze bore down upon them. With Lu Xuan's current strength, killing them would be as effortless as squashing an ant. The only reason he held back from striking was his desire to extract information about the Jiang family from them. The Jiang family, a lineage of longevity within the human race, had ancestors who once boasted true immortals among their ranks. Although that immortal had long since departed from this realm, who could say if the Jiang family still harbored other formidable entities? Even though Lu Xuan had achieved the status of emperor, he was still in the early stages and did not consider himself a match for the Jiang family's ancestor, who was likely at the peak of emperor status. However, with the abilities Lu Xuan possessed, it was unlikely that the Jiang family's emperor could detain him. Thus, Lu Xuan needed to ascertain whether there was another emperor within the Jiang family, or even a being stronger than an emperor. Within the human race, the existence of 9 emperor-level laws indicated that there were indeed 9 emperors. Currently, only 7 were known to the public. Where were the remaining 2? The most significant possibility lay with these families of longevity and the immortal traditions. Therefore, it was theoretically possible that the Jiang family possessed a second emperor. Lu Xuan had to uncover these truths. Only by understanding the Jiang family's hidden cards could he confidently rescue his kin. Above the imperial gate, Emperor Jiang Ming listened to the last words of the Jiang guardians. Filled with a whirlwind of emotions, he yearned to open the imperial gate and rescue the 8 guardians. But that would be far too risky. That if they proactively opened the formation, they would undoubtedly allow Lu Xuan to enter. Without the support of the formation, none of the emperors would be able to withstand the wrath of this harbinger of death. After all, Lu Xuan was now an emperor. Yet he could not bear to watch as his family's 8 yellow-level guardians perished. So he stood atop the imperial gate and called out, "Lu Xuan, you are a sinner of our human race. My ancestor has shown you mercy by granting you a chance for redemption. Yet your current actions are no different from those of a traitor. I advise you to calm yourself and obediently return to guard the abyss. As for the mistakes you have committed today, we can plead with the Ancestor to forgive you." At this point, Emperor Jiangming still maintained an air of superiority, judging Lu Xuan as if he were a sinner on trial. The 8 guardians of the Jiang family, stationed beneath the imperial gate, initially believed that Lu Xuan hesitated to act and were on the verge of persuading him not to make a grave mistake. However, upon hearing Emperor Jiangming's words, they were all taken aback, their bodies trembling in fear, and they glared at Emperor Jiangming with indignation. "Lu Xuan, do not heed his nonsense. We are merely following the orders of the Emperor. Here to conduct an inspection. Whether you are guilty or not is beyond our jurisdiction, that if you choose to relent when the Emperor descends, we will report to him and plead for your grace. It is you who must willingly find your way back," one of the guardians hastily explained, his voice trembling. As soon as he finished speaking, the other guardians quickly joined in with their own pleas. "Lu Xuan, you have safeguarded our human race at Tianyuan for 100,000 years, and are a great benefactor to us. The emperors are well aware of your merits, and the countless beings of our race will not forget your contributions. If you can turn back now, I believe the emperor will surely pardon you. We were previously ignorant of the facts, which led to our offense against you. We apologize now, hoping you will grant us an opportunity to atone." Their demeanor had shed its earlier arrogance, replaced instead by a subservient posture as they actively sought forgiveness from Lu Xuan. Had Lu Xuan merely been at the peak of the emperor realm, their apologies would have seemed unwarranted. Yet they now recognized that Lu Xuan had ascended to the status of an emperor, an existence far beyond their reach. In order to preserve their lives, they were compelled to lower their proud heads and acknowledge their prior mistakes. Lu Xuan observed their performance in silence. Once they had all finished speaking, he slowly began to respond, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. "If you wish to survive, then you must demonstrate your sincerity." Upon hearing this, the 8 guardians' eyes brightened with a flicker of hope, and they hurriedly inquired, "Emperor Lu, what is it that you require us to do? Whatever you command, we shall exert ourselves to fulfill." These guardians even altered their manner of address, now referring to Lu Xuan as emperor. Previously, they had addressed him by name, but now they acknowledged him with reverence. Regardless of their transformations, Lu Xuan remained unmoved. His voice steady as he declared, "To survive is quite simple. Whoever can divulge everything about the Jiang family to me shall be spared." The once fervent guardians, now rendered speechless upon realizing that Lu Xuan sought their betrayal of the Jiang family, stood frozen in shock. Though they yearned to live, they lacked the courage to betray their kin. To betray the Jiang family might yield a chance at survival now, but would not spare them from the wrath of the family later. They feared Lu Xuan, yet they feared the Jiang family's ancestors even more. After all, Lu Xuan had only just ascended to the emperor realm, while their ancestors had long reached the pinnacle of that power. In comparison to Lu Xuan, the ancestors of the Jiang family were far more formidable. In that instant, despair filled the eyes of the 8 guardians. Above the imperial gate, Emperor Jiangming, upon hearing Lu Xuan's demand, revealed a mocking glint in his eyes as he scoffed. "You wish for them to betray my Jiang family? Lu Xuan, you are delusional. The people of the Jiang family possess unwavering pride. They would rather die than betray their clan or the emperor." However, no sooner had he uttered these words than one of the yellow-level guardians fell to his knees before Lu Xuan, panic-stricken as he cried, "I will speak. Emperor, whatever you wish to know, I will reveal it all. I only ask that you keep your word and grant me a chance to live. It took me 2,000 years to reach the pinnacle of emperor, and I have yet to taste the riches of the mortal realm. I refuse to die like this. In moments of life and death, some are always willing to sacrifice everything for survival." Moreover, Lu Xuan only demanded their betrayal of the Jiang family, without requiring anything else in return. Thus, Lu Xuan was not surprised by this guardian's choice, although the barrier of the imperial gate had initially obscured the scene. Lu Xuan had clearly heard Emperor Jiangming's confident voice. Therefore, after the guardian knelt, Lu Xuan deliberately cast a cold glance at Emperor Jiangming above the gate, sneering, "It seems your family's pride bends quite easily. They are not nearly as righteous and fearless as you claim." The once proud yellow-level guardian now resembled a lost dog, kneeling before Lu Xuan and begging for mercy. This sight left Emperor Jiangming utterly stunned, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The derision from Lu Xuan felt like a resounding slap to his face, rendering his expression grim and ashen, observing the guardian kneeling in supplication. Emperor Jiangming shouted in fury, "How dare you? Do you not fear the punishment of our ancestors for betraying the family?" However, the guardian paid him no heed, faced with death, who still cared about such threats. Even if the ancestor were to punish him, it would only come after he had managed to escape this place alive. The other guardians, who had previously worn expressions of fearless resolve, were now visibly shaken upon witnessing one of their own kneel. One by one, they began to bow down. The threats from Emperor Jiangming had not only failed to intimidate them, but instead prompted several more guardians to kneel in the blink of an eye. For guardians had already prostrated themselves, clamoring, "Emperor, whatever you wish to know, we shall tell you everything. We implore you, grant us our lives." Watching the guardians grovel upon the ground, Emperor Jiangming felt as though he had been struck hard across the face. Just moments ago, he had asserted the pride of the Jiang family. Yet now, their actions displayed no trace of that pride. Instead, they appeared as a pack of dogs with broken spines. The dignity of the Jiang family had been utterly shredded by their own hands, trampled beneath Lu Xuan's feet in humiliation. Yet, Lu Xuan provocatively remarked, "The so-called long-lived lineage is but this, just a pack of broken dogs." With a sudden burst of anger, Emperor Jiangming spat out a mouthful of blood. "You! How dare you! I will ensure that everything that transpires today reaches our ancestors. Even if you manage to survive, prepare to face their wrath." Jiangming was furious. He had never anticipated that, when faced with death, these guardians would display such a lack of fortitude, so cowardly as to bring shame upon the Jiang family. Above all, Lu Xuan's taunts left him utterly humiliated. Nevertheless, the guardians ignored him, unmoved by his derision. In stark contrast, those guardians who had not knelt were nearly driven to the brink of rage upon witnessing their comrades' disgraceful behavior. "You shameless cowards! The Jiang family has no place for you. Wretches who fear for your lives. From this day forth, you are no longer members of the Jiang family. Even if you survive today, the Jiang family will not spare you, betraying your family and ancestors. You shall surely meet a most terrible end." This was Huang Er, ranked second among the 9 yellow-level guard. Even the few yellow-level guardians who had just moments ago been steadfast were now petrified. Kneeling in unison, they opened their mouths to plead for mercy. They were met with the swift approach of a blade's radiance. What had initially appeared as mere sparks of light rapidly expanded within their pupils. In that fleeting moment when the sword lights surged forth, they were overwhelmed by an immense pressure, rendering them immobile, unable even to flee. They could only watch, wide-eyed, as the incandescent blade grew larger, transforming into an unparalleled divine sword that obliterated their very beings. The resounding explosions echoed, and the last 3 kneeling guardians of the Jiang family were utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Lu Xuan struck without mercy, dispatching the emperor-level foes with the same ease as one would chop vegetables. Witnessing yet another 3 comrades fall, the first 4 Jiang family guardians to kneel inwardly rejoiced at their earlier decision. Had they hesitated for even a moment, they would surely share the same grim fate as those now slain. Lu Xuan was terrifying. A being of the Emperor's realm was far beyond their capacity to resist. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the truth. Before Lu Xuan, they were granted no opportunity to retaliate. Their lives or deaths hinged entirely upon his whims. Having effortlessly dispatched 4 Jiang family guardians, Lu Xuan appeared nonchalant. Yet within, his blood surged with intensity. After all, he had only just ascended to the Emperor's realm, and he was employing not the most potent laws of power, but rather the sword path, which left him feeling somewhat fatigued. His swordsmanship, while formidable, had yet to reach the realm of integration. Thus, after the confrontation, Lu Xuan began to refine the Emperor's essence in his grasp. replenishing his mana while simultaneously pushing towards the third layer of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor's art. Meanwhile, he cast a cold glance at the four Jiang family guardians, now resembling lost dogs, and spoke icily. "You are granted but one opportunity. Whoever reveals a secret that moves me shall be spared. Remember, there is only one chance for survival. Your fate is in your own hands." The four guardians, who had previously believed they could evade disaster, were now stunned to hear that Lu Xuan had granted them but a single chance at survival. After a brief moment of confusion, they all clamored to speak. "My lord, I know all the secrets of the Jiang family. I will tell you anything you wish to know. My lord, I am the eldest, having served the Jiang family for 50,000 years. There is nothing I do not know. My lord, the Jiang family's strength is not as simple as it appears. There are hidden truths that could change everything. My lord, I possess secrets that even they are unaware of. Secrets vital to the survival of the Jiang family." The four guardians knelt, eager to divulge their knowledge, each one spilling forth information as if from a bamboo tube, fearful of losing the opportunity to another. Lu Xuan observed them quietly, taking in their desperate revelations. Though his expression remained calm, his heart was in turmoil. Each secret they shared was astonishing and profound. "My lord, we have revealed all we know. We implore you to uphold your promise and spare us." Once they had laid bare their knowledge, the four yellow-level guardians hastily continued to plead for their lives, terrified of being too slow. After all, Lu Xuan had already stated that only one among them would be granted a chance at survival. Gazing at the four who had indeed revealed numerous Jiang family secrets, Lu Xuan's expression darkened slightly as he said, "I have already mentioned that the one who provides the most crucial information shall receive this opportunity. However, it seems your revelations are quite similar. Tell me, to whom should I grant this chance?" Lu Xuan feigned a look of indecision, his gaze shifting among the four guardians. They were all beings at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. How could they not discern his intent? Only one among them could survive. He had placed the decision in their hands, effectively forcing them into a deadly contest. "Lu Xuan, you are an emperor. Can you truly disregard your word? You clearly stated that if we revealed the Jiang family's secrets, you would spare us. Now you wish to go back on your word. Do you not fear being ridiculed for such treachery?" One of the yellow-level guardians rose in anger, glaring at Lu Xuan as he shouted. The implication of Lu Xuan's words had been unmistakable. It was merely a matter of stating it outright. They must determine amongst themselves who would live and who would die. They had been companions for countless years. How could Lu Xuan's words incite them to turn against each other? Yet he had greatly overestimated his position in their eyes, as well as the innate treachery of humanity. Just as his words fell, 3 long swords pierced his body almost simultaneously. The shock in his eyes was palpable as he gazed upon the blades that had struck him through, with a sudden spurt of black blood. He struggled to turn his head, disbelief flooding his senses as he beheld his once comrades who had now turned against him, lifeless at his feet, as he faced the onslaught of 3 peak Emperor-level attacks. Any hope of survival evaporated. Even in death, he could hardly fathom that those he had shared so many years with would truly turn their blades against him. Moreover, it was 3 of them attacking him at once. In the instant he turned his head, he found no hesitation or uncertainty in their eyes, only a ruthless determination. The 3 guardians who had struck him paid no heed to the certainty of his demise. After their initial assault, they swiftly withdrew their swords, turning them against their remaining companion. There was no need for Lu Xuan to continue his incitement. They were already locked in a lethal struggle. In their desperate bid for survival and the singular opportunity to live, they unleashed their most potent abilities, their emperor-level laws clashing violently, shaking the very heavens and earth. Above the emperor's gate, Emperor Jiangming watched in shock, unable to comprehend how events had escalated to such chaos. All due to Lu Xuan's simple provocation. The guardians of the Jiang family had turned on one another, witnessing the frenzied battle of the Jiang guardians. Jiangming was so enraged that he SP instead. "I find it rather fitting to let them perish. It would be a kindness to them." Observing that Lu Xuan remained silent, the guardian of the Jiang family, who had but one eye, suddenly felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Hastily, he raised his gaze to Lu Xuan, his voice trembling with fear as he implored, "Your Majesty, I have complied with your instructions. You must not be untrue to your word. Is that so? Lu Xuan replied with a sudden smile, yet the chilling nature of his grin sent a shiver through the guardian, who knelt before him. Lu Xuan then continued, his tone icy and authoritative. I assure you, I shall not be unfaithful. I have declared that whoever divulges the most secret shall be of the greatest utility to me, and thus I shall spare them. This promise holds true at all times. Just as the Zhang family guardian was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Xuan's next words caused his complexion to shift drastically. But how can you be certain that the secrets you just revealed are indeed the most valuable to me? Even a fool would realize that they had been played for fools from the outset. Lu Xuan had never intended to allow them to leave alive. It was laughable that they, driven by a hope that existed only in illusion, had disclosed all of the Zhang family's secrets. They had even resorted to mutual slaughter in a desperate bid for survival. With a violent surge of rage and blood, the one-eyed guardian could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a mouthful of black blood before collapsing. Lu Xuan approached him slowly, resembling a solemn, ancient deity of judgment, his voice cold and commanding. Look at you, suffering so greatly. To live would only perpetuate your agony. Allow me to grant you liberation. With those words spoken, the last of the yellow-level guardians met his demise before the Imperial Gate. Above the Imperial Gate, Emperor Zhongming was on the brink of fainting from fury. These 9 yellow-level guardians were the Zhang family's trump card. Who could have imagined they would perish so easily? Moreover, those 9 guardians had, in their final moments, exposed all the Zhang family's secrets. Although he had only grasped a general understanding of the situation from above the gate, he knew that the revelations were indeed the Zhang family's true secrets. Many of these secrets were unknown even to the great emperors of the Zhang family, particularly the matter of using the blood of living beings to cultivate the elixir of immortality. This was a closely guarded secret. Only the ancestors and these guardians were privy to such knowledge. Yet now, this notorious affair had been laid bare by their own guardians. Fortunately, most of the emperors present at the Imperial Gate had not comprehended everything clearly. Furthermore, these individuals were all vassals of the Zhang family. Even if they had heard everything, they would not dare to leak a word. Cold sweat beaded on Emperor Zhongming's forehead as he dared not contemplate the consequences if such news were to reach the human realm. Even as a family of longevity, they would likely find themselves without a foothold henceforth. Seal your lips tightly. What you have heard and seen today, whoever dares to utter even a single word of it shall await annihilation. Emperor Zhongming glared fiercely at the emperors behind him. They all understood they had stumbled upon a tremendous secret and witnessed sights they should not have seen. One by one, they clamped their mouths shut. Even if offered 100 chances, they would not dare to speak of what transpired here. Below the Imperial Gate, Lu Xuan collected the essence of the Zhang family guardians. He had not anticipated that since relinquishing his duty at Tianyuan and liberating his true self, the essence of emperors would become an essential resource for his cultivation. Currently, he possessed 2 or 3 dozen pieces of such essence. However, these essences were merely a drop in the ocean compared to the vast resources required for the 2nd level of the Panwu Great Power Technique. Thus, he utilized them to cultivate the Chaotic Heavenly Emperor Technique. His Chaotic Heavenly Emperor Technique had already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level, and it was time to strive for the 3rd level. After slaying the Zhang family guardians, Lu Xuan did not immediately assault the Imperial Gate, but instead entered the space of the God-burying coffin. Within the confines of this space, Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with divine light. The array atop the Imperial Gate was of the highest caliber. It had once been capable of withstanding the ancient formidable beings of other races. Although he was now at the Emperor level, he was still but one individual. Forcing his way through the Imperial Gate's array was not a feasible endeavor. While Lu Xuan was eager to return, he remained prudent. With his current strength, attempting to forcibly breach the Imperial Gate's array was nearly impossible. Thus, enhancing his power was of utmost importance. Once his Chaotic Heavenly Emperor Technique reached the 3rd level, he would acquire a powerful innate ability, an ancient dual pupil. Perhaps then, he would be able to breach the Imperial Gate's array. Lu Xuan's delay in attacking the Imperial Gate was to cultivate the 3rd level of the Chaotic Heavenly Emperor Technique and gain this ancient dual pupil. As he operated the technique, He transformed into a chaotic divine furnace, casting the Emperor essences into it to be refined and absorbed. Even though Lu Xuan had attained the Emperor level and possessed a chaotic body, refining the Emperor essence was not an overnight task. In the space of the god-burying coffin, time flowed like water. After several hundred years, Lu Xuan finally refined and absorbed the power of 3 pieces of Emperor essence, allowing his chaotic heavenly Emperor technique to successfully break through to the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the chaotic heavenly Emperor technique, known as the realm of chaotic dual pupils, marked the completion of the chaotic body and awakened a powerful innate ability, the ancient dual pupil. As Lu Xuan entered this 3rd level, his eyes began to undergo rapid transformation. Under the infusion of countless chaotic energies, the laws of the great Tao began to operate and evolve within his eyes. However, this evolution required an enormous amount of chaotic energy to sustain it. The Emperor essence in Lu Xuan's possession was once again refined, after exhausting 7 or 8 pieces of Emperor essence. His eyes finally completed their evolution. What had once been ordinary eyes transformed into ancient dual pupils under the enhancement of chaotic energy. Upon closer inspection, one could see an additional pair of pupils manifesting within his original pupils. Now, within each of Lu Xuan's eyes, there were 2 pupils radiating an aura of terror, akin to black holes capable of devouring all. The ancient dual pupil had been achieved. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, overwhelmed with excitement. After a millennium of cultivation within the space of the god-burying coffin and the expenditure of 10 pieces of Emperor essence, he had finally awakened the ancient dual pupil. As he activated the ancient dual pupil, an astonishing beam of dark light erupted from his eyes. This was one of the innate divine abilities of the dual pupil, the destruction divine light. This divine light contained the terrifying power to annihilate everything, capable of slaying foes beyond one's level. However, this was not the sole ability of the dual pupil. With a mere thought, the dark light vanished, instantaneously transforming into a chaotic radiance blending black and white. This was another innate divine ability of the dual pupil, the chaotic divine light. Within the chaotic divine light resided the energies of yin and yang, allowing it to pierce through all illusions and origins while possessing an extraordinary capacity for learning. Anything that came under the gaze of the chaotic divine light could be swiftly evolved and mastered by Lu Xuan. When the chaotic divine light reached its pinnacle, the dual pupils could even emanate an unending stream of chaotic energy, possessing the formidable power to create worlds. Of course, Lu Xuan was only beginning to awaken the ancient dual pupil and had just grasped its capabilities. To fully unleash its potential, he had a long journey ahead. Having reached merely the 3rd level, he already possessed the 4-elephant sacred body, the chaotic body, and had awakened the ancient dual pupil. If he were to cultivate the chaotic heavenly emperor technique to the 9th level, one could scarcely imagine the magnitude of his power. Feeling the might of the ancient dual pupil, Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes alight with astonishment and shock that he marveled with profound admiration. I cannot fathom what sort of terrifying being created this chaotic heavenly emperor technique, a single technique capable of allowing one to continuously awaken the most formidable physiques and talents in existence. This was something Lu Xuan had never even dared to dream of before. It could be said that the chaotic heavenly emperor technique had changed everything for him. Without it, he would have never even had the opportunity to merge paths, let alone possess the chaotic body and ancient dual pupil, such peak talents. Now, having merely reached the 3rd level, he had completely transformed into a prodigious talent for cultivation in the world. If he continued on this path, he would undoubtedly suppress his peers and become invincible. Once, Lu Xuan had been a taboo emperor who suppressed an entire era. Now he sought to subdue even those who considered themselves invincible. He aimed to become the true taboo of this age. Lu Xuan exhaled deeply, acutely aware of a surge of energy coursing through his body. It felt as if he had undergone a profound baptism, his flesh radiating a resplendent glow, his bones shimmering like gold. And even his pores seemed to emit streaks of luminous light. His chaotic physique was undergoing a metamorphosis, akin to a rebirth, that he became increasingly powerful, more resilient, and even more formidable, while simultaneously becoming purer. Within him, the chaotic energy was abundant, and it appeared that even his flesh, bones, tendons, and skin were on the verge of coalescing into pathways of energy. This was a sign that his chaotic body was becoming ever more refined. The greatest advantage of a chaotic body lies in its affinity with the Tao, unencumbered by the constraints of heavenly laws. Even among the human race, it could disregard the edicts of the heavens and directly attain enlightenment and merge with the Tao. Previously, Lu Xuan's chaotic emperor technique had not reached the third tier. Thus he could only cultivate the divine power of Panwu, merging with the Tao of strength to ascend to the rank of emperor. Now, having achieved the third level of the chaotic emperor technique, he had numerous avenues for merging with the Tao. The third tier of the chaotic emperor technique corresponded to the emperor's realm of merging with the Tao. Moreover, this third tier was unlike any ordinary Tao merging. Typically, one could only choose a single path of the Tao for fusion that in contrast, the chaotic emperor technique allowed for the merging with myriad paths. This was a unique talent of the chaotic body, the ability to amalgamate with all paths. Now at the third tier of the chaotic emperor technique and possessing the ancient heavy eye, Lu Xuan still required the merging of the Tao. Only through this merging could he attain completeness. This merging involved the integration of countless paths. Only by uniting with all paths could his chaotic body advance further, entering the next level of Tao integration. This was entirely distinct from Lu Xuan's practice of the divine power of Panwu, which integrated the laws of strength, one of the 3,000 chaotic laws. The law of strength was among the most primordial of laws in existence, the very foundation of all. Following the chaos's annihilation, the Tao became the sovereign of the heavens, with myriad paths arising from the Tao. Lu Xuan's cultivation of the chaotic emperor technique necessitated the fusion of all paths, referring specifically to the grand Tao. In contrast, the divine power of Panwu merged with the 3,000 chaotic laws. The chaotic emperor technique required the integration of countless grand paths. This signified that Lu Xuan now faced a pivotal decision. The optimal choice would be to select one path for cultivation between the chaotic emperor technique and the divine power of Panwu. After all, human capacity is finite. If one were to cultivate both techniques simultaneously, it would be akin to practicing two disparate systems of Tao laws concurrently. The energy and resources required would far exceed those needed for the cultivation of a single path. Lu Xuan's gaze shifted between the two techniques. Reluctant to relinquish either, he mused, "I have waited for 100,000 years. What else is beyond my grasp?" Moreover, with the space of the god burial coffin at his disposal, he need not worry about a lack of time for cultivation. The only issue to resolve was the availability of cultivation resources. With determination unprecedented, Lu Xuan resolved to cultivate both the chaotic emperor technique and the divine power of Panwu. The law of strength must be pursued, and he must also delve into the myriad paths of the grand Tao. As this realization dawned upon him, his thoughts clarified, and his comprehension of the Tao deepened. Within the confines of the god burial coffin space, he could not sense the power of the Tao. With a movement, Lu Xuan reappeared beneath the imperial gate. Upon witnessing his return, the human emperors stationed at the gate were struck with trepidation. He has returned. After a day and night of absence, his aura had grown even more astonishing. Could it be that he has achieved another breakthrough? The human emperors trembled in fear, haunted by the terrifying image of Lu Xuan slaying their kind. Casting a dark shadow over their hearts, Jiangming, the emperor, scolded them with indignation. "You bunch of useless fools. No matter how formidable he is, Lu Xuan is but a single individual. Can he truly overturn the heavens? Look at how you cower in fear. You bring shame to our Jiang family." These human emperors, vassals of the Jiang clan, dared not rebut Jiangming. However, one among them muttered under his breath, "Didn't you faint from fear as well?" Though his voice was low, it was clear enough for all present to hear. Jiangming shot a fierce glare, snapping back. "I was merely overcome with rage." Lu Xuan had toyed with their Jiang family guardian and had mercilessly slain 9 of their protectors, leaving Jiangming incensed. This was a thorn in his side, and the mere mention of it incited fury once more. Had it not been for the need for personnel at this moment, he would have struck down the impudent emperor who dared to speak out. "I know you all fear Lu Xuan, but let me assure you, he is nothing but a jester. Even if he becomes an emperor, He cannot stir up significant turmoil. Our Imperial Gate's formation is unyielding. Even the ancient alien lords with their million-strong armies could not breach it. What can a single Lu Xuan do? He cannot even hope to approach the Imperial Gate. Jiang Ming was filled with confidence regarding the formation before him. Though they had not personally witnessed the Imperial Gate withstand a million-strong alien army, they never doubted its might as the first line of defense for humanity against the aliens. How could the Imperial Gate be easily breached? The human emperors, who had recently been trembling in fear, started to regain their composure after hearing Jiang Ming's reassurances, their morale somewhat restored. I have already relayed the news from here. The emperor should have received the message by now that T1TB long before he may personally descend upon the Imperial Gate. Jiang Ming continued, upon hearing that the emperor might personally arrive. The human emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement. The previously somber atmosphere around the Imperial Gate erupted in joyous chatter. Below the Imperial Gate, Lu Xuan restrained his aura, intent on merging with the Tao to further enhance his strength. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the members of the Lu family could afford to wait. The happenings at the Imperial Gate would soon reach the human race. Once the emperors learned of his rampage here, they might target the Lu family. Although the formation Lu Xuan had left was powerful, it would not withstand the might of an emperor. Thus, he needed to act swiftly, breaking through the Imperial Gate with utmost speed to return to his kin. Gazing up at the towering and magnificent Imperial Gate, a brilliant light sparkled in Lu Xuan's eyes. Humanity, I, Lu Xuan, am returning. 100,000 years ago, in service to his family, Lu Xuan had been compelled to leave humanity to guard the abyss. That departure had spanned a century, and he never anticipated that he would return to humanity after such a long absence. And in such a manner, with a cold and commanding voice, Lu Xuan declared, I am a human emperor, having protected the abyss for 100,000 years, earning merits for humanity. Are you now to obstruct my path home? His voice resonated throughout the Imperial Gate. Many human emperors atop the gate were moved. Many among them were unaware of the events from 100,000 years ago, and for many, it was their first encounter with Lu Xuan's name. They were wholly ignorant of his contributions. Now, upon hearing Lu Xuan's assertions, these human emperors were astonished. Within the Imperial Gate, numerous human cultivators stationed there also approached, gazing in shock at Lu Xuan, who stood outside the gate. Initially, they had only heard rumors of someone slaying human emperors upon the Sea of Realms. Yet, they had no idea that this individual was a great benefactor of humanity. Is what he says true? Could he really have guarded this place for 100,000 years? If that is indeed the case, he is a great benefactor to our people. How could we dare to obstruct him? Above the Imperial Pass, a great emperor murmured as he felt the foundations tremble. They only beheld Lu Xuan unleashing a massacre. Never contemplating the true origins of Lu Xuan or the monumental contributions he had rendered to the human race. Upon hearing Lu Xuan personally recount his achievements, these human emperors cast hesitant glances towards Emperor Jiang Ming. The Jiang family had consistently obstructed Lu Xuan's return. What ulterior motives might they possess? Under the scrutinizing gazes of these human emperors, Jiang Ming let out a cold snort and bellowed, Do you truly intend to believe his deceptive words? He was merely an emperor back then. How could he possibly withstand the ferocity of those ruthless alien races and demonic tribes? Such nonsense. How could you be so gullible? Have you lost your senses? Jiang Ming glared icily at these doubtful emperors and stepped forward, inverting the truth as he declared, Lu Xuan, you are indeed the epitome of shamelessness. I have lived for tens of thousands of years and have never encountered anyone as brazen as you. To claim you guarded Tianyuan for 100,000 years. Do you even possess such strength? It was clearly the united might of our human emperors who stormed into the alien realms 100,000 years ago, inflicting grievous wounds upon those alien races and demonic tribes, which rendered them too fearful to cross the boundary sea for the last 10 millennia. At this juncture, Jiang Ming scoffed again, disdainfully stating, What qualifications does a man who has committed great wrongs and been expelled from the human race have to claim he defended Tianyuan for 100,000 years? To dare usurp the merits of our esteemed human emperors is truly to know neither shame nor humility. I have never witnessed such unmitigated audacity. Jiang Ming's words resonated so convincingly that he began to believe them himself. How much more so for those uninformed human emperors? Thus, they thought, how could he, merely an emperor, withstand the onslaught of those alien races and demonic tribes? To claim he guarded Tianyuan for 100,000 years. What audacity! They had not anticipated that Lu Xuan was such a despicable character. In an instant, these human emperors began to accept Jiang Ming's narrative, deriding Lu Xuan with scorn. Even the human cultivators within the imperial pass believed Jiang Ming's assertions, furiously condemning Lu Xuan as shameless. To dare to usurp the merits of the emperors was indeed a mark of profound disgrace. Such a vile character. No wonder he had been expelled from the human race, beneath the imperial pass. Lu Xuan maintained a calm demeanor. He had long anticipated that these individuals would refuse to acknowledge his contributions. After all, he had guarded Tianyuan for 100,000 years, securing a century of peace for humanity. The magnitude of this achievement was such that once recognized, it would elevate him to the status of a great benefactor of the entire human race. Even the mightiest of emperors would hesitate to easily dismiss such a pivotal figure. Thus, their denial served the interests of those emperors best. Jiang Ming, representing the Jiang family and their emperors, would naturally not concede to Lu Xuan's merits. What Lu Xuan had not expected was that Jiang Ming would not only deny his contributions, but audaciously attribute this monumental credit to those human emperors who had exerted no effort. 100,000 years ago, the human emperors had stormed into alien realms, inflicting grievous injuries upon the alien races. Lu Xuan could hardly contain his laughter. It was clear that the human emperors had faced relentless retreat. With 7 emperors simultaneously guarding the imperial pass, nearly breached by the alien forces in that critical moment, it was Lu Xuan wielding the burial sky divine sword who steadfastly held the final line. Though they ultimately managed to repel the alien invaders, the human race at that time lacked the strength to pursue them, let alone breach the alien territories, with alien deities present, even granting those human emperors 100 chances. They would not dare to set foot into alien lands. This was not a secret from 100,000 years ago. Yet now, no one seemed to remember. The cultivators from that era had long turned to dust, leaving no one to testify to the events of the past. Lu Xuan refrained from engaging in further debate. Disputing the past held no value. His sole desire was to return swiftly to the human race, to his family. Only upon witnessing the safety of his kin could he find peace. The Jiang family, as expected, remained as shameless as ever. Lu Xuan let out a cold laugh, offering no explanation, as his icy voice reverberated through the imperial pass. I am the ancestor of the Lu family. Who dares impede my journey home shall perish. His chilling and commanding voice struck like thunder. Enveloping the imperial pass, Lu Xuan did not act immediately. He wished to grant those human emperors and cultivators a chance to reconsider. Within the imperial pass, there are not only members of the Jiang family, but also other imperial families and human cultivators for various regions. These individuals were innocent. At least for the moment, they were still innocent. Unless the situation became dire, Lu Xuan was reluctant to unleash a massacre. After all, he too was human. He had not yet descended to the point of indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Even in seeking revenge, his targets were clear. Besides the 7 emperors who had been the first to act against him, as well as the Longsheng and Immortal Dao families to which they belonged. He also sought those who had previously conspired against the Lu family. These individuals were doomed. As for others, as long as they did not step forward to meet their demise, Lu Xuan had no interest in them. Ascending into the air, Lu Xuan descended upon the imperial pass, gazing down upon the assembly of human emperors gathered atop. He also observed countless human cultivators standing vigilant behind the imperial pass. Weapons in hand, as the first line of defense against the alien races, the imperial pass was perpetually guarded by an army of 100,000 cultivators. At this moment, these cultivators were all tense, their gazes fixed upon the sky. Even through the protective array, they could sense the overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from Lu Xuan. On the imperial pass, Jiang Ming observed Lu Xuan's sudden ascent. A hint of derision flickering in his eyes as he coldly remarked, Lu Xuan, do you even comprehend what you are doing? This is the imperial pass of humanity, as a member of the human race. To assault the imperial pass, you would be a traitor to your kin. I advise you to be wise and kneel down to confess your sins. Otherwise, not only shall you face judgment as a sinner of humanity, meeting a fate without burial, but your kin shall also perish alongside you. Even knowing Lu Xuan was an emperor, Jiang Ming felt no trepidation. This was the Imperial Pass. The array of the Imperial Pass was a revered formation personally set up by the 7 great emperors of humanity, capable of repelling any emperor. Even a late-stage emperor would be rendered powerless before this array. Lu Xuan had only just become an emperor and had no hope of breaching the array. At this moment, the array of the Imperial Pass was Jiang Ming's greatest reliance. Lu Xuan paid no heed to Jiang Ming's taunts. His gaze shimmered with divine light as he activated his. Instantly, a resplendent divine light burst forth from his eyes, enveloping the entire array of the Imperial Pass. In that moment, the intricate array materialized clearly before his eyes. The not only pierced through illusions, but also allowed him to comprehend and master the great principles. The array before him was hardly worthy of being called a great principle. Under the illumination of his, countless glimmers flowed across the array, and the various configurations of the array began to automatically unfold within his. In but a brief moment, this exceedingly complex revered great array was nearly deciphered by his. Simultaneously, Lu Xuan could distinctly sense his growing familiarity with the array before him. He was on the verge of grasping the core of the Imperial Pass array, fully mastering the entire formation. Once he mastered the array, breaching it would be as effortless as lifting a hand. Upon the Imperial Pass, Jiang Ming had not anticipated that Lu Xuan would disregard his provocation. However, as a great emperor, upon witnessing the divine light shooting from Lu Xuan's eyes, his expression changed dramatically. He is a... How is this possible? Lu Xuan is actually... Jiang Ming staggered back several steps in shock. The very mention of left the human emperors atop the Imperial Pass utterly stunned. The reputation of the was monumental. Legend spoke of every generation of as being invincible against their peers. Especially after acquiring, they could pierce through the great principles and comprehend them. It was said that in ancient times, no formation or divine ability could obstruct the path of a. Now, Lu Xuan possessed. What did this signify? The human emperors atop the Imperial Pass gasped in astonishment. They understood why Jiang Ming had been so frightened and retreated in panic. The power of it was indeed terrifying. With his awakened, the Imperial Pass array posed no barrier to Lu Xuan. Once the array was breached, the fate of these individuals would rest entirely within Lu Xuan's thoughts. Even though they boasted dozens of emperors and 100,000 cultivators behind them, they would not be foolish enough to arrogantly believe that these forces could halt Lu Xuan's advance. The emperor is invincible. In the face of the emperor, they as emperors and the ordinary cultivators behind them are indistinguishable. Below the emperor, all are but ants. Even at the pinnacle of their power, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand a single strike from Lu Xuan. The battle that had previously unfolded above the realm of seas had already proven this point. Only an emperor could withstand another emperor. Yet, their human emperor was still thousands of miles away, by the time these emperors arrived. The Imperial Pass would have long since become a desolate wasteland. Emperor Jiang Ming understood this all too well. Thus, upon witnessing Lu Xuan's possession of he swiftly altered his course of action and shouted in panic, "We cannot wait for him to break the formation. Quickly, activate the array, summon the Imperial weapons, and slay him." The array of the Imperial Pass is a revered formation that integrates both offense and defense. Not only does it possess formidable defensive capabilities, but it also encompasses dozens of attacking methods. If the strength of 100,000 cultivators were to be gathered, it could even summon dragon spirits, unleashing attacks of imperial caliber. Emperor Jiang Ming's urgent command awakened the panicked emperors, who realized they had arrived at a critical juncture of life and death. Each one hastily issued commands to gather the 100,000 cultivators and urged them to unleash their most powerful divine abilities. Above the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiang Ming soared into the air, the laws of the emperor vibrating behind him like the waters of the Yangtze cascading from the sky, converging into the formation. Behind him, dozens of human emperors also ascended into the air. The laws of the emperor manifested behind them, resembling dazzling golden pillars of light shooting towards the heavens. These numerous human emperors fused with the array, becoming one of its focal points. Behind the imperial pass, the 100,000 human cultivators also took to the skies. Each cultivator radiated a brilliant light, their boundless magical energy converging towards the formation. In an instant, the revered array was infused with the power of dozens of emperors and 100,000 cultivators, the momentum of the formation reaching its zenith. As the primary focal point of the array, Emperor Jiangming had merged with it, his voice erupting like thunder as he respectfully called out to the heavens. Emperor Past Commander Jiangming requests the presence of the two dragon ancestors to protect our human race. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the world, reverberating above the imperial pass. At the moment his voice fell, the imperial pass beneath him began to tremble. The walls of the imperial pass, coiled like a giant dragon upon the ground, suddenly released a blinding golden radiance. Roar, waves of dragon roars emanated from the walls, shaking the very heavens and earth. Beneath the feet of these human emperors, the serpentine walls of the imperial pass truly ascended like a mighty dragon. No, they were dragons, real true dragons. Two imposing dragon apparitions surged forth from the walls of the imperial pass, coiling above the formation, amplifying its power to an astonishing degree. This was the dragon spirit. Beyond the imperial pass, Lu Xuan, wielding his, immediately discerned the true nature of these two dragons. They were indeed two genuine dragon spirits, sealed within the walls of the imperial pass. They had merged with the structure itself. In ordinary times, they would not reveal themselves. Only when the array of the imperial pass was activated would their dragon spirits manifest, transforming into true dragons to guard the formation, to protect the imperial pass. Lu Xuan's eyes trembled as he gazed at the two true dragons coiling within the formation, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from an ancient ferocious beast. The dragon clan had once been one of the rulers of this world. It is said that at their pinnacle, the dragon clan dominated the four seas, truly the overlords of heaven and earth. Some even ranked the dragon clan as the foremost among the ancient 10 ferocious beasts. From this alone, one could discern the immense power and terror of the dragon clan. The mere appearance of two dragon spirits atop the imperial pass instilled a profound sense of dread within Lu Xuan. Even he, who grasped the laws of the emperor, felt himself being suppressed by the overwhelming pressure of these two dragon spirits. Without even engaging in battle, the two dragon spirits had already placed him at a disadvantage. This scene brought astonishment to Lu Xuan's gaze. Just two dragon spirits were already this formidable. It was unimaginable how powerful the dragon clan must have been in ancient times. However, soon, an excited light radiated from Lu Xuan's eyes, for he had glimpsed a unique path of law emanating from the two dragon spirits. This was the dragon clan's path. If he could observe closely, perhaps he could comprehend the cultivation methods of the dragon clan's path. Lu Xuan's eyes shone brightly as the divine light of his enveloped the two dragon spirits. The dragon clan had long since vanished from the realms. The methods and divine abilities of the dragon clan were exceedingly rare to have survived. It is known that each of the ancient 10 ferocious beasts possessed supreme methods of LAWT. To acquire any one of these 10 ferocious laws would be sufficient to become a formidable weapon. Under normal circumstances, it would be a fool's dream for Lu Xuan to obtain the methods of the dragon clan. Yet now, as long as he could observe the laws of these two dragon spirits, he might grasp the methods of the dragon clan. This was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for him. He even felt inclined to thank Emperor Jiangming. Were it not for Jiangming activating the Imperial Pass array and summoning these two dragon spirits, Lu Xuan would still be unaware that within the walls of the Imperial Pass, which had existed for countless years, were sealed two dragon spirits. After all, during the final battle between the human race and the alien race, the Imperial Pass had almost been breached, and no one had summoned the two dragon spirits from the walls. The emergence of these two dragon spirits shifted Lu Xuan's focus entirely onto them. Even the matter of breaking the revered array was temporarily set aside as he concentrated on studying the two dragon spirits. Meanwhile, within the array atop the Imperial Pass, after summoning the two dragon spirits, Emperor Jiangming's voice brimmed with excitement and confidence as he bellowed, "I beseech the two dragon ancestors to slay this man and safeguard our human race." As his voice fell, the two dragon spirits coiling within the array simultaneously released earth-shattering roars. Almost in unison, the two dragon spirits surged forth from the array. Two colossal dragon spirits descended upon the imperial pass, looking down upon Lu Xuan for a brief moment before simultaneously launching their assault. Their gigantic bodies darting towards Lu Xuan like bolts of lightning. In the instant the two dragon spirits lunged, Lu Xuan's captured the essence of the laws emanating from their beings. However, the speed of these two dragon spirits was so swift that even Lu Xuan, with his, could hardly take the time to observe and study them in detail. So fast. This must be the speed within the laws of the Dragon Clan. Lu Xuan's eyes quivered with excitement. It is said that each of the ancient 10 ferocious beasts possessed extreme speed. Particularly, the Dragon Clan and the Kunping Clan were the ultimate kings of speed, if he could master the speed within the laws of the Dragon Clan. Even if he could not defeat those human emperors, they would never be able to catch up to him. Lu Xuan brimmed with anticipation, eager to acquire the laws of the Dragon Clan and comprehend their speed. In truth, within the methods of the Panwu Great Strength, there were also techniques related to speed. However, that required the simultaneous comprehension of both the laws of force and the laws of speed. Yet Lu Xuan was still unclear about what the laws of speed entailed, let alone mastering the laws of speed. Hence, achieving the speed within the Panwu Great Strength was not an overnight endeavor. However, the genuine speed of the Dragon Clan embodied in these two dragon spirits was tangible. Given sufficient time to observe, with his talent, he had at least a 90% chance of comprehending the true speed of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps even the complete methods of the void. Thus, as he beheld the two dragon spirits rushing towards him, Lu Xuan felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, his eyes gleamed with joy, akin to a hungry wolf spotting its prey. His ecstatic gaze startled the two dragon spirits. They thought this human was either driven mad by fear or simply a fool. At the critical juncture of life and death, he could still smile. He was either insane or foolish. As the two dragon spirits charged, Lu Xuan simultaneously made his move. Under the influence of the speed of the two dragon spirits slowed to a crawl. Even their true dragon speed seemed sluggish, akin to a snail's pace under his. Though Lu Xuan acted later, he still seized the initiative, effortlessly dodging the onslaught of the two dragon spirits. Then, with a swift turn, he unleashed his fists, the laws of force crashing towards the massive bodies of the dragon spirits like the mighty rivers. With a resounding boom, the essence of the two dragon spirits was pierced by Lu Xuan's fists. Emitting a mournful roar, the two dragon spirits howled, their enormous tails sweeping across the battlefield, while their colossal heads suddenly turned to bite at Lu Xuan's head. Yet their speed, under the influence of resembled that of a sloth. Lu Xuan easily evaded the two dragon spirits' attacks, and then charged towards them. The powerful aura of the ferocious beast from the two dragon spirits ignited the primal bloodlust within Lu Xuan, awakening his desire for battle. Through the fusion of the laws of power and flesh, Lu Xuan's physique surged instantaneously to a staggering height of 1,000 feet. In this moment, Lu Xuan transformed into a colossal giant, exuding an aura imbued with the essence of the laws of power with each graceful movement. A mere punch from him possessed the formidable might of over 100,000 pounds. He resembled an ancient demon god, radiating chaotic energy, akin to a wild man emerging from the primordial wilderness, his gaze brimming with a fervent yearning and desire for battle. The true dragon lineage indeed proved formidable. With a thunderous roar, Lu Xuan shook the very walls of the imperial barrier city. As he stepped forth, it was as if a demonic deity had descended, positioning himself before the two dragon souls. His voice resonated with an overwhelming air of dominance and arrogance, proclaiming, "Let me test the strength of you ancient ferocious beasts." As his words echoed, the earth trembled. Lu Xuan chose to engage the two dragon souls with his bare fists, eschewing any weaponry. Amidst the collision of fists and feet, he activated his, meticulously capturing the intricate techniques and divine powers wielded by the two dragon souls. A solitary figure faced against two dragons. And atop the imperial barrier, a cataclysmic clash ensued, shaking the heavens and the earth, creating an impasse to the onlookers. It appeared as though they were locked in a stalemate in reality. However, Lu Xuan navigated the confrontation with remarkable ease. Though the two dragon souls harnessed the power of the formation, they were ultimately limited to the realm of the great emperor. With the assistance of the formation, they temporarily transcended to the level of Emperor Venerable. Capable perhaps of suppressing an average Emperor Venerable, yet they were far from being Lu Xuan's match, simultaneously cultivating the chaotic celestial emperor technique and the divine power of the Panwu. Lu Xuan's strength was terrifyingly formidable, and he maintained his composure even under the onslaught of the two dragon souls. The reason Lu Xuan refrained from annihilating the two dragon souls outright was to glean the complete essence of the true dragon's laws through their combat methods. Throughout this battle, he had already deciphered a considerable portion of the techniques they employed. However, the true dragon laws were one of the 10 fearsome laws, the foundation of the true dragon clan's dominance across the seas. It was not something easily comprehended. Even with the aid of his, it was improbable for Lu Xuan to grasp the entirety of the true dragon laws within such a short span of time. He remained unhurried, his mind racing as he contemplated that continuing in this manner would render the acquisition of the complete true dragon laws nearly impossible, despite the inadequacy of the two dragon souls in comparison to him. Bolstered by the formation, they had indeed reached the Emperor Venerable realm, and combined with the enhancement of the true dragon laws, it was no simple task for Lu Xuan to fully subdue them. Moreover, there were still 100,000 cultivators behind the Imperial Barrier formation, continuously augmenting the power of the two dragon souls, rendering them nearly tireless, as if transformed into relentless war machines capable of enduring continuous combat. Lu Xuan did not wish to remain entangled with the two dragon souls indefinitely. Though he coveted the true dragon laws, he understood the importance of priorities. Breaking through the Imperial Barrier and returning to the human realm was paramount. Let me test the method of that can split heaven and earth. With a flicker at his eyes, Lu Xuan unleashed an endless stream of chaotic energy from his, enveloping the two dragon souls within it. As the ceaseless chaotic energy enveloped them, an independent microcosm began to form before Lu Xuan. This was one of the abilities of creating a small space through the chaotic divine light. Within this space, the laws of heaven could be isolated, suppressing all divine techniques and laws. Furthermore, apart from him, no one else could freely enter or exit this realm. The two dragon souls, trapped within this dimension, found themselves ensnared like prisoners in a cage. No matter how they struggled, escape was futile to the observers outside. It appeared as if the two dragon souls had simply vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing this scene, Emperor Jiangming's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with terror. The two dragon souls on the walls of the Imperial Barrier were their greatest reliance. They had initially believed that summoning the two dragon souls would effortlessly suppress Lu Xuan. Yet, what was the outcome? The two dragon souls had inexplicably disappeared. Despite his repeated attempts to activate the formation, he could not establish any connection with the dragon souls. After countless attempts yielded no results. Emperor Jiangming was genuinely frightened, exclaiming in a voice laced with panic, "No, this cannot be happening." The two dragon ancestors, empowered by the formation and the strength of our 100,000 cultivators, had already reached the Emperor Venerable level. Lu Xuan has merely just entered the Emperor Venerable realm. How could he possibly contend with two dragon ancestors? Emperor Jiangming could not fathom how Lu Xuan, freshly ascended to the Emperor Venerable realm, could have subdued two dragon ancestors. Regardless of his disbelief, the fact remained that the two dragon souls had indeed vanished. This space is quite splendid. I can temporarily confine these two dragon souls here. Whenever I have the time, I can continue to extract the true dragon laws from them. Lu Xuan beamed with delight. He had temporarily suppressed the two dragon souls within this space, indifferent to their struggles and roars within. His gaze returned to the Imperial Barrier formation. With the activation of the formation before him rapidly began to disassemble and evolve. Having already studied this formation to a considerable extent, he now progressed with even greater speed. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had comprehended the intricacies of the esteemed level formation before him. So it is merely a formation leveraging the laws of heaven. without the enhancement of those two dragon souls. How could this formation possibly withstand me? Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he perceived the multitude of vulnerabilities in the Imperial Barrier formation. Whenever he wished, he could breach the formation at will. However, Lu Xuan did not rush to take action. Instead, his gaze fell upon the towering walls of the Imperial Barrier. Within the entire Imperial Barrier, the true source of terror lay not in the formation, but in the very walls themselves. This was something Lu Xuan had never anticipated. Under the scrutiny of his, countless runes manifested upon the walls of the Imperial Barrier, and streams of Emperor venerable laws surged forth from them. What had appeared lifeless moments ago had suddenly come to life. Hiss! This is a supreme, divine weapon. Moreover, it possesses 9 Emperor venerable laws. Lu Xuan inhaled sharply. Under the laws of heaven, the human race possessed 9 paramount Emperor venerable laws. Only by merging with these laws could one ascend to the Emperor Venerable realm. Hence, throughout history, the number of Emperor Venerables within the human race had never exceeded 9. Each of these 9 human Emperor Venerables mastered one unique Emperor Venerable law. Yet here, within the Imperial Barrier walls, lay the essence of all 9 Emperor Venerable laws. Did this not imply that these walls were forged by the united efforts of the 9 Emperor Venerables of the human race? Initially dismissive of the Imperial Barrier walls, Lu Xuan was now compelled to regard them with utmost seriousness. These walls represented the true, invincible divine weapon, the most formidable tool within the Imperial Barrier. Furthermore, they constituted the genuine core of the formation, the very foundation upon which it rested. If he could not suppress these walls, even if he breached the formation, it would be utterly impossible to penetrate the Imperial Barrier. Little did he expect that the true terror of the Imperial Barrier would manifest in the seemingly inconspicuous walls. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes still filled with astonishment, tinged with a hint of reverence. The genius who first conceived of forging the Imperial Barrier walls into a supreme divine weapon was undeniably a mastermind. Now, the esteemed level formation posed no obstacle for him, but the genuine hindrance to his progress lay with this supreme divine weapon. He needed to subdue the Imperial Barrier walls before he could set foot within. With a deep breath, Lu Xuan's expression shifted to one of gravity. Initially, he had thought breaching the Imperial Barrier would be a trivial matter. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Now, he faced not only the esteemed level formation, but also the supreme divine weapon encapsulated within the walls of the Imperial Barrier. Even if he were to breach the formation and the walls, beyond the Imperial Barrier awaited 100,000 human cultivators. Although these cultivators were worlds apart in strength compared to Lu Xuan, they still numbered in the hundreds of thousands. A multitude of ants could indeed bring down an elephant, let alone 10,000 armed cultivators wielding divine weapons and techniques. Ultimately, Lu Xuan stood alone. Should he forcibly dismantle the esteemed level formation and subdue the Emperor venerable divine weapon, he would inevitably fall into a state of weakness. If ensnared by the 100,000 cultivators, he might not only face death but also endure severe repercussions. As Lu Xuan furrowed his brow, contemplating how to navigate this predicament, a sudden rumble of thunder erupted from behind him, shrouding the sky in ominous clouds. Without even turning, Lu Xuan sensed the approach of at least 1 million foreign troops. Marching across towards the Imperial Barrier, what is happening? Why do the foreign forces appear at this moment? Lu Xuan's brows knitted tighter as he turned to behold the densely packed million-strong army, his expression shifting to one of alarm, especially upon witnessing the formidable figures of the foreign lords soaring at the forefront of a million-strong army, as well as the terrifying ancient emperors of the alien races. He was utterly astonished, gasping in disbelief. Hiss! Are they truly preparing to wage war against the human race? Lu Xuan was engulfed in shock. It had been at least several millennia since he had last laid eyes upon such a sight of an alien army in full mobilization. Moreover, this time, they were led by the alien emperors, and not just one, but a total of 4 ancient lords had descended upon the boundary sea. The leader among them was none other than the esteemed Qinghu Lord, who had personally bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality. As for the other 3, Lu Xuan recognized their identities at a glance. Almost in tandem with the Qinghu Lord was the formidable Majin Lord. This Majin Lord's true form was that of a colossal king Kong demon ape, towering 1,000 zhang high, resembling a walking war machine, truly fearsome, wielding a staff of water and fire that weighed a staggering 100,800 pounds. With each stride, he covered vast distances, churning the waters beneath him, sending waves crashing as sea monsters below dared not approach. The battle prowess of the Majin Lord was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the ancient lords of the alien realm. He and the Qinghu Lord were hailed as the right and left arms of the alien celestial lord, serving as the most capable aides to the alien celestial beings, while the Qinghu Lord excelled in strategy and planning. The Majin Lord was unmatched in combat prowess, renowned for being invincible among the lords. Even the previously malevolent Haifeng Lord, who had sought to slay Lu Xuan, would feel inferior in the presence of the Majin Lord. Upon witnessing the simultaneous mobilization of the left and right arms of the alien celestial lord, Lu Xuan understood that this time the aliens were indeed serious. Besides the Qinghu and Majin lords, the other two lords were equally formidable. The one on the far left was a white bear, towering to the same height as the Majin Lord, its fur as white as snow, shouldering a massive cleaver. As it ran, two jets of white mist erupted from its nostrils, piercing the air like sharp blades, accompanied by a thunderous roar. This was the White Bear Lord, a renowned figure among the alien races. The last of the quartet was the Golden Eagle Lord, soaring on the far right. This Golden Eagle Lord's true form was that of a magnificent golden divine eagle, its bloodline noble, said to possess the essence of ancient divine beasts. The Golden Eagle Lord flew high above, its expansive wings spanning thousands of zhang, its golden feathers shimmering radiantly, emanating a brilliance akin to the sunlight appeared as a golden sun racing through the sky, casting dazzling rays of light. Qinghu Lord, Majin Lord, White Bear Lord, Golden Eagle Lord. The alien races had dispatched a total of 4 lords of great power. Such a scenario was exceedingly rare. Even Lu Xuan could not assure himself of being able to withstand any one of these 4 lords, let alone contend against them all at once. Furthermore, behind these 4 lords stood dozens of ancient alien emperors, accompanied by an army of 1,000,000. Hiss! Even Lu Xuan felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of such an overwhelming alien force. Previously, he had steadfastly defended the heavenly abyss, successfully holding the alien passageway for 100,000 years. The alien passageway was the only conduit connecting the alien realm and the human world. Securing it was tantamount to grasping the throat. However, merely holding the passageway was not sufficient for Lu Xuan to maintain his vigil for 100,000 years. The primary reason was that the alien passageway was unstable, capable of withstanding only limited power, the strongest being able to endure only the strength of emperors. If a lord-level powerhouse were to engage in battle within the passageway, it could very well be destroyed. Thus, during his century-long watch over the passageway, Lu Xuan's most formidable opponents were merely those ancient alien emperors, without ever having the opportunity to confront the ancient lords. That it was precisely for this reason that Lu Xuan managed to guard the alien passageway for 100,000 years with his imperial cultivation. Once Lu Xuan withdrew from the passageway, these alien lords would naturally be able to emerge from it without any hindrance, stepping out of the heavenly abyss. Now, upon the boundary sea, these alien lords were unrestrained, capable of unleashing their full might at will. Even if Lu Xuan wished to thwart these 4 alien lords, it would be an utterly impossible endeavor. However, with Lu Xuan's myriad of methods, should he unleash his full strength, these lords would find it difficult to contend with him. This is bad. Having guarded against the aliens for 100,000 years, the appearance of these alien lords would surely mean they intended to deal with me first. As he observed the alien army drawing ever closer, Lu Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had no desire to engage in battle with these aliens. However, he feared that upon seeing him, their eyes would turn red with rage. They would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Over the course of 100,000 years of guarding the heavenly abyss, he had undoubtedly caused the deaths of countless aliens, if not millions. Then certainly hundreds of thousands. It could be said that he was the greatest enemy of the alien races. Now that these alien lords had emerged from the heavenly abyss, how could they possibly let him escape? Just as Lu Xian's expression fluctuated, the voice of the Qinghu Lord suddenly reached his ears. Lu Xian, you need not worry. We have come to lend you a helping hand. Stunned by the unexpected declaration, Lu Xian was left in disbelief upon hearing the Qinghu Lord's words. He simply could not fathom what the Qinghu Lord meant. Previously, in the alien realm, it was this very Qinghu Lord who had presented him with the elixir of immortality. Now, astonishingly, it was the same Qinghu Lord who had arrived with a million-strong alien army to assist him in breaching the Imperial Gate. Moreover, it seemed that those ancient emperors who had followed him earlier were also arranged by the Qinghu Lord. Lu Xian furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He had no prior relationship with the Qinghu Lord. Everything about this felt exceedingly strange. As if sensing Lu Xian's inner turmoil, the Qinghu Lord's voice rang out once more, cheerfully stating, "You need not be concerned. All of this is the Celestial Lord's design. The elixir of immortality was a gift from the Celestial Lord. The ancient emperors from before were also arranged by the Celestial Lord to aid you in returning to the human race. The Celestial Lord has learned that you are hindered by the Imperial Gate, and thus we have come to assist you." Upon hearing the Qinghu Lord's explanation, Lu Xian was utterly bewildered. The alien Celestial Lord was a being of immense standing, even surpassing the Qinghu Lord. Not even the 7 great emperors of the human race could compare to the alien Celestial Lord, were it not for the Celestial Lord's reluctance to vacate the alien realm easily. Even the mere presence of this Imperial Gate would not suffice to hinder the Celestial Lord's advance. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his expression growing solemn. The alien Celestial Lord's repeated gestures of goodwill must certainly harbor ulterior motives. Could it be that the alien Celestial Lord sought to recruit me into the alien ranks? Lu Xian's brow furrowed deeply. Previously, the Huangquan demon lord had attempted to draw him into the ranks of the demon race, offering enticing conditions. Given Lu Xian's current strength, it would not be surprising if the alien Celestial Lord sought to entice him as well. However, if they genuinely wished to recruit me, should they not offer me an array of alluring conditions, promising to assist me in bringing my kin out? If I were to return to the human race, they should be the ones to obstruct me. But why would these aliens be willing to aid me in returning to the human race? Did they not fear that upon my return, I would ally with the humans and become their adversaries? Lu Xian's mind raced, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Something was amiss. These aliens were exceedingly suspicious. He seemed to grasp the true intentions of the alien Celestial Lord. As an enemy of the aliens, the Celestial Lord could not possibly assist him without an ulterior motive in an instant. Lu Xian began to piece together the puzzle. These aliens likely sought to leverage him to incite discord within the human ranks. Should conflict arise among the humans, it would present an opportune moment for the aliens to make their resurgence. Lu Xian's mind churned with thoughts of more distant machinations. If I were to survive and depart from the human race, I would undoubtedly remember the alien Celestial Lord's kindness. After all, they had previously bestowed upon me the elixir of immortality, and now they were aiding me in breaching the Imperial Gate. These were tangible acts of kindness. Thus, as long as I remain alive, I would be bound to acknowledge their favor, and even if I did not wish to join the alien realm in the future, it would no longer be a possibility. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Now that I have discerned the intentions of these aliens, it is clear that I cannot allow myself to owe them any favors. As for the earlier matter of the elixir of immortality, although it was indeed offered by the alien Celestial Lord, I had acquired it through my own strength that it cannot be deemed a significant favor. It was merely a shared benefit. However, the current situation is different, that if these aliens genuinely assist me in opening the Imperial Gate, that favor would be far more challenging to repay. While I had previously entertained the thought of potentially joining the alien realm, it was merely an idea and not a desire to serve as anyone's subordinate. Yet, if I were to owe such a favor now, even if I were to join the alien realm in the future, I would have no choice but to heed the alien Celestial Lord's commands, ultimately becoming a mere pawn under the Celestial Lord's dominion. This is certainly not what Lu Xian wished to witness. Qinghu Xuanzhang, what are you all doing? Do you look down upon me? Or do you believe that, with my strength, I cannot breach this mere Imperial Gate? Lu Xian's countenance darkened, and a voice heavy with suppressed fury echoed in Qinghu Xuanzhang's ears. The once eager Qinghu Zunzhong was rendered utterly stunned upon receiving Lu Xian's transmission. What in the world is happening? He nearly questioned his own hearing. They had come to assist Lu Xian in breaking through the imperial gate. Yet he not only refused their gratitude, but also seemed to resent their presence as a hindrance, particularly when he implied that he could breach the imperial gate alone. Qinghu Zunzhong's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Such arrogance is beyond measure. Even seasoned ancient powers like them would not dare claim that one could shatter the imperial gate single-handedly. Lu Xian, a newly ascended emperor, dares to think himself capable of such a feat. What grants him this audacity? Although Qinghu Zunzhong could not fathom the source of this reckless confidence, he nonetheless sensed Lu Xian's wrath, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding elders halted in astonishment. The million-strong army of foreign races behind them also ceased their advance upon the Sea of Realms. Qinghu, what is the meaning of this? Were we not meant to assault the imperial gate? We are so close, why do we halt? The immense figure of the demon ape Zunzhong came to a standstill, his feet stirring a tempest upon the ocean's surface as he snorted 2 jets of mist in discontent, exclaiming, "The imperial gate lies before us. We should seize this momentum to shatter it and conquer humanity. After 10 millennia of restraint, I shall surely claim humanity this time." The other 2 elders, though silent, shared the same sentiment as the demon ape Zunzhong. Wait, something has changed. Qinghu Zunzhong glanced at the 3 before calling out towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian, rest assured, we have come at the behest of Lord Tianzuan to assist you. With our presence, we shall certainly help you shatter the imperial gate. Should anyone within humanity dare lay a finger on you, they shall be opposing my foreign race. His voice boomed, reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. The entirety of the imperial gate, both within and without, was filled with his declaration. Above the imperial gate, Emperor Jiangming and the other human emperors, along with the 100,000 cultivators behind them, were left dumbfounded upon hearing Qinghu Zunzhong's words. The moment they had seen the foreign race's emergence, Emperor Jiangming had already been filled with trepidation. But now, hearing Qinghu Zunzhong's proclamation only added fuel to the flames. As he seethed, "Lu Xian, you traitor of humanity, what more do you have to say? Colluding with the foreign races, willingly becoming their lapdog, do you honor the ancestors of the Lu family? Do you have any regard for your kin?" Emperor Jiangming felt as though he had grasped the perfect leverage against Lu Xian, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Previously, Lu Xian's declaration of guarding the Tianyuan for 10 millennia had placed Emperor Jiangming on the defensive. However, now, Qinghu Zunzhong's words confirmed Lu Xian's collusion with foreign races, betraying humanity. Thus, Lu Xian became a sinner among his kind, a sinner among humanity. No matter what he says or does, none shall believe him. Emperor Jiangming felt himself reinstated on the righteous side, looking at Lu Xian beyond the formation, and laughed triumphantly. "Lu Xian, the facts are laid bare before us. You have betrayed humanity and colluded with the foreign realms. You are a sinner among us for such disgraceful acts. Prepare yourself for the judgment of the emperors. Furthermore, your kin shall also become sinners due to your actions, awaiting annihilation and extinction." Lu Xian paid no heed to the raucous Emperor Jiangming. Instead, his icy gaze fixed upon Qinghu Zunzhong hovering above the Sea of Realms. Qinghu Zunzhong's words were undoubtedly deliberate. While appearing to support him, they were intentionally placing him at odds with humanity and even attempting to pin the label of collusion with foreign races upon him. At this moment, no amount of explanation would suffice for Lu Xian. Yet he had no desire to explain. As for whether he had colluded with foreign races, it mattered not to him in his eyes. Both the pompous Emperor Jiangming and the 100,000 cultivators behind the imperial gate were already akin to the dead. Though he could remain indifferent, it did not mean that Qinghu Zunzhong could scheme against him. 10 millennia prior, Lu Xian had been plotted against by the 7 great emperors, forced to leave humanity. Now, after 10 millennia, he was being ensnared by Qinghu Zunzhong, bearing the burden of betraying humanity. Lu Xian's icy gaze swept over Qinghu Zunzhong, and with the destructive force of his dual-pupiled divine light unleashed, it descended like a great sun, instantly severing the connection between Qinghu Zunzhong and the emperor's laws. The emperor's laws are the foundation of an emperor's power. Having lost this connection, Qinghu Zunjiang was struck as if by a heavy blow, his complexion paling drastically, his eyes filled with terror, and he staggered back several steps in disbelief. Simultaneously, Lu Xuan's cold voice reached Qinghu Zunjiang's ears. "How? Do you wish for me to return to Tianyuan?" In that moment, Qinghu Zunjiang's expression shifted dramatically. It reminded him of the 10 millennia during which Lu Xuan guarded the passageway to Tianyuan. That was indeed a decade of millennia. Just because Lu Xuan had stood guard at the Tianyuan passage, the foreign races had been unable to take a single step beyond their realm for 10,000 years. Now, having finally waited for Lu Xuan to sever ties with humanity, the foreign races saw a glimmer of hope to emerge from Tianyuan. They would be damned if they wished to be sealed again. Qinghu Zunjiang hastily transmitted an explanation. "Lu Xuan, please do not misunderstand. We genuinely wish to invite you to our foreign realm. We harbor no ulterior motives. The Tianzun has explicitly stated that should you wish to join the foreign realm, you may establish your own forbidden zone. Moreover, all members of the Lu family shall be permitted to join the foreign realm, becoming the denizens of your domain." At this moment, Qinghu Zunjiang finally displayed sincere intentions. However, compared to the terms offered by the foreign demon race, the foreign realm's conditions still lacked sufficient sincerity. After all, the foreign demon race had promised to help him extricate the members of the Lu family from humanity. Lu Xuan furrowed his brows, somewhat accepting this proposition. For the time being, he did not wish to sever ties with the foreign realm over such trivial matters. He had merely issued a warning to Qinghu Zunjiang, simultaneously demonstrating his strength to the foreign elders. "Retract your petty schemes. Regardless of whether I choose to leave humanity, it must be of my own volition, should I discover that you scheme against me in the shadows. Do not blame me for being merciless. Now that I am an emperor, I could very well return to guard Tianyuan. Be it 10 millennia or 20 millennia, I can afford to wait." Lu Xuan paid no mind to Qinghu Zunjiang's explanations, his voice icy as he spoke. Qinghu Zunjiang had no doubt that if Lu Xuan were to become enraged, he would indeed act upon it. The mere thought of being guarded by Lu Xuan for another 10 or even 20 millennia sent shivers down Qinghu Zunjiang's spine. To avoid provoking this madman, Qinghu Zunjiang could only lower his stance, offering a mirthless smile as he explained, "Rest assured, no one among our foreign races would plot against you, whether you believe it or not. We genuinely wish to assist you. However, since you do not require aid, we shall merely observe. Of course, without your consent, we shall never intervene. Should you find yourself in need, merely speak, and we shall be ready to lend our support." Qinghu Zunjiang found himself at a loss for words. They had come with good intentions to assist Lu Xuan, yet they had nearly provoked this madman. However, Lu Xuan's skepticism was entirely reasonable. His earlier declarations of support for Lu Xuan had indeed stemmed from the intent to thoroughly bind Lu Xuan to their foreign race. Now that Lu Xuan had seen through his intentions, Qinghu Zunjiang could no longer argue. Witnessing Lu Xuan finally retract his gaze, Qinghu Zunjiang felt a sense of relief wash over him. The moment Lu Xuan's dual-pupil divine light had focused upon him, Qinghu Zunjiang had nearly found it hard to breathe. Had he not known that Lu Xuan had only recently been a dying old emperor, he might have doubted whether Lu Xuan had already achieved the status of an emperor. An initial emperor, capable of subduing his emperor's laws and severing all connection, was simply unfathomable. "Qinghu, what does Lu Xuan mean? We clearly came to assist him, yet he acts as though we owe him an insurmountable debt. This fellow is utterly ungrateful." Several other elders noted the warning glances Lu Xuan had cast earlier and expressed their indignation. They were, after all, elders, second only to the Tianzun among their ranks. Even among humanity's emperors, none had the right to challenge them. Yet now they found themselves threatened by Lu Xuan. This infuriated them, and some even contemplated taking action against Lu Xuan. "Qinghu, I can no longer hold back. I shall teach this ungrateful fellow a lesson. How dare a mere initial emperor challenge us seasoned emperors? I shall impart to him the lesson of humility." With a thunderous roar, the demon ape sovereign lunged forward like a cannonball, his massive form propelling towards Lu Xuan with astonishing speed, leaving no opportunity for the others to intervene. By the time they reacted, the demon ape sovereign had already traversed hundreds of thousands of miles. closing in on Lu Xuan. "This is bad. Stop him at once." The Qinghu sovereign's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently shouted, attempting to halt the demon ape sovereign, but it was far too late. The demon ape sovereign, undeterred by the Qinghu sovereign's warning, fixated his gaze on Lu Xuan, taking several large strides until he stood before him, in the sky above, the towering figure of the demon ape sovereign. Several thousand zhang in height, loomed like a demonic deity, casting a condescending glance down at Lu Xuan, exhaling 2 plumes of white vapor from his nostrils that sliced through the void with a thunderous roar. "Lu Xuan, you truly do not know what is good for you. The celestial sovereign has bestowed upon you an elixir of immortality and sent us to aid you in breaking through the imperial barrier. Yet you misinterpret our goodwill as treachery. Such a person as yourself, if not taught a lesson, I simply cannot abide." The demon ape sovereign disregarded the Qinghu sovereign's attempts to intervene and declared his intentions outright. "Come, let me see just how formidable you, a mere novice emperor sovereign, truly are. How audacious you have become, devoid of any restraint." Lu Xuan's expression darkened as he regarded the demon ape sovereign, a glacial chill emanating from his eyes. He had not anticipated that, having just warned the Qinghu sovereign, the demon ape sovereign would so quickly step forth to challenge him. "Qinghu sovereign, is this what you refer to as good faith? Or is it that your realm has always relied on brute force to impose its will?" Lu Xuan's gaze turned icy as he swept it towards the rapidly approaching Qinghu sovereign. By this time, the Qinghu sovereign had arrived, hastily positioning himself before the demon ape sovereign, offering Lu Xuan a faint smile, and apologetically stating, "You misunderstand. Lu Xuan, you are mistaken. The celestial sovereign has sent us to lend you assistance." "It is not as you perceived at this juncture." The Qinghu sovereign shot a fierce glare at the demon ape sovereign, admonishing, "Demon ape, have you forgotten the celestial sovereign's command? Apologize to Lu Xuan at once." "Qinghu, have you lost your mind? You want me to apologize to him?" The demon ape sovereign's fury ignited at the suggestion that, apologize? What a grand jest. The demon ape sovereign's voice thundered like a tempest. "If you wish for my apology, let us see if you possess the qualifications for it." With a forceful shove, he cast the Qinghu sovereign aside, his entire body bristling with golden fur, the water and fire staff in his hand erupting with blinding radiance. The demon ape sovereign leapt into the air, resembling a descending demonic deity, his eyes ablaze with bloodlust, fixed intently on Lu Xuan, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall concede and apologize to you. What harm could it be?" As the words left his mouth, the demon ape sovereign swung his staff, sweeping through the air to strike Lu Xuan. The chilling voice echoed once more, resounding with a mocking laugh. "Be cautious. Do not let me crush you with a single blow." Lu Xuan's countenance darkened as he coldly regarded the descending water and fire staff. This was truly his first encounter with a master of the Emperor's sovereign realm. Moreover, the demon ape sovereign, renowned as the strongest beneath the celestial sovereign, possessed formidable combat prowess. As the demon ape sovereign unleashed his attack, Lu Xuan felt neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Beyond the imperial barrier lies the human race. Upon returning, he inevitably must confront the Emperor's sovereigns of his kin. Now, having the opportunity to battle the demon ape sovereign before facing his own kind, it could prove to be advantageous. At this moment, Lu Xuan remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the demon ape sovereign's taunts to him. This was an excellent opportunity. He could seize the chance to truly gauge the strength of an established emperor sovereign and gain a clearer understanding of the chasm that lay between them. Thus, as the demon ape sovereign made his move, Lu Xuan's heavy pupils locked onto his surroundings. Instantly, the demon ape sovereign's thunderous speed appeared to slow to a crawl in Lu Xuan's perception. Of course, this slowness was merely a description. In reality, the heavy pupil ability did not diminish the demon ape sovereign's speed. Rather, under the influence of his heavy pupils, the movements of the demon ape sovereign became significantly more languid in Lu Xuan's eyes. Yet this did not affect the demon ape sovereign's actual velocity. Even so, it afforded Lu Xuan ample time to react. As the water and fire staff descended, Lu Xuan's figure flickered like a specter, effortlessly evading the strike. The demon ape sovereign's attack missed, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, yet his movements quickened, the water and fire staff suddenly reversing to strike at Lu Xuan's head once more. Lu Xuan still refrained from countering, instead adjusting his stance to acclimate to the battle of the Emperor's sovereign level. Beneath the heavy pupils, his speed increased considerably, enabling him to anticipate his opponent's moves. Before the water and fire staff could land, he had already turned to evade. His form moved with such swiftness that only afterimages remained in the sky. In that instant, the onlookers could scarcely discern whether he had been struck by the demon ape sovereign's assault. Only the demon ape sovereign himself understood that his two full power strikes had both missed their mark. He had been certain that each time he could seal off all of Lu Xuan's escape routes, leaving him no option to evade. Yet each time, Lu Xuan had miraculously evaded his attacks. After two consecutive failures, the demon ape sovereign no longer held any disdain for Lu Xuan. Boom! He withdrew the water and fire staff, causing the very air to tremble. The demon ape sovereign retreated, creating 1,000 zhang distance between himself and Lu Xuan. His once towering form rapidly diminished, shrinking to a mere several dozen zhang in height. Though his body had shrunk swiftly, it erupted with an even more terrifying aura. Lu Xuan's heavy pupils activated, and he instantly recognized that this reduced form of the demon ape sovereign was even more formidable and fearsome. What sorcery is this? It is entirely different from previous abilities. Lu Xuan's eyes darted, fixating on the now smaller demon ape sovereign, filled with shock and curiosity. Previous abilities typically involved enlarging the physical form while amplifying one's magical prowess simultaneously. The larger the body, the greater the strength. Yet, this demon ape sovereign's ability seemed to defy that logic. Upon shrinking, it appeared as though his magical power had been compressed. This diminutive figure housed an immense magical force, rendering it even more terrifying than his colossal form. Even under the scrutiny of his heavy pupils, Lu Xuan could not discern the secret behind this ability. All he could perceive was that the shrunken demon ape sovereign had become stronger, more formidable. With every motion, the terrifying laws of the Emperor's sovereign emanated from him, not only enhancing his agility, but also amplifying his prowess. The shrunken demon ape sovereign still stood at 2 or 3 dozen zhang tall, a giant in Lu Xuan's presence. His eyes blazed with fury, and he hesitated to strike, but he had previously declared that Lu Xuan must withstand 3 of his strikes. If Lu Xuan succeeded, it would signify his defeat. Due to his earlier carelessness and underestimation, he had squandered 2 opportunities. This was now his final chance, and he had to ensure a decisive blow. This last strike must secure his victory. He could not afford to lose. If he were to be bested by Lu Xuan, you would lose all face as an established Emperor sovereign. Could he truly apologize to Lu Xuan in front of everyone? That would be more difficult than facing death itself. Lu Xuan, what merit is there in evasion? If you possess any skill, engage in a true battle with me. Are you human race members merely cowards who flee? For all these years, you have cowered in the abyss, afraid to step even a foot into our realm, and now you wish to continue being a turtle? The demon ape sovereign raged, seeking to disturb Lu Xuan's mental state. Yet Lu Xuan dismissed such base tactics entirely. Having maintained his composure while guarding the abyss for 100,000 years, he understood the necessity of remaining calm. If he were to let the demon ape sovereign's trifling insults incite him into a reckless charge into the other realm, he would have perished countless times by now. Over the years, Lu Xuan had heard far more venomous curses from the other races and the demonic tribes than those spewed by the demon ape sovereign. He had long since learned to remain unperturbed, like a still lake, amidst the turbulence. After all, the other races and demonic tribes had gained nothing from him. He had taken the lives of several million of their kind. Were they not allowed to utter a few curses? The experiences of the past 100,000 years had forged an unshakable resolve within Lu Xuan, in response to the demon ape sovereign's tirade. He offered no retort, merely stating, "Demon ape sovereign, I have heard that you are the strongest under the celestial sovereign." However, it was utterly unexpected that this foremost champion was merely a blustering fool. Though Lu Xuan's words bore no venomous curses, The dismissive attitude and tone conveyed a sense of humiliation that stung the demon ape sovereign deeply. Particularly, the phrase blustering fool nearly sent the demon ape sovereign into a fit of rage. Roaring in fury, the demon ape sovereign emitted a primal beastly howl, his eyes blazing red with wrath. Lu Xuan, you seek death. I shall make you aware that I am not one to be insulted by the likes of you. In a fit of anger, he abandoned even his water and fire staff, opting instead for close-quarters combat, intending to teach Lu Xuan a lesson using the full might of his formidable physique and combat prowess. Close-quarters combat. So be it. Witnessing the demon ape sovereign charge in from melee, a subtle smile crept across Lu Xuan's lips. It was as if the heavens had conspired to provide him with a pillow while he was drowsy. Only in close combat could he truly grasp the strength of the seasoned emperor, and only then could he fully comprehend the gap between their powers. Thus, when the demon ape sovereign made his move, Lu Xuan was already contemplating how to compel him into this very confrontation. Little did he expect that a mere taunt of blustering fool would ensnare the demon ape sovereign so readily. As the bare-handed demon ape sovereign bore down upon him, Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with divine light as he activated his heavy eyes, keenly observing the movements of his opponent before swiftly retaliating. Though Lu Xuan had only recently ascended to the rank of emperor, the unique properties of his chaos body and the cultivation of the Panwu great strength technique rendered his physique far more formidable than that of an ordinary emperor. With his strike, the myriad chaos stanchions within him surged, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that shattered the very fabric of space. Seeing Lu Xuan make his move, the demon ape sovereign remained unfazed. A cold smirk gracing his lips, Lu Xuan, you shall learn that even among emperors there exists a disparity in strength. As his words fell, he accelerated, colliding with Lu Xuan like a bolt of lightning. Bam! 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 The void reverberated with thunderous explosions as the two titans clashed. Each encounter released an overwhelming pressure that shattered vast expanses of space, instilling fear in all who dared to approach. Lu Xuan, too, grew increasingly fierce and exhilarated with each exchange. After 10,000 years, this was his first true experience of unbridled close-quarters combat. The battle instincts that had long been etched into his very bones surged forth anew. As flesh and blood radiated brilliance, and his bones shimmered with divine light, transforming him into an unstoppable combat machine, tirelessly launching strikes. Utilizing the power of his heavy eyes, he deftly evaded the demon ape sovereign's assaults, countering from angles that defied belief, landing blows upon his opponent. Thus, from the outset of this battle, the tides turned overwhelmingly in Lu Xuan's favor, as the demon ape sovereign found himself on the receiving end of a relentless onslaught. This spectacle left the onlooking extraterrestrial powerhouses utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe their eyes. What the hell? Who can deliver me a punch? I must be hallucinating. The Azure Fox sovereign, too, was in a daze, doubting his own senses. The demon ape sovereign was renowned as the mightiest among their kind, and not even he dared engage in close combat with the demon ape sovereign. How could Lu Xuan, a freshly ascended emperor, possibly dominate the demon ape sovereign in his area of expertise? A collective gasp echoed around them, particularly from the ancient sovereigns who were familiar with Lu Xuan, such as the heavenly fox ancient sovereign. They stood in shock, witnessing Lu Xuan overpowering the strongest of the extraterrestrial emperors, utterly astounded. They knew Lu Xuan was formidable, unmatched among the emperor ranks, but this was a battle of emperor caliber. How could a newly ascended human emperor dominate the mightiest of their kind? This was beyond comprehension. The heavenly fox ancient sovereign drew in a sharp breath, astonished to the point of being speechless, especially when he recalled that just days ago, Lu Xuan had been sent flying by the Sea Clan's demon sovereign with a single strike. He found it almost inconceivable. In a mere few days, the man who had been unable to withstand a single blow from the Sea Clan's demon sovereign was now overpowering their strongest emperor. This was utterly preposterous. Above the imperial pass, Emperor Jiangming, who was exerting every ounce of his strength to maintain the formation, along with those behind him, including a multitude of human cultivators, were equally astounded. What were they witnessing? Lu Xuan was actually dominating the demon ape sovereign. This was simply unfathomable. Is Lu Xuan truly this powerful? Gazing upon the imposing figure, Emperor Jiangming inhaled sharply, his back drenched in cold sweat. His previous confidence in the imperial pass formation began to waver. Could a mere formation truly withstand the might of such a formidable Lu Xuan? Demon ape sovereign, you must exert yourself. It would be best if you could simply eliminate Lu Xuan, should you succeed in defeating him. I, Jiangming, would gladly honor you with a longevity tablet and pay my respects. Emperor Jiangming's eyes reddened, his anxiety palpable. He had even begun to pray, hoping for the demon ape sovereign's victory. As a human emperor, to pray for the triumph of an extraterrestrial being was, without a doubt, a tremendous farce. Yet, contrary to his wishes, just as his entreaties fell silent, a thunderous explosion erupted from above. With a resounding boom, Lu Xuan's figure pierced through the void, the terrifying divine power erupting from his fist clashing directly with that of the demon ape sovereign. This was not Lu Xuan's first encounter with the demon ape sovereign, but it was undoubtedly the first time they exchanged blows head-on. This was a raw confrontation, devoid of any technique, relying solely on brute strength. Naturally, this was also a result of Lu Xuan's prior skirmishes with the demon ape sovereign, which had granted him insights into the latter's capabilities, emboldening him to engage in a direct confrontation. This punch of mine, even if it cannot suppress the demon ape sovereign, shall not be in vain. With unwavering confidence, Lu Xuan unleashed his full power. Though the demon ape sovereign stood at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, it was uncertain whether his physical strength alone could truly overwhelm Lu Xuan. The unique attributes of his chaos body and the Panwu great strength technique had propelled his physical might to unimaginable heights. Previously, he had been testing the demon ape sovereign's strength, seizing this rare opportunity to experience the combat prowess of an emperor while honing his own skills. Now, with an understanding of the demon ape sovereign's abilities, he felt assured that he could suppress him under full exertion. As anticipated, when Lu Xuan's punch surged forth, both he and the demon ape sovereign were sent reeling backward. Their figures were thrust apart in the wake of their collision. The sole difference lay in that Lu Xuan was merely propelled a few dozen steps back, while the demon ape sovereign staggered several hundred zhang. Nearly losing his footing beyond 100 zhang, the demon ape sovereign's eyes were devoid of disdain or overconfidence, replaced instead by profound shock and astonishment. He had believed that a single punch would suffice to subdue Lu Xuan. Yet the outcome was the reverse. Though it appeared as though they had exchanged blows evenly, Lu Xuan remained composed, while the demon ape sovereign's arm felt as though it had nearly shattered. The bones within at least half fractured. Even his hand trembled incessantly, the joints within crushed, nearly incapacitating him. Were it not for the restorative power of the laws, his arm would have been rendered entirely useless. How could this be? He had only just stepped into the Emperor realm. How could he possess such divine strength? The demon ape sovereign exclaimed in disbelief. The force behind Lu Xuan's recent punch transcended mere divine power. As the foremost champion under the heavenly sovereign, the demon ape sovereign prided himself on his immense strength, unmatched even by the extraterrestrial sovereigns. Yet now, his greatest asset had been suppressed by Lu Xuan. This felt like a resounding slap to his pride, an affront he struggled to accept. Moreover, what tormented him most was that they had already surpassed the third exchange. Just moments ago, he had declared that if Lu Xuan could withstand 3 of his strikes, he would apologize. Now, hundreds of exchanges had passed. Was he truly to apologize to Lu Xuan in front of everyone? This notion was more difficult to bear than death itself. Yet, as a dignified ancient sovereign of the extraterrestrial realm, he cannot go back on his word or act in bad faith. Thus, the wounded demon ape sovereign, enduring the agony of a shattered arm, begrudgingly turned to Lu Xuan and uttered, "Lu Xuan, I retract my previous statements. I apologize. You are indeed worthy of respect." The revered demon ape lowered his noble head, paying the price for his arrogance and underestimation. Lu Xuan, however, had not anticipated that the demon ape would so readily offer an apology. He had initially believed that this esteemed figure would not easily concede. Yet, It now appeared that the demon ape's actions were remarkably honorable. At the very least, they were far superior to those deceitful, fickle scoundrels among the human race. Observing the straightforward apology from the demon ape, Lu Xuan was once again reminded of past events. 100,000 years ago, he had made an agreement with those from the eternal life realm and the immortal path. As long as he could withstand the might of their emperors, they would apologize to him and spare the Lu clan. However, when Lu Xuan had subdued the most formidable emperors sent by the eternal life families and the immortal path, those people had turned against him. Not only did they betray their word, but they also forced Lu Xuan to leave the human race. It was precisely because of these unfortunate experiences within the human race that Lu Xuan found the current demon ape's conduct even more commendable. The demon ape was courteous, while Lu Xuan merely claimed to have narrowly endured a few exchanges. Had it not been for the demon ape's leniency, he would have been defeated. A smile graced Lu Xuan's face as his attitude towards the demon ape shifted considerably. At least he did not despise such genuine character. Therefore, he was willing to grant the demon ape some dignity that, of course, his words were not entirely unfounded. The reason he had managed to engage in a fierce battle with the demon ape and ultimately gain the upper hand was indeed a stroke of fortune. Had the demon ape activated the imperial laws and combined those with divine abilities to suppress him earlier, Lu Xuan would have undoubtedly faced defeat. Lu Xuan could discern this, and naturally, those esteemed figures present could see it as well. The demon ape had already come to this realization. Yet for him, a loss was still a loss, that he could accept victory as well as defeat. Thus, upon hearing Lu Xuan's attempt to absolve him, the demon ape felt a surge of goodwill towards Lu Xuan and excitedly said, "Lu Xuan, if you are willing, I would like to be friends with you in the future if you need anything. Just ask." Above the imperial pass, the crowd was left astounded upon witnessing the demon ape's apology to Lu Xuan, especially Emperor Jiangming, whose eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping from shock. Moments before, he had been fervently praying for the demon ape to vanquish Lu Xuan. Yet the outcome? The demon ape had been defeated. No, this was impossible. How could Lu Xuan, a mere novice emperor, possibly contend with such an established figure as the demon ape? Something was amiss, very much so. Emperor Jiangming exclaimed, his gaze filled with disbelief. He could not accept that Lu Xuan had triumphed over the demon ape. Soon, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes as he believed he had uncovered the truth. Laughing heartily, he declared, "Lu Xuan, I knew it. You have colluded with the other races all along. Did you think your little performance was seamless? It's truly laughable. I could see right through it. You were merely acting. You only wished to intimidate me, to instill fear and compel me to open the Imperial Pass formation. Dream on. Only a fool would fall for such childish tricks." Emperor Jiangming, convinced he had unraveled Lu Xuan and the other race's deception, laughed with increasing arrogance. "Come on. If you have the capability, then come and break the formation. If you can breach our human race's Imperial Pass, I will personally offer my head for you to kick like a ball." This tirade from Emperor Jiangming, whether grounded in truth or not, instilled significant confidence among the human cultivators behind him. Just moments ago, when they had seen the demon ape lose to Lu Xuan, they had been nearly paralyzed with fear. Therefore, they preferred to believe Jiangming's far-fetched claims. Even if it meant deceiving themselves, at least it would alleviate some of their inner dread. Otherwise, they would lack even the courage to face Lu Xuan. Beyond the Imperial Pass, upon hearing Emperor Jiangming's audacious pronouncement, the demon ape nearly erupted with fury. With a thunderous roar, he resumed his massive form, hovering above the Imperial Pass, glaring down at Emperor Jiangming with a fierce countenance. "Who do you think you are? A loss is a loss. What do you mean by acting? Do you look down upon me?" He bellowed. "Come forth if you dare. I shall let you personally experience whether this is acting." Suddenly confronted by the demon ape's wrath, Emperor Jiangming trembled in fear. Yet, as the guardian of the Imperial Pass, he understood that every action he took would determine the fate of the 10,000 human cultivators behind him. Thus, even though he quaked with fear, he summoned his courage and shouted, "Whether this is acting, you all know. If you have the guts, come and attack. Let us see whether our human race's Imperial Pass is mightier or your blades swifter." Emperor Jiangming's furious cry resonated, invigorating the spirits of the human cultivators behind him. The previously trembling crowd erupted into fervent shouts. Long live the human race! Mighty human race! Invincible human race! Long live the human race! Mighty human race! Invincible human race! The jubilant cheers surged from above the imperial pass, echoing like thunder, shaking the heavens. Even the esteemed figures of the other races were taken aback. The human race, once subdued, had suddenly regained their formidable spirit. However, no matter how potent their morale, it mattered little. The imperial pass was defended by only a handful of emperors. Should the formation be breached, those dozen or so human emperors and the tens of thousands of cultivators behind them would become mere fodder for the other races. Qinghu, let us take action. The golden eagle revered one, unable to contain himself, turned to Qinghu that he sought to lead the assault, intending to shatter the human formation and deliver a devastating blow to the exuberant human cultivators. Teaching them the taste of despair, do not act recklessly. Qinghu reprimanded him with a glare, shaking her head. This is a conflict between Lu Xuan and the human emperors. If we intervene, we will only offend Lu Xuan. We must adhere to our original agreement and merely observe. If Lu Xuan falters, we can intervene then. Qinghu chose to grant Lu Xuan some respect. Yet, she could not extinguish the fighting spirit of the vast army of other races behind her. Her cool voice resonated across the realm. Warriors, grip your blades tightly. Clutch your swords firmly. The human race's imperial pass lies before us, and the opportunity for battle will inevitably come when the time comes. Should anyone dare to tarnish the honor of our race, I will personally flay their skin and strip their muscles. The million-strong army of the other races simultaneously raised their arms in a fervent cheer. Wind, great wind, wind, great wind. This battle cry of the other races signified invincibility and valor, symbolizing their relentless advance, sweeping all before them like a tempest. Upon hearing this familiar and ancient battle cry, Lu Xuan gazed down in astonishment. Before his eyes, the harrowing scenes of the battle from 100,000 years ago resurfaced. In that battle, the other races had deployed 7 esteemed figures and 300,000 troops. To this day, Lu Xuan vividly recalled the image of millions of other race warriors, shouting wind, great wind, fearlessly charging ahead. In that conflict, the human race had also sent forth 7 esteemed figures, gathering a force of millions at the Imperial Pass. However, the result was catastrophic. The Imperial Pass had been breached, and hundreds of thousands of human soldiers had nearly perished entirely. Had it not been for Lu Xuan, standing resolutely with his sword and coffin, holding the line and buying precious time for the human race, it was likely that they would have ceased to exist after that battle, 100,000 years later, standing once more before the Imperial Pass and witnessing a million-strong army of other races raise their arms and chant wind. Great wind! Lu Xuan felt as though he was reliving the grim battle from 100,000 years prior. Yet, during that time, he had stepped forward to safeguard the final bastion. Now, he wondered, when the Imperial Pass was breached and the million-strong army of other races surged forth, who would rise to defend? Never mind. The life and death of the human race concern me not. Lu Xuan sighed, his voice imbued with determination and resolution. The 7 esteemed figures who had forced him to abandon the human race were indeed the root of the problem. Yet those who turned a blind eye and stood idly by were equally contemptible. From the moment he realized that despite his tireless efforts to guard the abyss for 100,000 years, his kin had nearly faced annihilation, Lu Xuan had resolved to sever ties with the human race, just as no one believed he was the one who had defended the abyss for 100,000 years. Bringing peace to the human race, Lu Xuan had long since given up on them. Now he lived solely for himself. The only debt he felt he owed was to his kin. He had once hoped that by guarding the abyss, he could secure a chance for his people to survive. Yet the reality had rendered their existence more agonizing than death. He, the venerable ancestor of the Lu family, has brought shame upon his descendants. Therefore, regardless of the intentions of these foreign tribes today, Lu Xuan shall not intervene. His gaze is fixed upon the imperial barrier array. After the fierce battle with the demon ape sovereign, Lu Xuan has come to a stark realization of the chasm that separates him from the seasoned emperors. This disparity cannot be bridged merely through techniques and divine powers. At this moment, the only thing he can rely on is his divine weapon. Boom! As Lu Xuan stepped forward, the god-burying coffin emerged from within him, rapidly enlarging. In the blink of an eye, a colossal black coffin, thousands of zhang in size, descended like a mountain, imposing itself upon the imperial barrier. This immense coffin, akin to a dark cloud enveloping a city, cast a pall of terror over the human cultivators within the imperial barrier, leaving them in a state of panic and dread. The morale that had just been ignited was instantly suppressed beneath the weight of the god-burying coffin, as the human cultivators shrouded in its shadow displayed expressions of sheer horror. Hiss! What is that? Such a terrifying aura seems to transcend the limits of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Could it be an immortal artifact? A human emperor exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed up at the god-burying coffin. An immortal artifact. The moment these two words were uttered, all the human cultivators' faces paled. Even Emperor Jiangming sensed the dread emanating from the god-burying coffin. Despite the protective barrier of the sovereign-level array, the terrifying pressure of the coffin still bore down upon him, as though it were tangible. It seemed that even the sovereign-level array could not withstand a single strike from the god-burying coffin. Such overwhelming might undoubtedly indicated an immortal artifact. Damn it, I never expected that Lu Xuan would possess an immortal artifact. Emperor Jiangming's eyelids twitched in shock. He could hardly believe that Lu Xuan wielded such a powerful item. Though he had complete faith in the imperial barrier array, he was not foolish enough to think it could withstand the full force of an immortal artifact, even one bolstered by the powers of 7 great emperors. Emperor Jiangming, what should we do? Lu Xuan possesses an immortal artifact. Can our array withstand it? He can't truly break through the array. Can he? A great emperor exclaimed, looking at Jiangming with trepidation. He was already contemplating retreat, yearning to flee. Yet he could not escape. Should he dare to flee without Jiangming's consent, he would be branded a traitor to humanity. Not only would he perish, but his entire clan would also be implicated. At this moment, the other human emperors within the array shared his sentiments. Upon witnessing Lu Xuan unleash an immortal artifact, they had lost all desire to fight and only wished to flee. However, fear of implicating their families kept them rooted in place. All eyes were fixed upon Emperor Jiangming. Regret washed over him. The moment he beheld the god-burying coffin, he wished he could slap himself. Had he known Lu Xuan possessed an immortal artifact, he would have never dared to provoke him here. Even if it meant opening the imperial barrier and welcoming Lu Xuan inside, he would not have hesitated. After all, once inside the imperial barrier, the emperors would handle everything. No matter how formidable Lu Xuan was, he would have to bow before the emperors. Yet now, the human emperors had not yet arrived. If Lu Xuan broke through the imperial barrier array, would they have any chance of survival? However, retreating now would be even more perilous. Faced with the desperate gazes of the emperors, Jiangming steeled his resolve and declared in a deep voice, "The imperial barrier is our battlefield. As the guardian of the imperial barrier, I shall die upon it if need be. Anyone who dares to retreat will face my wrath." His words effectively extinguished the thoughts of retreat among the anxious emperors. Lu Xuan, who had long been observing everything within the imperial barrier, let out a cold smile and proclaimed in a deep and commanding voice, "Jiangming, remember your earlier promise that I shall wait and see how you personally sever your own head to serve as a ball for me to kick." At the moment Lu Xuan's words fell, the god-burying coffin descended like a mountain. Crashing down, crack, the seemingly indestructible imperial barrier array shattered under the weight of the god-burying coffin. The formidable imperial barrier array was instantaneously obliterated. As the array crumbled, layers of light barriers, akin to eggshells, fractured above the imperial barrier, vanishing without a trace. Puff! The Emperor Jiangming, stationed at the array's core, spat out a mouthful of black blood, plummeting from the sky in a disoriented heap. As the focal point of the array, he bore the brunt of the damage when the array was destroyed, his body mangled and bloodied. Nevertheless, being a peak emperor, the surge of blood vitality allowed his shattered form to swiftly reconstitute. In mere moments, he regained a complete body, struggling to rise from the ground. However, his complexion was pale, and his aura was feeble. First, he had suffered severe injuries from the backlash of the array, and then he had relied on his blood vitality to restore his body and reconnect severed limbs, leaving him exceedingly weakened. Had he not consumed I'm almost there. At that moment, an ancient and commanding voice emanated from the talisman in the hands of Emperor Jiangming. It was the ancestral spirit of the Jiang family, a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. Upon hearing that his ancestor was about to arrive, Emperor Jiangming's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, and the look of terror that had previously clouded them vanished in an instant. In excited fervor, he raised his arms and proclaimed, "Fear not, everyone. The emperor is on his way. If we can endure just a moment longer, that traitor of the human race, Lu Xuan, will find no refuge." As he spoke, the talisman in his grasp floated toward the walls of the imperial pass. With a thunderous roar, as the talisman ignited, the previously gloomy walls of the imperial pass erupted with a radiance that pierced the heavens, enveloping the entire fortress once more. Lu Xuan, who had just used the coffin of the god of burials to break the formation of the imperial pass, furrowed his brow as he beheld the divine light emanating from the walls. His dual pupils activated once again. To his astonishment, the walls of the imperial pass turned out to be a formidable weapon of defense and offense, a divine artifact of the emperor. With his enhanced vision, Lu Xuan could clearly discern 9 powerful emperor's laws swirling upon the walls. These represented the 9 most potent laws of the emperor under the Tao of the human race. Each emperor's law stood for an invincible human emperor. The blinding light that enveloped the entire imperial pass was one such powerful law. The 9 emperor's laws had reached a state of perfection, akin to 9 avatars of the emperor. If I cannot suppress them, I shall forever be barred from entering the imperial pass. Lu Xuan's expression turned grave. The formation was merely the first line of defense for the imperial pass. The walls themselves were the ultimate weapon guarding the fortress. Just as he finished speaking, figures began to materialize from the 9 emperor's laws represented on the walls, a true manifestation of the emperor. The avatars of the 9 great emperors of the human race appeared simultaneously upon the walls, their indistinct yet colossal forms exuding a terrifying aura that suppressed all. The 9 emperors' laws transformed into 9 massive chains, sealing the sky above the imperial pass with unyielding strength. A formidable barrier was formed before the fortress. With a resounding flourish, the chains of light created from the emperor's laws extended infinitely, resembling colossal glowing whips, akin to a cage confining heaven and earth, radiating dazzling brilliance as they surged toward the coffin of the god of burials. In the blink of an eye, these luminous chains wrapped tightly around the coffin, binding it as securely as a giant dumpling, suspended above the imperial pass, under the suppression of these radiant emperor's laws. The coffin of the god of burials continued to shrink, rapidly diminishing from the size of a small mountain to merely 100 feet. The colossal avatars formed from the 9 emperors' laws hovered above the imperial pass, their bodies radiating brilliance, as if the emperors themselves had descended. Grasping divine light, their terrifying laws manifested as long whips, dazzling with radiance. They advanced toward Lu Xuan with overwhelming force. In the face of the suppression by the 9 emperors' laws, Lu Xuan activated his dual pupils, enabling him to penetrate the essence of these laws. However, these were, after all, the mightiest 9 laws of the human race. Even with insight, understanding them would not come swiftly. Yet Lu Xuan remained unperturbed. He possessed ample time for meticulous study. Like a wraith, he deftly evaded the radiant whips of law, simultaneously channeling the mighty power of the Panwu divine technique, allowing his myriad chaotic dantians to emit a continuous flow of chaotic energy. Under the enhancement of the laws of strength, Lu Xuan did not find the suppression of the 9 emperors' laws particularly daunting, especially with his chaotic body, which rendered him largely immune to the suppression of those laws. Thus, when the 9 emperors' laws descended upon him, his chaotic form instinctively shielded him from much of the impact. Consequently, even when confronted with the simultaneous pressure of the 9 emperors' laws, Lu Xuan navigated the situation with remarkable ease, relying on a fleeting insight of true dragon speed to evade the countless chains formed by the emperor's laws. The dense web of chains, glowing brilliantly, nearly transformed the heavens and earth into a vast net. Yet Lu Xuan moved like a nimble fish, slipping effortlessly through the gaps in the chains. Indeed, the synergy between his dual pupils and chaotic body proved to be an invincible combination, coupled with the Panwu divine technique. Though he was merely at the early stage of the Emperor realm, he harbored no fear of these peak Emperor laws. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled as he felt an overwhelming excitement. These 9 Emperor's laws were bequeathed by the 9 great emperors of the human race. While they may not be the current 9, they were likely the laws of even more ancient emperors. Yet they wielded precisely the same laws of the emperor. Engaging with these emperors' laws was akin to battling the 9 great emperors themselves. These were merely the laws inscribed upon the walls of the imperial pass, serving as sealed weapons of the divine artifact. Their power and lethality were significantly diminished compared to a true human emperor. For Lu Xuan, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to familiarize himself with the combat strength of the human emperors. Previously, his encounter with the demon ape emperor had merely illuminated the disparity between himself and the established emperors. However, now, battling against the colossal figures formed from the 9 emperors' laws allowed him to genuinely grasp the methods employed by the human emperors. Thus, Lu Xuan cherished this opportunity, opting not to hastily destroy the avatars of the 9 emperors' laws, but instead to engage in combat while comprehending the laws, understanding their might, and mastering their techniques. Yet to outsiders, his current state appeared as though he were surrounded by 9 colossal figures, desperately fleeing as if pausing for even a moment would mean death. Above the imperial pass, Emperor Jiangming observed this scene, bursting into boisterous laughter. Lu Xuan, aren't you formidable? If you possess the capability, why not break the formation again? Do not presume that you alone possess divine artifacts. The walls of our human imperial pass are artifacts in their own right. Now that your coffin of the god of burials is suppressed, I shall see what waves you can still stir. Emperor Jiangming laughed uproariously, his tone brimming with arrogance, eagerly anticipating Lu Xian's demise beneath the weight of the 9 emperors' laws. Above the ocean of realms, the ancient beings of the other races cast worried glances toward the sky. Earlier, when Lu Xuan shattered the formation of the imperial pass with the coffin of the god of burials, they had been left in shock. However, that astonishment quickly morphed into wild elation, with the formation broken. They were eager to storm through the imperial pass and invade the human realm. Yet before they could make their move, they were met with this astonishing spectacle. No one had anticipated that the walls of the imperial pass were not only a formidable weapon, but could also unleash the laws of the emperor. 9 different laws at that. Gazing upon the 9 colossal figures entirely formed from the laws of the emperor, even the most powerful among the ancient beings, the demon ape emperor, was taken aback, his eyelids twitching in shock. By the heavens, the cunning of these humans knows no bounds. Who would have thought that their imperial pass walls were also weapons of the emperor? Lu Xuan is now facing 9 great emperors alone. How could he possibly withstand that? A glimmer of concern flickered in the eyes of the demon ape emperor. Previously, he had expressed a desire to forge a friendship with Lu Xuan, offering his assistance should the need arise. Now that Lu Xuan found himself in peril, he could not stand idly by. I must lend him a hand. I cannot allow those treacherous fiends to gloat over his misfortune. As he spoke, the demon ape emperor prepared to spring into action. However, before he could make a move, he was halted by the Azure Fox Emperor. Azure Fox, are you going to stop me? Or do you wish to watch Lu Xuan be bullied? The demon ape emperor, incensed, glared at the Azure Fox Emperor, his tone laden with hostility. I know Lu Xuan has slain many among our kind. If you are plotting against him now, I will not think highly of you. He assumed that the Azure Fox Emperor sought to eliminate Lu Xuan, viewing him as a threat, his voice tinged with anger. The Azure Fox Emperor, with a wry smile, explained, I understand your concern for Lu Xuan, but we should refrain from intervening for now. Let us not forget that Lu Xuan has already warned us. Unless he calls for our assistance, we are not to involve ourselves. If you act now, not only will he not be grateful, but he may also become furious. At this, the Azure Fox Emperor revealed a sly smirk, whispering, Moreover, how can you be certain that Lu Xuan requires your help? If he could defeat you, you should have faith in him. The Azure Fox Emperor's words brought the demon ape emperor to a moment of calm. Previously convinced that Lu Xuan was in dire straits, he now noticed something peculiar. Initially believing Lu Xuan to be in a perilous predicament, he observed closely and realized that Lu Xuan exhibited no signs of tension whatsoever. In fact, he navigated the onslaught of the 9 colossal figures with remarkable ease. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, and he burst into hearty laughter. Truly worthy of the man who could best me. The venerable demon ape showed no reluctance in expressing his admiration and praise for Lu Xuan. Particularly when he noticed the resplendent divine light emanating from Lu Xuan's dual pupils, he discerned Lu Xuan's intentions. Lu Xuan was deliberately stalling for time. His aim was to comprehend the 9 imperial laws wielded by the human emperor from those 9 colossal manifestations of the laws. This revelation left the demon ape in stunned disbelief, exclaiming incredulously, "Lu Xuan, how audacious can one be?" In such circumstances, he still dared to pursue the comprehension of the imperial laws. Truly a reckless endeavor. Even a seasoned figure like the demon ape, at the pinnacle of the venerable realm, would not dare to underestimate the might of the imperial divine weapons. Yet, here was Lu Xuan, newly ascended to the imperial realm, exhibiting an audacity that bordered on madness. Beside him, the golden eagle and white bear venerables were equally taken aback by the demon ape's words. They had initially believed Lu Xuan incapable of withstanding the 9 manifestations of the imperial laws. But now, upon the demon ape's revelation, they began to grasp the underlying intricacies. Instantly, they gasped in astonishment. Hiss! Lu Xuan is truly a lunatic. Not merely a lunatic, but utterly reckless. Before the imperial gate, Lu Xuan was enveloped in chaotic energies, radiating a faint glow, as agile as a swimming fish, his speed spectral as he navigated between the 9 giants. With each passing moment, he not only uncovered more secrets of the imperial laws, but even the true dragon's rapid movement he had recently mastered became increasingly fluid and adept. At this moment, he resembled a true dragon, his speed reaching its zenith, while the 9 manifestations of the imperial laws could only trail behind him. Left in the dust, truly, the techniques of the true dragon lineage were formidable. What I have grasped is but a fraction, yet my speed has increased exponentially should I fully master the true dragon's rapid movement. It would undoubtedly be the ultimate means of escape. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the blink of an eye, he had been entangled with the 9 giants for nearly half an hour. During this time, the 9 giants had not even managed to lay a finger on him, serving entirely as his sparring partners, utilizing the power of his dual pupils to comprehend the imperial laws embodied within them. He was simultaneously enhancing his own abilities, familiarizing himself with the techniques of the 9 great human emperors. He even aspired to distill the complete imperial laws directly from these 9 giants. However, he was aware that this was somewhat unrealistic. While the power of his dual pupils was indeed formidable, it could not instantly grant him full comprehension of the 9 imperial laws. Achieving a grasp of the majority was already commendable. Lu Xuan understood this principle. He had become quite familiar with the 9 human emperor laws, and further observation would yield diminishing returns. "Break!" Lu Xuan exclaimed, and the coffin of the god of burial, ensnared by countless chains of law, erupted with dazzling divine light. The 54 prohibitions within the coffin activated, unleashing a mysterious glow that obliterated all, instantly freeing itself from the myriad chains. The same moment, Lu Xuan escaped from the encirclement of the 9 law giants, hovering above the coffin of the god of burial, burial of heaven, earth, and divine beasts. Lu Xuan swiftly altered the seals in his hands. The coffin beneath him resembling a vast black hole, exuding a terrifying force of absorption that drew the 9 giants into its depths. Once inside the coffin, the 9 law giants transformed back into 9 manifestations of the imperial laws, rampaging within. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xuan harnessed the power of these 9 laws to assault the prohibitions sealing the coffin, utilizing their strength against them. He aimed to refine the prohibitions of the coffin using the power of the 9 imperial laws. With a thunderous roar, the entire coffin trembled, and several prohibitions were instantly shattered. After aiding Lu Xuan in breaking through 3 prohibitions, the 9 manifestations of the imperial laws dissipated completely. What a tremendous gain! I managed to breach 3 prohibitions. Lu Xuan beamed with joy. Earlier, he had utilized the power of the fivefold heavenly calamity to unlock a total of 54 prohibitions of the coffin. 54 prohibitions represented that the coffin was equivalent to a high-grade celestial artifact. Of course, it could also be said to be at the level of a high-grade imperial divine weapon. Imperial divine weapons refer to weapons that surpass the extreme-grade imperial weapons. Essentially, imperial divine weapons and celestial artifacts occupy the same realm. However, imperial divine weapons are formidable weapons forged in the lower realms. Although they contain the essence of imperial laws, they have not undergone the refinement of celestial energy, thus cannot be classified as celestial artifacts. For instance, the walls of the imperial gate beneath his feet were divine weapons crafted by the 9 great human emperors, imbued with the essence of imperial laws. Yet, due to the lack of celestial refinement, they were termed imperial divine weapons rather than celestial artifacts. In truth, the power of imperial divine weapons is nearly on par with that of celestial artifacts. As for the coffin of the god of burial, in Lu Xuan's possession, it was evidently a unique entity. Upon discovering the coffin, Lu Xuan had found it contained a total of 108 prohibitions. Once fully unsealed, it would become a true celestial emperor's artifact, the most powerful divine weapon that could be forged only at the celestial emperor level. Moreover, this coffin had long been refined with celestial energy. Thus, after breaking through 54 prohibitions, Lu Xuan could rightly call it a celestial artifact, rather than an imperial divine weapon. Now, with the aid of the power of the 9 imperial laws, having reopened 3 prohibitions, the status of the coffin had risen from that of a celestial artifact to that of a celestial king's weapon. In a realm where celestial artifacts are exceedingly rare, celestial king's weapons are undoubtedly the mightiest divine weapons in the lower realms. Though the power of the 9 imperial laws was consumed to refine 3 prohibitions, it was still a significant achievement. After all, these 3 prohibitions had elevated the coffin's rank by 1 tier. Having refined 57 prohibitions, Lu Xuan could distinctly feel the bond between himself and the coffin intensifying. He even gleaned some entirely new techniques from the coffin. These techniques pertained to controlling the coffin, and mastering them would enable the coffin to unleash its full potential as a celestial king's weapon. Lu Xuan merely cast a quick glance, for time was of the essence, leaving no room for him to slowly cultivate these techniques. Nevertheless, having breached the 9 imperial laws, the walls of the imperial gate beneath him no longer posed a threat. One strike to bury heaven, Lu Xuan bellowed, as the coffin of the god of burial unleashed a radiant light of annihilation, descending upon the walls of the imperial gate. These walls represented the last line of defense for the gate. Once breached, he could fully access the domain of the human race. No. Seeing the coffin break through layer after layer of protective barriers toward the walls of the imperial gate, Emperor Jiangming's eyes bulged with rage. The walls of the imperial gate were their final bastion. Should they fall, none among them would likely survive. Yet, no matter how he yelled in fury, he could not halt the impending destruction of the walls. The coffin, radiating the power of a high-grade celestial artifact, surged forward, creating a massive breach in the walls. The walls, spanning tens of thousands of miles, were breached by a gap hundreds of feet wide. Instantly, even the protective barrier enveloping the imperial gate was torn asunder. Witnessing this scene, Emperor Jiangming fell to the ground in despair. It was over. Utterly over. He felt as though his soul had been drained. His eyes filled only with dread and terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. The imperial gate they had guarded for 100,000 years had been shattered by none other than Lu Xuan. With the gate now wide open, Lu Xuan stepped through without obstruction. As he set foot upon the walls of the imperial gate, a torrent of emotions surged within him. 100,000 years. Once, he had been threatened by the 7 great human emperors and exiled to the abyss for 100,000 years, believing he would never return to the imperial gate in this lifetime. He had long since prepared himself for the prospect of being buried in the abyss. Never did he expect to be granted the opportunity to return, gazing at the once familiar imperial gate. Tears welled in Lu Xuan's eyes. After all, he was still a member of the human race. He had once shed blood and sacrifice upon this very gate. He had stood upon these walls. A solitary figure with a sword and a coffin, holding back a million-strong horde of foreign invaders. Once he had been a hero defending humanity. Yet now he had torn open a gap in the very gate he had once protected. However, Lu Xuan felt no guilt in his heart. 100,000 years ago, he had single-handedly held back a million-strong foreign army, safeguarding the imperial gate and the human race. However, he was slandered, schemed against, and even forced to leave the human race by the 7 great emperors. For 100,000 years, he guarded the abyss of heaven, harboring resentment, yet never once showing a hint of negligence. Throughout that time, he never allowed the alien races or the demonic tribes to step even half a foot into the abyss of heaven, thereby safeguarding peace for the human race for 100 millennia. Yet, those 7 great emperors, who once vowed to protect his kin for eternity, proved to be treacherous and unfaithful. Not only did they fail to protect his people, but they nearly brought destruction upon the Lu family, threatening to sever their lineage. Thus, he owed nothing to the human race. Rather, it is the entire human race that owes him. I have guarded the abyss of heaven for 100,000 years, securing peace for humanity. Yet you, the human emperors, have betrayed your word, leading to the near annihilation of the Lu family. Now, as I seek to return, you obstruct my path home. Is this how you treat the benefactors of the human race? Lu Xuan's countenance darkened, his voice icy, each word a testament to his grievances and fury. In an instant, silence fell over the entire imperial pass. Many began to murmur softly, their expressions laced with doubt. They discerned that Lu Xuan spoke with integrity, and it did not seem as though he was lying. Could it be that everything Lu Xuan claimed was indeed true? Was he truly wronged? Was it out of fear of him that the emperors forced him to leave the human race? The truth from 100,000 years ago is now beyond verification. Yet the imperial pass has indeed been a realm of tranquility for the past 100,000 years. The alien races have vanished without a trace, showing no signs of harassment. Initially, this had become a norm, yet now it appeared profoundly unreasonable. In light of this, what Lu Xuan asserted seems to resonate with truth. Perhaps it was precisely due to his vigilant watch over the abyss of heaven that no alien races dared to disturb the imperial pass for a century. If what Lu Xuan claims is accurate, does it not imply that our human emperors have been deceitful? As the human cultivators began to piece together the truth, Emperor Jiangming grew anxious. Suppressing Lu Xuan and targeting him was the scheme of the human emperors. It was initially proposed by his own family's ancestor, with the Jiang family being the primary architect and beneficiary. Although Emperor Jiangming had not personally experienced the events of 100,000 years ago, he had heard fragments of the truth from his ancestor. Thus, many within the Jiang family possessed some understanding of the truth from that era. Now, witnessing these cultivators casting suspicion upon the human emperors, he hastily rose, exclaiming loudly, "Lu Xuan, no matter how eloquent your words, they cannot alter the reality of your collusion with the alien races. You are a traitor to the human race. 100,000 years ago, you were already cast out from humanity, and now you dare to assault the imperial pass. Truly heinous. Just wait, the emperors will arrive shortly, and that will be your end." Emperor Jiangming was not foolish. As he spoke, he swiftly retreated, seeking to escape the imperial pass. He understood that the human emperors were on their way and would likely arrive soon. Thus, he needed to distance himself from Lu Xuan. Once the human emperors descended, he would have no reason to fear a mere Lu Xuan. Upon seeing Emperor Jiangming attempt to flee, Lu Xuan let out a cold laugh, with a mere wave of his hand. A terrifying light descended from the heavens, striking Emperor Jiangming to the ground. Thud! Just as he reached the gates of the imperial pass, Emperor Jiangming fell like a plummeting root, struggling to rise and escape, only to be suppressed once more by an overwhelming force, rendering him prone on the ground. It was Lu Xuan who had struck from above the imperial pass. Under the weight of his law of power, the entire imperial pass became his domain. In an instant, all beings within the imperial pass sensed a terrifying majesty, their souls trembling under its pressure. 100,000 years ago, your Jiang family's emperor forced me to leave humanity. I shall collect a small interest on that debt from you. Lu Xuan's voice was deep and commanding, echoing throughout the imperial pass. The suppressed Emperor Jiangming, lying on the ground, turned pale as fear washed over him. Under the overwhelming suppression of Lu Xuan's emperor-level laws, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, though the gap between the peak of the Emperor realm and the Emperor level was slender. Their strengths were worlds apart. At his level, Emperor Jiangming was akin to an ant before Lu Xuan. As Lu Xuan descended from the city walls, step by step, he advanced into the Imperial Pass, driving Emperor Jiangming to a state of panic. Ancestor, if you do not arrive soon, you will only be left to collect my corpse. Emperor Jiangming's voice trembled, fear driving him to retreat in desperation, attempting to escape the Imperial Pass. Yet, the gates of the Imperial Pass, which were merely a step away, now felt as if they were worlds apart. He writhed futilely, struggling in vain, his expression one of sheer terror as he beheld Lu Xuan drawing closer with each step. Lu Xuan, with a grim visage, entered the Imperial Pass, and with each footfall that echoed, it felt as if the hearts of all present were struck with a heavy blow. Thud, thud, within the vast Imperial Pass. Silence reigned, save for the sound of Lu Xuan's footsteps. Before Lu Xuan could reach him, the surrounding human emperors, gripped by fear, retreated hastily, none daring to impede his advance. As he moved forward, the tens of thousands of cultivators within the Imperial Pass also recoiled in terror, instinctively parting to create a path for Lu Xuan. When he reached the end of the Imperial Pass, his final step landed precisely before the terrified Emperor Jiangming, who lay on the ground. At that moment, any trace of his previous arrogance had vanished. As Lu Xuan's foot came to a halt before him, he was gripped by sheer panic, shouting in a frantic plea, "No, Lu Xuan, you cannot kill me. I am an emperor of the Jiang family. My ancestor will arrive shortly. If you slay me, he will not let you go. And your kin, they too will pay with their lives for your rashness. As long as you spare me, there remains room for reconciliation. Even if you do not consider your own life, think of your own kin. Can you truly bear to watch them perish?" Emperor Jiangming, like a frightened bird, had long since lost all courage. In threatening Lu Xuan, he was also begging for mercy. He had long since realized that Lu Xuan feared not death. Even summoning their Jiang family's emperor would not intimidate him. However, Lu Xuan had something he valued: the lives of his kin within the human race. Indeed, upon hearing Emperor Jiangming mention his kin, Lu Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that the words of Emperor Jiangming were no exaggeration. Although he had crossed the Imperial Pass, returning to his family was not an immediate endeavor. The Imperial Pass was merely the first line of defense safeguarding the realm of humanity. There remained several formidable barriers between this place and the realm of humanity. Lu Xuan had heard of the origins of the Imperial Pass. Initially, the first fortress of humanity was not located here, but rather at the entrance to the realm of humanity, 8,000 miles away. That location served as the gateway to the realm. If breached, the alien races could invade with ease, directly entering human territory. Due to its proximity to human lands, each breach would bring forth bloodshed and turmoil. To address this peril, the powerful of humanity banded together, forging a path out of their realm that a new fortress was established far from human territory. This created a buffer, significantly reducing the risk of a direct breach into the realm. Observing the advantages of establishing fortifications beyond the realm of humanity, proposals arose to erect even more formidable barriers at greater distances, thus from 10,000 miles to 20,000, then to 30,000. The fortifications were pushed to the very edge of the Sea of Realms. Between the Sea of Realms and the realm of humanity, 9 formidable barriers were established, collectively known as the 9 layers of fortresses. Each of these fortresses bore its own name. However, the one they stood upon was designated as the Imperial Pass. This was because, since its establishment, it had become the foremost line of defense against the alien races. The wars that erupted here were always battles of emperor level or above. Over the course of its existence, spanning millions of miles, countless emperors had fallen here. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that every inch of ground beneath the Imperial Pass had been soaked in emperor blood. For this reason, it was aptly named the Imperial Pass. Once established, the Imperial Pass proved effective. Thanks to the existence of the 9 layers of fortresses, the difficulty for alien races to penetrate the realm of humanity increased exponentially. There are even rumors that since the establishment of the 9 great passes of the human race, the alien tribes have never truly invaded the realm of humanity again. Whether these rumors hold any truth is unclear to Lu Xuan. However, he is well aware of the battle from 100,000 years AGOT that time. The alien emperor had nearly emptied their ranks to break through the imperial pass, even advancing past the subsequent 8 great passes. Yet, they ultimately returned in defeat. In that battle, the alien forces failed before the final great pass, witnessing the realm of humanity right before their eyes, yet forced to retreat back to their own domain. Each of the 9 passes is as unyielding as the Imperial Pass. Although Lu Xuan managed to breach the Imperial Pass, it does not guarantee he could consecutively break through the subsequent 8 great passes. Even if he could, it would not be a matter of mere moments. The emperors of the human race would not simply wait for him to conquer each level, should they disregard their status and strike at the Lu family. Lu Xuan would be powerless to protect his K.I.N. It must be said that the threat posed by Emperor Jiangming truly struck a chord with Lu Xuan. Observing Lu Xian's hesitation to act or speak, Emperor Jiangming realized he had grasped Lu Xian's weakness and couldn't help but sigh in relief, hurriedly pressing on, "Lu Xuan, if you release me now, I will plead for you before the emperors. With your current strength, they would never dare to punish you. Even if there were repercussions, they would only be minor admonishments. The past is the past. There is no need for us to torment ourselves over matters that cannot be reversed. We cannot live forever in the shadows of bygone days. One must always look forward. As long as you are willing to cease hostilities now, there is still room for reconciliation." Emperor Jiangming's words were rather veiled. Yet Lu Xuan comprehended their meaning. Not dwell on the past. Was he not urging him to forget the events of 100,000 years ago, to disregard the injustices suffered by the Lu family over those 10 millennia? Lu Xuan let out a cold smile, placing a foot upon Emperor Jiangming's head, nearly crushing it. "A mere emperor of the Jiang family. What right do you have to counsel me to relinquish my hatred?" With half of his face pressed to the ground, Emperor Jiangming was terrified, nearly losing control of his bladder. He had firmly believed that his previous words had swayed Lu Xuan, even thinking he would escape death. But what was happening now? Did Lu Xuan truly absorb his remarks? The once arrogant Emperor Jiangming, who had been trying to persuade Lu Xuan, was now petrified, desperately pleading, "Lu Xuan, I was wrong. I shall say no more. Please do not kill me. The grievances of the past were the fault of my Jiang family. But that is not my doing. I wasn't even born when you were exiled from the human race. As for the persecution your Lu family faced afterward, that had nothing to do with me. I have never even met any of your kin, nor do I know where your family resides. This truly has no bearing on me. Avenging yourself by killing me would serve no purpose." A dignified peak emperor, at this moment, was reduced to a wretched, pleading creature akin to a stray dog, just as Emperor Jiangming was frantically begging for mercy. A furious roar echoed from the edge of the heavens. "Silence! How did my Jiang family produce such a waste as you?" As the voice faded, a terrifying aura of the emperor descended like a rainbow, piercing the sun, crashing down upon the imperial pass. Boom! As the emperor's law fell, a colossal figure, towering 1,000 feet high, materialized in the sky. After casting an angry glance at the pitiful Emperor Jiangming, it directed its icy gaze towards Lu Xuan, its voice deep and authoritative as it thundered, "Lu Xuan, who gave you the audacity to humiliate a member of my Jiang family?" Jiang Wuliang. Upon seeing the giant manifestation above the imperial pass, a deep hatred surged within Lu Xuan's eyes. Jiang Wuliang, the emperor of the Jiang family. It was he who had championed Lu Xuan's exile from the human race 100,000 years ago. Although it was a coalition of 7 emperors who banished him, the attitudes towards Lu Xuan among them were not uniform. 2 of the emperors opposed the decision, even suggesting that Lu Xuan's merits should be publicized, so that all could recognize the tremendous contributions he had made in that battle. Yet, ultimately, those in favor of his expulsion prevailed. Among the 7 emperors who participated in that battle, 5 firmly insisted on banishing Lu Xuan from humanity. The most resolute among them was Jiang Wuliang. Therefore, it could be said that Lu Xuan's tragedy over these past 100,000 years was entirely crafted by Jiang Wuliang. If there were to be a singular nemesis among the human emperors for Lu Xuan, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Wuliang. Thus, Lu Xuan's hatred for the Jiang family was the most profound. 100,000 years ago, faced with the coercion of these human emperors, Lu Xuan felt powerless. For the sake of his kin, he had to swallow his pride and willingly guard the Tingguan. Now, having returned and risen to the rank of emperor, it was indeed a case of enemies meeting. With heightened animosity, were it not for the fact that he was currently standing atop Jiangming, Lu Xuan would likely have charged forward to engage Jiang Wuliang in battle. Of course, Lu Xuan was not foolish. He was merely a novice emperor, while Jiang Wuliang was at the pinnacle of the emperor realm that, in terms of current strength, he was not necessarily weaker than the demon ape emperor. A direct confrontation would certainly place Lu Xuan at a disadvantage. However, he was not afraid. With his current capabilities, it would not be an easy task for Jiang Wuliang to take his life. Taking a deep breath to calm the turbulent emotions within, Lu Xuan gazed at the descending Jiang Wuliang with a fierce glint in his eyes. His voice low yet powerful as he proclaimed, "Jiang Wuliang, after 100,000 years, I never expected this old wretch to still be alive. Do you know, during my 10,000 years in the Tingguan, I prayed day and night that you shameless old fools would suffer lives worse than death. May you choke on water, suffocate on food, and drown in the latrine. Yet now it appears that the heavens truly have no eyes. How could they allow such a hypocritical and shameless wretch like you to survive until now?" Though his voice was not loud, it reverberated through the heavens. As his words echoed, everyone inside and outside the imperial pass was left in stunned silence. Could this truly be the words of an emperor? Such profanity was akin to street brawlers hurling insults. No one expected that such language would emerge from Lu Xuan's lips. After all, Lu Xuan was an emperor. Did he truly have no sense of dignity left? Good heavens, Lu Xuan was indeed bold. Just look, even the old Jiang family wretch was left stunned by his tirade. Ha ha ha, how refreshing, truly exhilarating. I feel like joining in and hurling a few insults myself. Outside the imperial pass, the demon ape emperor laughed heartily, his voice echoing within the pass, showing no regard for Jiang Wuliang's dignity. Jiang Wuliang, already wearing a grim expression, nearly succumbed to rage upon hearing the demon ape emperor's mockery. Within the imperial pass, the human cultivators were equally stunned, struggling to grasp that a powerful emperor could utter such vile insults. Jiang Ming, who was being trampled beneath Lu Xuan's foot, was also rendered speechless, incredulously exclaiming, "Lu Xuan, have you lost your mind? This is my Jiang family's ancestor. You are the first to dare speak this way to him. Are you truly not afraid of death?" Above the imperial pass, the Jiang family ancestor trembled with rage that he was, after all, the ancestor of the Jiang family, an emperor of humanity. Furthermore, he was one of the 7 lords of the Supreme Hall. He held an exalted position within the human race. Which of the human cultivators did not prostrate themselves in reverence upon seeing him? He, who had always been elevated, had never experienced such humiliation. To be openly insulted was far more unbearable than a slap to the face. "Lu Xuan, I see you have truly lost your mind. Who gave you the audacity to insult me?" Jiang Wuliang's body quaked, his voice quivering with rage as he shouted, "It seems that banishing you from humanity 100,000 years ago was a monumental error. Had I known you were such a treacherous scoundrel, I should have killed you then and eradicated your Lu family. One moment of restraint has fostered this ungrateful wolf." Upon hearing Jiang Wuliang mention the events of 100,000 years ago, the fury in Lu Xuan's eyes nearly erupted, and he coldly retorted, "Jiang Wuliang, do you even have the face to bring up 100,000 years ago? Are you not afraid of the truth being revealed to the world? Let everyone see the hypocritical and shameless visage of you human emperors." Jiang Wuliang's fury was palpable. Yet upon hearing the mention of the truth from 100,000 years prior, his expression shifted dramatically, his anger dissipating by a significant degree as he warned with a hint of trepidation, "Lu Xuan, do not forget, your kin are still within the human realm. Should you dare to speak recklessly and distort the truth, I would not hesitate at the moment." Jiang Wuliang revealed the identity of the members of the Lu family. The fury that Lu Xuan had been suppressing erupted in full force. 100,000 years ago, this despicable and shameless individual had threatened him using the members of the Lu family. Now, the same scene was unfolding once more. However, Lu Xuan was no longer the same as before. The instant he shattered the imperial barrier, there was no turning back. This time, he would not yield to any threats. Even if it meant sacrificing the lives of his kin, he would not waver. Aha! Jiang Wuliang, you truly remain as shameless as you were 100,000 years ago. Back then, you used the lives of my family to coerce me. At that time, I had no choice but to succumb to your threats for the sake of my family. Never to return to the human race again. But what of you? Did you fulfill your promises made to me? Lu Xuan's countenance was so dark it seemed it could drip with water. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a heavy drum, striking at the hearts of everyone present. Especially the final question, which rendered Jiang Wuliang utterly mortified. The esteemed emperor of the human race found himself speechless under Lu Xuan's interrogation. Lu Xuan, however, was not prepared to let him off the hook. The grievances of 100,000 years seemed poised to explode at that moment. 100,000 years ago, you promised me that as long as I left the human race to guard the heavenly abyss, you would protect the Lu family and ensure eternal peace. Yet how did you uphold that promise? After I departed from the human race, you turned around to suppress and target the Lu family. If it were not for the remnants of the Lu family's foundation and some means, would we not have perished 100,000 years ago? His voice, steady yet unyielding, grew increasingly impassioned as he recounted the past. Ultimately, he roared with a frigid intensity, "You human race emperors, so high and mighty, yet you are not even as noble as the most lowly commoners. Even the humblest of tradesmen understand the virtue of keeping one's word. Yet the words you have spoken are as worthless as mere flatulence. The oaths you swore are less substantial than idle chatter. You, the aged rascal, and you, the gray-haired fool, you have squandered hundreds of thousands of years, yet possess not a shred of dignity. I cannot fathom how you shameless old rogue can bear to exist in this world." Lu Xuan's interrogation not only stripped Jiang Wuliang of his dignity, but also laid bare the faces of the other human race emperors of that time. Who would have thought that these lofty human race emperors were merely a bunch of deceitful scoundrels? Those human cultivators who had harbored doubts about Lu Xuan's claims now recognized the truth upon witnessing Jiang Wuliang's shameful demeanor. 100,000 years ago, these exalted human race emperors not only slandered Lu Xuan and appropriated his merits, but they also, out of fear of Lu Xuan's growing power, threatened him with the lives of the Lu family, forcing him to abandon the human race. Even after Lu Xuan's departure, these emperors swiftly turned against the Lu family, attempting to eradicate their lineage. Such methods are not merely despicable, they are utterly shameless. Even we, the common human cultivators, would not stoop to using our kin as leverage in such a disgraceful manner. Yet, it is precisely these revered human race emperors who have committed such ignoble acts. In an instant, many cultivators began to waver. Their admiration for the human race emperors faltered, and whispers of discontent began to circulate. How can they still be worthy of the title of human race emperors? Jiang Wuliang, at the pinnacle of imperial status, possessed immense power. Though the voices of the crowd were hushed, they reached his ears with clarity. Witnessing his status as a human race emperor being turned into an object of scorn sent a wave of panic across his face. No matter how exalted he was, he could not silence the voices of the world. If this matter were to be substantiated, these high and mighty human race emperors would become the scorned rats of the streets. Under no circumstances could he allow even a whisper of what transpired today to escape. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. To conceal the truth, he would not hesitate to slaughter all at the imperial barrier. Jiang Wuliang snorted coldly, his icy gaze fixating on Lu Xuan as he barked. "Lu Xuan, I never imagined your ability to distort the truth has grown even more formidable. It was you who colluded with foreign races 100,000 years ago, recklessly breaching the imperial barrier, bringing catastrophe upon our human race. Had it not been for the 7 great emperors leading countless cultivators to fight to the death, our human race domain would have long since become a desolate wasteland. Yet here you are, as unrepentant as ever, not only twisting the truth and slandering us, but even daring to break the imperial barrier again. Is it not your intention to repeat your previous treachery, colluding with foreign races to annihilate the human race? Your wolfish ambition is laid bare for all to see. The evidence is right before us. No matter how you twist and turn, it cannot be altered. Jiang Wuliang's words were a true act of deflection, shifting all blame onto Lu Xuan. 100,000 years ago, Lu Xuan might have engaged in further debate, but now he cared little for such things. He had witnessed the shamelessness of these human race emperors 100,000 years ago. Thus, Lu Xuan was not the least bit surprised by Jiang Wuliang's attempt to invert the truth and deflect blame. He smirked coldly, the aura around him surging instantaneously, causing the Emperor Jiang Ming, whom he had pinned beneath his foot, to shriek in terror. Above the imperial barrier, Jiang Wuliang's eyes blazed with fury. Lu Xuan was deliberately humiliating him. As Jiang Wuliang's rage erupted, the laws of the emperor enveloped the heavens, coldly commanding, Lu Xuan, be wise and release him. If he loses even a hair, I shall ensure your demise will be without a grave. However, at the very moment those words left his lips, Lu Xuan stomped down with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Ming's skull was crushed instantly. This act by Lu Xuan was nothing short of a slap in the face. Jiang Wuliang had just warned Lu Xuan, and before his words could even settle, Lu Xuan had already obliterated Jiang Mi. Damn it. I never anticipated that after 100,000 years, Lu Xuan would become the present scourge. This elder, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Wuliang, has a dark countenance and eyes brimming with murderous intent. Had I known, I should have eliminated him back then, eradicating the roots of the problem. In the realm of humanity, the Lu family, after enduring relentless assaults time and again, the defensive formations of the Lu family remain steadfast. Conversely, the patriarch of the Jiang family, witnessing the repeated and formidable attacks that failed to breach the Lu family's defenses, has called for a halt. Behind him, dozens of emperors now serve as vassals to the Jiang clan. This is due to the prior promise made by the Jiang patriarch, vowing to bring them into the Jiang family after the annihilation of the Lu family, where they would receive direct guidance from the Jiang family's imperial sovereign. Thus, they have been exerting themselves tremendously in recent days. They have even summoned the emperors from their respective clans. Consequently, the number of emperors gathered outside the Lu family has surged from a mere dozen to over 30. Despite the overwhelming assembly of emperors launching successive attacks, they remain unable to make even a dent in the Lu family's formations, as everyone appears fatigued. The Jiang patriarch, though reluctant, can only issue orders for a temporary respite, declaring that they are merely engaging in a desperate struggle. He plans to return briefly and procure an imperial weapon from the ancestral elder, which will undoubtedly shatter the Lu family's protective formations. Upon hearing that the Jiang patriarch intends to return for an imperial weapon, the assembled emperors are filled with exhilaration. The elder of the Lin family eagerly steps forward, assuring Patriarch Jiang, rest assured, we will guard this place diligently. Before your return, not even a fly shall escape? Very well. The Jiang patriarch nods in agreement, turning his gaze towards the Lu family's formations, and barks ominously at Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders within the protective array. You Lu family have done well. I shall see how long you can endure. Lu Tianyuan lets out a cold laugh. Remaining silent, it is not that he lacks the desire to respond, but rather that he is utterly exhausted. In recent days, with dozens of emperors relentlessly assaulting, he, as the chief guardian of the protective array, has scarcely had a moment's respite. Having just ascended to the emperor level, he is now completely drained. Thus, even upon hearing the Jiang patriarch's taunt, Lu Tianyuan lacks the energy to retort. That moment, a clear voice rings out. What's this? Are you all planning to call for reinforcements again? The esteemed patriarch of the Jiang family is not much different after all. I wonder who once boasted that they could easily breach the protective array and annihilate my Lu family. As the words fall, Lu Linglong gracefully appears beside Lu Tianyuan, her youthful eyes radiating an unexpected maturity and dominance that belies her age. Even the Jiang patriarch, a peak emperor, is momentarily shaken as their gazes lock. In that instant, it is as though a heavy hammer has struck him, causing his body to tremble in surprise. Hiss. This is a soul attack. How can this little girl, merely in her teens, wield such a terrifying spiritual technique? The Zhang patriarch's eyes widen in astonishment. Although such a degree of soul attack would not harm him, it profoundly unsettles him. A mere girl of the Lu family, barely in her teens, can actually shake the very essence of his emperor-level spirit. This is nothing short of a miracle, previously indifferent towards the Lu family. The Zhang patriarch's demeanor shifts to one of grave concern. His eyes blaze with murderous intent as he fixates on Lu Linglong. This girl absolutely cannot be allowed to live. She must be eliminated. In his view, this teenage girl poses the greatest threat to the entire Lu family, even more so than Lu Tianyuan. Should she grow, she might become the next Lu Xuan, the next taboo emperor who suppresses her peers. Guard well, not a single fly must escape from the Lu family. As the Zhang patriarch prepares to depart, he seems uneasy and deliberately sends a message to the elder of the Lin family, instructing him especially regarding the girl named Lu Linglong. She must not be allowed to escape the Lu family. Should she attempt to flee, she must be eliminated at all costs. Upon hearing the Zhang patriarch's orders, the elder of the Lin family displays a flicker of shock in his eyes. He had presumed the Zhang patriarch's admonition was directed towards Lu Tianyuan. He never anticipated it would concern such a young girl. The elder of the Lin family gazes at Lu Linglong, confusion evident in his expression. He simply cannot fathom how a mere girl of her age could pose such a threat, even though he does not comprehend the reasoning behind it. The elder of the Lin family respectfully nods, assuring Patriarch Zhang, "Rest assured, I shall keep a close watch on this girl. I will stake my life on it. Not even a fly shall escape." The Zhang patriarch then nods, casting a cold glance at Lu Linglong within the array, his voice icy as he declares, "Sharp-tongued little girl, you can live a few more days. Soon, you will descend to the underworld to reunite with your ancestor Lu Xuan." Upon hearing the mention of ancestor Lu Xuan, Lu Tianyuan forcibly gathers his breath, shouting in fury, "What have you done to ancestor Lu Xuan? He is the hope of us all." As the newly minted emperor of the Lu family, he has persevered thus far only in anticipation of ancestor Lu Xuan's return. For he knows that once ancestor Lu Xuan returns, all the tribulations faced by the Lu family will be resolved. Now, learning that ancestor Lu Xuan may be in peril, Lu Tianyuan feels as if the sky is collapsing around him. Seeing Lu Tianyuan's defenses crumble, the Zhang patriarch laughs triumphantly, proclaiming, "Our Zhang family's ancestor has already personally gone to the imperial pass. Do you think Lu Xuan will meet a different fate? Just wait. Your family shall soon reunite on the road to the underworld." With those words, the Zhang patriarch vanishes into the void in the skies above. The human emperors are invigorated, especially knowing that the Zhang family's imperial sovereign has personally gone to the imperial pass. Their excitement reaches a fever pitch. The elder of the Lin family deliberately steps forward, glaring at Lu Tianyuan with a triumphant smirk, declaring, "This is the consequence of offending our Lin family. Did you truly believe that an ancestor from 100,000 years ago could save you? Now you look foolish, don't you? Your ancestor Lu Xuan has likely already one foot in the netherworld. Lu Tianyuan, your time is running out. You should savor these final days in your next life. Keep your eyes peeled and never offend those you cannot afford to." Within the Lu family, everyone appears despondent, their expressions filled with tension and concern. Ancestor Lu Xuan is their collective hope. Now that they know the Zhang family's imperial sovereign has personally gone to the imperial pass, worry for ancestor Lu Xuan fills their hearts. "Linglong, can you still contact the ancestor? If so, tell him not to return. We can perish, but we must not drag the ancestor down with us." Lu Tianyuan's expression is solemn as he makes a difficult decision. Everyone can discern that he wishes for ancestor Lu Xuan to abandon them, as the patriarch of the Lu family. Lu Tianyuan is prepared for a shared fate with his kin. Even if they all perish, they must not hinder ancestor Lu Xuan. The 8 elders also comprehend Lu Tianyuan's intentions, their expressions grave as they nod in agreement, saying, "Linglong, listen to your father. The situation for the Lu family is now hopeless. Even if the ancestor returns, it will be to no avail. After all, he is but one man, and he would be schemed against by those despicable foes. We can perish without fear. Ancestor Lu Xuan is the root of our family. As long as he lives, the Lu family will endure." Linglong, you must find a way to inform the Jiang family's imperial sovereign about the situation, urging him to escape swiftly to preserve himself. Only if the ancestor survives is there a chance for revenge. Linglong, did you not mention that the ancestor is in poor condition? Tell him that our Lu family is ready, and we can offer our life essence to him at any moment. After all, death is a waste. It is better to contribute to the ancestor. One by one, the 8 elders speak, all bearing expressions of fearless resolve, having already decided to offer the life essence of every member of the Lu family to Ancestor Lu Xuan. Though the Lu family is graced with but a single great emperor and 8 quasi-emperors, they nonetheless boast a lineage of countless thousands. The essence of life contained within these multitudes is more than sufficient to provide immense support to Lu Xuan. We are willing to devote everything for our ancestor. We do not require our ancestor to rescue us. Simply knowing he is alive is the most reassuring news. Sister Linglong, could you convey this to our ancestor? Though I'm merely 5 years old, I fear not death. I too am willing to offer my life essence to our ancestor. As the voices of the 8 elders faded, the members of the Lu family stepped forth one by one, each expressing their willingness to face death with unwavering resolve. Even the youngest of the Lu children bore expressions of determination, their voices ringing with conviction as they pledged to sacrifice their life essence. In this moment, none among the tens of thousands of Lu family members exhibited fear of death. They would rather perish than burden their ancestor. Lu Xuan, witnessing the steadfastness of her kin, Lu Linglong felt her eyes welling with tears. Though the Lu family may not be the strongest, they are undoubtedly the most united. Even in the face of life and death, not a single traitor emerged among them. Such a family is worthy of her love, her protection, and her utmost sacrifice. Rest assured, you shall not perish. Even if our ancestor Lu Xuan cannot return, I will ensure your survival. Lu Linglong's eyes glistened with resolve as she spoke softly to herself. There was no need for her to relay the sentiments of the Lu family to Lu Xuan. He had left a bloodline mark within her, enabling him to perceive all that transpires within the Lu family at any moment. At the imperial pass, Lu Xuan quietly listened to the voices of the Lu family, their unwavering resolve stirring emotions within him as well that he had not anticipated that, in their moment of peril, the Lu family would exhibit such calmness and righteousness. They were willing to sacrifice themselves rather than let him, their ancestor, bear the burden. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xuan's voice resonated from within Lu Linglong, echoing throughout the Lu family. Live well. I do not require your life essence. As your ancestor, I shall always protect you. His voice, deep and commanding, emanated a persuasive power. Those Lu family members who had prepared themselves for sacrifice trembled with excitement upon hearing Lu Xuan's voice. It was the ancestor. He yet lives. The trash from the Jiang family was indeed spouting nonsense. Ha ha! I knew it. Our ancestor, the Lu family, is the true invincible one. The mere elder of the Jiang family is nothing worth mentioning. Not even worthy of carrying our ancestor's shoes. The once anxious Lu family members, who had feared for Lu Xuan's life, were now beaming with joy. Their hope remained alive as long as their ancestor did. Upon hearing Lu Xuan's voice, Lu Tianyuan also sighed in relief. However, unlike the elated members of the Lu family, he wore a worried expression as he spoke. Ancestor, the Jiang family's emperor has already headed to the imperial pass. You should not concern yourself with us. Our lives are of little consequence. You must survive. Please leave at once and avoid encountering the Jiang family's emperor. The Jiang family's emperor is a seasoned powerhouse, possessing unparalleled status and strength among the human race. Even knowing that Lu Xuan had ascended to the rank of emperor himself, Lu Tianyuan remained apprehensive and urged him to flee, to abandon his kin. After all, how could a newly ascended emperor stand against a veteran like the Jiang family's patriarch? Yet, before his words could settle, Lu Xuan's resolute voice emerged. He is merely the Jiang family's emperor. Not some monstrous beast. He cannot harm me. This declaration reverberated through the Lu family like a thunderclap, plunging them into silence. Even Lu Tianyuan's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief for a moment. He found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Lu Xuan's voice rang out once more. You need only wait in peace. Unless I fall, no one shall lay a finger on you," atop the imperial pass. As Lu Xuan crushed the Jiangming emperor beneath his foot, Jiang Wuliang erupted in fury. The terrifying laws of the emperor enveloped the imperial pass like a mighty river, descending upon Lu Xuan with overwhelming force. Jiang Wuliang's colossal form traversed the void, materializing before Lu Xuan as he unleashed a cataclysmic punch aimed at Lu Xuan's head. "Lu Xuan, you wretched creature, prepare to pay with your life," Jiang Wuliang roared. His voice like thunder, shaking the heavens. His fist, akin to a bolt of lightning, sliced through the air, conjuring a dragon of fist imprints that encircled Lu Xuan, sealing off all avenues of escape. In the face of the Jiang family's emperor's assault, Lu Xuan remained unfazed, his gaze steady, his eyes shimmering with divine light. Under the influence of his dual pupils, the speed of the Jiang family's emperor seemed to slow infinitely. Yet despite this, he was still an emperor. And even slowed, his strikes unleashed a barrage of fist imprints that rushed toward Lu Xuan in relentless succession. Such an onslaught was inescapable. However, Lu Xuan had no intention of retreating. After 100,000 years, he finally had the chance to avenge his grievances. How could he possibly back down? A century ago, he had dared to confront the Jiang family's emperor, even at the pinnacle of his strength. Although the outcome had been devastating, nonetheless, it proved his courage and conviction. Now, having ascended to the rank of emperor himself, he possessed the might to confront the Jiang family's patriarch, and he was determined to erase the shame of the past. Even if he were not a match for the Jiang family's emperor, Lu Xuan would not yield an inch. Even in defeat, he yearned for a fierce and exhilarating battle with the Jiang family's emperor. With a thunderous roar, chaotic energy burst forth from Lu Xuan's body, every pore radiating brilliance as he grew in stature, momentarily matching Jiang Wuliang's towering height. Enveloped in chaotic energy, his eyes emitted a light of annihilation, instantly obliterating the encircling dragon of fist imprints. Then, with a single step, he unleashed a punch, manifesting countless fist imprints that collided against Jiang Wuliang's strikes. In that instant of impact, the 108,636 chaotic dimensions within Lu Xuan surged with power, his golden body transforming him into a divine war god, cloaked in a radiant aura. With each punch, he wielded terrifying divine strength capable of toppling the heavens, though his realm did not match that of the Jiang family's emperor. The augmentation from his chaotic physique and the laws of strength rendered his power even greater. After a multitude of fist imprints clashed, the imposing Jiang family's emperor found himself forced back several hundred feet. In the blink of an eye, the Jiang family's patriarch, who had just descended upon the imperial pass, was driven back into the sky, on the verge of being expelled from the imperial pass itself. "No, this is impossible. You are merely a newly ascended junior emperor. How could you possess such divine power?" Jiang family's emperor roared, increasingly astonished, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had assumed that with his strength, he could easily suppress Lu Xuan, perhaps even eliminate him with a single blow. Yet, the outcome was the opposite. He found himself being repelled by Lu Xuan. Seeing that his power could not contain Lu Xuan, the Jiang family's emperor let out a furious howl, channeling the laws of the emperor from behind him, gathering them within his being. Instantly, divine patterns manifested upon his body, shimmering with golden light, rapidly enveloping him, as though he were coated in gold. However, the golden radiance surrounding him was significantly weaker than that which enveloped Lu Xuan. Above the imperial pass, the two towering golden giants once more engaged in a fierce struggle. Unlike before, this time the Jiang family's emperor was truly exerting all his strength. Every punch and kick unleashed the laws of the emperor to their utmost, fully unleashing his true power. Though this appeared to be a simple exchange of blows, it was, in reality, a collision of various divine techniques and laws. With each movement, the Jiang family's emperor summoned powerful spells to suppress Lu Xuan, gradually gaining the upper hand. Although Lu Xuan had anticipated that he would not match the Jiang family's emperor, he was taken aback by how quickly the patriarch adjusted and seized control of the battle's rhythm. Indeed, these seasoned emperors were no mere pushovers. After a resounding clash, the golden aura surrounding Lu Xuan flickered, as though on the verge of shattering. "Hiss! Lu Xuan inhaled sharply, swiftly retreating to create distance from the Jiang family's emperor, allowing him to recover. Unbeknownst to them, they had been locked in a brutal confrontation for nearly an hour. Even with 100,836 chaotic dantians, I find myself on the verge of collapse, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the moment. Truly, this venerable emperor is no ordinary foe. Although Jiang Wuliang is shameless, his prowess is nothing short of astonishing. Even the previous demon ape sovereign would have to concede inferiority in the presence of Jiang Wuliang. Lu Xuan inhaled a deep breath of spiritual energy, utilizing his to perceive Jiang Wuliang's movements, and invoked the true dragon-esque speed to elude the impending assault. Continuing this direct confrontation would spell disaster for him. Thus, he could only evade for the time being, contemplating Jiang Wuliang's combat techniques while replenishing his own magical energy. Fortunately, his is formidable enough, not only containing combat abilities, but also capable of absorbing power during battle, gradually restoring his magical energy. Although the recovery rate is exceedingly limited, it grants Lu Xuan a flicker of hope to persist in the fight. Regrettably, his mastery of the is still insufficient. The rate at which he recovers magical energy pales in comparison to the rate at which his chaotic energy depletes. In the future, should the opportunity arise, he must endeavor to refine it to its utmost peak. As Lu Xuan maneuvered, lost in contemplation, he had previously underestimated this ability to restore magical energy during combat. With 100,836 chaotic dantians at his disposal, he had believed his chaotic energy to be inexhaustible. Yet now, he acutely feels the scarcity of his chaotic energy, his magical reserves woefully inadequate. Engaging with a top-tier emperor like Jiang Wuliang, no amount of chaotic energy seems sufficient. Moreover, it is evident that Jiang Wuliang possesses secret methods to recuperate his strength in battle. Through the, Lu Xuan observes that every time Jiang Wuliang employs his divine abilities, he astonishingly retrieves half of the magical energy expended. This revelation leaves Lu Xuan utterly astounded. The ability to reclaim released magical energy in combat is a truly extraordinary skill, rivaling his. After all, while this can absorb spiritual energy and restore his magical reserves, its current low level means that the quantity recovered falls far short of what he consumes. Compared to Jiang Wuliang's miraculous ability, its effectiveness is significantly lacking. That if only I could comprehend Jiang Wuliang's secret method, would I not also be able to reclaim my released magical energy in battle? A bold thought ignites within Lu Xuan's mind. Such a formidable ability, when combined with would surely yield astonishing results. The secret techniques employed by Jiang Wuliang stir Lu Xuan's ambition. However, deducing such methods is no trivial matter. After all, his is presently too rudimentary. Perhaps deciphering the techniques of the emperor level might be somewhat feasible, but attempting to unravel the mysteries of the emperor sovereign's secret arts presents a formidable challenge. As Jiang Wuliang's assaults grow increasingly ferocious, Lu Xuan realizes that the gap between them remains substantial. Achieving victory through direct confrontation seems nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he possesses many advantages. Even if he cannot triumph over Jiang Wuliang, he can ensure his own survival. Yet, continuing down this path is not a viable solution. With Jiang Wuliang pursuing him relentlessly, returning to the human realm seems utterly unattainable. Just as Lu Xuan's mind races with strategies for escape, Jiang Wuliang unleashes the full force of his emperor's laws, and a cacophony of thunderous winds erupts from within him, coalescing into a thunderous spear that hurtles toward Lu Xuan. This spear, forged from the essence of emperor laws, possesses a power that eclipses even that of emperor-grade weapons, and its speed is blinding, piercing through Lu Xuan's form in an instant. Yet, astonishingly, the thunderous spear passes through him without so much as a drop of blood spilled. Damn it! How could his speed be so unfathomably swift? Jiang Wuliang laments inwardly. He realizes that the spear merely struck an afterimage left by Lu Xuan, as the latter's velocity had created at least hundreds of phantoms around him. Even though Jiang Wuliang had locked onto Lu Xuan's aura before launching his attack, he still only managed to hit a mere shadow. With a resounding crash, the thunderous spear, having pierced through Lu Xuan's illusion, collides with the imperial city wall below, cleaving a gaping hole before vanishing from sight. In the distance, Lu Xuan, having narrowly escaped the spear's wrath, wears a grave expression devoid of excitement. How formidable! Is this the true might of a peak emperor? The power of that strike rivals even the impact of the god-burying coffin. Lu Xuan gasps in realization, were it not for the S ability to decelerate time. He might have been struck by that thunderous spear. Gazing at the wall now marred by a massive hole, Lu Xuan feels a chill of trepidation. Had that strike truly connected, he would not have merely sustained injuries. He would have met his demise. He had long believed himself to possess a comprehensive understanding of the capabilities of these venerable emperors, yet now he comprehends that he has merely scratched the surface. To have achieved the status of a venerable emperor, their strength is undeniably profound. With my current capabilities, I stand no chance against Jiang Wuliang in direct confrontation. Though he may be despicable and shameless, his power is genuinely formidable. Perhaps only once I attain the 6th or even 7th level of Emperor Sovereign will I have a chance to defeat him. Lu Xuan's expression darkens. To continue this struggle would yield no benefit. Yet retreat is not an option. He must return to the human realm. Not even the likes of Jiang Wuliang could deter his resolve to return home. However, unlike before, he cannot act without foresight. He must contemplate how to safely return to the Lu family. After all, he is but a fledgling emperor, truly at the first level of Emperor Sovereign, incapable of withstanding these ancient emperors who have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, to successfully return to the human realm and rescue his kin, he must employ strategy. However, before Lu Xuan can devise a new plan, Jiang Wuliang's assault resumes. After nearly 2 hours of failure to subdue Lu Xuan, Jiang Wuliang is already seething with rage. For a venerable emperor, this is a profound humiliation. In this moment, he unleashes his full power. His golden Dharma body radiates a blinding light, resembling an ancient deity emerging from the sun. His eyes flickering with the fury of thunder, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic strike. Through the Lu Xuan perceives the impending terror within Jiang Wuliang's forthcoming attack. Should it succeed, it could spell his doom. Thus, without waiting for Jiang Wuliang's strike to materialize, Lu Xuan activates the space talisman to flee. If he cannot win, then he must escape. Lu Xuan feels no shame in this decision. To persist in a losing battle would be the true folly. He has never been one to adhere to rigid principles, nor does he hold his pride above his life. Of course, were it not for the Lu family awaiting his rescue, he might be inclined to fight to the bitter end. Even if he cannot match Jiang Wuliang, he would not retreat a single step. Yet now, his priority must be his own survival. As Lu Xuan activates the space talisman, a colossal rune envelopes his form. Jiang Wuliang, witnessing this spectacle, cannot help but pale, his voice erupting in furious disbelief. Thinking of escaping, dream on. As Lu Xuan's figure begins to fade under the encroaching space runes, Jiang Wuliang, disregarding his own preparations, unleashes a bolt of lightning from his eyes, manifesting as a thunderous sword that rends the heavens. At the moment the thunderous sword appears, the entire imperial city is bathed in its luminescence. The sword's aura sweeping across the sky, aiming to sever the powers of the space talisman. However, Jiang Wuliang is ultimately a moment too late. As the thunderous sword descends, Lu Xuan's form has completely vanished. The power of the space talisman cleaves through dimensions, rendering Jiang Wuliang's emperor laws impotent in its wake. With a cataclysmic roar, the thunderous sword crashes down, shaking the imperial city, cleaving space itself. Were it not for Jiang Wuliang's timely restraint, the entire imperial city might have been obliterated by that single strike. Upon the imperial city, Jiang Wuliang's countenance darkens, his eyes ablaze with fury as he casts his gaze skyward, bellowing in frustration. Lu Xuan, weren't you seeking vengeance? I await you here. Have the courage to face me. 10,000 years ago, you were no match for me. Reduced to a pitiful state. 10,000 years later, how astonishing that you remain as inept as ever. You, a coward who knows only retreat, dare to seek vengeance. What a pipe dream. Come forth. I await you here at the imperial city. If you are a man, step forward. Do not make me look down upon you. The voice of Jiang Wuliang reverberated throughout the imperial pass, reaching even the depths of the Sea of Realms. where the aquatic tribes could hear his furious roar. The once formidable demon lord, who had nearly slain Lu Xuan, emerged from the profound depths of the Sea of Realms, his lantern-sized eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed upon the tumult above the ocean, filled with disbelief. What on earth was transpiring? Was this a civil strife among the human race? This ancient demon lord's eyes darted, a brilliant light illuminating the entire underwater world, Lu Xuan. The memory resurfaced. That despicable fellow who had wreaked havoc beneath the waves was none other than Lu Xuan. This troublemaker was at it again. What had he done to provoke even the imperial lord of the human race to bear such a murderous intent against him? Beyond the imperial pass, the ancient beings of other races were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that Lu Xuan had grown powerful enough to contend with a venerable figure like Jiang Wuliang. Although he ultimately suffered defeat and fled, it was evident that Lu Xuan had emerged unscathed. Hiss! Jiang Wuliang's current strength surpasses even mine. Lu Xuan, having just entered the realm of the Imperial Lord, could actually engage Jiang Wuliang in battle and escape successfully. This was nothing short of astonishing. The Golden Eagle's sovereign spoke, his gaze brimming with shock. His words carried a tinge of self-aggrandizement, mingled with jealousy and envy. Although both were imperial lords, Jiang Wuliang stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Had he not been constrained by the laws of heaven, he might have long since advanced further, stepping into the realm of the heavenly sovereign. In contrast, the Golden Eagle's sovereign strength was merely at the 6th level, creating a significant disparity between them. Yet 100,000 years prior, both the Golden Eagle sovereign and Jiang Wuliang had been on equal footing to end that ancient battle. The Golden Eagle sovereign's adversary had indeed been Jiang Wuliang, whom he had managed to suppress, forcing him to flee in disarray. However, after 100 millennia, Jiang Wuliang had ascended to the peak of the Imperial Lord realm, while the Golden Eagle sovereign remained stagnant. This disparity was difficult for the Golden Eagle sovereign to accept, evoking a twinge of envy within him. The other onlookers could discern the bitterness in his words and exchanged knowing smiles. Refraining from exposing his feelings, Jiang Wuliang's current prowess was undeniably formidable, and they dared not underestimate him. Among the 4 ancient beings of their race present, only the Demon Ape Sovereign, also at the 9th level, might stand a chance of matching Jiang Wuliang. Even the Qing Fox Sovereign would be no match for him, and the White Bear Sovereign was even less capable. Both the White Bear Sovereign and the Golden Eagle Sovereign were at the 6th level of the Imperial Lord realm, and against Jiang Wuliang, they might not withstand even a moment. The gulf between each minor level within the Imperial Lord realm was akin to a chasm. Even a slight divergence could render one unqualified to engage the other in combat. Individuals like Lu Xuan, capable of challenging a 9th level Imperial Lord while still at the 1st level, were exceedingly rare throughout history. Of course, Lu Xuan's ability to fight beyond his level stemmed from his chaos body. The chaos body was unaffected by the laws of heaven, which meant that during his confrontation with Jiang Wuliang, the latter's strength was effectively diminished by more than half. This afforded Lu Xuan the opportunity to contend with Jiang Wuliang. Absent the chaos body, Lu Xuan, at his current 1st level Imperial Lord strength, would have had no qualification to engage Jiang Wuliang. A 9th level Imperial Lord could effortlessly obliterate a 1st level Imperial Lord. Nevertheless, Lu Xuan's might could not be measured by the standards of an ordinary 1st level Imperial Lord. Having cultivated the Panwu Great Strength technique and activated an astonishing 10,836 Chaos Stanchions, his magical prowess was already comparable to that of 4th level Imperial Lords, even rivaling some 5th level Imperial Lords. It was precisely due to this interplay of strengths that Lu Xuan could engage Jiang Wuliang and even retreat unscathed. Though he had been forced to flee, no one would dare to ridicule him. In fact, it would not be long before his name echoed throughout the realms. A 1st level Imperial Lord challenging a 9th level Imperial Lord was nothing short of prodigious. He would surely be remembered in the annals of history. Of course, such matters were of little concern to Lu Xuan at this moment. Currently, he had not fled far. The first time he utilized the Space Divine Talisman, he was uncertain of where he would be transported. However, after mastering his innate Divine Talisman, he could now freely control the distance of the teleportation. Having finally broken through the Imperial Pass, Lu Xuan had no desire to be sent outside of it again. Moreover, Jiang Wuliang would never suspect that Lu Xuan had the audacity to conceal himself right beneath his nose. Hence, during the teleportation, Lu Xuan boldly positioned himself just beyond the Imperial Pass. Even if Jiang Wuliang racked his brain, he would never conceive that Lu Xuan, whom he could not trace, had already stepped outside the Imperial Pass and was now hovering in the sky, quietly observing the second formidable pass beneath him. This was a pass as grand and magnificent as the Imperial Pass itself, bustling with activity atop its walls, where at least a dozen formidable Imperial lords stood guard behind the city walls. Thousands of human cultivators were stationed. This was the second grand pass of the human domain, known as the Looming Pass. It was said to be named after an Imperial Lord of the Looming who had once fought valiantly here. Leading human cultivators to establish this formidable stronghold, Lu Xuan activated his, gazing at the walls of Looming Pass, and let out a sigh of relief. Though the walls of Looming Pass had undergone tempering, they were only equivalent to the realm of Imperial artifacts. With Lu Xuan's current strength, breaching Looming Pass would not pose a significant challenge. However, he could not afford to be hasty. Jiang Wuliang was stationed merely 1,000 miles away at the Imperial Pass. Once Lu Xuan appeared at Looming Pass, it would undoubtedly alert Jiang Wuliang. Lu Xuan was not yet confident in facing Jiang Wuliang. Recklessly storming the pass would only invite trouble. If only I had more time. Jiang Wuliang would be no match for me. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering that, in the absence of other options, the only course of action was to rapidly enhance his strength. In the next moment, his form materialized within the world of the god-burying coffin. As he appeared, he activated his eyes radiating brilliant divine light. Instantly, the world he had previously created with chaos chi unfolded before him. Within that independent realm, suffused with chaos chi, two dragon souls continued to rampage. Yet despite their furious attempts to break free, they could not escape this world in this domain. The true dragon laws inherent to the two dragon souls were suppressed, rendering their strength a mere fraction of its true potential. Lu Xuan focused his, quietly observing the two rampaging dragon souls. After a moment, he casually waved his hand, causing a fissure to appear in the world. Roar, roar! The two dragon souls emitted earth-shattering roars, eager to escape through the crack. However, ultimately, only one dragon soul managed to slip through. The one that was a beat too slow to reach the fissure was suppressed back into the realm. This entire scenario was orchestrated by Lu Xuan. He had intentionally released one of the dragon souls, watching as it suddenly appeared within the god-burying coffin world, curiously surveying its surroundings. It is you. You deliberately set me free. The dragon soul, not lacking in intelligence, quickly comprehended its predicament and attempted to escape the god-burying coffin world, but found no direction in which to flee. This was yet another independent realm, even more challenging to escape than the previous world. The dragon soul, once brimming with excitement, now wore an expression of utter dejection as its massive true dragon form descended from the void, landing heavily on the ground. Its once vibrant eyes now devoid of light, it gazed at Lu Xuan and sighed, asking, "Speak. What do you intend by releasing me?" Lu Xuan had not anticipated that the dragon soul would be so forthright and direct, seemingly having resigned itself to its fate. As Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon the dragon soul, he could distinctly observe that though it had long since lost its physical form, its realm showed no signs of deterioration. In fact, it seemed even more formidable than before its demise. Moreover, he discerned a unique golden aura emanating from the dragon soul. This is the power of destiny. To his astonishment, the dragon soul harbored the fortuitous energy of the human race. No wonder this is the reason why, following his downfall, the dragon soul's realm did not regress, but rather ascended. Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity regarding the fortuitous power emanating from this dragon soul. Within the records of the Panwu, great divine art, methods for cultivating fortuitous power are documented, which Lu Xuan had contemplated previously. Once he rescues his kin, he intends to practice the faith method contained therein, gathering fortuitous power to aid in enhancing his family's strength. Unexpectedly, he has now observed the existence of fortuitous power within this dragon soul. Furthermore, it appears that this dragon soul can absorb fortuitous power to elevate its own soul realm. which only deepens Lu Xuan's intrigue. After all, fortuitous power is not something that just anyone can absorb or master. Without specialized techniques or divine arts, one might not even perceive its existence. That Lu Xuan's ability to notice the fortuitous power within this dragon's soul stems from his dual pupils. Previously, while engaging with these two dragon souls, he had been engrossed in studying the true dragon divine arts, thus failing to recognize the presence of fortuitous power. Now, witnessing it within this dragon soul indeed astonishes him. Noticing Lu Xuan's prolonged silence, this particular dragon soul grew anxious, slightly shaking its colossal true dragon head and sighing, "I know you seek the true dragon divine arts. It's not that I am unwilling to impart them to you, but you lack the bloodline of my true dragon clan. Even if I were to pass them on, you would be unable to cultivate them. The divine arts of my clan can only be practiced by those possessing true dragon blood." This dragon's soul, not lacking in wit, directly articulated Lu Xuan's thoughts. Upon hearing the dragon soul's explanation, Lu Xuan revealed a faint smile that he could discern that this dragon soul still harbored a desire for survival. This indicated that the dragon soul was not opposed to transmitting the true dragon divine arts to him. While others may be unable to cultivate the true dragon divine arts without the true dragon bloodline, Lu Xuan might not be bound by such limitations. His chaos body inherently enables him to comprehend any divine art or technique in existence, including the true dragon divine arts. However, he refrained from voicing this and instead replied coldly, "Since you are aware of my desires, present the true dragon divine arts." Sigh. "Very well. Who could blame the reputation of my true dragon clan's arts? It is not impossible to pass them to you. But I just